Like, subscribe and share Tree Fanfiction audiobook channel for all parts. Chapter 1. Soul Society, Seirai. First Team Dojo. A dozen figures wearing white feathers stood there, with the majestic aura lingering around. These people, even if they did not release any ryotsu, just showed their momentum inadvertently. It was enough to make this dojo, which was larger than 10 football fields, appear deathly silent. The captain of the first team, Yamamoto Genryusai, and his deputy captain, Chijiro Sasakaibe. Second division captain Sui Feng, and his deputy Omadame Rekiyo. Captain of the third division, Ichimaru Jin, and his vice-captain, Kira Izuru. Captain Unohana Retsu of the fourth division, and his vice-captain Katetsu Isane. Captain Izensuke of the fifth division, and his vice-captain Hinamori Momo. Captain Byakuya Kukiki of the 6th Division, and his deputy Abarai Renji. Komamura Seijin, captain of the 7th Division, and Tetsuzamon Kaiba, his vice-captain. Captain Kurako Shunsui of the 8th Division, and his vice-captain Ise Nanao. Tosen Kaname, captain of Division 9, and his deputy, Hisaji Shuei. Team 11 captain Zaraki Kenpeki, and his vice-captain Kuzujishi Yachiru. Division 12 captain Kuratsuka Mayuri, and his deputy captain Neon Mu. Jaishur Yukatake, captain of the 13th Division. The big names who stand at the top of Soul Society gather together at this moment. The captains were separated on the left and right, standing in 2 rows. Where is the 10th Division? Due to the disappearance of Captain Shiba Isshin, the captain's position was temporarily replaced by Vice-Captain Matsumoto Rangiku. And today, the new captain of the 10th Division will be selected here. The remaining 11 captains were either expecting, mocking, or indifferent. However, at this moment, everyone looked down at the white-haired boy standing in the center. The boy's name is Hitsuga Ichware. Soul Society's unprecedented genius boy, one of the candidates for 3 seats in the 10th Division and captain of the 10th Division. This is the captain candidate recommended by the captain himself. According to him, the boy, Hitsuga Ichware, has mastered Bankai enough to assume the responsibility of captain. Of course, such words will not make them think highly of anything. Among the captains who stand at the top of Soul Society, which one is not a genius? Or perhaps, in their long lives, they have seen countless geniuses and even killed them with their own hands. So they don't take this so-called genius seriously. Of course, Hitsuga Ichware is just one of the candidates. And the other candidate, has yet to be seen. At this moment, Yamamoto Genryusai, the commander-in-chief, had a dark face. I saw veins bursting out on his forehead, which was as smooth as a fluorescent lamp. The criss-crossing scars on it looked even more ferocious. It was obvious that he was not in a very good mood at the moment. As he took heavy breaths, streaks of fire exploded around his body from time to time. Even the captains couldn't help but feel numb and subconsciously stayed away from him. On such an important occasion, he dared to be late for so long. It was obvious that this old man who valued rules and principles the most was on the verge of breaking out. Hey, 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 is the other protagonist finally here? At this time, Captain Kurako Shunsui of the 8th Division suddenly spoke. Such words immediately attracted everyone's attention. The entrance to the dojo. I saw a figure floating towards me. The visitor was a man about 20 years old. I saw that he was wearing a light blue haori on the outside, wearing a death tyrant outfit on the inside, and wearing 2 zanpakut around his waist. The handle of one knife is slightly red and black, and the handle of the other knife is emerald green. On her head and neck, she wears the star clamp, a hair accessory that only nobles have the right to wear. She has black hair and black eyes, with bangs parted from her forehead. She wears black-rimmed glasses. She is tall, fair-skinned, and has delicate facial features. Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Slightly solemn words came from under Kurako Shunsui's hat. Tsunayashiro Tokihira is the newly appointed head of the Tsunayashiro family, one of the 5 great nobles. It is said that he defeated his old classmate at the Tsunayashiro family meeting in front of many family sages and elders. Young people today are really scary. But the head of the Kokaki family, the head of the Tsunayashiro family, the head of the Shihaoran family who has defected, and the head of the Shiba branch house who disappeared not long ago. 4 of the top 5 nobles came to Godi 13 to serve as captains. The recent Godi 13 was really lively. Speaking of which, it seems that the Tsunayashiro family and the Shihaoran family had a marriage contract 100 years ago. The protagonists of the engagement are none other than Tsunayashiro Tokihira and Shihaoran Yoriyuki. But because of the incident 100 years ago, when Shihaoran Yoriyuki defected, the engagement was delayed. Of course, he didn't hate Tsunayashiro Tokihira. As the deputy captain of the 4th Division and assistant to Unohana Retsu, Tokihira has been working diligently in Godi 13 for nearly 100 years. He works very seriously on weekdays and is well organized. He is also highly accomplished in kite and is very gentle and kind in dealing with others. In Godi 13, the number of people he saved was 700 to 800, if not 1 or 2,000. This person can be said to be good at everything, but he just has a few shortcomings. That is, he never works overtime. Or, as a member of the Godi 13 who should be on call 24 hours a day, and as a high-ranking deputy captain of the 4th Division, he works from 9 to 5 every day and lives a very regular life. In his own words, he has to go to bed at 11 o'clock in the evening and must sleep for 8 hours every day. Before going to bed, I drink a cup of hot milk and do 20 minutes of stretching to relax my body before going to bed, so I can usually sleep until dawn. When you wake up in the morning, you feel like a baby, without any trace of fatigue or stress. Captain Unohana Retsu of Division 4 said I was normal. Normal as hell. Whenever he needs to work overtime, he is nowhere to be found. But unfortunately, his kite attainments are extremely high, and only Unohana Retsu in the entire Soul Society can rival him. Ordinary people can't do anything to him. In addition, he also likes to hang out in Flower Street. It can even be said to be singing every night. When he was in Hawaja, he never mentioned his status as one of the 4 nobles. He just relied on his good skin and stayed at the Warren's house without spending any money. Kurako Shunsui secretly felt envious, jealous, and hated many times. It's okay if you don't like working overtime. As long as you can treat the wounded and do what you have to do, everything will be fine. But the matter of wandering around Flower Street. You fool, why don't you have to pay for sleeping with Warren? Having the same sentiments as Kurako Shunsui is Hisagi Shuei, the vice-captain of Division 9. He and Tsunayashiro Tokihira were classmates at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, so he knew the latter's affairs more clearly. It would be fine if he relied on his noble status to get the Warren to please him. But that's not the case. Those people didn't know Shixian's true identity at all, they just thought he was an ordinary novelist. What an enviable BD! It's the same Shinigami. Why can he make those Warrens so determined even though he doesn't have to pay in Flower Street? Shuhei had heard that last night the 4 major courtesans from Flower Street were dispatched at the same time just to serve Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Being enamored by an Warren and letting him stay for free is enough to make people envious. Xiu Bing felt that if it were him, he could brag about it for the rest of his life. But Tsunayashiro Tokihira, ABD, could invite 4 Warrens to sleep with him at the same time. It was so enviable. This guy. Isn't it just that you are more handsome than me, taller than me, have a better family background than me, have more money than me, and are stronger than me? What else does he have? Why can he win the favor of so many courtesans? Damn it! Shi Xian turned a deaf ear to these people and just walked slowly and calmly in the dojo, completely ignoring some envious and jealous looks. He just walked slowly, his left hand holding the zanpakut on his waist, and his right hand slightly hitting his lower back. Last night was a bit too crazy, and the fierce battle lasted until 3 or 4 in the morning. Today, his waist was a bit unbearable. However, now is not the time to care about these things. He walked directly in front of the captains and smiled. Under Tokizuru's ryotsu, the tense atmosphere in the field suddenly disappeared without a trace, just like the first snow falling on the scorching sun. Immediately, he looked at Yamamoto Genryusai and said calmly, "Captain, the assessment battle can begin." Chapter 2. In Soul Society, if you want to become the captain of Godai 13, you must choose any of 3 ways to pass the certification. The first one is to pass the captain exam under the witness of 3 captains including the chief captain. The second one is recommended by 6 captains, and then approved by 3 of the remaining 6 captains. The third one, witnessed by 200 team members, had to win a duel with the then captain to succeed him as captain. Tsunayashiro Tokihira and Hitsuga Ichware both chose the first one and successfully passed the captain exam in the presence of the 3 captains. But there is only one position for captain of the 10th division. So in order to determine the final ownership of this position, there was a duel between the 2 today. The winner takes charge, the loser has nothing to say. It's such a simple and primitive rule. Tsunayashiro Tokizuru looked at Yamamoto Genryusai and said calmly, "Captain-in-Chief, the assessment battle can begin." 35 minutes late. Captain Yamamoto said expressionlessly. Along with his words, wisps of blazing fire quickly rolled up and down his body, and the temperature of the entire dojo rose by several degrees Celsius. The temperature of the fire was comparable to the surface of the sun, and the spirits in the air were distorted. In this case, even the captains around Yamamoto subconsciously stayed away from him due to the huge pressure of his momentum. When Waiwak falls into a deep sleep, Ichibei Hisub hides in the Soul King Palace, and Izensuk hides his strength. Yamamoto Genryusai is the one who deserves to be number 1 in terms of force value. Even if he even pulled out Zanpakuto and released just a little bit of heat, it would be enough for an ordinary captain to bear. Of course, among these people, Tsunayashiro Tokihira is not included. He stood quietly opposite Yamamoto Genryusai, his expression unchanged at all. The next moment, Yamamoto Genryusai opened his slightly narrowed eyes, and a bright fire flashed in his pupils. Immediately afterwards, the extremely tyrannical ryotsu, accompanied by the old and majestic words, echoed throughout the entire dojo. "Tsunayashiro Tokizuru, Deputy Captain of the 4th Division, I need a reasonable explanation." However, facing this overwhelming pressure from almost zero distance, Shixian's expression did not change, and he still maintained a gentle smile. "Of course it's practice." Tsunayashiro Tokistring responded matter-of-factly, "In order to become stronger, I practiced all night last night. After all, as the captain of Godai 13, strong strength is the most basic and important requirement. Of course, it is not clear what this practice is actually about. Subduing the female goblin can be considered a form of spiritual practice." After the words fell, everyone who was whispering just now fell silent. At this moment, not only the captains, but also the vice-captains all looked at Shixian, mostly with admiration. Even when Yamamoto Genryusai was about to explode, he could still lie blatantly. This alone was enough to make them admire him to the extreme. What's more, he still has such a straight face. Have to say, this kid is really brave. Sure enough, after hearing these words, the captain's old face couldn't help but darken a bit. At this time, Fan is a normal-minded person. He wouldn't lie in this situation, so he could just admit his mistake. But obviously, this vice-captain of the 4th Division is very abnormal. We will discuss this later. At such a critical moment, Yamamoto Genryusai did not want to pursue anything too much, so he restrained his momentum and his old voice echoed in the dojo. "Tsunayashiro Tokistring, hurry up and get ready, the assessment battle will begin soon." No longer concerned about Tokihara being late, Yamamoto Genryusai turned everyone's attention back to today's theme. In today's battle, Ryo decides who will become the captain of the 10th Division. I just don't know who will end up with it in the end. And Hitsugayachware naturally heard the discussion of the captains and knew that his opponent had just climbed out of the Warren's bed. For him as a young genius, it was simply a great shame and humiliation. But at this time, on such an important occasion, he could only endure it temporarily. However, he silently swore in his heart that he would pay back all this humiliation later and impress everyone. He wants to use his own strength to prove that he is the only one who is most suitable to be the captain of the 10th Division. Chwer fell into his own inner world, lowered his head and gritted his teeth, not knowing what he was angry about. But he didn't notice that not far away from him, the vice-captain Matsumoto Rangiku was winking at him desperately. This dojo of the first team is a place specially used for captain assessment. It is a secret room built entirely of murderous stones and completely isolated from the outside world. Here, no matter the walls, floor, or ceiling, they are all pure white without dirt, representing the solemnity and sanctity of Godai 13. The area of this secret room is comparable to 10 football fields in the world combined. The length, width, and height are all exaggerated and terrifying. Moreover, it is surrounded by barriers arranged by kid people in front, back, top, bottom, left and right, which is enough for the new captain to take part in the assessment to display all his abilities. Call. At this time, Tsunayashiro Tokihira yawned and rubbed his waist vigorously. There are only exhausted cows and no damaged land. The ancients do not deceive me. What? That guy looks like this, is he looking down on me? Hitsugayachware gritted his teeth in anger when he saw Tsunayashiro Tokijin looking listless and dishonest. This guy was simply despising him. What's going on with this guy? Tsunayashiro Tokijin was still confused. However, when he saw Chwer staring at him angrily across from him, he sighed helplessly. He always felt that something was not quite right. Don't be careless. Chwer, use Bankai from the beginning, be sure to use Bankai. If you are careless, you will lose. Not far away, Matsumoto Rangiku shouted loudly. That BD is much stronger than everyone thinks. She and Tsunayashiro Tokizuru entered Godai 13 at the same time, and they were also close friends who drank together and skipped work on weekdays. Therefore, Matsumoto Rangiku is very clear about his strength. That guy is powerful beyond imagination. Quiet. At this moment, a cold shout came. Hearing this, Rangiku's whole body froze. Then she slowly turned her head and saw Captain Yamamoto Genryusai looking at her sternly. Matsumoto Rangiku, Deputy Captain of the 10th Division, what you did just now can be understood as revealing information to Hitsugayachware. Sui Feng, Captain of the 2nd Division, said coldly. This is an assessment battle to determine the captain's position. The battle between the two sides must be based on fairness. Komamura Seijin, captain of the 7th team, said. It's better not to interfere with such an important assessment. Jaishur Yukatake, captain of the 13th division, said. It's an unfair game. It's impossible to admit it with the honor of the Kukaki family. Byakuya Kukaki, captain of the 6th division, shook his head slightly. Yet, don't be too harsh on such a beautiful young lady. Captain Kirako Shunsui of the 8th division said. Don't think too much, Vice Captain Rangiku, maybe that kid can have a good fight with my vice captain. After finishing speaking, Captain Unohana Retsu of the 4th division couldn't help but smile slightly. Hearing Unohana Retsu's words, the corners of Rangiku's mouth couldn't help but twitch. It's okay if you lie to other people. I'm so familiar with Tsunayashiro Tokizuru, so you're going to lie to me too? Impressive. Audio, Chwer screams. Colored, Chwer is full of blood? Captain Uzawa, do you believe this? Stand back, don't interfere with the assessment anymore. Yamamoto Genryusai just stared at Rangiku until her scalp was numb from staring at her, and then he finally said. Ha ha ha, I'm so sorry. Rangiku couldn't help scratching his head and stepped back. Then, she couldn't help but look at Hitsugaya in the center of the dojo, with a worried look on her face, and secretly said in her heart. Chwir, you must not be careless, otherwise you will have no chance of winning. Tsunayashiro Tokihira, he may be the strongest opponent you have ever encountered. Chapter 3. The Battle of Assessment. Start. As soon as Yamamoto Genryusai finished speaking, Chwir immediately pulled out Zanpakuto, used Shunpo and appeared behind Tokihira in a flash, slashing at the back of his neck with his sword. In these few simple actions, it was revealed that his Shunpo and slashing skills were far superior to those of the deputy captain. Everyone couldn't help but praise him. But Matsumoto Rangiku couldn't help but cover his face, not daring to see what happened next. This stupid kid, I even said I was going to use Bankai from the beginning. At this moment, Chwir has freed his own Zanpakuto. On the blade of the blade, there was a chilling sound, and with the sound of breaking wind, it quickly slashed towards Tsunayashiro Tokihira, who seemed to be unaware. The next moment, Shi Xian will be in a different place. Seeing this, Chwir suddenly woke up. Sure enough, I am still a kid, so childish. He actually brought his unreasonable anger onto Shi Xian. It's really irrational. Just like an angry little devil. Thinking of this, Hitsugaya slightly stopped his hand, tilted the blade slightly, lowered the blade, and immediately withdrew his strength, sweeping the skirt of Tsunayashiro Tokihira's clothes. The next second, he could put Zanpakuto around Tokihira's neck. I won. The thought came to Chwir's mind. But before he could say anything, he saw Tsunayashiro Tokihira turn his head and glance at himself lightly. Brush. The next moment, Chwir felt his eyes blur. When he came to his senses again, he couldn't help but be extremely horrified. I saw Tsunayashiro Tokihira easily pinching his Zanpakuto body with 2 fingers, and the 4 white thunders of had were condensed on the tip of his other finger, and it hit the center of his eyebrows by just a hair. This sudden scene left Hitsugaya stunned on the spot. The scorching lightning on Tsunayashiro Tokihira's fingertips not only did not make him feel any warmth, but instead made him feel as cold as falling into an ice cellar. What a speed! What on earth just happened? Not only his sight and reaction, but also his spiritual sense were not detected. Dense beads of sweat began to appear on his forehead, and then flowed down his cheeks and dripped on the ground. Hitsugaya looked at Tsunayashiro Tokihira in shock, unable to hide his disbelief. How fast is this guy's speed? Do all the vice-captains of Godi 13 have this kind of strength? But that's not right either. Obviously Rangiku is a tough guy. This battle ended unexpectedly quickly. This situation surprised everyone. But what surprised them even more was that Tsunayashiro Tokihira let go of Chwir's Zanpakuto at the next moment, and the white thunder on his fingertips also disappeared without a trace. Immediately, he said to Chwir, who was still in shock, "You have a good heart, but you are too weak. I'll give you a piece of advice, Hitsugaya-kun. Since you are a Shinigami, you should move forward without hesitation. You are still too young, but I can give you another chance." Hearing this, Chwir glanced at Captain Yamamoto. Seeing that he had no expression, he gritted his teeth silently and flew back dozens of meters. Now he understands that Tsunayashiro Tokihira's strength is absolutely unfathomable. Now, he is no longer obsessed with winning, he just wants a chance to prove himself. "Do you have time to daze now?" Suddenly, a cold voice came from behind him, and then Chwir discovered in horror that Tsunayashiro Tokihira in front of him had disappeared without knowing it. The next moment, he seemed to realize something and was about to turn his head, but at this moment, a huge force came from behind. In an instant, it spread to the whole body, and Tsunayashiro Tokihira's kick actually kicked him away hard. Immediately. Bang! Tsunayashiro Tokihira pointed out the white thunder with his finger, hitting Chwir between the eyebrows, but the moment it touched his skin, the lightning disappeared strangely. "This is your last chance," Shixian said calmly. Bankai, Chweer, use Bankai quickly. Rangiku tried his best to lower his voice, bit his sleeve, and whispered as hard as he could. I hope that with this, Chweer can hear my words. Call. After slowly standing up, Chweer took a deep breath. At this time, he had thrown away all his previous useless contempt and anger. In just a few minutes, both of them were killed instantly. Chweer now clearly knows that if he doesn't use all his strength, he may not even be able to fight back. Boom! The Ryotsuo inside the body exploded, and the cold air billowed in the dojo. Bankai Daiguren Harinmeru. Chweer finally uses Bankai. In an instant, the mist-like cold air that had been rushing and rolling unexpectedly surged forward, and wherever it passed, a thin layer of ice condensed on the ground. In the center of the dojo, completely enveloped by the strongest cold air, Hitsugaya Chweer stood quietly. At this time, a layer of ice condensed all over his body, like armor. His right arm holding the sword was wrapped in thick ice, and his palm turned into a dragon head, biting Zanpakuto tightly. Behind him, the wings made of ice flapped gently, bringing up gusts of cold wind. A dragon tail made of ice swung, and 3 gorgeous ice flowers bloomed slowly behind him. After using Bankai Daiguren Harinmeru, in addition to the most intuitive appearance change of Chweer, Ryotsuo also increased nearly 10 times. The tyrannical Ryotsuo enveloped the entire dojo, mixed with a dense cold air, causing all the captains to look sideways. How could this little brat's Bankai have such a huge increase? For Ryotsuo alone, he is truly a captain. To learn Bankai at such a young age, and to have such a Ryotsuo, you are indeed a genius. However, both Shunpo and Zanjutsu are too immature. He has no chance of winning. The captains gave their own evaluations. At this moment, Yamamoto Genryusai also spoke. Hitsugaya Chweer, whose Zanpakuto is named Harinmeru, is the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice and snow system. Like my region Jaka, they are both Zanpakuto at the top of the same system. If you give him enough strength, he can become the second old man, there is no doubt about it. Yamamoto Genryusai is indeed very optimistic about Hitsugaya Chweer, not only because of his outstanding talent. The most crucial point is that the opponent has Zanpakuto Harinmeru, who is at the same level as Region Jaka. This Zanpakuto also possesses the power to destroy the world. Of course, for Hitsugaya Chweer, this power is still just potential. But Yamamoto Genryusai can imagine that as long as Chweer is carefully cultivated, he will become another powerful fighting force of Seoul society when he matures. Hearing this, all the captains froze. Regardless of the strength of the user, Harinmeru, a Zanpakuto of the same level as Region Jaka, has a reputation that no one dares to underestimate. As a protege of Yamamoto, Kirako Shunsui understood better what this meant, so he smiled softly. Haha, this battle is starting to get a little interesting. Chapter 4. Shinigami's Bankai, a step further on Shikai, and Zanpakuto's second stage liberation. In addition to the surge in Ryotsuo several times, Zanpakuto's abilities will be unleashed more thoroughly and comprehensively. But at the same time, the flaws are also very obvious. Its biggest flaw is, as Byakuya Kokaki said in the plot, Zanpakuto after Bankai, because the shape and size are different from the usual perception of swords. Therefore, if you want to fully master its essence and control it to fight with ease, you will need at least 10 years of training after learning Bankai. As for Chweer, he had obviously just learned Bankai not long ago, and when he used it to fight Tsunayashiro Tokihira, he was unable to exert the power of Harinmeru Bankai in actual combat. Of course, even if he showed it, Shi Xian wouldn't take it to heart. Brush. The next moment, Chweer's figure disappeared instantly. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's expression remained unchanged, and he unhurriedly pulled out the slightly reddish-black Zanpakuto, then raised the sword to block it in his right hand. Bang! There was a soft sound, and the blades collided. Under the strength of the two people, the two Zanpakuto blades wiped out sparks. Immediately afterwards, Shixian's figure disappeared. I saw it. Now I can see it very clearly. Chwir shouted loudly, flapped his dragon wings and brought up gusts of cold wind, turned around and slashed with his backhand. After Bankai, Chwir's Ryutsu has been qualitatively improved. Following this, his speed, strength, reflexes, and spiritual detection also increased to their peak. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's speed previously made him unable to react at all, but now he can clearly capture the traces. Only. Even if you see it, it doesn't mean you can follow it. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! As the swords collided, Chwir waved his Zanpakuto with all his strength, fighting fiercely with Tokihira. But unfortunately, after only 3 moves, he fell into a disadvantage. After 10 moves, he could only parry. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's cutting skills are extremely tricky. Split, plow, slice, plunder, chop, stab. Chwir used all his strength and almost everything he had learned in his life, but he couldn't reach even 3 feet from Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body. It was obvious that he was attacking with Bankai's powerful power, but every time he made a move, he was blocked or found a flaw before he got halfway through, or even before he made a move. This kind of beheading technique is simply exaggerated. Even their former captain Shiba Isshin would never reach such a state. It's such a boring battle, let's end it quickly. Tsunayashiro Tokijin swung his sword and forced Chwir back, but decided to use Shikai. Let me show you, my Shikai. I saw him holding Zanpakuto flat on his chest and chanting slowly. The whale swallows the world, overturns the universe, and swallows everything in one piece. Anamizuha. The simple sealed state was wrapped in a ball of flowing light. After a moment, the flowing light dispersed and turned into a long knife with a faint light. The handle of the knife is black and red, with a swastika-shaped guard. The blade is completely black, and the blade is heavily decorated with T-shaped flowers. Not only did the sword change, but even the light cyan Hayori on Tokihira's body was replaced by a black death tyrant outfit. Is this his Shikai? Chwir glanced at Shixian's Zanpakuto and shouted coldly, bird icicles. Chwir swept his sword horizontally, and densely packed sharp ice blades in the shape of flying birds poured down like a torrential rain. Together with Tsunayashiro Tokijin, they enveloped the entire space of the dojo. One after another, ice spikes entwined with cold air penetrated into the floor paved with murderous stone. At this point in the fight, Chwir also discovered that Tsunayashiro Tokihira's skills in slicing were really terrifying, as if he was from the 11th Division. No more close combat. So, he used his Zanpakuto ability. It's not over yet, Ryuujia. Knowing that this little trick would not be able to defeat Tokihira, Chwir used one of his 2 strongest killing moves at this stage. A bone-chilling chill continued to flow out of Hiranmaru's sword. Following the direction in which Chwir swung his sword, the water vapor in the air quickly condensed into a huge cross-shaped ice block. But Tsunayashiro Tokihira seemed to be unable to react and was firmly locked in this huge piece of ice. The Dragon Rack is one of Daiguren Hiranmaru's trump cards. The scariest thing about it is not the freezing caused by the ultra-low temperature, but the crushing of the ice and freezing the enemy into powder. But the huge ice was unexpectedly durable this time and showed no signs of breaking. After deeply understanding Tsunayashiro Tokihira's powerful strength, Chwir did not dare to be careless at all, and felt that it was not safe to use only this move to deal with the former. So Chwir swung Zanpakuto again and added another killing move. After only a dozen rounds of fighting, he fully realized how powerful his opponent was. Facing such an opponent, one must not be careless in the slightest. 1000-year ice prison. With Chwir's loud shout, the temperature in the dojo dropped sharply in an instant. Kika! 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 At the same time, the water vapor in the dojo quickly condensed into tiny ice particles, which then gathered into huge vertical icicles. Immediately afterwards, dozens of dark blue icicles with a hardness exceeding steel quickly gathered. With Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body as the center, the layers were piled up and frozen into a thick ice cage that isolated all life. This ice is different from ordinary ice, even light cannot penetrate deep into it. Even Yamamoto Genryusai could only vaguely see a dazed figure in the center of the ice cage. Has the victory been decided? Sui Feng murmured. Even if she were defeated by Chuira's set of moves, she would probably lose, let alone Tokihira, the vice-captain of the medical team? Although his cutting skills are good, that's all. Buzz. At this time, a jet-black aura, like a tide, continuously poured out from the figure in the center of the thousand-year ice prison. In an instant, the entire land turned into a black ocean. The icicles seemed to be stuck in a quagmire, and within a moment, the entire dojo was completely swallowed up by darkness. And Tsunayashiro Tokihira slowly walked out of the darkness, unexpectedly unscathed. Chuira's heart was filled with turmoil. He had imagined that these two moves might not be enough to defeat Shi Xian, but he never expected that Shi Xian would be unscathed. Brush! At this moment, Chuira exploded again. Chuira appeared in front of Shixian in an instant, his sword shot out like lightning, and the sharp blade instantly pierced the latter's heart. At the same time, ice wrapped Shixian's body. Everything seems to have been decided. Haha, is this the only level? However, in the ice, Tsunayashiro Tokihira smiled coldly, and his body turned into a pool of black mist, which instantly collapsed. The next moment, Tokihira's figure appeared behind Hitsugayachwir. I saw an Eugenia waving in his hand, and there was still blood dripping from the sword. Everyone looked at Hitsugayachwir in astonishment and saw a huge crack on his death armor. The sound of tearing cloth and the sound of flesh and blood merging, spurting out a gorgeous bloodline like a flower. How can it be? His eyes lost focus in an instant, and Chuir fell to the ground and fainted. The surrounding ice is also slowly breaking. What a wonderful view! Tsunayashiro Tokijin said calmly, although the season is wrong, it's not bad to see ice at this time. Chapter 5. Hitsugayachwir fell in a pool of blood, seriously injured and unconscious. On the other hand, Tsunayashiro Tokihira gently shook off the bloodline from the blade, sheathed the sword, turned around and left, extremely calm. It was as if the person who was fighting just now was not him. In fact, not even the expensive clothes that ordinary soldiers could afford with 20 years' salary were stained with dust. The difference in strength between the two can be seen from this Madara. Darkness actually swallowed up all of Hiranmaru's ice. What's going on? All the captains present could not help but feel surprised. Dark Mitsuyu. What a weird ability. It's actually able to swallow souls. It's such a terrifying ability. Jaishur Yukate's side. Because of the similarities in abilities, he could recognize Anamitsu's abilities at a glance. No, maybe it's one of the abilities. Devouring spirits. This ability is too foul to know. Everything in Soul Society, including the soil, air, water, buildings, and even the soul itself, is made of spirit suns. This ability is the absolute nemesis of all things. Dark? Interesting. The corners of Aizen's mouth curved slightly. Dark-type Zanpakuto is really quite rare. In the thousands of years of Soul Society history, only Zanpakuto, captain of the 8th division of the first generation, Shikatori Unsai, is a dark type. And now, the second one finally appears. What changes will happen to this Soul Society? Beside, Yamamoto Genryusai's slightly closed eyes slowly opened. He just stared at Tsunayashiro Tokihira not far away, and announced in a low voice. The assessment battle is over, and the winner is Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Hearing this, the captains nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging the outcome of this battle. Soon, members of the 4th division who were good at kite appeared, and under the instructions of Yamada Sanashuk, Hitsugayachwir, who was nearly seriously injured, was taken away from the dojo. Looking at the injuries on his chest that almost ran across his body, even Yamada Tsunayashiro, who was used to seeing wounded people, couldn't help but smack his lips. Well, I've already guessed that this would be the result. He glanced at Tsunayashiro Tokihira beside him with his peripheral vision and said, however, things are getting more and more interesting. The other side. After Captain Yamamoto announced the results of the assessment, Rangiku immediately pulled Toki's string over. The two of them whispered to each other. "UBD, can't you be gentler? Do you know that you killed me?" Tsunayashiro Tokihira said in confusion, "Aha! Where is this from? What does it have to do with you? UBD, do you know how long I've been handling team duties? It used to be handled by Chweer, but this big injustice, this laborer has been practicing all day long because he was preparing for the captain exam. Do you know how long it has been since I went out to drink?" Rangiku found someone to talk to, and for a while he started chattering endlessly. He caught Tsunayashiro Tokihira and complained loudly. "I don't want to deal with these things, I want to go shopping, I want to go to the beauty salon, I want to get my hair done. And all my membership cards will expire if I don't use them anymore. When I looked in the mirror this morning, I also discovered that I had wrinkles on my forehead. If this continues, beautiful Rangiku will become a middle-aged woman. Because the opponent is you, I never expected him to win. I just wanted him to return to the team and work well after the assessment, and now you have ruined it." From the time Shiba Isshin disappeared and Chweer prepared for the captain exam to now, it has been the busiest period of Rangiku's life. The duties of the entire 10th squad rested on her shoulders. As for Tsunayashiro Tokihira, she knew him too well. It's fine for this guy to go to the flower street and drink wine, but he's going to handle team affairs? Tsunayashiro Tokihira had never had such expectations. "I see. I said I hadn't seen you when I was drinking in Flower Street recently. I thought you had become a good person." I never go to Flower Street to drink. Don't worry about these details. Don't worry. I didn't do anything heavy-handed this time. With Tsunayashiro's kite attainments, I can make him alive and kicking in just one day. Yamada Tsunayashiro's kite attainments are enough to rank among the top 3 in the entire Soul Society. Then, he thought of something, beat his chest and stamped his feet and said. "But it's such a pity. If I had known this, I should have used more force to chop that kid into serious injuries and lay dying for a few years, letting you continue to turn into a middle-aged woman in pain and suffering." Hearing these words, Rangiku was so angry that he couldn't close his legs. Immediately, she hugged Shi Xian and clamped his head. "UBD, do you dare to hope for my kindness?" Being suddenly attacked by facial cleanser, the double peaks below the ears were covered with warm fragrant nephrite, and you could see a deep ravine when you looked up. Tsunayashiro Tokihira was immersed in this, and suddenly felt a murderous aura behind him. Subconsciously, he turned his head suddenly, only to find that the murderous aura had completely disappeared. Not far behind him, as far as the eye could see, Unohana Retsu was exchanging daily experiences as captain with Ichimaru Jin. "It's wired." Tsunayashiro Tokihira tilted his head and glanced at Ichimaru Jin with ill intentions. "Could it be that this kid has evil intentions and wants to plot against me? Don't you just want to win over your childhood sweetheart? Why are you so petty? What's wrong?" Seeing Shixian's abnormal expression, Rangiku came over and asked. "Just now I felt murderous intent behind my back." Tsunayashiro Tokihira affirmed. Matsumoto Rangiku's eyes flashed, and he teased, "Is Captain Unohana jealous because he sees that the two of us are too close?" Hearing this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira stiffened and turned around with an expression of disbelief. "Don't say such nonsense, it will kill someone. Captain Unohana will definitely kill you if he hears it." Although she looks like the perfect Yamato Nadeshiko, after spending nearly 100 years with Unohana Retsu, Tokihira clearly knows that. This woman is all black inside. His sinister character often gives even century-old captains like Kurako Shunsui and Jaishur Yukatake a headache. The most important thing is that this woman's chopping skills are ridiculously strong. In Tokaizuru's opinion, in terms of cutting skills alone, Captain Yamamoto is probably no match for her. Shixian often worries that one day he will be hacked to death by his captain. Really or not, you didn't feel it at all. At this moment, the 8 trigrams fire in Matsumoto Rangiku's heart was burning brightly, and he asked directly. Speaking of which, a perfect woman like Captain Unohana is not only beautiful, but also so gentle. How much is Shinigami's dream girl? You have been her vice-captain for so many years and have been with her day and night for nearly 100 years. Don't you have any ideas? Hey! 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 You can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. Tsunayashiro Tokihira raised one hand to the sky and said swornly, O conscience of heaven and earth, I have always respected the captain as my mother. Hearing this, Rangiku looked disgusted. Tsunayashiro Tokihira, you are such a pervert, you have such a strong taste. Chapter 6 Night. Tsunayashiro Tokihira lay in bed but couldn't fall asleep for a long time. It must have been more than 100 years since I traveled here. Shixian sighed. For such a long time, he almost forgot that he was a time traveler. Yes, Tsunayashiro Tokihira is a time traveler. He is a university graduate from a great dynasty in the 21st century. Because his family has some savings, he plans to marry his girlfriend after buying a house and a car. I just didn't expect that when I woke up, I would travel to Seoul Society, a time when the plot started more than 100 years ago. Of course he also has a system. Sign-in system. As long as you sign in at key locations in the plot, you will get system rewards. In the past 100 years, he has signed in many places such as Siraidai, Rukanga, 46 Chambers, Shuangji Hill, etc. The system also gives many rewards, such as Grand Master of Cutting Skills, Grand Master of Shunpo, etc. View the panel. Along with Shixian's words, a transparent light curtain appeared in front of him. Attribute I, a reward given by the sign-in system not long ago, allows you to see the basic ability values of yourself and others. Target, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Attack power, 90. Defense, 70. Mobility, 100. Reaction, 90. Kid, 80. Ryatsu 100. Intelligence, 100. Physical strength, 70. Total score, 700. Rating, Captain at his peak. Is Captain at his peak? Shi Xian was thoughtful. This panel shows Shinigami's basic ability values, excluding bonuses from secret techniques such as Zanpakuto abilities and instant coax. 400 to 500 is the deputy captain level. 500 to 600 is the junior captain. 600 to 650 is the intermediate captain. 650 to 700 are senior captains. 700 to 750 is the peak of a captain. 760 to 800 is the super captain level. In terms of total basic ability scores, he is the same as Jaishur Yukatake at this stage, and slightly lower than Kurako Shunsui. These days, through the eyes of attributes, he has seen all the captains of Godai 13. The highest among them are Yamamoto Genri Yusai and Izensuke, both reaching a terrifying value of 760. This kind of strength is only one step away from the peak of Shinigami. Now, less than 10 years have passed since the plot began. Tsunayashiro Tokihira felt an indescribable sense of urgency. This world is too dangerous. The official level Shinigami possesses a variety of weird and unpredictable abilities. A captain-level Shinigami can destroy a city as easily as eating and drinking. At this stage, there is also Vasto Lord Arankar who is above ordinary captains. The most important is an Aizen who towers over all their Shinigami and hollows. This is the most terrifying person in the world, bar none. That guy was able to control the entire Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the present world with just his IQ alone. His IQ was online like a monster throughout the entire process. Further back, there are also the dazzling Knights of the Star Cross, the God's Absolution Guards who are so powerful that they can commit fouls. There is also the friend Habich who wants to destroy the world and rebuild it, and is undoubtedly the strongest. And Tsunayashiro Tokihira, after dormant for 100 years, has the power to protect himself. Although his base stats are the same as Jaishur Yukatakes, his strength is undoubtedly stronger than Jaishur Yukatakes. All because. Thinking of this, he looked at his two Zanpakuto. Needless to say, Mikazuha possesses the most vicious abilities in the history of Zanpakuto. Tokizuru looked at the other Zanpakuto. This one is a Zanpakuto that only the head of the Tsunayashiro family is qualified to use. Yan Luo Jingdian. Like the 8 mirror swords of the ISE family, it is a Zanpakuto that has been passed down from generation to generation in the Tsunayashiro family. The Shikai ability of this Zanpakuto is the ability to imitate other people's Zanpakuto that the user knows. You can imitate multiple Zanpakuto at once, or you can imitate multiple Zanpakutos of the same Zanpakuto. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the strongest Zanpakuto. Of course, another aspect of its immense power is that it will chip away at the owner's soul moment by moment, never to be restored again. And Tsunayashiro Tokizuru naturally had his own reasons for using this sword. Thinking of this, Shixian slowly opened his shirt. On his chest, a gem that seemed to be able to distort sight and space was fitting there quietly, as if it had completely grown with him. Hagyaku. The most valuable reward Shixian got through the sign-in system. After 100 years, Hagyaku finally fully awakened, and the power that could enhance the level of life was continuously injected into his body. And at this moment, he is about to enter the process of ascending to a higher level of life, which is the first stage of merging with Hagyaku. With Hagyaku's blessing, he can completely ignore the side effects of Yan Luo Jingdian. Bang! Bang! There was a knock on the door. Please come in. 2 members of the Tsunayashiro clan pushed open the door and walked in, kneeling on one knee and saying, Master Tokistring, the head of Kokiki is here to visit. I see. Tokihira knew exactly the purpose of Byakuya Kokiki's visit, so he quickly shinigami and started dressing. After putting it on, he hit Shunpo a few times, and the surrounding scenery seemed to be frozen into a movie scene, quickly retreating around him. It wasn't until the living room of Tsunayashiro's house that Tokihira's figure appeared. And Byakuya Kokiki is sitting here. Beside him, there was a petite woman. The other side. The underground conference room of Tsunayashiro's house. In a room that is as large as a football field, it is divided into 24 floors. There are 6 chairs on the left and right sides of each floor, and the people sitting on them all belong to the upper echelons of the Tsunayashiro family. Tsunayashiro Iwa, the eldest elder of the Tsunayashiro family, was the first to speak. According to reliable information, first-generation Shinigami appeared in Karakura town on behalf of Jinjo. Jinjo Kyujo, an elder of the Tsunayashiro family, murmured. Decades ago, in order to obtain the Soul King fragments in the body of the perfect master, the Tsunayashiro family killed all of Jinjo Keigo's companions. This incident became the trigger for Jinjo Keigo to betray Soul Society. We can't let him live any longer. Let the assassination team be dispatched to deal with him. Starting from the middle nobles, every family has its own assassination force. The assassination force of the Tsunayashiro family is the most powerful ones selected from the covered mobile and kid people, and the noble escort team. Its total power is comparable to that of a division in Godi I-13. After all, he is one of the 4 nobles. He was once the head of the 5 nobles, and the power of his subordinates cannot be underestimated. It is worth mentioning that the assassination force of the Tsunayashiro family was officially managed by the adopted son of the Tsunayashiro family. If something goes wrong, you can leave it to your adopted son. Let the adopted son take the blame and let the parent and child off the hook, thereby preserving the family's reputation. This is a common trick used by their nobles. But Jinjo Keigo had captain-level strength 20 years ago, and the assassination team may not be his opponent. We still need the captain of Godai 13 to mobilize. Fortunately, Tokaizuru-chan has become the captain of the 10th division, otherwise we wouldn't have any influence in Godai 13. In fact, hundreds of years ago, the Tsunayashiro family wanted to lay out and develop their own power in Godai 13. The most important thing is to compete for a captain's seat. And the person they chose was Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Tsunayashiro Tokihira, the last member of the Tsunayashiro branch house, is a student of Captain Yamamoto Genri Yusai, with captain-level strength. If you have enough strength and a perfect resume, you are just one step away from success. But at this moment, Tokten killed his colleagues and his wife who came to persuade him, and tried to get away with it. As a result, Kurako Shunsui, the captain of the 8th division, revealed that the Tsunayashiro family had to pay some price in order to keep the potential branch house. That is the captain who will not get involved in the Godai 13 for hundreds of years. Until Tsunayashiro Tokihira became the captain of the 10th division. But they can't let the dignified leader Tsunayashiro go to this world to take action himself. Chapter 7. Jinjo Keigo, the undoubted captain level. In the entire Tsunayashiro family, there are only two people who can defeat Jinjo Kyujo. One is the head of Tsunayashiro, and the other is imprisoned in the maggot's nest as a criminal. For a moment, they were in a dilemma. Crunch! At this moment, the door to the underground conference room was opened. A man with a slightly thin identity, a slightly pale complexion, and short dark green hair walked over leisurely. Long time no see. To all the high-ranking officials in Tsunaya, I have a good candidate here. Do you want to consider it? Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Who allowed you to leave the maggot nest without permission? A senior executive from Tsunayashiro immediately asked. La, don't make such a fuss. The man named Tsunayashiro Tokihira chuckled and said, at least I was one of you once, and I have done a lot for the family over the years. It doesn't matter if outsiders don't know, but you know it all and think of me as a criminal? It's really chilling. As he said this, Tokihira took a step forward, and the terrifying Ryotsuo exploded instantly. Ah! 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 The pupils of the senior executives present shrank, feeling that their souls were about to collapse, and they couldn't help but scream. Put your Ryotsuo away, Tokihira! Elder Tsunayashiro shouted coldly. Haha, I know. Tsunayashiro Tokihira sneered, restrained himself Ryotsu, ignored the senior executives who were breathing heavily, and just asked lightly. Why don't you meet our leader in such an important meeting? Tokijin-sama is receiving Master Kukaki in the living room. Elder Tsunayashiro. I see. Tokihira found a place to sit down, looked at Elder Tsunayashiro, and said. Uncle, I think you are quite old. You don't know when you will die. You must remember to release the general before you die. UBD. Hearing this, Elder Tsunayashiro had a headache. Tsunayashiro Tokihira is the posthumous son of his biological brother. From a blood perspective, he is indeed his nephew. But this guy has nothing to say about his strength or resume. His character is just too bad and too conceited. I can never tell the difference. I thought that girl Ji Kuang could influence him. Did not expect. She actually died in Tokihira's hands. Well. Chnin couldn't help but sigh, and the great elder said seriously, who do you have in mind? Haha. Tsunayashiro Tokihira chuckled and said calmly, Captain of the 5th Division, Izensuk. I remember that he applied many times to enter the Great Spirit Book Corridor to read history and teach it as a course to the students of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy. We just need to agree to his request, and then ask him to eliminate Jinjo Keigo. I'm sure he will agree. The Great Soul Book Corridor, located in the underground meeting hall of Central 46, is a very large and systematic database, which records a series of major events and secrets of Soul Society from ancient times to the present. It has nothing to do with Shinigami's will, and is forced to collect and record all the events and information of Soul Society. The person responsible for managing the Great Spirit Book Corridor is the Tsunayashiro family. Therefore, Tsunayashiro is also known as the family that knows all the history and information of Soul Society, and has an inseparable relationship with the Soul King and the 46 Chambers. Hearing Tokinada's words, Elder Tsunayashiro frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "When did you get in touch with Aizen?" "I have no contact with him, but I have been paying attention to Tosen Kaname and found that he has a close relationship with Tosen Kaname recently. I need to pay attention to the matter of Tosen Kaname." After a little investigation, I found that he wanted to apply for permission to the Great Spirit Book Corridor. Having said this, Tsunayashiro Tokinada's mouth curved slightly, and his face was filled with a happy smile. Thinking of this man named Tosen Kaname reminded him of scenes hundreds of years ago. What a nostalgic and happy memory! Even now I can clearly recall the moment when one's heart was filled with despair, and it felt so empty. The moment when the endless hatred directed at him was completely defeated, the moment when pure white things were dyed into pitch black and dragged into endless despair. No matter how many times you taste it, you will never be satisfied. Hearing this, the great elder said angrily, "Tsunayashiro Tokinada, I have clearly warned you before not to have any contact with Tosen Kaname. I have no contact with that guy, and, rather, on the contrary, I always keep track of his movements to avoid encounters. I don't want to be killed by that guy." Tsunayashiro Tokinada shrugged slightly and said calmly. He knew very clearly that the man named Tosen Kaname was no longer the blind man he was hundreds of years ago. He is the captain of Godai 13, Division 9. There is no way he can easily throw him to the ground again and step on his chest to humiliate him wantonly. The current Tosen Kaname is truly captain level. Although Tokinada is also at this level, his Zanpakut was confiscated by Godai 13 after that incident. Without Zanpakut, he had no confidence in defeating Tosen Kaname. "Okay, I agree to this matter and leave it to you. Be careful and do it in a discreet way." In fact, the so-called Soul Society's laws make no difference to the four nobles whether they have them or not. At the very least, it cannot threaten the top brass of the Tsunayashiro family. In recent years, the reason why the Great Elder has not let Tokinada out of the maggot nest is largely because of concerns about Tosen Kaname's attitude. After all, Tokiden went too far in what happened back then. He often wondered if Tosen Kaname would directly kill Tsunayashiro's house with a knife if he heard the news that Tsunayashiro Tokinada was released from prison. Even if the possibility was only 1%, he couldn't afford to gamble. "I see. He he he, he he he." After a series of malicious laughter, Tsunayashiro Tokinada finished speaking and turned to leave. Living room. "Captain Tsunayashiro, I have caused you trouble again, thank you very much." Byakuya Kokiki bowed down to express his gratitude to Tsunayashiro Tokizuru, with unconcealable gratitude in his tone. 50 years ago, Byakuya Kokiki's wife Hyjin became seriously ill for some unknown reason. He searched all the famous doctors in Soul Society, but none of them could cure her. Even the most accomplished Shinigami in the entire Soul Society Kaide, Captain Unohana Retsu of the 4th Division, is helpless against this strange disease. In this case, it was almost a death sentence in advance. This news was like a bolt from the blue to Byakuya Kokiki. You know, they have only been married for 3 years. 3 years is really too short. Especially for Byakuya Kokiki, only 3 years with his beloved wife is not enough. This time is just a blink of an eye. You know, if a Shinigami grows up normally, it can live for at least 1,000 years, just like Yamamoto, the captain of Godai 13. In other words, will he be alone for thousands of years? This desperate reality is something Byakuya Kokaki doesn't want to face anyway. Just when Byakuya Kokaki was desperate, Unohana Retsu recommended to him the third member of his team at the time, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. At that time, he had not yet been promoted to vice-captain. Naturally, Tokihira would not refuse Byakuya Kokaki's request for help and tried to treat him. In the end, although he could not cure Fei Zhen's strange disease, he was able to suppress the worsening of the disease within Mi Jinyu's ability. Sometimes, many things are like this. Chapter 8. Looking at Byakuya Kokaki, who sincerely thanked him, Tsunayashiro Tokijin said calmly. Captain Kokaki, you are too polite. That's all I can do. Mrs. Kokaki's condition appears to be a disease, but in fact it's her soul that has a problem. I'm just treating the symptoms, not the root cause, and suppressing it temporarily. If we want to completely cure it, we either have to rely on the Technology Development Bureau's future research, or we have to ask Team Zero for help. The Technology Development Bureau has been conducting in-depth research on souls for a long time, especially their director Kuratsuka Mayuri, who is also an expert in the Soul Society. And Team Zero. Having gained the power of the Spirit King, they may have unexpected methods. Team Zero. As the leader of Kokaki, Byakuya Kokaki naturally knows about Team Zero and knows all about its members. If there is anyone inside who has the ability to cure Kokaki Hyjin's strange disease, the most likely ones are Kairanji Tenshiro and Hikifun Kiryu. And the mysterious I Monk Ichibe Hisub. If you have a chance, you might want to go to the spiritual palace. No, it's all thanks to the help of Captain Tsunayashiro all these years. Without you, Hyjin might not be alive today. Byakuya Kokaki will always remember this kindness. Byakuya Kokaki said as he bowed again to thank him. Captain Kokaki, you don't have to be like this. You're too polite. You are the leader of Kokaki and the captain of the 6th Division. It's not in line with your status to always thank me. Although this is the case, I am also Hyjin's husband, and this is what it should be. Byakuya Kokaki said seriously. If it were an ordinary drifting soul, or a member of the 13th team, he might not be able to bear this gratitude. But Tokizuru is Tsunayashiro's boss and is about to become the captain of the 10th Division, so he can fully afford it. I'm serious, please walk slowly. Shi Xian said calmly. When I get the chance next time, I will come to visit you. Please pay more attention. After saying that, Byakuya Kokaki took his wife and left. Shi Xian, after thinking for a few minutes, also walked out and turned to Flower Street. The next day. First team building, captain's meeting room. The captains of Siraidii gathered here, as if waiting for something. Hey, well, the inauguration ceremony is about to start, but there is still no sign. Is Captain Tsunayashiro going to be late again? Ichimaru-jin said with a smile, you have become the person who protects Soul Society's laws, but you don't care about them at all. It's not like he's going to be late. There's a good chance he won't be able to come. Kurako Shunsui spoke. I saw him holding a grass root he found from nowhere in his mouth and saying vaguely. That kid spent the whole night in Flower Street yesterday, and even made a bold statement that all the expenses for everyone tonight will be paid for by Tsunayashiro. Why did I go to bed so early last night? Kurako Shunsui looked regretful. He also wants to chat with those sweet-smelling, soft young ladies about his life all night long. Hearing Kurako Shunsui's words, Jaishur Yukitake subconsciously glanced at Yamamoto Genryusai not far away. The new captain spent the night playing in Flower Street, but was late for his inauguration ceremony. I'm afraid teacher Genryusai will be furious. However, Jushiro couldn't help but be surprised that Yamamoto Genryusai remained expressionless and not angry. Ahem, Kiryu. He couldn't help coughing and reminded, don't cause unnecessary trouble to Captain Tsunayashiro. Although they have no friendship, judging from the news heard from the outside world, Tsunayashiro Tokihira is indeed the most suitable person to be the captain of the 10th Division. Toshiro, don't worry. I understand the importance of it. It doesn't matter. I guess old man Shan is used to that brat's behavior. Are you actually late again, Captain Tsunayashiro? At this time, Tosen Kaname, captain of Division 9, said, he is really a man who doesn't take the rules seriously. He really couldn't like such a man. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from far away and broke into the conference room, interrupting everyone's conversation. I don't take the rules seriously, Captain Ichimaru, Captain Tosen, please don't talk nonsense. Tsunayashiro Tokihira pushed open the door and entered, followed closely by Matsumoto Rangiku. Captains, long time no see, how are you doing lately? The time is just right this time, Captain Yamamoto, I'm not late. In the center of the conference room, Yamamoto Genryusai held the crutch containing Zanpakuto Jinjaka. Hearing Tokihira's words, he nodded slightly. At this moment, his slightly closed eyes had been completely opened, and a bright and extremely bright fire flashed in his pupils. Next moment, like a lion awakening, like a dark cloud over the city, Ryutsu swept across the entire conference room, suppressing all movement. The old voice of Yamamoto Genryusai echoed in it. I think all the captains have roughly figured it out before this. Majestic eyes looked around at everyone. The former vice-captain of the 4th Division, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, passed the captaincy exam in the presence of the old man who was the captain of the 1st Division, the captain of the 4th Division, Unohana Retsu, and the captain of the 6th Division, Byakuya Kokaki. Later, he defeated his opponents in the assessment battle and won. After being witnessed by all the captains and approved by the sages of Central 46, they unanimously believed that the results of the assessment battle met the requirements. Therefore, bang! Captain Yamamoto exerted a little force and slammed his crutches on the ground, and a dull sound echoed in the conference room. The former deputy captain of the 4th Division, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, is appointed as the new captain of the 10th Division. For this conclusion, or it has been an established fact for a long time, everyone has been mentally prepared for a long time. So whether it's their expressions or their hearts, they are very calm. As for the so-called inspection and review in the words just now, it is just talk. They even doubt whether they are actually doing this work. Logically speaking, as the most important force in guarding the safety of Seoul society, the captain of Godai 13 has always been very rigorous in his selection. The Shinigami who serve as captains are all carefully selected. Even if their abilities are qualified, they must go through numerous reviews and screenings. More importantly, not only to protect the Seoul society and Seireidai, but also to protect the safety of the nobles and the 46th chamber. If you want to serve as the captain of Godai 13, strong strength is only the most basic requirement. What is more important is ability, character, resume and ideas. If it was Hitsugaichwir, the 46th chamber would definitely investigate him from head to toe, and investigate him clearly for 3 generations of his ancestors. But there are also a few cases where it is not necessary to stick to this. For example, the captain of the 6th Division has always been held by the contemporary head of the Kokaki family. Another example is Team 11, which has always been captained by Shinigami, who carries the name Kenpeki. And Kenpeki's inheritance is also the simplest and bloodiest. If you want to become a new generation of Kenpeki, you can only have a life and death battle with the contemporary Kenpeki. The winner is king and the loser dies. In addition to these 2 divisions, there is also a 2nd division, which is the territory of the Shihaoran family, one of the 4 nobles. All along, the contemporary head of the Shihaoran family will become the commander of the covered maneuver and the captain of the 2nd division. However, 100 years ago, Shihaoran Yoriyuki, the head of the 20th 2nd generation, defected, and Shihaoran Yoshiro Sakimune, the head of the 20th 3rd generation, did not take over. Of course, these don't need to be said. All in all, As long as the inheritance of these division captains meets the standards, they do not need to go through Captain Yamamoto and Room 46. The 10th division was not among them. However, Tsunayashiro Tokihira was the head of the Tsunayashiro family among the 4 nobles, and he stayed in Godai 13 for nearly 100 years. What Godai 13 protects is its interest. In this case, the so-called inspection has no meaning. The inauguration ceremony ends here. Yamamoto Genri Yusai is not the kind of person who likes nonsense. Everyone, disperse. Chapter 9. After the inauguration ceremony, Tsunayashiro Fukeiji came to the 10th Division team building and met with all the team members. After introducing himself and announcing some appointments, he went to the team leader's room to handle the accumulated team affairs. Captain! Captain! Just when he was concentrating on his official duties, a slender hand patted his shoulder with a slightly cheerful tone. Tsunayashiro Tokihira turned around subconsciously, and the first thing that caught his eye was a bottomless ravine. Those 2 platinum-flowered peaks seemed to be about to burst the death tyrant's disguise. Shi Xian's eyes moved upward, and what caught his eye was long orange hair. Under the long hair was a beautiful and delicate face. There was a sexy beauty mark at the corner of the raised lips, and a peach-colored scarf was tied around the delicate neck. Who is Matsumoto Rangiku if not his vice-captain? Is your work done? Tsunayashiro Tokihira asked. Well, Captain, you should know very well that work requires relaxation. Matsumoto Rangiku said, if I work nervously all day long, it will harm my beauty. Ignoring Tsunayashiro Tokihira's slightly twitching mouth, Matsumoto Rangiku said some nonsense in a serious manner and became narcissistic. Finally, she asked, Captain, have you finished your work today? It's over. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Matsumoto Rangiku warily and asked, what do you want to do by asking these questions all of a sudden? He Matsumoto Rangiku said slyly, his eyes narrowed into crescent moons. I've finished all my work, since everyone is so free tonight. Immediately afterwards, Matsumoto Rangiku's sexy lips were slightly raised, and he said seductively, then, do you want to make a date? Forward. Hearing this, Shi Xian was speechless. This guy is quite a talent. This is the first time in his life that he has seen someone skip work and sneak out to drink, and sound so sober and refined. It was almost 5 o'clock, and as a loyal supporter of the 9-to-5 schedule, Tokihira was clearly planning to get off work. Now he wants to go out for a drink again, but haha, she is obviously a well-shaped beauty, but her casualness makes him feel inferior. Hey! 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 What's that look in your eyes? What's your answer? Do you want to date me or not? If not, I'll find someone else. Matsumoto Rangiku said unhappily. Of course I want to date you, why not? I want to protect you. What if you are drunk and someone else takes advantage of you? Tsunayashiro Tokihira said confidently, it is better to be taken advantage of by me than to be taken advantage of by others. A few hours ago, Shirai somewhere. 2 figures were moving forward slowly. The man with dark green short hair looked back, Captain Aizen, I heard that you have a good relationship with Captain Tosin. Aizen pushed the frame of the mirror with his hand and chuckled, it's just average. Hey, is it just normal? His narrow eyes narrowed slightly. Tsunayashiro Tokihira didn't wait for Aizen to answer, and said to himself, forget it, just treat it as normal. Hearing this, Aizen smiled lightly. It was obvious that something was wrong just after they met. Tsunayashiro Tokihira is indeed a troublesome man. The 2 of them walked slowly through the team buildings and arrived at the huge building where Central 46 is located. Room 46 is the highest judicial institution of Seoul society. Although they possess the highest power, the strength of the 46 sages is probably not comparable to that of the ordinary chief officers in Godai 13. Therefore, the 46th room is surrounded by clear lakes and shrouded by a barrier. If someone comes in without permission, they will definitely be blocked by the barrier. At this time, Tsunayashiro Tokihira came to a door and took out a token. There is a messaging barrier on this door. If someone breaks in without authorization, the alarm will be triggered instantly. Captain Yamamoto from the first team building next to it will arrive as soon as possible. After verifying the identity, the door slowly opened. Aizen looked inside and asked, "What is that?" "Specially made protective wall." Tokihira said, "There are 33 layers in total, and the spells attached to them can withstand a hat of size 90 or above." As he spoke, Tsunayashiro Tokihira put away the token. From here on, specific people must operate specific spells to open the protective wall. Without permission, people outside have no other choice but to force their way in. However, if anyone dares to break through, they will personally experience the strength of the strongest Shinigami for thousands of years. There is also the gracious service of Zanpakuto, Soul Society's oldest and most powerful fire type. Click! Click! Kaka! The spell was activated, and the next moment, the protective wall opened layer by layer, revealing a passage leading underground. Here lies the deepest secret of Soul Society. Even though he is the captain of the 5th division, Aizen has never been here. Since the decline of the Shiba family and the 5 nobles becoming the 4 nobles, Central 46 has become the highest authority in Soul Society. Without permission, even the captain level cannot enter at will. Aizen has wanted to sneak into this place for a long time, but he has never had the right opportunity. The defense of Room 46 is composed of Godi I-13, Kid Public, Secret Mobile, and Technology Development Bureau. It is a complete mystery to the outside world. If you are not careful, the alarm will be triggered. Even if Aizen has the ability of Kaika Suijutsu complete hypnosis, he must be cautious. The only captains who can freely enter and leave Central 46, apart from Captain Yamamoto, are Byakuya Kokaki and Tsunayashiro Tokihira, the heads of the 4 noble families. Not even Sui Feng, the captain of the 2nd division and commander of the covered maneuver. The other captains didn't even have any chance. Aizen once applied to enter the Great Spirit Book Corridor to learn about the history of Soul Society in the name of studying history and then teaching students, but was not approved. In the absence of mandatory orders from Room 46, it all depends on the Tsunayashiro family. The extremely arrogant Tsunayashiro family doesn't care whether you are the captain of the Godi I-13 or not. "If I don't want you to come in, I won't let you in." Tsunayashiro Tokihira took Aizen and continued walking down, and his mouth never stopped along the way. He revealed every piece of extremely precious information about Central 46, including its layout, defense measures, etc. Finally, they arrived at the door of the Great Spiritual Book Corridor. Anyone who wants to enter the Great Spirit Book Corridor must have the combined spiritual power of more than 1/3 of the sages in the 46 chambers. That's the only way to get in safely, otherwise you can't even open the door. If the door is forcibly broken open, the self-destruction spell will be triggered, and all the information in the corridor of the Great Spiritual Book will be burned. Of course, there is a recovery spell in Room 46. Before entering the Great Spirit Book Corridor, your Zanpakuto must be handed over to the guards outside for safekeeping. In addition, Ryutsu is not allowed to break out inside, otherwise the barrier will detect you and expel you. Is the defense actually so tight? Aizen sighed secretly in his heart. It seems that it is no longer possible to crack it quietly. If necessary, it would be more convenient to deal with Central 46 directly. "Captain Aizen, you are only allowed to look up information about Soul Society in the historical area. Remember, don't wander around. Otherwise, it will be hard to tell what happened." Tsunayashiro Tokihira didn't dare to slack off at all, and said everything he needed to say to avoid being taken advantage of by this man. After seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that this man named Aizen was not at all the gentle and elegant man he was rumored to be. Everything he said and did reeked of lies. Because he himself is rotten, Tsunayashiro Tokihira has a very high level of recognition of lies and evil people. You can't go wrong. Aizen-suke, the 5th Division Captain, is an unprecedented villain. How exciting! What does a great villain like him want to do, trying his best to hide his true nature and lurk among the Shirai? Did he come to the Great Spirit Book corridor specifically for the history of 1,000 years ago? Just thinking about how much harm his current actions would bring to Soul Society made him extremely excited. Chapter 10. About 2 hours later, Aizen slowly walked out of the door. At this moment, there was a mysterious smile on his face. How is it? Will the information in it be helpful to your research? Tokiden asked. Haha, that's so interesting. The corners of Aizen's mouth curved slightly. He really saw a lot of interesting things. The son of the Spirit King and the founder of the Quincy, Habich. Ichibe Hisub, leader of Division 0. Sword Demon Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni. First generation Kenpeiga Unohana 8000 flow. The most important ones are the ancestors of the 5 major families, A and D. The Spiritual King. It really deserves to be called the corridor of the Great Spiritual Book, and it is recorded in such detail. Things that had always puzzled him were finally figured out. It seems that you have gained a lot, so, let's start talking about Jinjo Keigo. Regarding that elegant and easygoing good man, Tsunayashiro Tokihira was originally prepared to say something. But now, knowing Aizen's true nature, there is no need to say anything, just show off. What is it specifically? Aizen walked forward slowly. Let Godi 13 dispatch 2 captains to Karakura town to attack the defected Shinigami agent Jinjo Keigo. Tsunayashiro Tokihira said. Of course, it would be best if one of these 2 captains is the newly appointed captain of the 10th Division. Aizen chuckled, I will propose it to the captain. Hearing this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira laughed full of malice without trying to hide it at all. Ha 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 ha. This laughter is so unbridled. Only those scum who think they are despicable and are proud of being despicable and doing evil will do this. Aizen hated Tsunayashiro Tokihira's style, and a shunpo left here. Late at night. A certain street in the 4th district. 2 staggering figures walked forward slowly. They supported each other, shoulder to shoulder, and staggered forward. The Shinigami who passed by them smelled the strong smell of alcohol on the 2 men, and they all showed disgust. They all speeded up their pace to avoid the 2 drunkards. At this moment, Matsumoto Rangiku was already in a state of drunkenness, with a faint blush on his cheeks. His rippling almond eyes were looking ahead in confusion, not knowing what he was looking at. This beauty's slightly drunk look is as attractive as a beautiful picture. Belch. But the next moment, a long whine burp broke this beautiful picture. I said, you big pervert, what are you doing with your hands? Rangiku said dissatisfied. Ever since she came out of the izakaya, there has been a dishonest hand on her waist. What's even more outrageous is that he rubs her drumstick from time to time. Ah! Hearing this, Shixian blinked innocently, and then said with an aggrieved look, Rangiku, didn't you misunderstand me? I'm not that kind of person. Actually, I had a birth defect when I was born. I didn't have a right hand. This hand was a prosthetic that was installed later. It's completely out of my control. I can't do anything about it if it slides down. After finishing speaking, Tsunayashiro Tokizuru's hand squeezed her peach-like leather drum again. Tsunayashiro Tokizuru, UBD, stop it. You don't really think I'm drunk, do you? Be careful, I tell Captain Unohana that you took advantage of me while I drank too much. Rangiku slapped Shixian's stupid hand away, but because it was too hard, he couldn't help but shake his feet, and almost brought them both down. Shixian couldn't help but stumbled a step, and subconsciously gave Rangiku a hand. The next moment, he felt a softness filling his palms. UBD. Ahem. Matsumoto Rangiku's face turned red, and Tokihira was also embarrassed. "Hey, Rangiku, let me give you a gift." Withdrawing his hands, Tsunayashiro Tokihin's expression became solemn, and he immediately took out a beautifully wrapped gift box and handed it over. "Gift?" Rangiku took the gift box with a chuckle and said, "You guys, can't you finally help confessing your love to me?" Gently opening the beautifully wrapped gift box, Rangiku's eyes were filled with anticipation. The moment he saw the gift, he suddenly turned to stone. Inside the exquisite packaging box, there was a chest brace. "Tsunayashiro Toki string, tell me, what does this mean?" Matsumoto Rangiku's face turned dark. She directly pulled out the zanpakut, picked up the so-called gift, and waved it in front of Tokizuru's face. "Rangiku, I'm doing this for you too." Shi Xian said earnestly, "You can't do it without wearing it all day long. I just touched it and it was drooping." "UBD." Matsumoto Rangiku touched zanpakut at his waist. But just when she was about to draw her sword and kill this guy, a figure appeared in front of Tsunayashiro Tokizuru in the form of Shunpo. Tokisien looked closely and saw that he was the deputy captain of the 1st Division, Chur Sasakaibe. Lord Genryusai ordered that the former Shinigami agent Jinjo Keigo appears in Karakura town in the present world. Please rush to Karakura town immediately to capture Jinjo Keigo. What happened? He and Sasakaibe were on their way using Shunpo, and Tokizuru asked with some confusion. "I don't know the specifics. Captain Aizen of the 5th Division has already rushed over first. You can ask Captain Aizen for the specific situation." "What?" Hearing this, Shi Xian's pupils shrank slightly, and he suddenly braked to a stop. "Captain Tsunayashiro, is something wrong?" Sasakaibe asked. "It's nothing, I just didn't expect that this time the matter would be so big that 2 captains would be dispatched." Shixian frowned and explained. But for some reason, he always had a bad feeling in his heart. "When I hear the name Aizen, I can't help but think of tricks, conspiracy, traps, hairspray. It seems like something strange has been mixed in. I wish I was overthinking." Tsunayashiro Toki String said to himself. This matter must be a trap. Shixian just hopes that this trap is not aimed at him, otherwise, there will be some trouble. It's too early to face Aizen now. "Rangiku, you first go back to the 10th Division headquarters to find Chwer, and then come with him to the present Karakura town to find me." "Yes." At this time, Rangiku also looked serious, and then used Shunpo to rush towards the 10th Division team building. A few minutes later, Tokizuru and Sasakaibe arrived in front of the crossing gate. "Captain Tsunayashiro, everything has been prepared. The next step is up to you," Sasakaibe said, instructing 2 members of Division 12 to open the boundary gate. "Trouble?" Tsunayashiro Toki String nodded slightly, and then strode into the boundary-piercing gate. "It's a blessing, not a curse, but it's a curse that cannot be avoided. There is always a solution to a problem. If Aizen really had any conspiracy, he would make sure that the other party would break his teeth before swallowing it back." The boundary gate slowly merged and disappeared, and Chur Sasakaibe also left. The 2 members of the 12th Division were in a trance for a while, and then walked towards the team building with their backs on each other. "Haha, the proprietress of this izakaya is great today. Let's do it again another day." Chapter 11. Hueco Mundo. This world is always shrouded in darkness. There is no sun, no stars, only a crescent moon releasing a cold light in the center of the sky. At this moment, tens of thousands of Minos Grande are gathering together, and according to the new king's order, starting to build a new Sui Palace with the old Sui Palace as the center. Its area is breathtakingly large, and it is a huge palace complex that is comparable to the entire Siraidii. Aizen was sitting on the throne that originally belonged to Baragan and symbolized the king of Hueco Mundo. He put his chin on his hand and looked at the busy Sioux people in the distance and the boundless sea of white sand. For a moment, he was stunned. Hueco Mundo is such a lonely place. Yet, this really doesn't sound like what you said, Captain Aizen. Not far away, Ichimaru-jin said with a smile. He didn't sit down, just stood there quietly. Wearing a silver-white robe, he showed off his slender figure. Aizen is not dressed like he was in Soul Society either. Now he is the king of Hueco Mundo, so naturally he should dress like the king of Hueco Mundo. At this time, Aizen had already taken off his glasses that sealed his appearance. His brown hair was combed back, with a strand of broken hair hanging in front of his forehead. His temperament changed from gentle and elegant to stern and confident. The kind of confidence that holds the sky under your feet. King. This is the first impression that comes to everyone who sees his current appearance. Silver, I feel lonely too. Aizen said with a magnetic voice, sometimes. With such an appearance, it is impossible to tell whether it is true or false. Ichimaru-jin speculates on his own. Trying to figure out Aizen's thoughts is extremely stupid. What's going on with Niliel? Aizen suddenly asked. Still not found, maybe he is dead. The third espada Niliel Tuidelschwank was cut off from behind by Neutra a few years ago and had the virtual mask on his head. As a result, she was seriously injured and lost her memory, regressing into the appearance of a child. She and her 2 subordinate officers were expelled from Sui Palace by Neutra. Where's Sail Aporo? Aizen asked again. Preparations are underway for that surgery, it hasn't started yet. Sail Aporo Granz is a member of Aizen's Espada. He was given the number 0 by Aizen, which means the strongest existence among Espada. Its strength is undoubtedly the strongest among all Arancars. However, he was not satisfied with this. All along, Sail Aporo has not been about power and status, but perfect life. In fact, Sail Aporo has another personality. Once he enters fighting mode, this personality will go crazy and lose control. As a scholar, he will never allow himself to act like a beast when fighting. In this case, he will never achieve a perfect life. To this end, in the following years, decades, and even centuries, he continued to dissect countless hollows, Hinagami, and Shinigami, and finally came to a conclusion. With the vasto Lord Minos Grande level he is currently at, it is impossible to achieve the power he desires, notification of conception by returning to a human form. If you want to have a perfect life, you have to start over from the evolutionary process. This conclusion finally led to an idea. Sail Aporo is ready to return to the intermediate Minos Grande Ajichas that still have animal characteristics and go through the evolutionary process again. As for the specific steps, he planned to undergo surgery to remove the troublesome part of his body that was overly excited during the battle and difficult to control, the soul of the brother he originally ate. And based on this removed soul, the warrior qualities in it were isolated and became an independent Ajicha's individual. Since it hasn't started yet, let him go to Soul Society first. I need him to create chaos. I see. Ichimaru-jin nodded slightly, then squinted at the figure not far away and said. Although I have watched it many times, it is incredible every time I watch it. I can't even feel the existence of Ryutsu. Does she really exist? Following Ichimaru-jin's gaze, Aizen also lowered his gaze. Finally, he landed on an extremely small Arankar who was walking slowly under the stone platform of the throne. She has medium-length black hair and grey eyes. The mask is in the form of half a skull covering the right half of her face. The left half of her face is that of a human woman. Her appearance is not amazing, but ordinary. It is worth mentioning that the figure is good. She came to Aizen's throne, knelt down on one knee, and said respectfully, I'm back, Lord Aizen. Welcome back, Logia. Rodia Paramaya is this woman's name. Aizen supported his chin with his hand and asked calmly, how is it over there? Logia stood up slowly and replied respectfully, everything has been arranged as you expected. Thank you, just wait for the situation to develop, use your negation silk to monitor them at all times, and tell me if there is anything unusual. Aizen admires Logia very much. She can connect with various substances through the negation silk secreted by herself, and share spiritual power and information, which is no worse than Soul Society's video hall. With this ability, she discovered Hirako Shinji and others hidden in the real world. Aizen, on the other hand, used Kaika Suijutsu hypnosis to open the 12th division gate. Hehe. Something quite interesting will happen next. If Sail Aporo asks you to assist in research again, you can refuse directly and just say it is my order. Your current position is the Chief Inspector of Sui Palace. As my eyes, work hard. As you command, Lord Aizen. Aizen's words did not make Luojia feel happy. Perhaps it's because of Negation's ability that she can see Aizen's true nature. Beneath that kind exterior is a dark abyss that no one can touch. Of course, she will obey Aizen's orders, but the reason is simply because she has nothing else to do. After all, she was always just a prop. Back off, Luoji. As you command. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure gradually became transparent, and finally disappeared in front of the two of them. Seeing Luojia's figure disappear, Ichimarujin deliberately sighed, "It's really scary, scientists can always tinker with some weird things." Both Luojia and Hagyaku are far beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Seemingly not understanding Ichimarujin's sarcasm, Aizen said calmly, "Sail Aporo is indeed an interesting hollow." After defeating Baragan and becoming the king of Hueco Mundo, Sail Aporo took the initiative to defect to him and became the first Espadano.0 under his command. At that time, Aizen was curious about how the other party discovered him, and then asked about Logia, the artificial Ajichas. Almost instantly, Aizen understood its value and asked for it directly. After a long time, Ichimarujin said, "The things here are finally over. Captain Aizen, should we go back to Soul Society first?" "Don't be so anxious, Jin, Tosen Kaname is over there, and Kaika Suijutsu is still maintaining it, so everything will be fine." Aizen said, "I want to see this world here again, this world that only belongs to me." Chapter 12. This world. Tsunayashiro Tokihira slowly walked out of the world-crossing gate. However, what caught his eye was not the high-rise building he imagined, but an abandoned industrial factory. Shi Xian looked around and saw everything. This abandoned factory has 3 floors. The floor in the middle of the floor is hollowed out, and the 3rd floor can be seen from the 1st floor. The roof is made of glass, but because it has not been cleaned for a long time, thick dust has accumulated, blocking the light outside. The cold moonlight shone directly through the broken gap, adding a touch of coolness to the darkness. "Hey! Hey! The guy below, who are you? Shinigami? You are very brave to step in here without our permission." A slightly frivolous voice suddenly sounded, and Tsunayashi turned around immediately, then looked up. In the middle of the 3rd floor, a total of 8 people were quietly standing in the air, like a concave shape. There are men and women, tall and short, fat and thin, all in strange shapes. I remember that the boundary gate is located in the center of Karakura town. Obviously, not here. Tokihira looked around, looking at the group of 8 people who could be vaguely recognized from their appearance, and decisively put his hand on Zanpakuto. He knew these people. The experimental subject of the Aizen Hollow experiment 100 years ago was rescued by Urahara Kisuk and Shihao and Yoryuaki, and finally escaped to the present world. Masked Army? Hey! Hey! I'm asking you a question. I don't know whose bald man it is. Are you mute? Hiri, don't interrupt at this time. Wait until I finish asking before you speak, otherwise I will be embarrassed. Shinji, you bald man, why should I give you face? Ignoring the 2 live treasures beside him, Torabashi RJR, who had long wavy golden hair, asked Hachai-gen beside him. Zyobo, what on earth is going on? He had just seen it with his own eyes. The world-traveling gate actually opened in their secret base, and the other side of the world-traveling gate was Shirai. I don't know. Logically speaking, this situation cannot happen. Is it a coincidence? Hachigen said unsurely. This secret base is shrouded in a barrier arranged by him himself. As the former deputy kid leader of the Soul Society kid crowd, he is very confident in his abilities. In his knowledge, no one in the three realms can break his barrier without being aware of it. What's more, the barrier he arranged this time is called Five Flame Castle, which was kid he created after leaving Soul Society. This kid barrier combines the advantages of the previous barriers he has mastered. It not only has the function of driving away random people, but also prevents Ryutsu detection from outside. If you look at it from the outside, no matter who you are, you will only think that their secret base is just an ordinary house. In this case, it's impossible for them to be discovered. Even Izensuk is the same. Accidental? Are you sure? Torabashi RJR frowned slightly and asked. It would be fine if it was an accident, but if there was someone behind the scenes that facilitated this. Torabashi RJR shook his head, getting rid of this dangerous thought. This secret base was built with great effort by the 8 of them in order to avoid being hunted by Soul Society and Aizen. The lives of 8 of them are at stake here and must not be exposed. What should we do? And the other side? Hirako Shinji stood in the air, bickering with Saraga Kihiri, and looking at Tsunayashiro Tokihira out of the corner of his eye. Although on weekdays, he always behaves carelessly, looking rather glib and out of tune. But if you take it seriously, it is still very reliable. As the actual leader of the Masked Legion, he is far superior to the other 7 in terms of strength and brains. Everything Torabashi RJR could think of, he naturally thought of it too. Look at your Haori, you must be the captain of the Godai 13. You also have the star clamp hair accessory that only nobles are entitled to wear on your head. Who are you? There's no need to tell you. Tsunayashiro Tokijin spoke calmly and pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist. At the same time, he used his attribute eye and saw Hirako Shinji's basic ability values. Target, Hirako Shinji. Attack power, 80. Defense, 80. Mobility, 80. Reaction, 80. Kid, 80. Ryutsu 90. Intelligence, 100. Physical strength, 80. Total score, 670. Rating, Senior Captain. Senior Captain? As the leader of the Masked Legion, and having the same illusion type Zanpakuto as Aizen, it is natural to have such strength. In the later Arrancar arc, Hirako Shinji is the only Shinigami who hurts Aizen. Even Yamamoto Genryusai has not been able to do this kind of thing. Such an enemy really makes people unhappy. Fortunately, this time Yamamoto Genryusai considered that Jinjo Keigo was at the captain level, so he did not plant a limited spiritual seal on him, so there was no need to waste time to remove the restriction. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. Oh? You actually have the courage to pull out Zanpakuto. You don't want to fight us, do you? Hirako looked at Tokihira, who was holding Zanpakuto, with a mocking look on his face, and said with a thick Kansai accent. Don't overestimate your capabilities, you will die ugly. The man in front of me should be at the captain level of Godai 13. So what? Hirako Shinji, Love Aikawa, Meguru Makensei, and Torabashi RJR, all 4 of them have mastered Bankai and are truly captain level. Saraga Kihiri, Yadomaru Lisa, and Kuna Mashiro are at the vice-captain level. There is also a deputy kid, Hachigen. And all of them have fully mastered Hollow and can improve on their original strength. Each of them is a master who cannot be underestimated. Even the Godai 13 are no match for them unless they deploy a captain half their size. Haha. Shi Xian raised his hand, pointed the tip of the knife directly at the people above him, smiled coldly, and said provocatively. Haha, that's really interesting. I think so too. If you want to fight me, you'll die in an ugly way. Shi Xian at this moment is full of fighting spirit. Yet, he's such a talkative guy. He reminds me of a certain annoying guy. Hirako Shinji sighed, then picked up the zanpakut beside him and slowly pulled it out. Boom! At this moment, the terrifying Ryotsu surged out and filled the entire secret base, causing the air to shake. The masked legion has a life and death enemy, Aizen. The way they are now is all caused by Aizen. And Aizen has been searching for their traces and wants to eradicate the roots. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's sudden arrival made Hirako unsure whether this was Aizen's trick. It's also not sure if there is Aizen behind Tsunayashiro Tokihira. However, in this matter, as the leader of the masked legion, he has always adhered to the principle that he would rather kill by mistake than let go. At this moment, he had no intention of showing mercy. Of course, Hirako didn't ask this question either. At this time, there is no point in saying more. The best way is to capture Tsunayashiro Tokihira alive. They still have some interrogation techniques. After interrogation, if he knows nothing about the incident and has no contact with Aizen, his memory will be erased and sent back to Soul Society. But if he is Aizen's subordinate, it just so happens that his zanpakut is stained with the blood of his enemy. Chapter 13. Anamizuha. Tokihira just used Shikai. Having mastered Bankai, there was no need for him to recite the lengthy emancipation language. The hazy shadow of the knife slowly emerged. The knife was nearly 2 meters long and cast a long shadow under the moonlight. Shi Xian did not make any unnecessary explanations. Now that things have happened, no matter how slow he is, he can still realize that he has been plotted by others. And Shi Xian probably knew who the person who was plotting against him was. Soul Society's biggest careerist. Aizen. It's obvious that this is all Aizen's trick. At this moment, Tsunayashiro Tokihira figured everything out. According to the elder Tsunayashiro's report, it was because Jinjo Keigo appeared in Karakura town in the present world. The family appointed Tsunayashiro Tokinada to contact the captain of the 5th Division, Aizen, so Godi 13 dispatched the captain to eliminate Jinjo Keigo. It was obvious that these two big bosses had reached some kind of shady deal. Although I don't know what Aizen's consideration was in arranging this meeting between Tokihira and the Masked Legion. But there is no doubt that this move was very clever. Aizen, maybe he wants to use the help of the Masked Legion to get rid of Tsunayashiro Tokihira, or he wants to use the help of Tsunayashiro Tokihira to get rid of the Masked Legion. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, he will be the ultimate winner. With the secret base exposed like this, the Masked Legion will naturally not give up. As for Tsunayashiro Tokihira, although he joined Godi 13 after the Hollow incident, he must have seen the wanted posters for these people. Whether it was because of his status as the head of Tsunayashiro or his position as captain of the 10th Division, his only choice was to fight to the end. In fact, this is indeed the case. Tsunayashiro Tokijin didn't even think about explaining anything to the Masked Legion. Are you saying this is all Aizen's conspiracy? Not to mention whether people like the Masked Legion would believe it or not, just saying this would easily arouse the suspicion of the Masked Legion. In Siridi, Captain Aizen of the 5th Division is known as a good guy, and even the other captains believe him. You are just a newly appointed captain of the 10th Division, how do you know all this? Where did the information come from? Who told you that? Shi Xian cannot explain these things in any way. In this case, let's have a fight first. However, this battle has its own huge advantages. He knows the information about all the members of the Masked Legion, but the Masked Legion really knows nothing about him. Thinking of this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira quietly maintained his Ryotsu at the entry-level of captain. I remembered that when I was in Soul Society, I saw your wanted notice. The reason given by Room 46 is that he betrayed Shinigami and fell into a void. Tsunayashiro Tokihira smiled softly, and then said with a puzzled look on his face. You should be in Hueco Mundo, but now, you are actually hiding in the real world? Were you abandoned by Su, or betrayed again? How pitiful! After hearing these words, the faces of the masked legion members all changed. Even Hirako Shinji, who is usually a heartless person, is sullen and unhappy at this moment. Yeah, originally I planned to just teach you a lesson if you have nothing to do with Aizen, but now it seems that I have to at least tear up your annoying mouth. I'll go first. At this time, Saragaki Hiri stepped forward and jumped. Shixian's words just now made him feel angry. Moreover, seeing Tsunayashiro Tokihira's smiling face, she couldn't help but think of Aizen. The smiles of the two people overlapped, and they were both equally annoying. Hiri slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto, threw the scabbard directly on the ground, and said coldly, I have decided, next I will blow your face off. Tsunayashiro Tokihira chuckled, haha, that's not okay. I'm different from you. I live on my face. He's saying you're ugly, Hiri. Not willing to be left alone, Hirako walked over slowly and stabbed him directly. I think what he said makes sense. You BD bald man, I'm angry, I will tear up your stinky mouth. Haha, is it just you? Just now, Tsunayashiro Tokihira used his attribute Eye and saw Hiri's basic ability values. Target, Saragaki Hiri. Attack power, 60. Defense, 60. Mobility, 60. Reaction, 60. Kid 50. Ryotsu 70. Intelligence, 50. Physical strength, 50. Total score, 460. Rating, Vice Captain. Just a deputy captain. Cut him off, Orakai. Hiri was furious and immediately freed Zanpakuto, using the Shikai. However, she still had some sense and knew that she was facing the captain of Godi I-13. She did not dare to be careless and immediately liberated Zanpakuto. Hiri's Shikai is called the Great Snake. After being liberated, the slender blade instantly became thicker. On the outside of the blade, sharp blades protruded in the blink of an eye, turning the whole into a serrated sword. Direct attack type Zanpakuto. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's mouth curved slightly. This kind of Zanpakuto is the most popular face of Shinigami itself. With a mere vice captain panel and a Zanpakuto like this guy is probably only on the level of Matsumoto Rangiku. However, the next moment, Hiri covered her face with her hands, and the whites of her eyes turned black. Immediately afterwards, she slid fiercely, and the spirit quickly condensed, and a white bone mask covered her face. On her forehead, a single horn stood majestically. At the same time, the Ryotsu in her body increased more than 10 times, and gradually transformed into a hollow aura. That guy Hiri, how could he use hollow so quickly? The opponent is the captain of the 10th division, so this is only natural. This battle is starting to get interesting. Several members of the Masked Legion just watched the battle quietly. From Ryotsu's point of view, this Shinigami is just an entry-level captain, and Hollow and Shikai's Hiri probably has the same strength. And in terms of showing Ryotsu, Hiri is still ahead of the curve. Even if she is not an opponent, she is still strong enough to escape. As her figure flickered, Hiri appeared in front of Shixian. The jagged sword was swung by her, creating waves of afterimages. Every time he waved, there was a heavy sound of breaking wind. Yeah, you're such a troublesome kid. Shixian said coldly, I'll kill you with one knife. Brush. The Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly swung down. The speed of the sword swing was almost as fast as ultimate, causing his arms to gradually become blurred, and Zanpakuto turned into countless shadows. The next moment, the shining sword light stung Hiri's eyes, followed by severe pain all over her limbs and torso at the same time. Immediately afterwards, blood flew. Is that a lie? That Hiri was defeated in an instant. This guy is not simple. Now, no matter how slow they react, they still know that Tsunayashiro Tokihira is hiding his strength. This guy is not even an entry-level captain. The moment the fight ended, that guy revealed more Ryutsu than anyone present. Pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Why is this guy doing this? Could it be said that another conspirator appeared in Shirai? In other words, he was originally on the same side as Aizen? He used the boundary gate to break into their secret base single-handedly, and no matter how he looked at it, he was a guy with evil intentions. At this time, they no longer cared about the thoughts of Shirai and the nobles, and planned to use all their strength to quickly kill Toki String. Brush. Brush. Swish. The remaining 7 people did not dare to be careless at all. Shunpo came to Hiri and surrounded Tsunayashiro Tokihira. 100 years of getting along day and night have created a deep bond between them, and they can understand each other's thoughts with just one look. Next, it is not the time to talk about martial ethics. They want everyone to come together. Chapter 14. Play it, Kinsara. Destroy him, Iron Dragonfly. Destroy it into ashes, break the wind. Crush him, Tengumaru. The 4 of Torabashi RJR, Yadumura Lisa, Maguruma Kensei, and Love Akawa liberated their own Zanpakuto. Hirako Shinji is still using sealed state and has not used Shikai. He guessed that Aizen might be hiding in the dark, watching this battle, and it would not be appropriate to expose his Zanpakuto ability prematurely now. And Hachigen and Kuna Mashiro, one a Kid Master and the other a Grand Master close white hits, did not bring Zanpakuto. Without another word, the battle started directly. The first one to take action was Yadumura Lisa. She flew over with her shunpo, her huge iron oar smashed through the air, and she made a loud roar. Her Zanpakuto is the same as Hiri's, and her Shikai is a direct attack type. After liberation, it took the shape of a spear-shaped flat blade, with the front end similar to the shape of a paddle, and the blade was broad and thick with a cold light. However, this strange appearance made Tsunayashiro Tokihira speechless for a while. Should I say that she really deserves to be a pervert who reads adult magazines all day long? Even the Zanpakuto after liberation were big, thick, black, and hard. Tsunayashiro turned slightly sideways, narrowly avoiding the tip of the spear, and slashed out the Zanpakuto in his hand, with the sword sliding down against the iron ore and gun body. Under the huge power, sparks flew out from the sword blade and the gun body. Tokihira controlled Zanpakuto and slashed directly at Yadumura Lisa's hands holding the gun body. Just when Yadumura Lisa's forehead finger was about to be chopped off, a golden long whip suddenly sprang out from the shadows, like a lion majesty spitting out a message, and flexibly wrapped around Tokistring's Zanpakuto. The long whip pulled Zanpakuto, who was about to be chopped off, and caught him alive. Torabashi RJR's Zanpakuto Jinsara, after Shikai, is also a direct attack type. It's just that I don't know what the material of the whip is, but it can even kill in Mitsuha. Very well, Rajuro, we can't let him move freely like this. At this moment, Hirako Shinji used hollow, revealing a skull mask, and the violent Ryutsu was quickly compressed into a ball of violent red energy in front of his mouth. 100 years ago, they endured Aizensuke's hollow experiment, which was a blessing in disguise in a sense and gained hollow's abilities. Hirako Shinji uses one of them, Zero. Seeing this situation, Tsunayashiro Tokihira didn't hesitate at all, and kicked Yadumura Lisa away with a sideways kick. Immediately, he waved his right hand violently, pulling the long whip-shaped Kinsara, and exploded with terrifying power, directly dragging Torabashi RJR away. Go to hell! Violent Ryutsu flooded the entire secret base. The next moment, with Hirako Shinji's violent shout, Zero shot out in the air, the scarlet light exuding a sinister evil intent, and the entire base was dyed blood red. However, facing such a scene, Tsunayashiro Tokihira just turned around slowly, neither dodging nor defending. He held Anmikazuyu horizontally in front of him, pointed the blade inward, and swung it out quickly. With the harsh sound of breaking wind, and Mitsuha's blade cut into Shiro's charging momentum. At this moment, he turned the blade violently, and Shiro was actually bounced away by it. Boom! The next moment, Shiro exploded behind everyone. Just the aftermath of the explosion shook the barrier unstable. In the final analysis, this secret base of the Masked Legion is just an old warehouse. Even if it is reinforced with a barrier, how can it withstand such a torment? I saw many walls cracked one after another, and bricks and rubble fell from the ceiling. How is it possible? My Shiro was actually... The mask on Hirako Shinji's face slowly disappeared, revealing a face of extreme surprise. He was even so surprised that he didn't know what to say and couldn't finish talking in the middle of the sentence. Mr. Hirako's Shiro bounced away just by waving Zanpakuto. Hachigen said in disbelief. He was the deputy kid leader of the kid community 100 years ago, and his kid attainments were enough to rank among the top 5 in the entire Soul Society. But that doesn't mean he doesn't know how to kill. In other words, on the contrary, his research on beheading is very profound. Among the 4 major skills of the Shinigami, the slashing technique ranks first and is the most important skill of all Shinigami. And he knew very well how difficult it was to deflect Shiro with just the blade. Hollow. Tsunayashiro Tokihira narrowed his eyes and frowned slightly. Shinigami has its limits. Among the basic fighting methods of Shinigami, slicing techniques, white hits, footwork, and kid. No matter which one, there is a so-called strength limit. No matter how you strengthen it, or which ability you strengthen, it will hit the barrier of Shinigami's own soul strength, and your growth will stop there. In other words, that is the limit of Shinigami. So, is there any way to break through this boundary and strengthen all abilities beyond the critical point? The answer is yes, and there is more than one. The first type is related to the Soul King, such as King Ki of the Zero Division, and C. Pinata Pakaja and M. Gerald Valkyrie in the Divine Guards. The second type is related to Waiwak, whether it is him or the Knights of the Star Cross under his command. The third type is Hgyaku. The fourth type is Shinigami's Hollow, just like the Masked Legion. Shinigami's Hollow, virtual Shinigami transformation. Through the interaction of 2 contradictory existences, boundaries are eliminated and one can reach a higher level. It totally works in theory. But whether this path is right or wrong, Shixian is not sure about it. The path of evolution has always been accompanied by unknowns. Among these roads, Hollow is indeed the most convenient and fastest, and the effect is very significant. However, Aizen, who has studied Hollow for many years, did not choose this path. Neither does Urahara Kisuke, another one with a heaven-defying IQ, who has the highest IQ in the entire series. Urahara Kisuke took over as the new director of the Technology Development Bureau, and Kuratsuka Mayuri, who can be called the MVP of the Millennium Blood War, did not. So many smart people didn't choose this path, and Tsunayashiro Tokijin certainly didn't either. What's more, a clear example is here. Kurosaki Ichigo has gathered the power of the 4 races of Shinigami, Hollow, Quincy, and Perfectionist in his body, but in the end, the monk asserted that he is still an ordinary Shinigami after all. Only after being imbued with the power of the spiritual king did he become a transcendent. It seems clear which one to choose. Brush. At this moment, Hirako Shinji used Shunpo and disappeared instantly. Tsunayashiro Tokistring's expression did not change, and he immediately raised his sword to block it on his right hand without haste. Bang! There was a soft sound, and the blades collided. Under the strength of the 2 people, the 2 Zanpakuto blades wiped out sparks. Fire-breathing hammer. Breaking the earth wind. Taking advantage of this moment, Love Akawa and Meguruma Kensei appeared behind Tokistring, and suddenly took action, and fire and wind roared in an instant. Buzz! At this moment, a wisp of black mist rose up behind Shi Xian and quickly condensed into a huge dark mouth. The next moment, the giant mouth opened and swallowed the fire and wind in one gulp. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Tokizuru used his arms hard to force Hirako Shinji back, then turned around quickly and raised his hand suddenly. The nearly 2-meter-long black sword in his hand quickly slashed across it, creating 2 golden slashes composed of ultra-high-density Ryutsu. Crescent Moon, Cross Rush. Chapter 15. And Mitsuha's ability, in addition to swallowing spiritual children, can also absorb spiritual power. Not only that, Tsunayashiro Tokihira can also gather himself or the swallowed spiritual power through the darkness behind the blade in the form of a crescent-shaped slash and release it. Just like Kurosaki Ichigo's Getsuga Tenshi. But what Shi Xian is using now is the crescent cross rush. 2 slashes, one horizontally and one vertically, formed into a huge golden cross shape, roaring out. The characteristics of speed and ruthlessness were brought to the limit, leaving no one even having time to react. The first ones to bear the brunt are Love Aikawa and Meguruma Kensei. The 2 people who didn't react at all were seriously injured in an instant. The blood sprayed for several meters and they fell down with infinite unwillingness. Hirako Shinji reacted the fastest, grabbed Yaduma Lisa, and then retreated violently. Unfortunately, it was a step too late after all. Boom! The golden slash exploded, and the flames of the explosion completely engulfed the 2 of them. After a few minutes, the firelight dissipated, revealing the 2 figures. Shi Xian looked over and smiled slightly. Hirako Shinji himself was fine, which he expected, but Yaduma Lisa's condition was very bad. Her right hand holding the knife was severed at the elbow, blood spurted out, and her face quickly turned pale. Only 2.5 were killed? What a pity! How can it be so strong? Yaduma Lisa trembled all over and spoke in disbelief. Regardless of slashing techniques, white hits, shunpo, ryutsu, or abilities, they are all overwhelmingly powerful. After Kaida's treatment, she managed to stop the bleeding, but she had lost her ability to fight. Immediately, he looked at Love Aikawa and Meguruma Kensei. Their situation was even more precarious. They looked like they were dying and could die at any time. In this situation, what should we do? Kinsara. At this moment, Torabashi RJR took action, and the golden whip struck from the shadows again. The tight whip was made of an unknown material, soft yet tough, and it wound towards Tsunayashiro Tokihira at an extremely fast speed. But in the next moment, Shixian suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed the golden whip, and swung it suddenly, and the golden whip actually tied up Torabashi RJR. Then, he felt a huge force, and his whole body was pulled out, and he was pulled directly in front of Tsunayashiro Tokihira. A knife was swung out. Puff! The bright sword light flashed across Torabashi RJR's chest, and blood spurted out instantly. Now, it's just you, Hirako Shinji. Tsunayashiro Tokijin said calmly, with a slight curve at the corner of his mouth. Hachigen used Kid to try his best to keep Love Aikawa and Meguruma Kensei alive, unable to spare any time. Saragaki Hiri and Torabashi RJR fainted. Yaduma Lisa was seriously injured and lost her fighting ability. Zyobo, please take care of them. Open the fault barrier and I will deal with them. Yes. Hachigen nodded and immediately opened the barrier gate on the ground. The next moment, there was an endless space underneath this secret base. There is a blue sky, the sun is shining high, and white clouds are floating. The originally small and dilapidated building suddenly opens up, as if a new world has bloomed. Seeing this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira narrowed his eyes slightly, and a light flashed in his eyes. It is impossible to create such a large space by Kid alone, it can only be done by relying on science and technology. The Kid performed by Hachigen only opened the door to this space. And the real maker of this space, meaning nothing, is Yura Harakisuke. The two entered this space and stood opposite each other. Really, we have always underestimated you, the unknown captain of the 10th Division, you are very strong. Hirako Shinji looked solemn and said, Zanpakuto over there, you can swallow the spirit sun, right? Who knows? Shi Xian said calmly. He is not a big talker and has no interest in introducing his abilities to his enemies. In this world, as long as you don't talk about your abilities, your IQ will exceed 99% of people. Shi Xian has always believed so. Haha. Hirako Shinji chuckled and said, aren't you willing to tell me? Then let me explain to you my Zanpakuto ability. Honestly speaking, I originally prepared this move for that guy. It would be a pity to use it on you, but you completely PD me off. Hirako Shinji held the Zanpakuto with the tip of the knife downwards, with a strange smile on his face, and said lightly, fall down, Knifeu. He freed Zanpakuto. After Shikai, I saw that the end of the handle of his sword became a hollow round shape, and 5 small round holes appeared on the blade, lined up in a row. This feeling seems to be the same as that of his master Hirako Shinji, with an indescribably weird feeling. The next moment, under Tsunayashiro Tokihira's shocked gaze, Hirako Shinji stood upside down in the air. No. To be precise, it was not Hirako Shinji who was standing upside down, but Tokizuru himself, and even the ground and sky beneath his feet were upside down. Welcome to the Upside Down World. Hirako Shinji proudly introduced, my Zanpakuto can control other people's nerves 100%. It can make the opponent see up and down, left and right, front and back, and the direction they see is reversed. As he said that, he immediately rushed forward. Of course, the direction of attack and injuries is completely opposite to reality. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's expression couldn't help but become serious. He had actually known how powerful Knifeu was for a long time, but he was not as intuitive as this time. This Zanpakuto does not particularly enhance Hirako's combat effectiveness, but extremely suppresses the opponent's strength. In the enemy's vision, spiritual sense, and hearing, up and down, left and right, front and back, and even the direction of damage are all opposite. And this situation means that the person fighting him must first sort out the contrasting directions in his mind before he can attack or defend. But this is almost impossible. The more powerful a person is, the more experienced he is in battle, the faster the body's reflexes will be. Their bodies may even react faster than their brains. In this way, Knifeu's ability is their nightmare. Even a strong man who has experienced hundreds of battles will be overwhelmed when facing him for the first time, making it difficult to display his strength. Once entering the upside-down world, even peak Shinigami such as Yamamoto Genryusai and Aizensuke will be at a complete disadvantage. Is it completely upside down? It's indeed a terrifying ability. But, it's useless to me now. Nonsense. In an instant, Hirako Shinji appeared behind Tsunayashiro Tokizuru and slashed him with his sword. But Shixian didn't turn around, instead he slashed in front of him without hesitation. Puff! Between the torn flesh and blood surged. Hirako Shinji covered his wound with a look of disbelief. At this moment, he suddenly discovered. The surface of his own Zanpakuto's blade was completely covered by a layer of darkness that looked like ink, making it look particularly strange. Illusion system, rules system, breeze system, heat system, ice and snow system, biological system. Tokihira said calmly, the Shinigami are all overconfident in their Zanpakuto abilities, but in front of me, all this is meaningless. Darkness poured out continuously from Mitsuyu, and the entire space was enveloped by this darkness. The original day turned into night, the white clouds turned into dark clouds, and the sun was completely blocked. Even this space became riddled with holes under the erosion of darkness. Chapter 16. Invalidate all Zanpakuto's abilities? How could he have such an unreasonable ability? Is this guy the nemesis of all Shinigami? No. Just relying on this ability, it is impossible to defeat the Masked Legion until the entire army is annihilated. The most terrifying thing about this guy is his powerful basic ability. The winner has been decided. Are you ready to die, Hirako Shinji? You monster! Under the skull mask, Hirako Shinji's dark eyes looked at Shixian, who was gradually walking towards him with the sword raised, with a look of despair on his face. Everyone in the masked legion was seriously injured, but the enemy was still unscathed. In Hirako's eyes, time seemed to pause. His life's experiences flashed by frame, like watching a long movie. From when Rukanga was born, to enrolling in Mao Spiritual Arts Academy, to becoming captain, to being framed by Aizen, and finally hiding in the world like a lost dog. Really, am I going to die now? I didn't even take revenge. I'm so unwilling. Sighing slightly, Hirako Shinji closed his eyes the next moment, preparing to wait quietly for death. You can still be so calm in the face of death. I agree with you, Hirako Shinji. However, your murderous intention just now is genuine. Those who kill will always be killed. This is an unchanging iron rule in the three realms. I will accept the lives of the 8 of you, starting with you. Tsunayashiro Tokihira didn't have the slightest pity in his heart. Although to a certain extent, they are in the same camp, after all, they all have a grudge against Aizen. But at this time, it doesn't matter anymore. He indifferently raised his zanpakut and slashed at Hirako Shinji's neck. The next moment, the body and head were separated. Bakut S99 forbidden. However, if there are no surprises, there will always be surprises. Just when he was about to kill Hirako Shinji, with a soft shout, 4 black belts composed of Ryutsu appeared out of thin air and wrapped around Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body from 4 directions. That black belt is incredibly fast. Even Shixian didn't have time to react. In the next moment, steel nails fell down one after another, firmly fixing the belt and restraining him in place. Kid S abandoned chant number 99, is it Tessai? Seeing this, Hirako Shinji's originally desperate face showed a look of excitement, and then he showed a smile of relief. Immediately afterwards, a rapid black shadow passed by, and Hirako Shinji disappeared. Bakut S99 2nd edition Swastika Ban. The first song stopped the tension. Tu Chu Bai Lian Cha. A huge piece of cloth appeared and wrapped Tsunayashiro Toki string directly into a rice dumpling, covering his mouth and nose as well. Immediately afterwards, dozens of iron thorns fell from the sky and were inserted directly into Tokistring's body, sealing Ryutsu and making him completely immobilized. Bakut S99 Jin Part 3 Final Song Swastika Jin Tai Feng. However, this was not the end. In the next moment, a huge stone tablet with swastikas engraved on it fell from the sky, pressing him into the ground like a meteorite and stretching out. What a critical moment, Hirako-san! 3 figures walked over side by side. Kisuke, Yoryuaki, and Tessai, why are you here? Hirako Shinji asked weakly as he lay on the ground. The barrier set up by Hachigen could completely isolate Ryutsu, and they never asked for help. After all, at the beginning, no one in the Masked Legion thought they would lose. It was Kisuke who asked us to come together. When we were building this secret base of yours, he installed a detector in a hidden corner and often spied on you. Shihao and Yoryuaki sold Urahara Kisuke without hesitation and without batting an eye. Era? Miss Yoryuaki, this is different from what we agreed to do. We specifically told you not to say this when we were colluding in the confession just now. Urahara Kisuke, dressed in green, walked over and said with an innocent face. Hirako Shinji weakly cursed, Kisuke, UBD. You actually used such methods on us. But, now that you are here, I feel a little more at ease. Are the guys above okay? Hirako asked. Don't worry, they won't die. Shihao and Yoryuaki said, but you are really miserable, Hirako, the Masked Legion is almost completely destroyed. If we hadn't arrived, you would have been doomed. Hearing this, Hirako Shinji just remained silent. Unohana Kisuk stared at the stone tablet for a long time, and after a while he asked quietly, "So Mr. Hirako, who are you fighting with? A monster?" Even now, Hirako Shinji is still frightened. That guy is as strong as a monster. He had never seen Captain Yamamoto, known as the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years, take action. And that person just now is the strongest Shinigami he has seen in the past 100 years. Regardless of slashing skills, shunpo, and white hits, they are overwhelmingly powerful. 99 Bakud is indeed very strong, but he certainly won't be able to hold that monster for long. I don't recommend fighting him at this time. It's best to retreat first. Hirako said. Stop joking. Shihaoran Yoriyuki was full of energy. Isn't it too rude as a host to leave without saying hello? I knew it would be like this. Unohana Kisuk had a headache, but let's put the fighting aside. He turned to look at Hirako Shinji and asked, "Who is that person?" From the moment he entered the base he felt that powerful Ryutsu, without a doubt a Shinigami. It's just that the Ryutsu is quite strange and incredibly huge. That feeling is like a towering mountain that is unattainable. Just looking at it makes people feel intimidated and timid. Unohana Kisuk thought for a long time and couldn't remember that he had seen this Ryutsu before. He has only been able to defect for 100 years. When did Seoul society have such a powerful person again? But Shihaoran Yoriyuki was thoughtful. Although this Ryutsu is much larger, it still has a vague sense of familiarity. Judging from his appearance, the opponent is the captain of the 10th Division. Hirako Shinji said. Judging from the appearance. Unohana Kisuk looked at Hirako with a strange expression and asked, "Don't you know the name of the enemy yet?" Hearing this, Hirako Shinji's face turned red. He turned his head and did not dare to look at Unohana. He felt guilty and said, "At first, I just thought he was just an ordinary captain, so I didn't take it to heart." In other words, you fought without knowing the identity of the other party, and the whole army was wiped out. Unohana Kisuk's eyes twitched fiercely. Even he didn't know what to say. Buzz. At this moment, darkness poured out from the huge stone tablet, and everything around it, including cloth strips, iron thorns, and stone tablets, was completely swallowed up. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Yet, there are 3 captain levels again. It's really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon in this world. Chapter 17. Tsunayashiro Tokihira walked slowly from the darkness, feeling the strangeness coming from his body, and couldn't help but feel something in his heart. Hagyaku. Touching his chest with his palm, he understood instantly. It is Bakud number 99 after all, and a dual Bakud of Ichiban and Niban. Inevitably, Shixian still suffered some injuries, but these injuries recovered in an instant. This is probably the role of Hagyaku. In other words, he has now entered the first fusion stage of Hagyaku. In the plot, after Aizen obtains the perfect Hagyaku, he embeds the Hagyaku in his chest, and is able to fight using his own power and Hagyaku's power at the same time. This is the first fusion stage of Hagyaku. Although Aizen in the first fusion stage still retains the appearance of his Shinigami state, he is already considered a Hagyaku fusion form, making him even more powerful than before his rebellion. Its maximum slashing power has been strengthened enough to knock down the Black Rope Heavenly Punishment King with one strike. His maximum defense power has been strengthened to the point where even the one-sword cremation and crescent moon chong at 0 range can only cause minor injuries to him. Its maximum recovery power is enhanced to the point that even wounds deep into the body will recover instantly. And because Hagyaku will instinctively protect the host, Unohana Kisuk believes that killing Aizen is almost impossible from this stage on. Aizen at this stage is stronger than Espada's combined strength. Of course, Hagyaku's improvement in host's strength depends on the strength of host itself. Tokizuru's current strength is undoubtedly weaker than Aizen's during the Shinigami period, so his Honaki fusion state is also weaker than Aizen's Honaki. But even so, his strength has also improved qualitatively. Yet, there are 3 captain levels again. It's really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon in this world. The Masked Legion, Unohana Retsu, and Shiba Isshin, who has yet to recover his strength, may be enough to compete with Godi 13. Tokihira used his attribute eyes to find out what happened to Unohana Retsu. Target, Unohana Retsu. Attack power, 90. Defense, 80. Mobility, 100. Reaction, 80. Kid 100. Ryotsu 100. Intelligence, 100. Physical strength, 70. Total score, 720. Rating, Captain at his peak. Such a luxurious panel can compete with the next Captain Kurako Shunsui. Moreover, the most terrifying thing about Unohana Retsu is not his powerful basic panel, but his endless methods. During the Millennium Blood War, before Waiwak invaded Soul Society. Because Unohana Retsu can use endless unknown means to cleanly solve all problems and dilemmas, he is listed as one of the 5 special forces. In Tsunayashiro Tokihira's consistent opinion, Unohana Retsu and Aizensuke are strikingly similar in some aspects. He also invented Hagyaku and was equally calculating, but due to different intentions, he and Aizen reached completely different endings. Even Aizen, his enemy, felt unwilling for him. Although he had such a mind, he chose to surrender. But Unohana Retsu will not regret this, because this is his choice, and he never wanted to break anything. Geniuses are not necessarily unruly. Compromise requires greater courage and determination, as well as a broader vision and mind. And Unohana Retsu is such a genius. It's really surprising that I can meet such a big shot like you in this world, the former captain of Division 12, Unohana Retsu. No, Mr. Captain of the 10th Division is overrated. I'm just a handsome businessman who happened to pass by here. What a coincidence, I'm just a handsome Shinigami who happens to be passing by. Tsuna straightened his messy hair on behalf of Tokihira and said calmly. Of course, he said this without blushing at all. The appearance of this skin is one of the best in the entire 3 realms. Yeah, this is such a coincidence. Since everyone is so handsome, how about we sit down and have a chat? Unohana Retsu said. This makes me very embarrassed. Tsunayashiro Tokihira said, Unohana Retsu, Director of the First Generation Technology Development Bureau and Captain of the 12th Division, you were personally named by Room 46, the most important criminal among the key criminals, A&D. And what? Unohana Retsu was confused. Sui Feng, the captain of the 2nd Division, used all his property to put a bounty on your head a while ago. The amount of the bounty, is very tempting, and even for providing information, you can get a lot of money. Money. For it. At this moment, even Unohana Retsu didn't know what to say. So he wisely changed the subject. Haha, he and I just have some misunderstandings. It's all trivial. Don't worry about it, Mr. Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Oh? Do you know me? Shi Xian chuckled. It's weird if you don't know. Tsunayashiro is the current head of the family, captain of the 10th Division, and one of the top figures in the entire Soul Society. Unohana Retsu said, I just didn't know that such a big man would come to this small place. Can you tell me the reason? Soul Society found the defected Shinigami agent Jinjo Keigo in Karakura town. I was ordered to capture him. After passing through the boundary gate, I came directly here. Tsunayashiro Tokihira briefly explained the cause and effect. Unohana Retsu is a smart guy, he doesn't need to say too much, just hit the mark. So this is Unohana Retsu mused. Soul Society discovered the traces of Jinjo Keigo. Tsunayashiro Tokihira, as the captain of the peak combat power, was dispatched for nothing, but the world-crossing gate happened to open at the home of the Masked Legion. It turns out that it was all a misunderstanding, everything was a coincidence, How strange. As the only being whose IQ is admitted by Aizen to be higher than his own, how could Urahara Kisuk believe in coincidence? He believed that there was someone behind all this. After some simple analysis, Urahara Kisuk was absolutely sure that Aizen must be the man behind the scenes. Aizen-suk, that person has been hiding in the shadows, watching the masked legion. This so-called secret base is nothing but the self-righteousness of the masked legion. Thinking further, Hirako and others became the test subjects of the hollow experiment 100 years ago under Aizen's conspiracy, and their successful hollow was presumably part of Aizen's plan. However, this was done through the hands of Urahara Kisuk. What makes me even more worried is, am I also under Aizen's surveillance? Chapter 18. However, this is also good news. At least now Urahara Kisuk is completely sure that Tsunayashiro Tokihira is not Aizen's accomplice. Putting aside the identity of the captain of the 10th Division for the time being, the dignified head of Tsunayashiro is the most powerful nobleman in Seoul society, and he is undoubtedly the one with vested interests. With such an identity, Shi Xian betrayed Seoul society only because he was out of his mind. At this moment, Tsunayashiro Tokijin suddenly spoke. You said just now that you were a businessman passing by. Mr. Tsunayashiro, please don't omit the most crucial word, which is the handsome businessman passing by. Urahara Kisuk said, and deliberately emphasized the word handsome. Really? But sorry for my poor eyesight, I only saw a green hat. Shixian said. Although he has a good mind, Urahara Kisuk seems to have insufficient understanding of himself. Hey, don't talk nonsense, okay, Mr. Tsunayashiro, this is not a cuckold, but a striped cuckold. As he said that, Urahara Kisuk felt something was wrong. A striped cuckold is still a cuckold, right? Well. Whatever you say, cuckold businessman, I want to buy something from you. Tsunayashiro Tokijin released the shikai, and Anomizuha turned into a sealed state and sheathed the sword. The darkness that filled this space slowly dissipated and disappeared without a trace. Aira, don't you plan to continue fighting, Mr. Tsunayashiro? There's no need for that. You are different from those idiots just now. This battle is obviously planned by someone, and you won't fall for it stupidly. However, if you insist on obtaining my information through fighting, I will be happy to accompany you. Tsunayashiro Tokistring smiled meaningfully. Of course, I don't think you will reveal too many cards when you know you are being calculated. Oh, Mr. Tsunayashiro is really unexpectedly smart, so it will be difficult for me to raise the price. Hearing this, there was a flash of panic in his eyes, with an inexplicable look, but then he pressed his hat to cover his eyes. The head of Tsunayashiro seems to know something. Don't worry, I have no intention of paying at all. Tsunayashiro Tokijin spread his hands. Mr. Guest, this is a small business and I don't accept credit. Urahara Kisuk said with a Philistine face as he bargained. Don't be so fussy. Based on your position, you will definitely return to Seoul society in the future. I will take care of you secretly. How about this deal? Tsunayashiro Tokihira asked. Mr. Tsunayashiro knows a lot about my past affairs. So what's your answer? Happy cooperation, Mr. Guest. Happy cooperation, cuckold businessman. A pleasant transaction was concluded. After the transaction was completed, they left each other without saying anything about the problems that followed. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's purpose was to get the technical information in Urahara Kisuk's hands, and it didn't matter whether he kept in touch with him in the future. Even if he can contact him, he has nothing to say to the other party. Without him, there is insufficient trust. Although it can barely be regarded as a formation, the two sides are not familiar with each other and there is no basis for trust. He himself is a cautious person, and since he was tricked by Aizen, Urahara Kisuk has become even more cautious. It is impossible for him to reveal his heart to a stranger just because of a few words. Even Tsunayashiro Tokihira is the same. Tokizuru also knew Urahara's temperament, so he didn't go into depth on this topic. After trading a few items, they left. As for the members of the Masked Legion who were seriously injured, they could actually be cured easily with Enmei Jinyu's abilities. But they had a tacit understanding and no one mentioned it. After all, they were still enemies who were fighting to death, so it was impossible for Shi Xian to treat them. Moreover, the members of the Masked Legion, since Aizen gave them a skull face for free, no longer dare to let others operate on themselves. After coming out of the abandoned warehouse, Tsunayashiro Tokihira came to a single-family villa on the edge of Karakura town. This villa was bought by him a few years ago. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the check-in location, Karakura town, and the check-in has officially started. Hearing this, Shi Xian felt happy. He began to look forward to it. The sign-in time is 10 minutes. If you exit midway, you will be deemed to have failed to sign in. Shi Xian just sat cross-legged quietly, closed his eyes, and paid full attention to the system countdown. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. 0. Ding, congratulations to host, your sign-in is successful. Congratulations to host for getting the hands of the Spirit King. As soon as the sound of the system fell, 2 streams of light shot into Shixian's body. The hands of the Spirit King. Tsunayashiro Tokihira fell into silence for a moment. As the head of Tsunayashiro, he knows all the history of Soul Society. I don't know how many years ago, the world was in chaos. There was no life and death, no reincarnation, no progress, and no retreat. The so-called void was also part of the cycle of spiritual beings. I don't know when, the void began to devour humans, and the cycle has been completely stopped since then. But if this continues, all souls will eventually become a giant Minos Grande, and the world will fall into complete stillness. At this moment, a strange life was born. He used the power of annihilation to destroy the void and start the cycle of the world again. This life has since been called the Spirit King. However, the ancestors of the 5 great nobles did not recognize such a world. Their motives were different, but their motives mysteriously boiled down to the same purpose, the separation of the 3 realms. In order to achieve this goal, they need the power of the Spirit King. But just when Shiba's ancestor was trying to convince the Spirit King, Tsunayashiro took the opportunity to seal him in a crystal, but the Spirit King didn't resist for some unknown reason. The 5 ancestors used the almighty power of the Spiritual King as a wedge to separate this chaotic world. The world of Soul Society, the world of Soul Society, the world of Kizi, the present world, and the desert paradise that Kyun who was born from the 2 worlds arrived, Hueco Mundo. Today's world, today's 3 realms, are formed in this way. Chapter 19. However, the ancestors of the 5 great nobles suspected that the spiritual king who did not fight back had any intentions. Afraid that he would break the seal by himself and destroy their group. So they didn't let the Soul King live or kill him, but threw him into a spiral full of contradictions called living and dying at the same time. They cut off the Spirit King's hands, dug out the Spirit King's heart, chopped off his feet, cut open his internal organs and took them out of their bodies, stripped them of their power and fell to the lower realm. After thousands of 10,000 years or even hundreds of millions or billions of years of gradual evolution, the 3 realms are now completely stable. The Spirit King's hands each had their own thoughts. The left hand of the Soul King is C. Pinata Pakaja of the Divine Pardon Guards under Waiwak. The Soul King's right hand, transformed into the Mimi Haki god tier of Rukanga, later resided in Jaishur Yukate's body, giving him the power to become the Soul King's substitute. But now, both of the Soul King's hands entered Tsunayashiro Tokihiru's body. So, am I now considered a perfect master? Shixian's mouth curved slightly. Those who have perfected the art of manifestation. Those are the people who were born in the cracks of the relationship between humans and virtuality that has lasted from ancient times to the present day. Why such a being was born? Except for some Shinigami, very few people know the truth. They have fragments of the Soul King lodged in their bodies, and with the help of objects that they cherish, they can extract their souls and control them or change their forms, and exert strange and unpredictable abilities. Some of their abilities are even comparable to Waiwaka's omniscience and omnipotence. For example, Inu Orium's shield Shunrika and Tsukishima Hidekuro's Book of the End. If omniscience and omnipotence are to change the future, then Dun Shunrika is to change the present, and the Book of the End is to change the past. And Tsunayashiro Tokihiru's full expression ability. Kitsuen, long time no see. At this moment, a black cat jumped on Shixion's shoulder and said, "Oh? Is it finally here?" Shixien asked. "Have you expected me to come?" Black Cat was slightly surprised. "How could you not say hello when you see your fiancé whom you haven't seen for a long time?" Shixien said lightly. The black cat jumped from his shoulder. "I haven't seen you for 100 years. You've become a lot stronger." Although she had not seen the previous battle, she had seen it with her own eyes. Tessai Tsukabishi's Bakud number 99 had no effect on Toki String. "I'm afraid there aren't many in the entire Soul Society with such strength. People always grow." Shixien stood up, walked slowly to the window, and looked at the horizon. "In this world, only power cannot lie." Having said this, Shixian's eyes turned, and the next moment, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. "It's your uncle. Why did you suddenly turn into a human? Change back quickly. Clothes, put on your clothes quickly, UBD." Tsunayashiro Tokihira quickly took off his haori and put it on this naked black-skinned beauty. "Hey, you are my fiancé anyway, so you are just naked. What's the fuss?" In the room of the villa, the dark-skinned beauty Shihaoran Yoryuaki has returned to her human form and is putting Shihaoran's clothes on her head that are much larger than hers. "Then don't be so sudden. At least say hello first." Tsunayashiro Tokihira looked helpless, and then threw his pants over again, hiding Shihaoran Yoryuaki's face. "Oh, Shixian brat, you can't do it, can you?" Hearing this, Shihaoran Yoryuaki laughed directly. Then she threw her pants aside, came over, and hugged Shixian's shoulders, smiling coercively. "No." Tsunayashiro Toki String had a black line coming out. The next moment, he stood up, walked slowly to Shihaoran Yoryuaki, and pounced on him. Then, the ground shook slightly. In the future, Shixien smoked a cigarette and looked carefully at the woman next to him. She has long purple hair tied into a ponytail, her eyes are golden, and her skin is a healthy wheat color. Every move exudes a mature flavor. "How much do you know about Aizensuke?" Shihaoran Yoryuaki asked. "Probably a little more than you know," Shixian said calmly. "In other words, you know his Zanpakut Kaika Suijutsu ability." "Ah! I know. So, have you seen his Shikai?" Shihaoran Yoryuaki held his breath, waiting for Tokihiru's answer. The answer to this question is really important. "Ah, you said that." Tokisien shook his head slightly. "About every 3 months, Aizen will take the initiative to show off his Shikai at the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy under the pretext of helping students understand Shikai in advance. That is to say." Shihaoran Yoryuaki frowned slightly. "Which means it's inevitable, I've already seen his Shikai Kaika Suijutsu." Hearing this, Shihaoran Yoryuaki couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough. I shouldn't have any expectations for this. Although she has never seen it with her own eyes, she has heard everything about Aizen from Murahara Kisuke. With that person's caution, such a flaw would never be left. Sure enough, Tsunayashiro Tokihira was also hit by Kaika Suijutsu. Anyone who has been hit by Kaika Suijutsu has no chance of winning against Aizen. Kaika Suijutsu, the ability is complete hypnosis. It can completely dominate the opponent's 5 senses, allowing the appearance, shape, quality, feel, and even smell of a specific object to be completely controlled by others. This is why Aizen lied that his Zanpakuto is a flowing water-type Zanpakuto. His ability is to use the irregular reflection of fog and water to disrupt the enemy and cause internal strife. And the real reason why it is often shown in Godai 13, and Mao Spiritual Arts Academy. Ura Harakisuk and others saw Kaika Suijutsu's Shikai and therefore lost their ability to resist. Sure enough, it still doesn't work? At this moment, Tsunayashiro Tokihira chuckled and said. But I have to apologize to Captain Aizen here. Kaika Suijutsu's complete hypnosis doesn't seem to have any effect on me. No, the description of ineffective may not be accurate. I was indeed hypnosed by Kaika Suijutsu before, but after that, I got rid of his hypnosis. Chapter 20. By the time Tsunayashiro Tokihira arrived at the designated place, the place was already empty. According to reports from the Shinigami stationed there, after fighting Aizen, Jinjo Keigo managed to fight him off and then escaped. Today's Soul Society has lost track of him. In other words, does that guy Aizen let Jinjo Keigo go? What conspiracy does this guy have? Aizen, leading the other Shinigami, has returned to Soul Society, but Tokizuru has temporarily stayed in the present world. He found an interesting person. Underground in a mansion, in a room like a water tank, a girl was imprisoned. This girl has long blue hair, delicate facial features, and is wearing a white shirt that wraps up the mountain peak that seems to be about to come out. But now, she seems to be hungry to the limit, so she puts her hand on the wall of the room that looks like a sink, draws out the soul with the power of the perfectionist, uses it, and then. The next moment, the wall that restrained her, the reinforced glass of the sink, all turned into sand and dust and disappeared from before her. A girl who walked toward the outside world from the underground with staggering steps. Not even noticing that this was still a part of the internal world of the mansion, she destroyed all the locks on the 7-layered door with the perfection technique and continued to move forward. Dahane, Aura. Tsunayashiro Tokihira walked over slowly. In the official novel The Four Nobles, Tsunayashiro Tokihira's subordinate, Soul King candidate Kinyahako's mother, and the strongest perfectionist. But I didn't expect that I would still be such an inexperienced girl. My name is Anhidu Aura, who are you? The girl looked at the head slowly walking towards her, her expression full of wariness. In her more than 10 years of life, except for her father and Heduo Tianjing, she has not come into contact with anyone else. Shixian did not answer Aura's question and said, your father and Heduo Tianjing is dead. There is no point in you continuing to stay here. What do you think? Do you want to go with me? Going with you? Yes, come with me. You have spent your life in a small basement. Don't you want to see the outside world? Outside world? That's right, the outside world is a vast and boundless world full of courage and miracles. If you don't go and see it, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Tsunayashiro Tokihira stretched out his hand and said seductively, come with me, Aura. By some strange combination of circumstances, Dahigen Aura just grabbed Tsunayashiro Tokihira's hand. At this moment, she had an unprecedented feeling. Interrupted. 2 figures were running quickly. So, why did you pull me in? Hitsugaichware looked helpless. He was stabbed by Tsunayashiro Tokihira before, and he was just discharged from the hospital today when he was dragged away to the present world by Matsumoto Rangiku to perform his mission. Well, the captain specifically named it, there's nothing anyone can do. Matsumoto Rangiku said. But with his strength, it should be enough to solve all problems. Is Shinigami acting as Jinjo Keigo very strong? In Chuira's impression, apart from the extremely mysterious Captain Yamamoto, the strongest Shinigami he has ever seen should be Tsunayashiro Tokihira. How could such a powerful guy need the support of the 2 of them? However, Matsumoto Rangiku did not answer this question, but suddenly reached out and grabbed Chuire's shoulder. I saw her suddenly speaking, "Wait a moment, Chuire, restrain your Ryotsuo immediately, there is a Ryotsuo conflict reaction ahead." 26 of Bakud, Bent Light. At this time, Chuire also felt the Ryotsuo conflict. After pondering for a moment, he waved his hand and a light transparent film covered the two of them. Bent light covers the appearance and makes the figure completely invisible. Immediately, the two suppressed their Ryotsuo to the maximum extent, and the two deliberately controlled the sound of their footsteps, making it look like they were invisible. The two slowly approached the source of the sound. As they approached, they heard constant explosions. By the time they reached their destination, the battle was over. Rangiku looked around and saw an area. This area seems to have been specially developed in the boundary. It covers an area of about 1.5 football fields. In the middle, there is a spider-like void. 6 pieces of golden light were inserted into its body and formed a circle, restricting its movements. The corpses of about a dozen Shinigami fell beside it. In front of Su, there are 4 masked people. They are wearing grey gowns and their heads are wrapped in white turbans. These guys are kid people. Rangiku said in surprise, "No, there are also noble guards. Why are they here? And why are you fighting a virtual one?" In Seoul Society, Central 46 has 4 major organizations: Godi 13, Covered Mobile, Kid Public, and Technology Development Bureau. The duty of Godi 13 is to protect the safety of Siridi, the newly reincarnated soul, and to fight and kill hollows. The duty of the Covered Mobile is to monitor Godi 13, clean up the traitors in Shinigami, and get rid of those who pose a threat to Room 46. The Kid people are responsible for tasks such as opening passages, opening barriers, and sealing. They are positioned as assistants and will never appear on the frontal battlefield. The Technology Development Bureau is responsible for inventing props, conducting experiments, and proposing cracking methods for specific enemies. In addition to these 4 institutions, there is another completely independent institution, which is the Noble Guard. As the name suggests, their duty is to protect the safety of the nobles. Generally speaking, the kid crowd and the noble escorts will never go directly to fight against hollows. After all, almost all of their members are of noble origin, and they prefer to be comfortable and not involved in danger. And now, there are actually 4 kid members and members of the Noble Guard fighting against Su. Moreover, they still used the harmless Bakud, and it seemed that they wanted to capture him alive. No matter how you look at it, something is wrong. Let's deal with this too. If Godi 13 notices it, it will inevitably cause trouble again. Had S54, Wasted Flame. The disc-shaped flames were thrown out so gently, falling on the corpses of those Shinigami who died in the battle, quickly burning the corpses into ashes, and completely disappearing from the world. Matsumoto Rangiku bit his lip, feeling very excited. This scene reminded him of some very bad memories. Under the excitement, Rangiku's Ryotsu was a little confused, but he still controlled it well and did not let the 4 kid members notice. After storing the spider form Ajicha's Minos Grande into a space device, he quickly stood up and left. When they left, Matsumoto Rangiku chased after them without any hesitation. However, she hung far behind to ensure that she would not be noticed or lost. Hitsugaya had no choice but to follow. After running for about half an hour, the 4 kid people ran to an open space, slowed down, and entered a new world. Also coming here are Matsumoto Rangiku and Hitsugaya. Rangiku looked around, and the next moment, he couldn't help but change his expression. Is this called Valley? Chapter 21. Is this called Valley? Matsumoto Rangiku's eyes widened when he saw the surrounding scenery. She joined the Spiritual Arts Academy at the same time as Tsunayashiro Tokihira, and has been a Shinigami for nearly 100 years, so she is well informed. Although she had never seen it with her own eyes, based on her knowledge and experience, she judged that this place was called Valley. Of course, in the old textbook of Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, it is called valley, and in the new textbook, it is called a different space. The formation of the Valley of Calls is due to the fact that many souls who have been in contact with the soul society in this world accidentally deviated from the normal path and were unable to reach the soul society and could only stay in the broken world. Over time, these souls slowly gathered, and after several 10,000 years, they formed a powerful Ryutsu, creating a different space in the broken world. Generally speaking, Shinigami will not go to the valley easily. After all, many of the different spaces here are very unstable, and they will disappear in the torrent of space if they are not careful. There are exceptions. The formation time of Xiaogu is more than 10,000 years, and its stability is enough to support captain-level Ryutsu, so it can enter. Resisting the doubts in his heart, Rangiku slowly walked in and came to the door of a circular building. She sensed for a long time that there was no reaction from Ryutsu in the building, so she quickly opened the door, got in, and closed it. The first thing that comes into view is an empty hall. A huge and luxurious staircase leads to the second floor. There are also 2 doors on the left and right. Just when Chuir was still hesitating which way to go, Rangiku rushed directly to the second floor and heard the noisy sound coming from not far away. She, a Shunpo, stood at the side door where the sound poured in. Pushing open the door, what appeared in front of her was a long passage with audience seats on both sides. The people in the audience all wore masks in unison and were cheering with all their strength. At the same time, at the bottom of the building, in an open space like a coliseum, a fierce battle was taking place. That is Quincy? Isn't this a race that has been annihilated by the Shinigami? Opposite him was an empty head. Matsumoto Rangiku instantly realized what was going on here. Absolutely right. This is the legendary execution martial arts performance. It is said that hundreds of years ago, when the 5 nobles were still in power, the nobles would fight the captured Su and the criminals, while they themselves would sit in a safe place and watch. If it's a virtual victory, that's it, but if a sinner wins, then they will continue to prepare for the next virtual one until the sinner dies. But later, during an ordinary execution, a very bad incident occurred. The captured Su suddenly attacked the nobles present, and all the nobles died. Only one sinner child is left alive. Soon after, the Shiba family, one of the 5 noble families, fell, and the 46th house officially took power. In order to avoid similar incidents from happening again, the custom was ordered to be abolished. However, according to Tsunayashiro Tokihira, the nobles in that incident were not killed by Kyun, but were all killed by the sinner child after he awakened Zanpakuto. The sinner child's name was Moljo Suya, who later became the captain of Yurgodi I-13 Squadron 11, the 8th generation Kenpeki. And the name of that Zanpakuto is called Yulu Jalayu. These memories in his mind allowed Matsumoto Rangiku to quickly understand what the scene in front of him was like. This world is really ugly. This time, perhaps the nobles learned from the lessons learned hundreds of years ago, so they defended themselves very well. There are densely packed magic arts arranged around the venue, and kid members and noble guards are also arranged to guard the area. Under these foolproof protective measures, they only need to sit in the audience and shout loudly. Go to hell! Come on, Quincy! Kill him! Kishin, I'm optimistic about you. At this moment, the Quincy in the tattered Quincy costume took a deep breath and ignored the commotion outside the venue. The next moment, he used his flying feet to avoid Su's attack, and opened the spirit bow with his hand. Shot out with an arrow. Bang! With just one arrow, Kamui's hollow, which had been powerful just now, was shot through and turned into a spirit child, disappearing completely. And the Quincy seemed to have reached his limit, falling to the ground, breathing heavily. I succeeded. A smile appeared on the Quincy's face. So far, he has won 9 games in a row. According to the previous agreement, he can finally take his daughter out of this hellish place. Had S-31 red fire cannon. A red fireball hit the Quincy Jr., sending him flying and falling to the ground. After landing, he vomited a mouthful of blood and looked behind him in shock. At the end of the line of sight, there was a man wearing a black death suit. His face was hidden under a long scarf, and his cold eyes did not look down. Immediately, he used Bakuda's 77 Tiantingkanra and said, "This Mr. Quincy seems to be very strong. He actually won an unprecedented 9 consecutive victories. So what's next?" Boom! A huge spider was released. "This is our newly captured nesting hollow. It is injured and needs souls to replenish its spirit children. Mr. Quincy is also injured. What interesting things will happen next? Who is the final winner of this battle? Is it Hollow? Or is it the Quincy?" The answer is still shrouded in mystery. Nobles with different opinions, please place your own bets until each side takes sides, and the battle will begin. Blood is the best way to resolve differences. Roar! In an instant, there was a burst of cheers. Those nobles seemed to be impatient for the next scene. Cruel? No one thinks so. In everyone's eyes, the Quincy is a very evil existence. About 1,000 years ago, the Quincy's Empire of Light invaded Seoul society, but was unfortunately defeated by Godi I-13, and its leader Waiwak was killed by Captain Yamamoto. About 200 years ago, due to the problem of soul balance in the three realms, Godi I-13 launched a war of genocide against the Quincy and won a great victory. In the past, this history was clearly recorded in the textbooks of Spiritual Arts Academy. But in recent decades, newly revised textbooks have eliminated that period of history. Of course, textbooks are only for civilians. The nobles present either witnessed it with their own eyes or heard it from their elders in the family, and they all knew this history clearly. Therefore, they could sit in the audience with peace of mind and enjoy the ugly appearance of the Quincy's dying struggle. However, at this moment, the Quincy roared, "Shinigami! This is different from what was promised. Doesn't it mean that if I win 9 games in a row, I can let us go?" Chapter 22. No, Shinigami, this is different from what you said before. Doesn't it mean that if I win 9 games in a row, I can let us go? The Quincy's roar was extremely loud, but unfortunately no one paid attention. The man cast an indifferent gaze and said calmly, "Don't yell like that, I'm thinking about you. If I win 9 games in a row, I can let you go, but I didn't say let you go together." As he spoke, the corner of the man's mouth curved slightly. "Do you want to abandon your daughter and leave here alone? You are such a cruel person." "UBD," the Quincy shouted. "What a boring guy. In that case, I will fulfill my previous agreement, let you go, and let your daughter fight against the new giant Minos Grande." "No. Don't let my daughter play." The Quincy was shocked. "Haha, since it's an agreement, we must abide by it. It's the same for you and me. I don't want to be ABD, unless you kneel down and beg me," the man said with a sneer. Before the game officially started, he was quite willing to torture this Quincy. This was one of the few bad things he had. The Quincy was silent. "Haha, what a cruel guy, do you want to kill your own daughter? Then I will." The man's words stopped abruptly. "Don't move." At this moment, a sharp long knife was placed on her neck, and then a cold and sweet voice sounded in her ears. The man's expression remained unchanged. He tilted his head slightly and squinted his eyes, only to see a white hand holding Zanpakuto. He was slightly surprised. Godi I-13. Zanpakuto, not everyone can have it. The more than 6,000 members of the Godi I-13th Division were temporarily lent out during their academy years, and were officially awarded the nameless Zanpakuto, or sealed state, when they joined the team. As for the rest, such as the Noble Guard, Kid Crowd, and Stealth Maneuvers are all without Zanpakuto. Even a noble official like Tsunayashiro Tokihira must hand over Zanpakuto when leaving Godi I-13. Matsumoto Rangiku looked around with his silver eyes and shouted, "Everyone here, what you have done has seriously violated the laws of Soul Society. Everyone must obey and be arrested. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing. However, what greeted her was a burst of unstoppable laughter. Ha ha ha, who is this guy? Are you kidding me? Hey! Hey! Real or fake? How did this guy get in? Really, it's just a false alarm. It's just what a person can do, but he's pretty good looking. What a foul-smelling, shameless woman who dresses like that. She really needs a man and is despicable by nature. The male nobles were as arrogant as ever, and the female nobles were always so disdainful. No one thinks that just a Shinigami can change anything here. There are more than 30 kid members and noble escorts here, including one who was once the vice-captain of Godi I-13. Hand over Zanpakuto and capture him without mercy, and I can still ensure that you live. The man spoke like this. Just the tone is still the same as before. Even if a knife is held to his neck. More than 20 members of the noble guard slowly approached. Rangiku glanced at them and shouted coldly, "Don't move, or I will kill him." The man's expression remained unchanged and he said calmly, "It's useless. Their mission now is to protect the nobles and guard the secrets here. They won't take me into consideration. That's not good." Rangiku's face grew colder and he shouted softly, "Give it a low hum, Hanko." The next moment, her Zanpakuto disappeared. Only the handle was still there, and the blade turned into a piece of dust that spread around. It didn't seem to show any lethality. Puff! At this moment, Rangiku waved his hand holding the handle of the knife, and ashes streaked across the necks of several members of the noble guard, and their heads immediately shot up into the sky. "O King! The mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, the one who flutters high and takes the name of man. The wall of blue fire is engraved with 2 lotuses, and the distant sky is waiting for the abyss of fire." Head number 73, Double Lotus Blue Fire Pendant. 2 huge pale fireballs roared out and rushed towards Matsumoto Rangiku. At this moment, Matsumoto Rangiku waved his hand, and ashes surged, dragging the 2 nobles in the audience and throwing them directly towards the approaching Double Lotus Blue Fire Pendant. The Shuanglian Kanghuo pendant erupted in advance and immediately shattered the 2 nobles. Bang! Bang! The Double Lotus Blue Fire Pendant was detonated immediately, blowing the 2 nobles to pieces on the spot. At this moment, the noble guard who launched the attack was stunned, and the nobles present were also stunned. However, Matsumoto Rangiku looked calm and said, "No matter how many of these noble scum die, I don't care. If you want to fight, just keep coming." "Are you crazy?" Everyone roared in disbelief. "Does that woman, who is nominally the deputy captain of the 10th Division, know what she is doing? Even if everything that happened in this valley was known to the entire Soul Society and handed over to Central 46 for trial, it would be impossible to sentence the nobles present to death. Even the noble guards and the kid crowd are the same. Their most severe punishment is to be detained for decades, fined a huge sum of money, and then close this valley. To them, it's not worth mentioning at all." However, Rangiku said coldly, "You are the ones who are crazy. What do you guys think of human life and what do you think of this world? Let go of all the Quincy's you have captured. As for you noble scum, don't play tricks and just line up for me and get out. You crazy woman, do you know the consequences of doing this? Do you think I didn't wake up before taking action?" Matsumoto Rangiku said lightly. Hearing this, both the noble guards and the kid people around them were gnashing their teeth in hatred, but they were afraid of hurting the nobles and did not dare to continue. When everyone came down, Chweer looked at the dense crowd and suddenly felt his head hurt. Nobles, kid people, Quincy, hollows. What kind of strange combination is this? This woman won't cause any big trouble again. Puff. But at this moment, Matsumoto Rangiku's silver-grey pupils suddenly dilated, and a blade poked out from his abdomen. Blood dripped rapidly along the tip of the knife, dyeing the ground around her blood red. I saw the man who had just been kidnapped by Rangiku, using Zanpakuto to pierce Rangiku's abdomen, took off his long face towel, revealing a rather old face, and said lightly, "It's been so long, Rangiku." Chapter 23. It's been so long, Rangiku. The man slowly took off his mask, revealing a rather old face. On the outside, he looks like an old man in his 60s, with many wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, carefully groomed short silver hair and a goatee. "Have you become the vice-captain of the 10th Division?" He is very capable, but his terrible personality has not changed at all. "Who are you?" Seeing the man's face, Matsumoto Rangiku said in disbelief, "Vice-Captain Higurashi." Before the former Captain Shiba took over, the captain position of the 10th Division was vacant for a while. The captain of the 10th Division at that time was unfortunately killed in battle during the crusade against Minos Grande, and later the horrific Hollow incident occurred. For about 50 years, no one has served as the captain of the 10th Division, and the vice-captain at that time was this man named Higurashi Asahi. This vice-captain has high popularity in the 10th Division. He often encourages everyone to move forward and become the captain of the 10th Division. It was precisely because of his encouragement that during those 50 years, although the 10th Division did not have a captain, it still guarded the Soul Society with all its heart and soul, and its achievements were no worse than those of other divisions. However, everything can't be perfect. There is a woman in the squad that has always given him a headache. That was the third seat of the 10th Division at that time, Matsumoto Rangiku. This woman is wildly willful, drinks and is lazy, and often skips work and leaves her work to others. What's more, she dresses so shamelessly. From that moment on, he knew that this woman would cause trouble. "I just didn't expect that it would take decades for this premonition to become a reality. You should be missing now," Matsumoto Rangiku said. She clearly remembered that Vice-Captain Higurashi disappeared in the world during a mission to the real world 30 years ago. But now, he actually became a member of the Noble Guard. That's just a strategy to break away from Godi 13. Otherwise, how could I keep Zanpakuto? Higurashi said calmly, "After all, the rules of Godi 13 are too strict. I have no other choice." Just in the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed. Your character has not changed. But Rangiku, Quincy are sinners, and the Technology Development Bureau is also using Quincy to conduct human experiments. What's the big deal for nobles to engage in execution martial arts for fun? This is not a big deal, but after you did this, it can't be ended easily. Now, the best way is to let you die here. Don't worry, you will be regarded as a hero who died fighting Su. Higurashi's old face was still as expressionless as before. The next moment, his hand suddenly went down, intending to split her stomach with a knife. Brush! But at this moment, a figure flashed past. Higurashi's blade fell flat, and blood dripped along the tip of the blade and onto the ground. He turned his eyes to the side and asked, "Silver-haired kid, who are you?" Team 10, third seat, Hitsuga Ichiware. "Oh? You are 3 seats at a young age, a genius like Ichimaru-jin? Then, why do you want to save this woman?" Higurashi frowned slightly. "This Shunpo speed is not an ordinary one. I'm afraid ordinary vice-captains can't compare to him." Chouir placed the injured Rangiku on the ground, stood up, and said with a colder expression, "The Noble Guard has no power to execute the chairman of Godi 13. Even if she is really guilty of something, she should report it to room 46 and wait for their verdict." Higurashi said coldly, "Hitsuga-kun, you are a smart boy. I hope you can stay to prove the fact that Vice-Captain Matsumoto died of hollow." "I refuse," Chouir said calmly. Not mentioning that this kind of thing is against Soul Society's laws, even if he were to watch Matsumoto Rangiku being killed, he couldn't do it. For a woman full of chivalrous spirit like Matsumoto Rangiku, Chouir does not dislike her and is willing to provide her with some help within his ability. What's more, to a certain extent, she was kind to herself. One night about 20 years ago, Chwir witnessed the materialized Haranmaru in his sleep, demanding Chwir call his name with a deafening voice. But at that time, because her own Ryotsu was too powerful and she didn't know how to control Ryotsu, her grandmother, who was sleeping next to Chwir, was half frozen by the cold air emanating from Chwir's body and kept trembling. At this time Rangiku appeared in front of Chwir and warned Chwir, "For a Ryotsu as strong as you, your power might kill your grandma if you don't learn to control it." After that, after being introduced by Rangiku, Chwir enrolled in the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy and became a Shinigami. Then we can't just sit back and watch. Hearing this, Higurashi sighed softly, "What a shame. I thought you would be smarter, Hitsugaya-kun." Immediately afterwards, he waved his hand gently, and a dozen noble guards quietly blocked the two people's retreat. "I will contain them, Chwir. Please return to Soul Society quickly and report to Captain Tsunayashiro." Rangiku also has some understanding of Higurashi's abilities. Regardless of Zanjutsu, White Hits, Shunpo, or Kid, they are all standard vice-captain levels, unremarkable. The only thing that needs attention is his Zanpakuto Ryanmaru, which is a lightning-type Zanpakuto with quite good attack power. "Don't worry, neither of you two can escape." Higurashi shook his head slightly, then slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto and said calmly, "Rangiku, do you know why the 10th Division has been without a captain for the past 50 years? You must have been confused, so let me tell you now, Bankai. Anudaro Ling Yunwan." Boom! The thunder exploded with a bang. The next moment, the Zanpakuto Ryun pill in Higurashi's hand turned into a spear about 2 meters long. The gun body was dark, with exaggerated patterns carved on the surface, and electric light flashed constantly. The huge Ryotsu roared out of his body and soared into the sky. Such a majestic Ryotsu has undoubtedly reached captain level. Chapter 24. Bankai, Antara Ryanmaru. A spear flashing with lightning appeared in Higurashi's hand. Under the majestic Ryotsu, Matsumoto Rangiku felt breathless and turned pale. You actually know how to Bankai?" "Yes." As if recalling something, the corners of Higurashi's mouth curved slightly. "Actually, I learned Bankai 100 years ago. Captain Yamamoto also knew about it. He also invited me to serve as captain of the 3rd, 5th, 7th, 9th, and 10th divisions, but I refused." "Why?" Rangiku was puzzled. This guy doesn't have the kind of character that is indifferent to fame and fortune. "Because it's fun. Although I am the vice-captain in name, I am actually the captain. I can fool those idiot-like mediocre people at will." Having said this, Higurashi couldn't help but look up to the sky and laugh. "Don't you find it interesting to see those guys with no talent working in vain to reach a position that they will never reach in their lifetime? You are really a scumbag." Rangiku said, "Then why did you give up this identity and join the noble guard later?" "Because of status. As expected, you are a hopeless scum." Chwir slowly walked up and pulled out Zanpakuto, "Sit in the frosty sky, Haranmaru. You clearly saw my Bankai, but you still want to swing a knife at me? What a brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth." Brush. The next moment, Higurashi disappeared. Shunpo. This is when the differences between Shinigami's skills are best demonstrated. The captain-level Shinigami used Shunpo, and the vice-captain and other officers below him couldn't even react. Higurashi's favorite thing is to watch these so-called geniuses look dumbfounded after being beaten by reality. No matter how many times he saw it, he couldn't stop. But what he didn't expect was that Hitsugaya quickly turned around and caught his attack steadily. Boom! The swords collided, causing a large area of blazing white lightning to explode. Higurashi's Bankai, named Anudara Ryanmaru, has the ability to release thousands of lightning bolts when he hits a target. Although Chwir caught his attack, the next moment, dense lightning roared out. At first glance, it looked like a wave of light set off by a sea of light, rushing towards him, drowning Chuira's figure in an instant. "It's over," Higurashi said calmly. "No, it's not over yet," Rangiku said firmly. If it were an ordinary 3 seats, it would have been wiped out by this blow, but Chuira was different. As expected. In less than a minute, the wave of light dissipated, revealing Chuira's form. However, he was in an extremely embarrassed state now, and he was obviously seriously injured. As expected, isn't it still possible? Even Zanpakuto, who is known as the strongest, can't defeat Bankai with Shikai. Or, am I still too weak? Chuira remembered Tokihira whom he had fought with before. Is it possible to do it only to that extent? Watch your words, Higurashi said with a slightly cold expression, your words make it sound like you have mastered Bankai. Ah! That's what I meant. Chuira said coldly. What did you say? Higurashi said in disbelief. Don't ask me back. Did you just hear it, or do you just can't believe it? Don't make me say it twice or even 3 times. Chuira said, even if you don't believe my words, your own eyes should believe it. Say so, he raised Zanpakuto, and the terrifying Ryotsu roared out from his body, Bankai. Daiguren Harinmaru. In an instant, the mist-like cold air that had been rushing and rolling unexpectedly surged forward, and wherever it passed, a thin layer of ice condensed on the ground. In the center of the dojo, completely enveloped by the strongest cold air, Hitsugaya stood quietly. At this time, he was wearing armor made of ice. The right arm holding the sword was wrapped in thick ice, and the dragon's head bit Zanpakuto. The wings turned into ice flapped gently, bringing up gusts of cold wind. A long dragon tail swung, and 3 gorgeous ice flowers bloomed slowly behind them. It's really Bankai, how is that possible? Higurashi said in disbelief, this is the ultimate secret of Zanpakuto that can only be used by those at the top of Shinigami. Even as a Shinigami, one of the 4 nobles born with extraordinary Ryotsu, only one person can reach such a state in several generations. As long as anyone can learn Bankai, without exception, their name will be engraved in the history of Soul Society forever. But this guy, just a brat, why did he learn Bankai? At this point, Higurashi was already furious. He just saw him hit the spear with a wave of his hand, and thousands of lightning bolts shot out. Brush! But at this moment, Hitsugaya used Shunpo, which was much faster than before, and the figure disappeared instantly. The lightning remained unabated and went straight forward. Part of it drowned the kid crowd, and the rest rushed towards the nobles not far away. All this happened in the light of calcium carbide fire, and not only the nobles, but even the kid people had no time to react. Under the lightning that was like a huge wave in the sky, the bodies of the kid people were instantly roasted into charcoal. Ryotsu is like this for all kid who are comparable to the chief officials, not to mention the nobles. They didn't even have time to feel pain. Their brains were still in a down state before they were flooded with electricity. Immediately afterwards, they became ashes. The current was so majestic that it extended to tens of kilometers before slowly stopping. Under the current, there was a lot of heat, and the air became blurred, as if the space was distorted. Seeing this situation, Higurashi was immediately stunned. What is going on? Why is this guy's Shunpo so much faster? And those nobles just now were clearly not on his attack route. Why is this happening now? Was it the other party's fault? But no matter what, Higurashi knew clearly in his heart that he was finished. Even if he could defeat this brat and kill that woman, he still couldn't make up for the crime of killing so many nobles. If he returns to Soul Society, he will either be at the upper level of bipolar or the lower level of Wujian. After it was all over, he had no choice but to defect, either to the living world or to Hueco Mundo. I have no future. Chapter 25. Although it was not intentional, after killing so many nobles, Higurashi realized that he had no future. This woman. Matsumoto Rangiku, everything is your fault. Why are you meddling in your own business? You troublemaker, I should have killed you long ago. Higurashi stared closely at Matsumoto Rangiku not far away, with resentment on his face. Why can't this woman acquiesce to the unspoken rules that everyone in the upper echelons of Soul Society acquiesces to? I am not at fault, it is this woman who is wrong, this woman who refuses to follow the rules. You obviously dress up so shamelessly, but now why are you pretending to be noble and meddling in other people's business? Is it difficult to pretend to be blind? Matsumoto Rangiku didn't protest, just tightened his grip on his zanpakut. At this moment, she clearly saw Higurashi's true nature. Talking to such a person would be a waste of time no matter how much truth you say. She had no interest in saying anything else to this guy. Kroon, Hanko. She freed her zanpakut, and the next moment, the blade disintegrated and turned into dust, hovering around her, ready to attack. Next, it's your turn. At this moment, Higurashi's spear pointed at Matsumoto Rangiku, and more than 1,000 lightnings quickly condensed. Anger, disgust, murderous intent. These emotions were raging fiercely in Higurashi's chest. He has always hated Matsumoto Rangiku. It's not because of her willfulness, nor because of her laziness, nor because of her dress. Everything was just because this woman refused to lower her head and respectfully call him Vice Captain Higurashi. This woman has never been willing to listen to him like others. Even in this situation, even if she would die in the next moment, there was still no fear in her silver-grey pupils. She was still so arrogant and unwilling to kneel down and beg for mercy. That brat is dead, now it's your turn, Matsumoto Rangiku. To be honest, I wanted to do this 50 years ago. Boom! Thousands of lightning bolts shot out and roared towards Matsumoto Rangiku. Since violence cannot break her spirit, it can break her body. Boom! At this moment, an ice wall suddenly appeared in front of Rangiku. The violent lightning that shot out was easily blocked by the ice wall, and could not move forward at all. Is that the only extent? The lightning dissipated and Chwer walked slowly. No matter the speed, range, attack power, or control of the attack, you are far inferior to that guy's Shikai, not even to me. You obviously learned Bankai 100 years ago, so it stands to reason that you should master it purely. Or have you been acting like a noble dog for 100 years, wagging your tail and begging for mercy, and not caring about exercising your strength? After the battle with Tsunayashiro Tokihira, Hitsugaya Chwer's strength has been further improved. At the same time, he also has a general understanding of his own strength and the strength of others. Although the current Higurashi dynasty has been hidden for hundreds of years, its true strength is only an entry-level captain level. Any captain of Godi 13 has the ability to defeat them easily. If it were 1 month ago, my strength would be equal to. You little BD, shut up! Higurashi roared loudly. Blazing white ryotsu spurts out, and even more dazzling lightning bursts out instantly. 1,000-year ice prison. Along with Chwer's cold drink, the water vapor in the air quickly condensed into tiny ice particles, which then gathered into towering icicles. Dozens of dark blue icicles slowly gathered, with Higurashi as the center, stacked up layer by layer, and froze into a thick icicle that isolated all life. Under the ultimate ice, Higurashi lost his life. It's over. Chwer breathed a sigh of relief, released his Bankai form, sheathed his sword, and asked, "What are you going to do?" Matsumoto Rangiku smiled and said, "Go back to Soul Society and report to the captain." "Have you thought about it?" "Well, it's been decided." That's how the two returned to Soul Society. Outside the boundary gate, the stealthy and mobile commander Sui Feng is waiting there with a group of Xing troops. Matsumoto Rangiku, vice captain of the 10th Division, Hitsugaya Chwer, 3rd seat of the 10th Division, Central 46 has issued a compulsory arrest warrant. Do not resist, just follow me. Invisible Empire. A huge palace. This place, also known as the Ice Palace, is a large palace hidden in the shadow of the Shirai building. The exterior is covered in ice, with two ivory-like cracked arched columns at the front door, a building with a cross pattern behind it, and below is a large building and clock tower covered in ice. One of the main cities is called Yinjia City. There is a throne placed on the four-corner platform in the depths. This is where Waiwak stayed after retrieving his heartbeat. Since it has not yet reached the stage of regaining consciousness, the entire invisible empire is generally managed by Hasward. All matters in the empire, large and small, are basically left in his hands. Thousands of years ago, the Quincy Empire led by Waiwak fought a fierce battle with the Shinigami Godei 13 led by Yamamoto Genri Yusai. The final result was the annihilation of the Quincy Empire. Even Waiwak was killed by Yamamoto Genri Yusai. However, Waiwak did not die. Yamamoto Genri Yusai only caused Waiwak to lose his heartbeat, consciousness, and strength, but failed to kill him. The Quincy who survived the battlefield called Waiwak the Sealed King and fled from the real world into the shadows within Shirai. They spent 1,000 years hiding in the shadows, manipulating souls, building a soul space, calling themselves the Invisible Empire, and accumulating strength for future battles. And led the remaining Quincy to open up this huge spiritual space in the shadow of Shirai. Among the Quincy, there is a chant that has been passed down from generation to generation. The sealed Quincy king took 900 years to regain his heartbeat, 90 years to regain his consciousness, another 9 years to regain his power, and only 9 days to regain the world. 900 years have passed since that war, and Waiwak has regained his heartbeat. And now, another 90 years have passed. At this moment, Waiwak, who was sitting on the throne, opened his eyes. Thank you to the dead. It is also clear in today's world that this abominable world is about to come to an end. Good morning, Hasward. Chapter 26. Good morning, Hasward. Good morning, Your Majesty. Hasward opened his eyes when he saw the figure on the throne, immediately knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. Waiwak stood up slowly, moved his already stiff body, felt the Ryotsuo in his body, and frowned slightly. Is it still just this level? Compared with 1,000 years ago, it has not strengthened. At this level, he is no match for Yamamoto Shigekuni. The 9 years of power have just begun, and now Waiwak, in addition to the basic abilities of a Quincy, only has the ability to take and bestow. But his most important ability, omniscience and omnipotence, has not yet been restored. There is no difference between him now and himself after being sealed by Ichibe Hisub thousands of years ago. With this level of power, it is not enough to end this abominable world. Having said this, Waiwak stretched out his palm, and a black thing floated in the palm of his hand, spinning at a very fast speed. The souls of the entire invisible empire converged on Waiwak's palm at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rise and die, the silver badge, the grey grassland, the circular road covered by the halo. The eyeballs of agate, the tongue of gold. The wine cup of the skull, the coffin of the gods. What you offer now is your heart. Bang! The next moment, the spirit seeds gathered in Waiwak's hand suddenly exploded and flew into the void. In the current world, a huge light blue spirit ring shrouded the sky over the city, slowly rotating. The dark night seemed to be reflected into day at this moment. Holy! Along with Waiwak's words, beams of light poured down from the spirit sun circle. The direction in which the light beam fell was where the hybrid Quincy's were. Kurosaki family, Ishida family. There are also those Quincy who have just returned to the present world from Kal Valley. Holy! When Hasward saw this situation, his expression was a little complicated. At this moment, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, who was in the present Karakura town, was suddenly shocked when he saw those beams of light. Isn't it a spirit child, and a simple transfer of power? This is the holiness of Yohabak. Holiness is one of Yohabaka's abilities. You can collect the lives and powers of Quincy that are not needed by Waiwak and distribute them to those who need them. Those whose power is taken away will die, while those who are given power will be resurrected with greater power. Yohabok used Holy Spirit, which means that he has now regained consciousness. As for the son of the Soul King and the most powerful person in the original work, Tsunayashiro Tokihira clearly remembers him. In his opinion, Waiwaka's strength can be roughly divided into 4 stages. The first stage is the imperfect man, which is the initial stage. At this time, Waiwaka could not see, hear, speak, or even move, but he could continue to impart the power of his soul to those who came into contact with him. However, all those who obtain the power of Waiwaka's soul will not live long, and because of the death of the contactee, Waiwaka's previously separated soul will return to his body. Then he healed his body, allowing the infant Yohabok to gradually regain his vision, hearing, and other abilities. After his body recovered, Yoaba found that he had been regarded as a god of faith by those who had been touched by the treatment, and they respectfully called themselves Yobuk. The second stage is the son of the spiritual king, which is Waiwaka, who is about 200 years old. At that time, he had fully mastered his own abilities. Not only can it separate souls and give others strength, weak people can become strong, incompetent people can become geniuses, injured people can be healed instantly, and even broken limbs can be reborn and eyes can regain sight. He can also take away the power he has given to him arbitrarily. All those who are given power by him are the food for him to become stronger. The most obvious thing at this stage is the ability to usurp. For him, as the son of the Spirit King, everything in this world was born to be taken away by him. Counting from Waiwaka 1,000 years ago until he attacked the Soul King Palace and faced the monk Ichibe Hisub, this stage can be considered. At this stage, a certain amount of omniscience power has actually begun to awaken. According to Waiwaka himself. In fact, he had already possessed double pupils that symbolized omniscience and omnipotence very early on. Although he could only use part of the omniscient power. But later, Ichibe Hisub, the leader of the Zero Division, used the Soul King's left hand to plot against him and sealed his omniscience and omnipotence. That's why when he faced Yamamoto Genryusai thousands of years ago, he was just one move away. In other words, this move was missing one move, and it was Waiwaka's deliberate move. Because he needs experience in life and death and thousands of years of accumulation to awaken to complete omniscience and omnipotence. The third stage is omniscience and omnipotence. The same name as the power of God in the Bible. Omniscient and omnipotent, divided into omniscience and omnipotence. Omniscient means that all powers known to Waiwaka cannot cause any harm to him, and all will become his power. At the same time, the omniscient Waiwaka happens to be able to see through all the future. Therefore, once entering this stage, the ability of the rules system is completely ineffective against Waiwaka. Physical attacks can also be easily dodged without hurting him. Not to mention, Almighty is the power to change the future. Directly use the ability to change the future seen through omniscience, and change the present by changing the future. Even physical attacks have no meaning. It is no exaggeration to say that at this stage, Waiwaka's strength is already well deserved to be the best in the world. Even the leader of Team Zero, Ichibe Hisub, who was the same generation as the Soul King and the ancestor of the 5 nobles, was stared at by him at this stage. But it's not like there aren't people on the same level as him. For example, Kurosaki Ichigo of 3 Isshin Bankai, or Aizensuke, who is completely integrated with Hagyaku. The fourth and final stage is the Spirit King stage. Waiwaka absorbed the Soul King and robbed the power of all members of the Knights of the Star Cross, including Hasward, through sanctification. At this time, he truly achieved a qualitative change. There are countless levels beyond this world. Aizen's 99 had 5 swirling dragons of destruction could only scratch him. Kurosaki Ichigo's true Bankai was broken in an instant. You can reshape the entire 3 realms by yourself. With the strongest panel and the strongest ability, no one in the 3 realms combined would be his opponent in a head-to-head confrontation. I am afraid that only the spiritual king in his heyday can surpass him. Chapter 27. Now that Waiwak has just awakened, his strength should be almost the same as when he fought Yamamoto Genryusai thousands of years ago. Regardless of usurping the altar or the Quincy Star Medal, he has not yet awakened, and is no match for Yamamoto Genryusai after Bankai. That's why he used the Holy Spirit to recover the power of those hybrid Quincies. Tokaizura remembered the plot of the original work. When Kurosaki Ichigo was 9 years old, Waiwak used Holy to forcibly take away the spiritual power of all the mixed blood Quincy in the world in order to restore his former power. And because of this sanctification, the mothers of the two main protagonists Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Uriah were indirectly killed. Thinking of this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira used Shunpo and disappeared. The other side. Somewhere in Karakura town, Kurosaki Masaki is confronting a hollow named Grand Fishy. It is the goal that Soul Society has been chasing, and it has been fighting off Shinigami for 50 years. It is a difficult opponent. But it's difficult for ordinary Shinigami, but for Kurosaki Masaki, this hollow is just a trash fish. Kurosaki Masaki is a pure-blood Quincy. Although he later became a mixed-blood Quincy due to Izensuke, Ura Harakisuke, and others. But his strength has not weakened, and he is comparable to the captain level of Godi I-13. It's just that she has to protect her son Kurosaki Ichigo, so she has to be a lot more cautious. But even so, the battle will not have the second outcome. However, at this moment, boom! A beam of light cyan light fell from the sky, completely covering Kurosaki Masaki's body. Masaki Kurosaki clearly felt that his power was disappearing rapidly. The power is gone. In less than a minute, she changed from a captain-level strongman to a woman without any power. Roar! Grand Fishy roared and rushed over, and in the next moment, Kurosaki Masaki's body would be torn into pieces. At this time, brush! A flash of sword light flashed. Grand Fishy's huge body was instantly cut in half. Mrs. Kurosaki, you seem to need help. 2 days ago, Siritai. The heavy rain fell from the sky, weaving into a rain curtain 5 steps away, and no one could guarantee whether there was anyone on the other side. At this moment, a huge black cavity suddenly appeared, and densely packed voids poured out from the black cavity. More than 90% of these virtual objects are giant Minos Grande. Just its size is enough to produce huge destructive power. The remaining 10% are either Aizen and Sayalaporo's experimental transformations, or Jillian and Ajich's level Minos Grande. Are you actually invading from within the soul shielding membrane? It's really tricky. Kirako Shunsui said during the captain meeting. The Siritai wall that protects Siritai is made of the Soul Society's rare mineral Murasaki. The original function of this ore is to block spiritual power. Later, the Shinigami discovered that cutting the murderous stone will produce a wave of decomposed spiritual power from the cut surface, which is the soul shielding membrane that now covers the sky and the ground of Siritai. Any object or person made of spiritual particles that attempts to force a breakthrough from the outside will be decomposed into dust by the fluctuations of spiritual power. There is only one way to make a frontal breakthrough, and that is the Hawaii cannon. This is a means of transportation passed down from generation to generation in the Shiba family. Its main function is to travel to and from the Soul King Palace, and its secondary function is to break through Siritai's soul shielding membrane. What should we do, old man Shan? There are too many enemies, and the rain has blocked our spiritual senses. We are at an overwhelming disadvantage. Ignoring Kirako Shunsui's words, Yamamoto Genryusai slowly walked out of the door and stood quietly, with the heavy rain soaking him all over and the rain running down his grey beard. I don't know who is behind the scenes. They took advantage of the heavy rain to invade Siritai. It's a good idea, but it's too naive. Having said this, Captain Yamamoto opened his narrowed eyes, held the handle of Zanpakuto in his hand, and shouted coldly. Everything in the world turns to ashes, Region Jaka. Boom! The moment Captain Yamamoto liberated Zanpakuto, not only the rain around his body, but also the rainwater covering dozens of kilometers around him, turned directly into white steam. The captains of Shirai not far away from him saw only a large ball of flame suddenly appearing in the white steam. Fuseo! With a soft shout, Yamamoto Genryusai suddenly swung his sword, and raging flames instantly rose into the sky. The temperature of these flames is not inferior to the surface temperature of the sun. It is seen that these flames easily break through the steam blockade, rush out of the soul-shielding membrane, and penetrate the thick dark clouds with a standing posture, as if pouring water into boiling oil. Boom! The next moment, the flames exploded suddenly, burning the entire black sky red, and not a drop of rain fell anymore. There is no more cloud in the sky. The entire sky is blue, and the dazzling sunshine pours down, shining on every place in Seoul society. In Shirai, the golden tiles reflect the dazzling light, making it dazzling. The soaked clothes are dry. Toshiro raised his arms. There was no trace of wetness on his previously completely soaked sleeves, and he felt warm all over. As expected of teacher Genryusai. This is the strength of the strongest Shinigami in millennia. It was as if it was a natural disaster. Everyone can only rack their brains to find a way around it, but they must not confront it head-on. With just one knife, all the dark clouds in the sky were burned away. It's really an exaggeration. Aizen felt solemn in his heart. Frankly speaking, regardless of Zanjutsu, white hits, shunpo, or kid, he is confident that he will not be any weaker than Yamamoto Genryusai. But only the attack power is really too different. Region Jaka is the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto of the heat type. Since the invention of Zanpakuto by sword god Namiya Oue, Region Jaka is the undisputed pinnacle in terms of attack power alone. Although his Kaika Suijutsu is invincible in a sense, its attack power, which is like a natural disaster, is absolutely unmatched. And that's just Shikai, if it's Bankai. Aizen remembered what he had seen in the great spiritual book corridor. The Zanhuo Tachi is a Bankai in which he seals all the flames into the sword. Once it is waved, everything ends. A flaming sword that burns everything it hits with explosive flames. At this moment, Yamamoto Genryusai shouted. All captains, vice-captains, and chief officers are dispatched to clean up the hollows in Shirai. Chapter 28. Karakura Town General Hospital. The largest private hospital in Karakura Town. I don't remember giving you permission to enter my office, Shinigami. In the dean's office, Ishida Longxian, who was working with his head down, suddenly spoke. His tone was cold and there was no emotion at all. Ishida Ryusetsu, the son of Ishida Sosen, the only remaining pure-blood Quincy in the world. The person who came was none other than Tsunayashiro Tokihira. He said calmly, "Your wife Katagiri is in a very bad situation, isn't she? What do you want to say, you guy?" Ishida Longxian said coldly. According to the information left by his father, Ishida Sosen has figured out what happened 3 days ago. The holiness of Yohabak. That is a power that no Quincy can resist. The Quincy who has been sanctified has only one end, and that is death. I have a way to change the outcome of your wife's death, but in exchange, I need something in your hands. A thing. That's right, a thing that can enter and exit that place freely is called the Key of the Sunday. Half an hour later, Tsunayashiro Tokihira walked out of the hospital. The transaction went smoothly. However, on the way to leave, he suddenly felt a little regretful. That's all Katagiri. At that time, she actually saved Kurosaki Masaki's life. Kurosaki Masaki actually said nothing. After all, she has become a wife, and it is probably impossible for her to commit herself to her, but it's okay to have S**x. As long as he does such a small thing, Masaki can repay the favor of saving his life. It is estimated that even Kurosaki Ichigo will not object to this matter. Tsunayashiro Tokihira walked down the street thoughtfully, thinking about what would happen to him when he mentioned this matter to Kurosaki Masaki. Holy Mia or Crescent Moon Chong. However, Kurosaki Masaki has been sanctified, and Kurosaki Isshin has lost the power of Shinigami. From this point of view, it seems that nothing major will happen. How about giving it a try? Bang! Suddenly, a rather slender figure passed through the thick fog, hit Shixian's body, and fell to the ground with a thud. Era? A human woman. Tsunayashiro Tokihira was stunned. She was a slender woman with medium-length black hair and grey pupils. However, the next moment, Shixian saw that the right half of her face was covered by half a skull-shaped mask. Is this Arankar? Illusion? It must be an illusion. How could my luck be so bad that I could bump into Arankar wherever I walked? Tsunayashiro Tokihira raised his head sharply. Although there was a fog above his head and he couldn't see anything, he rubbed his eyes fiercely. The next moment, look at the same place again. The Arankar woman had already stood up and looked at Shixian with a puzzled look on her face. La! Shixian's eyes couldn't help but twitch violently. Sure enough, it must be Arankar. He was just walking around, why did he hit Arankar? This Karakura town is so poisonous. Tsunayashiro Tokihira was confused. Now he finally figured out one thing. Why is Aizen completely different from the plot, able to find the secret base of the Masked Legion so accurately and lead Shixian inside? Everything is because of the woman in front of me, Arankar. Rhodia Paramaya. She is the white spider-shaped Minos Grande who was artificially created by Sail Apollo by condensing countless souls in his experiments. Later, Sail Aporo destroyed other hollows and injected his spirit into Lugia, thereby forcibly improving Lugia's ability to the level of a Jichas. It seems that all scientists will eventually embark on the path of wanting to get involved in the creation of life. In this way, Sail Aporo created Loli and a group of subordinate officers. Kuratsuka Mayuri thus created Nirvana Dream. Aizen thus created Subai. The same goes for Urahara Kisuke, who created Tsumui Rain and Hanakari Jinda who can serve as Soul King candidates. So, why are you here? Tsunayashiro Tokihira said with a headache. Shinigami. Luogia looked at Shixian expressionlessly and spoke calmly. Neither her words nor her eyes contained the slightest emotion. And on the other side, after giving Siraidii a great gift, Sail Aporo came to the world. He followed Aizen's instructions and dropped a group of giant Minos Grande into Siraidii. Of course, he would never participate in the battle. Sail Aporo never underestimates Godii 13. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the man named Kuriyashiki Kenpeki whom he saw in the Black Cavity 250 years ago. Of course, after so many years of growing in strength and going through Hgyaku Arankar, Sail Aporo was confident of destroying the Siraidii. Although it would be interesting to destroy Siraidii, he had a premonition that the thing that can realize your dream of becoming a perfect life is in this world. After searching around for a long time, he came to the door of Karakura Town General Hospital. A figure wearing the same haori as Kuriyashiki Kenpeki slowly walked out. At this moment, Sail Aporo's whole body was shaken. His opportunity to realize a perfect life is right in front of him. It has nothing to do with science, technology, experiments, or life. Every cell in Sail Aporo's body reminds him that as long as he devours the man in front of him, he can evolve into a perfect life. Sar, Lord Apollo. Seeing her creator, Luogia's expression remained unchanged, but there were other emotions in her pupils, including fear, numbness, gratitude, to name a few. It's just that Tsunayashiro Tokihira really couldn't hold himself any longer at this moment. In just a few minutes, he actually met two Arankars, and the strength of these two Arankars should not be underestimated. This Karakura town is definitely poisonous. Chapter 29. Why on earth am I living in this world? Lugia Pajamiya had thought about this problem countless times in her heart. She didn't even know when she started to have self-awareness. The original Lorha was created by Sail Aporo as a spare for the death of the conception notice cultivating mother. She could never forget the first words she heard. I didn't expect you to have self-awareness. If I didn't need you, you would be like a Laroka lying anywhere. It just so happens that your name will be Lugia. In the beginning, Raja's master was Sail Aporo, and she acted as a prop by her master's side, always following orders. About 250 years ago, she was sent to attack the then captain of Division 11, Kenpei Kuriyashiki. After countless Jillians were killed, she appeared immediately, thinking that her life was over. But Kuriyashiki Kenpei said he didn't bother to kill an emotionless puppet, grabbed one of its legs and threw it back into the black cavity, naming him to confront Sail Aporo, who was hiding in the dark as Vasto Lord. Originally, Sail Aporo would have disposed of her if she was not really useful, but after observing Kuriyashiki from the dark side, he seemed to have other ideas, so he decided to keep her. So she became the experimental animal of a new experiment in the eyes of Sail Aporo, who continued to cut and transform her body with a game mentality for the next 200 years. Fortunately, the owner got tired of hearing her wails at some point and began to anesthetize her, which eventually became her only salvation. Later, she gained a brand new ability, which seemed to be directly related to becoming the perfect creature in Sail Aporo's mind. The external memory device records Luojia's soul and memory, and can be drawn out at any time to revive her if something unexpected happens. This is one of Sail Apollo's research topics on immortality. Through the connection between Radia's negation silk and him, his memory can be preserved in Radia at any time. To be more precise, it was through Lorca that memories were dispersed and preserved in various materials such as rocks and quartz trees in Hueco Mundo. When she learned that the ability given to her by her master was so important, she also felt a little joy, because her existence helped her master. Soon, Sail Aporo created a new external memory device. Even without Luojia's backup, Sail Apollo could be reborn at any time, and Luojia also lost the value of her existence. Later, Luojia was given as a gift by Sail Aporo to the new king of Hueco Mundo, Aizen, and their new king was particularly concerned about several people in this world. That's why Roka came to Karakura town and bumped into Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Luojia was naturally knocked to the ground. But when she fell, she turned her body to protect the flower beside her. "Miss, are you okay?" Shixian said. Just the most ordinary words of concern would make Luojia's heart ripple. Because of negation's ability, she can see the inner essence of everyone. For example, Aizen, Sail Aporo, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Underneath Aizen's kind appearance, there is the 10,000 years iceberg that no one can impress. Sail Aporo's scholar-like appearance is filled with an endless abyss of death and madness. And Tsunayashiro Toki string. Just like the sun. Luojia had never felt such warmth and peace of mind. I'm fine, thank you. Miss, you seem to be looking for the meaning of your life. Having seen through her inner thoughts at a glance, Luojia couldn't help but panic. Would you like to come with me? Tsunayashiro Toki string chuckled and said, actually, life itself is meaningless, but if you continue to live, you will encounter many interesting things, just like you met this flower and I met you. At this moment, Luojia was stunned. Sarah, come to me, Roger Palmyra. If Orochimaru heard this, he would probably call him an expert. After a frank conversation, Luojia finally decided to become Tsunayashiro Tokihira's subordinate. Perhaps, she needs to experience a completely different life. She no longer wants to be a prop, but wants to continue to survive as a human being, a free person. However, at this moment, Sail Aporo slowly walked over. Although Luojia's emotions were extremely complicated, Sail Aporo didn't even look at the prop he created, but just stared at Tsunayashiro Tokihira. At this moment, every cell in Sail Aporo's body is reminding him that as long as he devours the man in front of him, he can evolve into a perfect life. He didn't know the principle behind this, but his brain had no reason to believe that it was true. Within this Shinigami's body, there is a power that is superior to all life and is in a completely different dimension. Hey, is this going to start fighting again? Seeing this greedy look that almost turned into substance, Tsunayashiro Tokihira didn't know what this guy wanted to do. But this Karakura town is really hard to describe. He had only been here for a few days, and he encountered powerful enemies one after another. This place is absolutely poisonous. Lugia, stay away from here. This Sail Aporo seems different from the one in his impression. This Ryutsu is definitely a Vasto Lord level Arankar. In addition, use your negation silk to create a barrier in Karakura town so that no living human beings are affected. Yes. I know, please be careful, Lord Tokihira. Perhaps because of her previous relationships, she had always been calm, but this time, Luogia showed an unprecedented emotion, worry. Ah! Tsunayashiro Tokihira nodded slightly, leave everything to me. Chapter 30. Vasto Lord's Arankar? What a tricky guy. Seeing this Arankar, Tsunayashiro Tokihira couldn't help but frown slightly. With his glasses-shaped mask, short pink hair, and golden eyes, he is undoubtedly Aizen's Espadano. 8. Sail Aporo Grands. Oh? You actually know our existence? Apollo was slightly surprised. It's not surprising. Arankar is a hollow who has realized Shinigami's ability. It is also called a Shinigami turned hollow, that's all. Shinigami's hollow, and Kyun's Shinigami transformation, are one of the ways to break the boundaries of the soul. Mr. Shinigami, you are very interesting. Who are you? Arankar technology is Aizen's latest research result. Previously, he used this technology to give stronger strength to many Minos Grande in Hueco Mundo, forming the Arankar Legion. But this information should be kept confidential. But the person in front of me actually understood it in such detail. Is it the information revealed by the prop just now? Captain of the 10th Division, Tsunaya Tokihira. Like that guy, are you the captain of Godi I-13? Sail Aporo recalled the figure he had seen in the dark voice 250 years ago. Is the Shinigami in front of me on the same level as that guy? I am Espadano. 0, Sail Aporo Grands. The Zeroth Espada. Shixian was slightly surprised. Hasn't this guy split yet? Tsunayashiro Tokihira couldn't help but think of the information about Sail Aporo. Legend has it that a long time ago, there lived a pair of brothers in a certain country. The elder brother is an invincible general on the battlefield, and the younger brother is an alchemist who indulges in experiments every day. Although they share the same mother, they are on two completely different paths in life. On the battlefield, my brother took pleasure in killing enough people to build a hill. In his own alchemy workshop, his younger brother always wore a cruel smile and played with the immobile experimental subjects wantonly. The two chose paths that had no intersection, but their eyes were surprisingly similar. Because there is a contempt in them, an unabashed contempt for everything in the world. I don't know since when, my elder brother would send prisoners brought back from the battlefield to his younger brother's workshop, providing him with experimental materials. But no one knew what kind of experiment his brother was doing. However, his workshop was always surrounded by wailing that never subsided, as well as the disgusting smell of blood. Tens of thousands of human beings, regardless of age or S*X, were killed by their younger brothers in the workshop. They were either dissected, burned, dismembered, or cut into pieces from head to toe and then reassembled. Later, his brother's experiments went further. Parts of the subjects' bodies would be cut off and attached to other people's bodies and internal organs. Or their internal organs are removed and replaced with other artifacts. Or implant the eyeball into the drained dental pulp and watch the subsequent changes. Or their whole bodies were soaked in a strong acidic solution and slowly melted over an unknown amount of time. I don't know how long it took, but the souls of these dead people gathered together and merged into a giant Minos Grande. This hollow had no sense, but relying on the instinct hidden in their bodies, they killed the elder brother and younger brother who had caused their misfortune. What he didn't expect was that after his death, his brother's soul turned into a more powerful monster, with innate knowledge and extremely clear reason. In my brother's own words, "That's great, this is exactly the result I have been pursuing." With a smile full of joy, the monster quickly ate his brother and the soul of the experimental subject that had long been transformed into a void. The younger brother's name is Sail Aporo Grans. Over the next few hundred years, Sail Aporo evolved into the human-shaped superior Minos Grande Vasto Lord. Normally, he is a gentle and calm scholar, but once he starts fighting, he will use his violent strength to kill his opponent. However, he rarely takes action himself in battle. Because Sail Aporo knew very well that once he took action, he would be unable to control himself and tear his opponent into pieces. I don't know how much time passed, but he was summoned by Baragan, the king of Hueco Mundo, and became a scholar under Baragan. After Aizen became the new king of Hueco Mundo, he was selected into the new organization Espada because of his strong strength. He was given the number 0. The so-called Espada means that after Aizen completes the reincarnation from Hollow to Arankar through Hugyaku, he selects the outstanding ones with superior killing ability, and then from number 0 to number 9 according to the level of killing ability. And Sail Aporo was given the 0 ranking by Aizen, which means that among all Arankars, he is the strongest. In fact, this is indeed the case. In the official setting, Sail Aporo Grans at this time is the most powerful Arankar in history. The 60% strength level overwhelms Yami's full form. Relying on Ryutsu, he can break Baragan's curse and ignore Starcase Wolves. Kurosaki Ichigo, who is in a 100% state and has surpassed the full hollow, can fight evenly with Zaraki Kenpeki in a semi-liberated state. Out of curiosity, Tsunayashiro Tokihira used his attribute I and saw Sail Aporo's basic ability values. Target: Sail Aporo Grans. Attack power: 90. Defense: 90. Mobility: 90. Reaction: 90. Zero, 100. Ryutsu 100. Intelligence: 100. Physical strength: 80. Total score: 740. Rating: Captain at his peak. Chapter 31. Tsunayashiro Tokihira used his attribute I and saw Sail Aporo's basic ability values. Target: Sail Aporo. Attack power: 90. Defense: 90. Mobility: 90. Reaction: 90. Zero, 100. Ryutsu 100. Intelligence: 100. Physical strength: 80. Total score: 740. Rating: Captain at his peak. Is the captain at his peak? Sure enough, it was ridiculously strong. This panel data even surpasses Kurako Shunsui. You must know that in the plot, Kurako Shunsui only used 3 of the Shikai 5 ghosts to defeat Espadano. 1 Coyote Star K. And now, Sail Aporo is stronger than Kurako Shunsui. The strongest Arankar is so scary. But Sail Aporo is not satisfied with this. Because what he pursues is perfect life, not power and status. In fact, as a scholar, he also has another personality. Once he enters fighting mode, he will go crazy and lose control. To this end, he plans to use surgery to split himself in 2 and go through the evolutionary process again to achieve his goal. If I devour you, I probably won't have to perform that surgery. Tsunayashiro Tokihira, are you aware of it? The violent Ryutsu erupted from Sail Aporo's body. The surrounding space was distorted, and the spirits in the atmosphere began to make a frictional sound. Swallow me? Haha, this is really the first time I heard someone say such arrogant words. A materialized Ryutsu as sharp as a blade stood in front of him, but Tsunayashiro Tokihira still maintained a considerable margin. Didn't you split yourself in two? Indeed, unlike Saoporo in the plot, he has some golden hair in his pink hair. In other words, is the person in front of him the most powerful Arrancar in history? Even the later Theon Grants, although similar in strength in terms of settings, was not as strong as Saoporo because his body could break down at any time. And he wants to devour himself because of Hagyaku? Or is it because of the Spirit King's hands? So you heard it now, Sarah, let's start now and fight for our lives. Saoporo took out Zanpakut from his waist, and a fighting spirit rose in his chest. He knew that this was the effect of having his brother's soul in his body. Every time he fought, he was filled with unprecedented pleasure. This idea gave Saoporo a reasonable basis for his high emotions at this moment. Well, this is probably the last time I will fight in such a rude way, so just think of it as my last indulgence. I'm telling you, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, I have always liked to be surrounded by death. What's more important is that when a stronger person dies, the intoxicating feeling becomes stronger. Even if the person who dies in the end is myself, the same is true. As he spoke, Saoporo showed a dazed expression and put the knife in his hand into his mouth. Sip, evil concubine. Saoporo swallowed his own Zanpakut, and the next moment, his whole body expanded and exploded, showing a new posture. I saw that his lower body completely turned into tentacles, and the tentacles condensed and disappeared into feet and the hem of his clothes. 4 wings sprouted from his back, and colorful lines appeared in his eyes. Take the move, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. As the words fell, black juice spurted out from Saoporo's back. The battle at Siritai ended unexpectedly quickly. In front of the captain and vice-captain of Godii 13, those large virtual beings were like fish on a chopping board, allowing them to slaughter them at will. In this war, very few Shinigami were killed, but the damage to buildings was severe. Even the Technology Development Bureau was partially destroyed. Bureau of Technology Development, Laboratory. Kuratsuka Mayuri is helping Captain Yamamoto repair the Zanpakut. Zanpakut Rijinjaka, who is known as the strongest heat type, can actually be made to disappear by a hollow. This kind of thing is really unreasonable. But this kind of unreasonable thing is what Kuratsuka Mayuri is most interested in. He really seemed to have captured that end alive, and then put it on the experimental table for careful anatomy and study. It's a pity that Captain Yamamoto is just a mortal and doesn't understand the heart of this great scientist. After Rijinjaka disappeared, he punched the hollow that had great research value into crumbs. If I remember correctly, that move is called Yugu. He's actually so strong with white hits, what a scary old man. But it was really a pity, he really wanted to dissect that weak head. If I remember correctly, that hollow's name seems to be Metastasi too. His current job is to restore Captain Yamamoto's Zanpakut, which is not difficult for him. But this Zanpakut, which was said to be the strongest, made him very curious. Maybe he can get some inspiration from it. Kuratsuka Mayuri grabbed Rijinjaka with only the hilt left, and scratched her head with her index finger painted with dark purple nail polish. What kind of test should be performed? Boom! Boom boom! At this moment, the laboratory table suddenly shook violently, and the instruments and bottles on it fell to the floor. Kuratsuka Mayuri was very unhappy at first, but now she was even more angry. What are you doing? If those guys are doing something stupid, send them all to the experimental table. Kuratsuka Mayuri turned her head and said the most terrifying words in the calmest tone. Chapter 32. What are you doing? If those guys are doing something stupid, send them all to the experimental table. Kuratsuka Mayuri turned her head and said the most terrifying words in the calmest tone. Of course, he wasn't thinking about the intruders. The warning system of the Technology Development Bureau was built on the foundation left by Shutara Senjumaru. Although Kuratsuka Mayuri hates that woman, she has to admit that her ability in the defense system is really outstanding. Even Captain Yamamoto couldn't break into the Technology Development Bureau without triggering an alarm. So, after being angry, he became somewhat curious about what those idiots were doing. Kurotsuka Mayuri slowly walked out of the door, and a stream of hot air suddenly poured into her nose. The smoke was thick, covering the entire sky, severely obstructing his vision, but he could feel that the surrounding Ryotsu reacted weakly. Kurotsuka Mayuri didn't care about this situation at all, and his black and white face did not change at all. In the next moment, he caught a familiar Ryotsu used shunpo and came to this person. Oh, that's really an exaggeration. The entire Technology Development Bureau has exploded. Ajin, what are you doing? There was no trace of blame in Kurotsuka Mayuri's words, but only curiosity. Whether it was the damage to the building or the casualties of the team members, he didn't care. In his opinion, these things were consumables that could be replenished at any time. Only those in his laboratory are truly priceless. Akina was seriously injured, but he still calmly replied, "We did nothing. The enemy attacked, but there was no alarm." "It's really fun," said Kurotsuka Mayuri. What kind of enemy would be able to avoid the warning from the Technology Development Bureau? At this moment, Ajin said, "Captain, I hope you can give us a batch of meat supplements." One of Kurotsuka Mayuri's most practical inventions is the meat supplement. With this, Shinigami can gain high-speed regeneration abilities that are superior to Kyun's. Unfortunately, Kurotsuka Mayuri shook her head slightly. The number of meat supplements in the laboratory is limited. Judging from Ryotsu's reaction, it is obviously not enough. Akin pondered for a moment and said, "In this case, we can only use as many as we can, and distribute them according to their positions. Those who can't get a share can only wait for the fourth team." He only had absolute rationality and did not say anything righteous. These are the things Kurotsuka Mayuri appreciates most about him. "That's okay." Kurotsuka Mayuri nodded. Valuable people need to survive more, while worthless people have to rely on luck. This world has always been like this. The battle between Tsunayashiro Tokihira and Sail Apporo is ongoing. The battlefield between the two went from the ground to mid-air, then from mid-air to high altitude, and now it is in the black cavity of the world. The essence of the black cavity is similar to the world crossing gate. The only difference is that here you need to use your own surprise to build a foothold. And now Tsunayashiro Tokihira, who is in the dark voice, is standing quietly on the Spirit Sun platform built by his own Ryotsu. However, this spirit platform seems to be designed to reflect the roughness of Ryotsu Yamato, and it looks like a huge rock, full of pits and pits. However, this huge rock and its uneven surface are now hidden among the countless piles of corpses at the feet. The densely packed corpses on the ground were all dressed in the same way as Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Although they did not wear the captain's haori, nor did they wear the star clamp's hair accessories that only nobles were entitled to wear on their heads and necks. But it is obvious that these corpses are all imitations of Tsunayashiro Tokihira. At this time, all these imitations were killed by Shixian at his feet. This is one of Sail Apporo's abilities, cloning people. Black juice spurts out from behind, and if touched by the juice, an almost identical copy will be created. The replica has all the abilities of the person, but of course the appearance will be changed to suit his personal aesthetics. They were just copies, and they all died under Tsunayashiro Tokihira's sword. When the Ryotsu gap is too large, the clone is far from being inferior to the original. Now, Tsunayashiro Tokihira looked forward, and in his sight was Sail Apporo, who was in a liberated state, with band-like tentacles growing on his back. I saw him holding one, which was like a mini doll made out of Shixian. This mini doll, like a Russian Matryoshka doll, was pulled away from the middle by Sail Apporo. Inside the doll's body, there are small particles labeled with the names of various internal organs. Sail Apporo slowly took out these small particles from the doll and was about to crush them with his fingers. If everything goes as he expected, when this particle is crushed, the internal organs of Tsunayashiro Tokihira, which corresponds to the name of the doll, will also be destroyed. However, what Sailaporo didn't expect was that the particles in his hand that represented Tsunayashiro Tokihira's internal organs were as hard as steel and could not be crushed no matter how hard he squeezed them. With no choice, Sailaporo exerted a little force and tried to use the touch of his fingertips to estimate the hardness of these visceral particles. But the conclusion reached is disappointing. If it is so hard, with your own strength, you have to cut it with a knife to have any chance of destroying it. In this case, it would be easier than just slashing at Tokihira himself. Although he is very reluctant, Sailaporo Grans now has to admit it. The technology that he had worked so hard to create had no effect on Tsunayashiro Tokihira. This guy, Ryotsuo, is so amazing. As far as Ryotsuo goes, Tsunayashiro Tokihira is truly amazing. Of all the people Sailaporo has met, only Izansuke and Yamamoto are comparable to him. Others are definitely far behind. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's Ryotsuo far exceeded his expectations. In this black cavity that connects the two spaces, the surrounding Ryotsuo cannot provide the Ryotsuo that the clones need. As for this so-called mini-doll, the Ryotsuo contained in its internal organs is too large, far beyond the level that Sailaporo can control and destroy from a distance. Ha 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 ha! Awesome! This is awesome! Tsunayashiro Tokihira. A strong man like you, a Ryotsuo as big as you, can definitely tear apart Baragan's curse, not even Starcase wolves can hurt you the slightest bit of it. As the number 0 in Espada, Sailaporo is the strongest without any meaning. Even his moves can't help Tsunayashiro Tokihira, and the number 1 Starcase and number 2 Baragan are definitely not that good. Isn't this kind of thing a matter of course? I am Tsunayashiro Tokihira, how could you win me with such a little trick? But have you used up your tricks? Facing Tsunayashiro Tokijan's seemingly provocative question, Sailaporo slowly raised the corners of his mouth. Well, you are right, there is indeed no need to use such boring tricks between us anymore. After saying that, Sailaporo threw away the doll in his hand and sneered. Honestly speaking, I am so excited to see your strength that I haven't seen in a long time. Sailaporo twisted his neck slightly. Kaka. 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 There were continuous sounds, and then Sailaporo opened his hands in an intoxicated and selfless expression. I know this is the part of my soul that belongs to my brother, but this feeling is so fascinating. Thank you, Shinigami. Following Sailaporo's words, behind him, those densely packed tentacles like strips of cloth slowly opened and became extremely sharp, and a large amount of Ryotsuo began to accumulate at the tip. The next moment, a series of strong spirit sun impacts immediately dominated the entire black cavity. There are dozens of tentacles behind Sailaporo, and they simultaneously release the King's Flash that only Espada can use. However, facing a terrifying attack that could completely annihilate Karakura Town, a megacity in the world, Tsunayashiro Tokihira just waved his hand gently. The next moment, a completely transparent shield like glass appeared in front of him. Single shield. A skill that can only be used after entering the first fusion stage of Hagyaku. Its composition principle is to release the Ryotsuo in the body to the outside of the body, forming a glass-like transparent shield. Although its defense is average and can only block the captain-level Shinigami's slashes, its advantage is that it can be used at any time during battle, which is very convenient. However, in this case, just using a single shield will not work. So, Tsunayashiro Tokihira stretched out his finger again. Immediately afterwards, transparent single shields were continuously superimposed. In just the blink of an eye, an uncountable number of shields were stacked up on a single shield. 1,000,000 guilders. Tsunayashiro Tokijan said calmly. The next moment, Wang Su's flashes of light came one after another, hitting the layers of shields. Under such a powerful and indiscriminate bombing, space cracks appeared in the black cavity. The space storm swept across, and as Wang Xiro's light dissipated and turned into the purest spirit sun, waves of spirit sun storms actually formed. Well, the defense is not bad. 1 million dong. Tsunayashiro Tokihira used the power of Hagyaku to form a single shield by stacking the released 1 million layers of Ryutsu, eventually forming a huge shield. This huge shield is enough to completely block any attack, and its defensive power is amazing. Interesting. 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 You are so interesting, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Sail Aporo looked ferocious and roared, "Ha ha ha, I will use all my strength next, don't die." Hearing this, Tsunayashiro Tokijin just smiled coldly. "Haha, I finally stopped playing such boring tricks. Are you going to show your real skills? Then, I will also let you see my true strength." The Sail Aporo in front of him was undoubtedly the strongest enemy he had ever encountered. Therefore, Tsunayashiro Tokihira used his own method to suppress the situation. I saw him slowly raising Zanpakuto in his hand and chanting softly, "Drinking from the four seas, entrenching the ends of the world, everything is over, overwriting and cutting." Yan Luo Jing Dian. Chapter 33. Drinking from the four seas, occupying the ends of the world, everything is covered, overwriting and cutting. Yan Luo Jing Dian. Tsunayashiro Tokijin freed his other Zanpakuto. His Zanpakuto and Mitsuha ability is very strong, so strong that it surpasses almost all Zanpakuto. Of course, using the word almost means there are exceptions. Yan Luo Jing Dian is one of the exceptions. Everything in the world is reduced to ashes. Region Jaka. Torch. Yan Luo Jing Dian is a Zanpakuto passed down from generation to generation in the Tsunayashiro family. Its ability is to imitate any Zanpakuto ability it has ever seen. And now the Zanpakuto that Tokihira is imitating is none other than Region Jaka, who has the strongest attack power. The tornado of flames like a hurricane spun forward at a high speed and collided with the dozens of Wang Su's flashes. A storm of spiritual beings rose into the sky in the black cavity. Under this huge power, space cracks appeared in the black cavity. Beyond the rift lies Karakura town in the present world. The aftermath of the fight between the two entered the present world through the cracks in space. Just the aftermath caused a strong wind of magnitude 12 in the entire Karakura town, and the leaked sparks caused the temperature in the entire Karakura town to rise by more than 10 degrees Celsius. Its extremely terrifying power can be seen from this Madara. In the ordinary Hollow and Shinigami, there is a high chance of being instantly annihilated by the spirit storm. There was a person standing slightly away from the center of the storm, quietly watching the battle. Those storms of spirit beings that were enough to annihilate Minos Grande and Xiguan could not come within 3 feet of him. This person was wearing a pure white Captain Haori, with the 2 characters 11 written on the back. With a thin body and fair skin, he looked like a frail noble young master. Karakura Town, Kurosaki House. Why does it feel like the sky is shaking? The man who was originally named Isshin Shiba but is now called Kurosaki Isshin noticed something unusual in the air around him and couldn't help but speak. At this time, the air spirits throughout Karakura Town were shaking violently. Of course, he could not know that the cause of such violent spirit vibration was actually caused by 2 men fighting in the nearby black cavity. "Masaki, you said that the Shinigami who saved you was wearing Haori, the captain of the 10th Division?" Kurosaki Isshin asked. "Yes," Kurosaki Masaki nodded slightly, "he is a very handsome man." "A man? It seems that the new captain of the 10th Division is not Little Chweer. What a pity." Kurosaki Isshin sighed. To a certain extent, Hitsugaya Chweer is considered half of his disciple. After all, it was Bankai who guided his practice. But now, Chweer has not become the captain of the 10th Division, and regret is of course inevitable. But the most important thing is that now I owe a big favor. Then he looked at his wife and asked, "Masaki, are you okay? Don't worry. Although you have lost your strength, your life has been saved. The light falling from the sky and the danger of the ultimate contained in the light still made her still fearful. Kurosaki Masaki said, the captain said that people who have been sanctified by the Quincy King will produce a substance called new blood clots in their hearts, so they will eventually die. And the captain used his ability to help me remove the silver blood clot, so I should be fine. In fact, not only Kurosaki Masaki, but also the entire Karakura town was a Quincy sanctified by Waiwak, and all the silver blood clots in the heart were collected by Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Waiwak has awakened, and he must be prepared to deal with it. Really, that's great. Kurosaki Isshin chuckled, and then his expression turned serious. King of the Quincy. Waiwak. In the darkness, the battle continues. The two extremely terrifying Ryutsu masters clashed while moving quickly, releasing a powerful impact with the power to tear apart space. The collision between Zero and the flame caused violent vibrations that distorted the surrounding spirits, further causing cracks in the space. Infinite reload, Wang Su's flash. The tentacles behind Sail Aporo all gathered together, and the terrifying Ryutsu quickly condensed. The next moment, the Infinite King Zero Light Group was released, and the range affected the entire black cavity, and the continuous fire speed was very fast. In just a few seconds, nearly 1,000 rounds were fired. Seeing this situation, Tsunayashiro Tokihira did not dare to be careless, and immediately stretched out his palms and chanted slowly. The end of the Senju, the hand of the Dark Master that cannot be touched, the archer of the sky that cannot be reflected, the road of radiance, fanning the wind of fire, when we gather together. There is no need to be confused, just follow my instructions, light bullets, 8 bodies, 9 strips, scriptures, disease treasures, big wheels, great turrets, lead the bow into the distance, and dissipate brightly. Head number 91, Senju Kaiten Teipeo. Dense cones of Ryutsu light appeared around Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body, and the terrifying Ryutsu emitted unconsciously would make even a captain-level Shinigami feel numb. Boom! Boom! Boom boom! The light cone shot out, rushed straight towards Sail Aporo, and collided with the overwhelming Wang Su's flash, causing a huge explosion. The entire black cavity shook violently at this moment. The strong wind generated by the explosion blew away a layer of the space around the black cavity. Completely different scenes appeared in front of the two of them. The strength of the two is, to a certain extent, evenly matched. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. I don't know how much time has passed. Since time progresses at different speeds inside and outside the black cavity, perhaps not much time has passed at all in this world. But inside the black chamber, the fight between Tsunayashiro Tokihira and Sail Aporo Grands had lasted for more than 3 days and nights. Tsunayashiro Tokihira was tired of fighting each other like wild beasts, so he once again used the ability of Yan Luo Jingdian. Shatter, Kaika Suijutsu. Bang! Bang! Bang bang! Amidst Sail Aporo's wild laughter and shouts, the tentacles turned into sharp blades pierced Tsunayashiro Tokihira's abdomen. He is at the tip of every tentacle. Condensed a high concentration of spirit seeds and released a Wang Su's flash. However, Tsunayashiro Tokihira just smiled coldly, and his figure was like a phantom, instantly shattering. The next moment, the silver sword flashed, and Shi Xian's figure appeared behind Sail Aporo. Then the spot turned red. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's Zanpakuto cut the Arankar in front of him from his left shoulder to his right waist with a knife wound that was deep enough to show the bone. Bang! Immediately afterwards, flames exploded in the body. Sail Aporo fell in a pool of blood and could no longer stand up. Kaika Suijutsu plus Rijinjaka are surprisingly useful. Tsunayashiro Tokihira smiled softly, then put the Yan Luo Jingdian back into its sheath, then pulled out the Inamite Tsuyu, and slowly walked to Sail Aporo. From now on, you are mine, Mr. Arankar. Chapter 34. Putting away the body of Sail Aporo, Tsunayashiro Tokihira looked around and said softly. System, sign in. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully arriving at the check-in location. Sign-in officially begins. Hearing this, Shi Xian felt happy. He began to look forward to it. The sign-in time is 10 minutes. If you exit midway, you will be deemed to have failed to sign in. Shixian stood quietly on the Lingzi platform, closed his eyes, and focused on the system countdown. 10 minutes. 5 minutes. 3 minutes. 1 minute. 30 seconds. 10 seconds. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. 1 second. 0. Ding, congratulations to host, your sign-in is successful. Congratulations to host for getting the heart of the Soul King and Gremmy's brain. As soon as the system's voice fell, 2 streams of light shot into his body. Tsunaya was slightly silent. So far, he has asked the system to sign in 4 times. The reward for checking in at Siritii for the first time is Hgyaku. The second time you sign in at Broken World, the reward is doubled attribute eyes and understanding. The third time you sign in at Karakura Town, the reward is the Soul King's hands. Signing in for the 4th time in the Black Chamber, the reward is the Soul King's heart and Gremmy's brain. It was beyond Shixian's expectation. If I remember correctly, the Soul King's heart has now transformed into a member of the Knights of the Cross of the Star Waiwak. The holy text is M, his name is Gerald Valkyrie, and his ability is Miracle. Gremmy is also a member of the Knights of the Star Cross under Waiwak. His full name is Gremmy Tomu, his holy letter is V, and his ability is Dreamer. It is worth mentioning that Gremmy's body is this brain. Next, it's time to go back. Tsunaya Tokihira said. When he came to this world this time, the harvest was far beyond his expectation. But now, it's time to go back to Soul Society. Thinking of this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira slowly pulled out the Inamite Tsuyu and swung it fiercely. The next moment, an extremely dense darkness surged not far away, forming a dark door. Soon after, Shixian walked into the darkness. The 9th Division Captain's room. Ding! The wind chimes at the window sounded as the breeze blew. In the room, Hataru Kanazawa, the 3rd seat of Division 9, read the document in his hand with a sweet voice. Outdoors, Hisagi Shuei, Deputy Captain of Division 9, leads the team members in training. Not far away, workers were clearing away rubbish from houses destroyed by the giant Minos Grande, transporting wood and stones. From the trees, cicadas kept chirping. Siritii has been severely damaged due to the Minos Grande invasion and we need. Sorry, Hataru. At this moment, Tosen Kaname interrupted her. I saw a slightly tired look on his dark face. I'm sorry, I'm a little tired. Can I leave these team affairs to you? Leave it to me, Captain, please have a good rest. Hataru Kanazawa bowed to Tosen and then slowly withdrew. There was no complaint in her heart. Captain Tosen has been working for 3 consecutive days and has not had a good rest at all. Even though his eyes are invisible, his mind is always running at a high speed. It is natural to be tired. It is the best thing to rest now. Crabzing slowly exited the door, closed the door gently, and solemnly told others not to come and disturb her. At this time, the captain must be allowed to have a good sleep. Hearing the footsteps of everyone walking away, Tosen Kaname stood up from his seat, bowed and said respectfully, Lord Aizen. Bakud number 26. The illusory stream of light created by bent light was slowly torn open, and Aizen, wearing Captain Hayori and black-rimmed glasses, did not continue to hide and slowly walked out. He had the same soft smile on his face as always, and said warmly, I'm sorry, I want to come over suddenly and disturb you from handling your official duties. Nothing can compare to the arrival of Aizen-sama. Tosen Kaname said without any hesitation. Loyalty is the only feeling he has for Aizen. How long this feeling lasted, even Tosen Kaname himself couldn't remember. Ever since he swore allegiance to this man named Aizen, regardless of time, unknowingly, in Tosen's heart, Aizen has been elevated to an existence that can be said to be an absolute king. He would never forget that rainy night more than 200 years ago when he was trampled under the feet of a man named Tsunayashiro Tokihira, who played and bullied him wantonly. Tosen still remembers what Aizen said to him. "Can you temporarily store your hatred with me, and then bear the expectations of your best friend, live on, and change this desperate world?" From then on, Tosen pledged his allegiance to Aizen. In the first few years, Tosen was constantly surrounded by doubts. To be more precise, he was extremely hostile to the man named Aizen. After all, this guy is also a Shinigami, and he is the same as Tsunayashiro Tokihira, both despicable and shameless beings. When he saved himself, he just wanted a chess piece to take advantage of. I must continue to hold such doubts and never let down my guard at all. Tosen Kaname even once wondered whether Aizen was born blind. Kaika Suijutsu's complete hypnosis, which he was proud of, didn't work for him, so he went to great lengths to draw himself into his formation. However, after getting along for a long time, this doubt soon disappeared. Because if he had such a plan, he would just kill all the people who were his weak points. This man named Aizen has such great power. More than once, Tosen Kaname felt ashamed of himself for having such stupid suspicions. The more you understand how powerful Aizen is as a man, the less hostility you had at the beginning. It is simply unreasonable speculation to be on the same level as those despicable Shinigami. That man has long surpassed the limits of Shinigami. The power he possesses is such that even the captains of Godai 13 can only be regarded as one of his many prey. With this powerful power, the possibility that Tosen Kaname was just using himself as a simple pawn was immediately dismissed. Chapter 35. In the days that followed, from Aizen, Tosen learned the truth about the three realms and everything about this world. At the same time, Tosen was ready to wake up. His vision is no longer limited to revenge. He wants to become a great rebel and practice true righteousness. Changing this hopeless world is the most righteous thing to do. For this goal, Tosen Kaname would be willing to give up his own life. Back at the 9th Division team building, the conversation between Aizen and Tosen lasted for a full 3 hours. At the end of the conversation, Aizen solemnly declared, "One day, I will reach the end of reason, replace the cornerstone body that maintains the three realms, and I will become a sacrifice that does not dance for other people's desires, but stands in the sky with my own will." Aizen looked at Tosen Kaname. He had a clear understanding of this person and decided to follow him. He pondered for a moment and then said, "Yes, what do you expect, or what do you want? You are my best friend, my confidant, and my most loyal follower. Just think of it as a thank you gift from me. If you have any wishes, tell me and I will help you realize it." Faced with Aizen's words, Tosen originally planned to give a sincere answer, "The world created by Aizen-sama is my greatest hope." However, at this moment, the figure of his best friend talking to him on the hill of Rukanga flashed in his mind. Tosen spoke slowly after a brief silence. "If you would allow me, just one thing." "Oh." Aizen was also surprised by what Tosen would ask for, and then he narrowed his eyes with interest and waited for the follow-up of the other person's words. "I hope there are no sinful people like me in the new world. And if I fell before the new world was created, and the evil things I did began to be forgiven by people in this world, and I was shaken by this forgiveness, and then missed the old world, then please kill me." Hearing this, Aizen fell into silence for a long time. In fact, he always knew that Tosen was a warrior. From the moment Soul Society opened his eyes, he had never seen the light. Destiny made him meet Ji Kuang, which occasionally brought him a glimmer of hope, but gave him deeper despair at the moment when he wanted to be at ease and wish him peace of mind. But for such a blind man, when faced with the chance to change Soul Society and take revenge, he stood here without hesitation. 100 years ago, when Tosen betrayed his captain for the first time, perhaps in the eyes of outsiders, he was a man who was willing to fall for revenge. But Aizen saw it more clearly. A man who was born weak and willing to bear all the darkness for the sake of justice and the beauty in his heart. For that dream, he had voluntarily given up the friendship of friends and justice in the eyes of most people. The moment he swung the butcher's knife, he was already a warrior. And now, he said such words again. Yes, I agree. Aizen nodded slightly. If they fail, if Tosen Kaname continues to live like that, he will eventually be swallowed by unparalleled despair. Even the heart will be completely corrupted along with the soul society. Aizen absolutely couldn't bear it. A person with such beauty and enlightenment was strangled by further despair. If that time comes, I will give you my last mercy. Jingle bell. The wind chimes outside the window rang again. At this time, Aizen had returned to the captain's room of the 5th Division and began to deal with the affairs of the team. After a long time, there was a knock on the door, and a clear voice came from outside the door, "Captain Aizen, can I come in?" "Please come in," Aizen said calmly without stopping. The visitor opened the door, took off his shoes and walked in carefully, saying, "Sorry to bother you, Captain Aizen." "Hinamari-kun, what's the matter with you?" Aizen said softly, without any impatience in his tone, and seemed very gentle. The person coming was none other than the vice-captain of the 5th Division, Hinamori Momo. Back then, students from the Mao Spiritual Arts Academy were conducting exercises simulating hollows in the real world. Aizen went to support him and used a full-level large weapon to kill the hollows in the novice village without even pulling out his sword. Seeing that, Hinamori Momo's eyes lit up, and she became his little crush from then on, and she couldn't wait to commit herself to her. "Well, it might be serious to promise someone with your body, but I guess if Aizen opens his mouth to do it, she might hesitate for 2 minutes before nodding in agreement." At this time, Hinamori Momo struggled in her heart for a moment, her face twisted for a while, and finally she whispered, "Captain Aizen, I'm very sorry. I know that due to the attack of the giant Minos Grande, the 5th Division is at the most busy time, but I have a childhood sweetheart who was imprisoned in the 46th room and sent to the Zhenyang underground prison. I want to take a day off tomorrow. Can you go and see him?" Aizen smiled softly and did not refuse. "I'll give you 3 days leave. You still need more time to deal with this kind of thing." At this moment, Aizen seemed extremely considerate. "How can this be done?" Hearing this, Hinamori Momo quickly refused. "At this critical moment, I feel sorry for even 1 day off. 3 days is absolutely not allowed. Since you insist on doing this, I'll just give you 1 day off." Aizen smiled softly. In fact, he didn't care about giving her a few days off. However, whether intentionally or not, Aizen spoke again, "By the way, what's the name of your childhood sweetheart?" "His name is Hitsuga Ichware." Chapter 36. Invisible Empire. It's a new day. In the Ice Palace, Waiwak opened his eyes on the throne. Today, he can also see it clearly. Has sword exist? Kolji. Yes. After about a minute, the shadow under Waiwaka's feet surged rapidly, and a black man with short white hair slowly emerged from it. It is none other than Knights of the Star Cross X, Raijbaro. "See your majesty." Li Jibaluo knelt down on one knee and spoke respectfully. "Go to Karakura town in the present world and bring Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Yuri to me." "Yes." Didn't ask why, didn't ask when, didn't ask anything. Li Jibaluo immediately turned around and left. "You seem to have questions, Hasward." Waiwak looked at the man beside him. "Yes. If I remember correctly, these two are just brats under the age of 10 now. What is so special about them that your majesty deserves to speak to you personally?" Hearing this, Waiwak just smiled lightly. "I only saw the trees but not the forest." "Hasward, I told you this. Those two people are probably the most special existences in the three realms. The most special existence? Hasward was puzzled. Kurosaki Ichigo has Shinigami, Minos Grande, and Quincy all in one body, which is unprecedented even in the entire three realms. Wak said, as for Ishida Yuri, he is a half-blood Quincy. How can it be? Hasward lost his voice in disbelief. A few days ago, Wak consecrated all the half-blood Quincy. Logically speaking, there are no more half-blood Quincy's in the world. This is indeed unreasonable, but it is certain that both Kurosaki Ichigo and Ishida Yuri contain power within their bodies that is not inferior to mine. Hueco Mundo. Hey. Through the external memory backup device in the laboratory, Sayalaporo was successfully reborn. For a mad scientist, manipulating life and death is not a difficult task in itself. I never expected that I would be killed by Shinigami one day. It's an unprecedented and magical feeling. Besides, I seem to have gotten some interesting information. The ability that the Shinigami named Tsunayashiro Tokihira finally used was exactly the same as the Zanpakut Kaika Suijutsu ability of their Hueco Mundo new King Aizensuke. Coincidence? Or is it not a coincidence? Haha, it's so interesting. Of course, he wasn't going to report this to Aizen. Among Espada, some people surrendered to Aizen's charisma, while others surrendered to Aizen's absolute power. And Sayalaporo belongs to the latter. Since it was no longer possible to swallow Tsunayashiro Tokihira, the only option was to continue with the operation. No matter how difficult the process is, Sayalaporo's ultimate goal has always been a perfect life. At this moment, in Soul Society, a trial is taking place. Central 46. It is surrounded by high walls made of murderous stones. Matsumoto Rangiku and Hitsugaichware stayed at the bottom, with their hands bound by wooden shackles. There were dense spells on them that could seal Shinigami's spiritual power. 46 sages were on the high platform, and rectangular screens with numbers written on them were erected, from 1 to 46. Even judicial trials must be hidden, lest anyone know his true identity. It can be seen how self-aware they are. At this moment, an old voice came from behind the screen number 36, Matsumoto Rangiku, Vice Captain of the 10th Division, December 25, 10 o'clock in the morning, where are you? Matsumoto Rangiku answered truthfully, the 28th area of the break. Your mission should be to go to Karakura town in the real world to support the captain of the 10th Division, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Why did you go to the 28th district of the Broken World? That is not the road to Karakura town. Because I saw members of the Noble Guard arresting Su, and thought something was strange, I ordered the 3 Hitsugayas to come forward to check, and then... That's enough, I have no problem with you then, don't say unnecessary words. Sage number 25 interrupted her, Hisugaichware, the 3rd seat of the 10th Division, is that true? Chwir nodded slightly, that's right. Also, according to the report of the noble escort, you used 2 nobles to resist their double lotus blue fire pendant, resulting in the death of 2 people. Is it true? That is because... I'm asking you if it's true. Sage number 25 emphasized his tone, not wanting to hear any excuses. Matsumoto Rangiku had to admit, yes, it's true. Later, you let those sinners go privately. Those Quincy are not sinners. This time, Matsumoto Rangiku interrupted the sage. Shut up, the sage said angrily, since you have confessed to the crime, I hereby formally pronounce the sentence. Bang! 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 Sage number 46 knocked down the gavel representing justice and shouted. Matsumoto Rangiku, deputy captain of the 10th Division, was suspected of intentionally killing a noble and leaving his post without authorization. He was sentenced to 10,000 years and imprisoned in the 4th underground floor, Gurren. 10,000 years? Even Captain Yamamoto, who claims to represent the history of Seoul society, is less than 3,000 years old. And he will be imprisoned for 10,000 years. That means basically being locked up until death. At this moment, Matsumoto Rangiku felt strangely calm. She didn't make any emotional arguments because she had already realized it before she did it. Now, her only worry is Hitsugaya. In the final analysis, I was the one who caused him trouble this time, so I hope the sentence won't be too harsh. Hisugaya, 3rd seat of the 10th Division, according to the report of the noble escort, you deliberately led Higurashi to attack the nobles, causing them to die tragically. Sage 15 asked. The nobles named Gu suffered heavy casualties because of Higurashi's attack. Higurashi has learned Bankai for hundreds of years, and I have just Bankai. It's difficult to resist him. How can I have the energy to guide him? Chuire's words were taken for granted by everyone in room 46. From this point of view, there is no doubt that Matsumoto Rangiku is the mastermind, and it is natural that he should be sentenced to 10,000 years in prison. But Chuire was in trouble. They have never tried similar cases before and have little experience. Moreover, if it was Hitsugaya, he couldn't just accuse him of it. If it were an ordinary Shinigami, it would be okay to accuse him casually, but Hitsugaya is a well-known genius in Seoul society, and he has the support of Captain Yamamoto behind him. If the sentence is too harsh, many people will definitely be in trouble later. Chapter 37. Because the handling of Hitsugaya is a problem. If such a young genius, coupled with Zanpakuto, the strongest ice and snow type, can grow up, there is no doubt that he will be a powerful Shinigami as much as Captain Yamamoto. Although the people in room 46 are weak in intelligence, they are not stupid and cannot do anything to destroy the Great Wall. But if the sentence is light, it will not show the majesty of the nobility. You must know that these people, without exception, all come from noble families. Hitsugaya, why did you save Matsumoto Rangiku? The laws of Seoul society clearly stipulate that the noble guard has no right to execute the vice-captain of Godai 13. All crimes must be tried by Central 46. The trial scene fell silent again. Bang! At this moment, the gavel struck, breaking the silence. Sage number 15 took the lead and said. Hisugaya, the 3rd seat of the 10th Division, was found guilty of causing the death of 560 nobles due to his negligence. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison and imprisoned in the first floor of the underground prison. Yan returned. The other sages did not object and allowed the charge to pass smoothly. Hearing this, Matsumoto Rangiku breathed a sigh of relief. 3 years is just the blink of an eye for a Shinigami. The sentence given to Chuire by the 46th chamber can be said to be very light. First team, conference room. Captain Yamamoto held another captain meeting. All the captains of Godai 13 are gathered here. Because the Technology Development Bureau and the first team building were destroyed, many criminals in Mao prison escaped. The severity of this situation is almost comparable to the Captain Hollow incident 100 years ago. Even Captain Yamamoto couldn't help but look solemn this time. Who are the people who escaped? Tosin Kaname, captain of the 9th Division, stepped forward and said, Mao escaped a total of 312 criminals this time, but there are only 2 who deserve special attention. Division 9 is a prison team that mainly guards various prisons in Shirai. Which 2 people? The immortal Sato, captain of the 6th Division of the 1st generation, and Suya the 8th generation Kenpei Kimoljo. Yamamoto Genryusai looked slightly solemn. Both of these 2 people have quite troublesome abilities. Needless to say, Mole City Shuang, Yolo Jaliu's ability can guarantee the best among all Zanpakuto. While Sato is immortal, her Zanpakuto ability is very rare and very tricky. She is the strongest person in 1st generation Godai 13 besides Yamamoto Shigakuni and Unohana Retsu. Where did they go? Yamamoto asked. The traces of Mole City Shuang are unknown. Sato's immortality passed through the super light speed portal of the Technology Development Bureau and most likely went to the present world. Tosen said. So where exactly is she? Captain Yamamoto looked at Kuratsuka Mayuri. The Technology Development Bureau's surveillance system is spread throughout Seoul society and the present world. With Kuratsuka Mayuri's technology, it is not difficult to track Sato's immortal Ryutsu. However, Kuratsuka Mayuri shook her head slightly. There is no trace of Sato's immortal Ryutsu in this world. What do you mean? Captain Yamamoto narrowed his eyes slightly and said coldly. Either she is no longer alive, or there is something to hide Ryutsu. Haha, what a shame and shame. Kuratsuka Mayuri's voice contained murderous intent and was extremely cold. The guy who blew up the Technology Development Bureau before was none other than Sato Immortal. Not only did he blow up the Technology Development Bureau, he also calculated the super light portal he invented and finally blew it up. The Technology Development Bureau has simply become the clown she plays with at will. This is definitely an unforgettable shame for Kuratsuka Mayuri, who has always thought highly of herself. Old Man Shan. At this moment, Captain Kirako Shunsui of Division 8 said. The location of Sato's immortality has not been determined yet, but if you look at Moljo Shuuya, I probably know where he is. Mole City Shuanjai is really a nostalgic name. He couldn't help but think of his best friend, Kenpei Kuriyashiki. More than 200 years ago, on that hillside, Moljo Soya challenged and killed Kuriyashiki Kenpei, becoming the 8th generation Kenpei and the captain of the 11th division. However, at that time, Kenpei Kuriyashiki's popularity in the 11th division was too high. In addition, he did not use Bankai, which meant that he did not use his full strength. And Mole Chengshuang also had elements of a sneak attack in the battle, so he was not recognized by some members of the 11th Squadron. Where is he? Yamamoto asked. Old Man Shan, you should know the ability of Mole City Zanpakuto. Kirako Shunsui asked. Hearing this, Yamamoto Genryusai was silent. Others may not know about Moljo Shuuya's Zanpakuto ability, but as the captain, he knows it clearly. Because Mole City once confessed his Zanpakuto ability to Room 46, and proposed to experimentally transform all humans in the world, and to fundamentally eliminate the occurrence of hollows. Only later, he was deemed a heinous sinner by Room 46 in the name of privately transforming Rukonga's soul and supporting soldiers with self-respect and evil intentions. Godi I-13 dispatched troops and prepared to capture him. However, Mole City Shuanjai is too powerful. The captains who went to capture him were no match at all. In Mole City's rebellion, in less than half an hour, they defeated hundreds of soldiers and 3 captains without any injuries, and they were still able to show mercy without killing any of them. Even if Kirako and Jushiro join forces, they are not sure of victory. In the end, he felt that the Zero Squadron was dispatched, and he was captured without any help. Of course, as the captain, Yamamoto knows more inside information. The real situation is that the complete transformation experiment proposed by Mole Chengshuang was actually approved by Room 46 in the first place. He first experimented on the residents of Rukonga, and the effect was unexpectedly good. Those people all became war weapons that were not afraid of death. The next step is to transform the humans in this world. But what Mole City didn't expect was that he used his abilities to transform them to great effect, and these war weapons only obeyed his orders, so Room 46 didn't trust him. Finally, Mole Chengshuang was also thrown into Zhenyang prison. And the sentence he was sentenced to was 10,000 years. Chapter 38. Zanpakuto of Mole City Shuanjai is named Yulu Jalayu. It is the only long-term Bankai type Zanpakuto, which can be switched to Shikai, in the thousands-year history of Seoul society, and it is also the only Zanpakuto that awakens in Bankai state instead of Shikai awakening. The core ability of Yulu Jalayu is fusion and control. In the Bankai state, Yulu Jalayu can fuse, assimilate, and control inanimate matter, and even transform and control living entities that are not strong enough in Ryutsu. It was precisely with this ability that he transformed Rukonga's soul into a war weapon, and wanted to transform all humans in the world. So, where is the prisoner Shiroya? Yamamoto asked. Old man Shan, you know, that guy. Mole City Kenpaki's ability is to fuse his body with the surrounding space. Whether it's the air floating above our heads or the ground beneath our feet, everything will become a part of him. He can control various spirits and materials. Mole City Kenpaki's ability is so terrifying. Or to put it further, he can merge with the air of Soul Society and control it. The enemy can form a blade with nothing more than the expansion and contraction of his lungs, causing fatal damage. 7th generation Kenpaki Kuriyashiki Kenpaki died of being punctured in the heart and lungs in this way. Hey, Jinraku, what do you mean? As if he thought of something, Jaishur Yukate's expression suddenly changed. You are right, Jushiro, that guy has probably become one with this Siraidii. Kurako Shunsui's expression was more solemn than ever. If Mole City Shuang also integrates the entire Siraidii, then all the substances in it are Mole City Shuang yet. No wonder the Technology Development Bureau can't find it. With the power of Yolo Jalayu, these fused substances all turned into Mole City Shuangji's eyes and ears. Within the scope of the fusion, all the sights and sounds they see and hear are all under his control as if they are happening to them. In other words, having said this, Kurako Shunsui was silent for a moment again, looked up at the air in the center of the first team building and said, everything that we people said within the scope of Siraidii has fallen into your ears verbatim. What I said should be okay, Mole City Kenpaki. Following Kurako Shunsui's words, in the center of the first team meeting room, the area between everyone's bodies suddenly changed. In the conference room, densely packed spiritual beings were ready to move, and then they showed colorful Madara colors and concentrated in the same place. The spirits gathered together, and shadows slowly emerged, becoming the image of a person. Should I thank you, Mr. Jinraku? Now I don't have to waste time explaining to everyone. This figure is none other than Mole City Kenpaki. Bang! At this moment, Captain Yamamoto exerted force on his arm and hit the floor hard with his crutch. You heinous sinner Mole Chinchuanjai, how dare you appear in front of me? Captain Yamamoto is called Mojo Soya, not Mojo Kenpaki. What it represents is clear to everyone present. However, Mole City's expression remained unchanged, and he bowed his head and saluted calmly to Captain Yamamoto. Long time no see, Captain Yamamoto, and all the captains. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Mojo Shuya. I am the former captain of the 11th Division and the 8th generation Kenpaki. Although he has been staring at these faces for hundreds of years, most people here know nothing about him. In order to prevent everyone from wasting time on meaningless things, let me state in advance, this body is just a clone created by me by condensing the spirits in the air. Even if you kill it, or even if the captain sets it on fire with Rijinjaka, there is no point. At the very least, listen to my explanation of my purpose before you make a decision. With Mole Cheng's words, the tense atmosphere in the field quietly dissipated. If it's just a clone, there's really no need to go to war. At this moment, Captain Yamamoto said. Mole City Xuanzhai, you were able to capture him without any help 250 years ago, and now you actually escaped. Tell me, what is your purpose? Oh? You actually took the initiative to ask the criminal's purpose. Captain Yamamoto, you have become tactful too. Mole Chengshuang also said calmly, if it were you before, you would definitely use Rijinjaka to burn this clone to ashes before I spoke. Boom! The extremely tyrannical Ryutsu exploded, and Captain Yamamoto looked stern, with an indescribable sense of oppression that shook the surrounding air. Kid, what on earth do you want to say? However, in the face of this pressure with blazing temperature that was enough to make the vice-captain lose consciousness instantly, Mole City just gently passed him by and said calmly. I know very well that for thousands of years, Captain, you have been trying hard to give up your personal feelings and become a gear that maintains the operation of Soul Society, all for the sake of Soul Society. For Soul Society, you have always played the most cruel role and issued all kinds of cruel orders. I have always respected you very much. But recently, you seem to have had a slight change in your heart, which really makes me feel a little regretful. Although there was regret in his words, there was no hint of emotion in his tone. Is it because of Tsunayashiro Tokihira? This is the first time Yamamoto Genryusai can tolerate others ignoring the rules of Soul Society several times. Mole City Xuanzhai. It seems, you are not going to answer my question. Captain Yamamoto spoke coldly, fire flashed in his eyes, and his words once again increased his oppressive power. Around his body, streaks of fire exploded from time to time. My purpose? Strictly speaking, it is to complete the task assigned to me by Room 46. The first half doesn't matter anymore, what I want to complete now is the second half. Chapter 39. Captains of Godi 13, I want to state in advance that I have no intention of disrupting the order of Soul Society. Mole Chengshuang also said lightly. He was wearing a pure white Captain Haori, with the Hyuxia character 11 written on the back. He was thin and fair-skinned, like a frail noble young master. Such pale words, do you think we will believe it? Byakuya Kokaki reached out and held the zanpakut around his waist. Believe it or not, it's up to you. For me, I just want to avoid unnecessary fights as much as possible. Mole Chengshuang just glanced at him lightly, and then spoke without emotion. I repeat for the last time, I have no intention of destroying the order of Siridii. I have only one purpose now, and that is to complete the work that was unfinished 250 years ago. The unfinished work of 250 years ago? What was that? Jaishur Yukatake asked. It seems that you really don't know anything. Although with my character, I don't intend to say unnecessary words. But in order to avoid your baseless imagination, let me make it clear here simply and concisely. Mole Chengshuang also opened his mouth to explain. Since the Minos Grande attack destroyed the Technology Development Bureau, my power was indeed liberated. However, this does not mean that I colluded with them. The incident of Hueco Mundo's attack on Siridii had nothing to do with me. As for the mission assigned by Room 46, you should be very clear in the first half. It is to transform Rukonga's soul into a war weapon that is not afraid of death. And the second half, if it can be implemented smoothly, will bring great benefits to Soul Society and the world, so if possible, I hope to get your help. The plan from 250 years ago was directly linked to Mole City Xuanzhai and Room 46 throughout the whole process. Other people. Even Captain Yamamoto doesn't know much about the details. So he directly asked, what specific interests do you refer to? Yamamoto Genryusai's words went straight to the core of the problem, and Mole City answered without hesitation. I can completely eradicate the creation of voids and balance the number of souls in Soul Society and reality. Mole Chengshuang was silent for a moment, and then said. In the first half of the stage, we use war weapons to purify Hueco Mundo. In the second half of the stage, we completely eliminate the birth of hollows. It's that simple. Anger, jealousy, persistence, unwillingness, desire, many instincts and persistence are the seeds of emptiness. If you want to break the whole chain of cause and effect, all you need to do is remove all these useless things. What are you going to do? Kurako Shunsui asked with a solemn expression. For some reason, he always had a very bad feeling. Mole City's words came again. There is a medical classification called psychosurgery in this world, and one of the most representative surgeries is called lobotomy. This is a medical technology that attempts to provide psychiatric treatment by removing part of the brain. It has been abandoned because of the serious side effects. What I want to do is roughly similar to lobotomy surgery. It is to use the power of eulogy to change part of the brain and soul of modern humans, thereby eliminating all factors that cause people to become hollow. Once completed, humans will no longer have useless emotions such as anger, jealousy, persistence, unwillingness, and desire. In this way, humans will not become hollow. Mole City said the most terrifying words in the calmest tone. At this moment, everyone was shocked. This is a madman beyond Kurotsuka Mayuri. Everyone thought so in unison. Are you an idiot for using external power to change the inner emotions of human beings? The first to react was Kurotsuka Mayuri, director of the Agency for Technology Development. If this could prevent the occurrence of falsehoods, he would have submitted the relevant reports to Room 46 to defraud a large amount of scientific research funds. It's disgusting that you are a self-righteous idiot who doesn't understand science. Do you know what you are talking about? Did you know that Karakura town alone has more than 10 million people? The total population in the world is as high as more than 8 billion. Even if you can transform 100 people in one day, it will still take nearly 1,000,000 days and more than 3,000 years. For such a long time, those people's souls have been reincarnated countless times, and their devices have been reconstructed countless times. There is no point in doing this. Kurotsuka Mayuri spoke sarcastically and immediately questioned the idea of Mole City. Mole City solemnly replied, I have considered these things in advance, so I appear here because I need the power of the King's seal. As expected. Kurako Shunsui sighed. He understands the character of Mole City and will never do anything meaningless. He was still wondering why he specifically appeared in the first team meeting room this time. Was the original target Wang Yin? The King's Seal, as a treasure inherited from the Soul Society from ancient times to the present, has the magical ability to gather and separate spirits and artifacts. As if worried that everyone would not understand, Mole City specifically explained. With the help of Wang Yin, I can transform 30 million souls in just one day, and it will only take about a year to complete all the transformation work. 1 year is just a drop in the bucket of Soul Society's history of 10,000 years. Bang! At this moment, Captain Yamamoto exerted a little force and knocked the ground hard with his cane. Soul Society and the present world have always been mutually exclusive, and no change is allowed. We will never approve your proposal. Besides, Mole City Xuanzhai, from your thoughts and actions, I can't feel the slightest respect for this world. This action of yours is like trampling on the justice established and accumulated by Soul Society's ancestors for generations. Captain Yamamoto shouted coldly, with veins popping out on his smooth forehead. The criss-crossing scars on it looked even more ferocious. I have said it many times, Captain, respect is meaningless. Seeing that no one in the whole room agreed with his statement, Mole Chengshuang sighed helplessly. He couldn't help but chuckle, mocking himself for such a needless waste of time, and then the clone disappeared into the air. The so-called Shinigami is just a cog that keeps the world moving. Of course, so do I. Chapter 40. In Mao Prison, Matsumoto Rangiku felt extremely heavy. Today, it was the smell that he was officially imprisoned. The stairs leading to the underground prison seemed to have no end. Rangiku was escorted by covered and mobile members, slowly going down, step after step. At this moment, even she couldn't help but regret her impulse. Rangiku's mind couldn't help but think that if it happened again, well, if it were to happen again, what would you choose? Rangiku doesn't know, but there is a high probability that he will make the same choice as before. In this irrational world, irrational things happen. Isn't this natural? This all seemed very reasonable, but she, Matsumoto Rangiku, got irrationally angry. When did you become like this? Well. But she won't regret it. Squeak. At this moment, with the sound of the door opening, the stealthy man stopped and said, "This is your cell." Recovering from the memories, Matsumoto Rangiku took a look. How could we reach the 4th underground floor so quickly? Matsumoto Rangiku tried hard to recall the introduction he had seen about the Mao underground prison. The Zhenyang underground prison is the largest prison in Seoul society and the most heavily guarded prison. All people who have committed the most heinous crimes are imprisoned. Matsumoto Rangiku never dreamed that one day he would be imprisoned here. The fourth underground floor of the Zhenyang underground prison is called Guren. While recalling these contents, Matsumoto Rangiku stepped into the open cell. Prison life begins today. I just don't know if I can see the end of the day. However, what she didn't expect was that these secretly maneuvering people actually left without even closing the door. Hey! Close the door for me! Matsumoto Rangiku shouted. But unfortunately, no one responded. At this point, although Rangiku was confused, he was too lazy to think about it. He walked to the bed and sighed. Do you want to stay in a place like this for 10,000 years? It's such a desperate time. I don't have the confidence to survive until I'm released from prison. Bang! The next moment, Matsumoto Rangiku fell directly on the bed, staring blankly above, like a salted fish that had lost its target. Now all she could do was lie like this. Goo 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 goo. At this moment, Rangiku's stomach suddenly made a protest sound. Only then did she remember that she hadn't eaten since the bad thing happened in Mingwu. Really, if I had known I would come back after eating something. Matsumoto Rangiku complained. In Calling Valley, there is a luxurious feast reserved for nobles. Here are the dried persimmons I brought back from this world. Do you want to eat them? Such a nostalgic sound. That guy Shi Xian always said the same thing back then. Thinking of this, Matsumoto Rangiku suddenly blinked, as if he had thought of something. The next moment, she seemed to have changed from a salted fish to a carp. She sat up straight and the turbulent waves almost jumped out of her collar. Tokizan. Matsumoto Rangiku was so surprised that he lost his voice. In her line of sight, Tsunayashiro Tokijin stood quietly by the bed. The pure white Captain Hayori Kaze automatically wore a Death Tyrant suit with a white belt and two zanpakut hanging on the left side. Although I haven't seen him for only a few days, it feels like more than 10 years have passed since I last saw Matsumoto Rangiku. She had so much to say and so many questions to ask. Tsunayashiro Tokijin smiled softly, handed over the dried persimmons bought from the living world, and asked, Rangiku, do you want to eat it? Okay. There are too many words and too many questions, and they come out as just these 2 words. The next moment, Matsumoto Rangiku raised his hands, shook the wooden shackles and said, but it's not convenient for me now, so you should feed me. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened her mouth wide, like a little hamster waiting for food. Really, there's nothing we can do against you. Tsunayashiro Tokijin shook his head slightly, handed the dried persimmon to Rangiku's mouth, and said, although this incident is a bit more serious, you did the right thing. I'll treat it as a holiday and stay here for a month. Hearing this, Rangiku discovered the blind spot and didn't care about what to eat. He immediately said with surprise on his face, didn't I sentence you to 10,000 years? 10,000 years is true, but with the Tsunayashiro family's network, if you are serious about finding connections, you can get a reduced sentence. Tsunayashiro Tokihira said casually, I'm not sure how far it can be reduced, but the longest it will be is a month. This garbage soul society is going to end. Rather than admiring Tsunayashiro Tokihira's magical powers, Matsumoto Rangiku wanted to curse Central 46. As the highest authority and judicial body of Seoul society, it is so bad. This kind of thing has completely exceeded her lower limit. Although this kind of behind-the-scenes operation was beneficial to her, Rangiku was still very angry. According to her character, she would rather be sentenced according to fair and strict legal procedures. Even if the law is unreasonable, she admits it, but she is not willing to get away with it. In this way, wouldn't the laws of Shirai become a toy in the hands of those nobles? Tsunayashiro Tokihira was not as angry as she was. Having lived in a noble family since childhood, he was used to seeing this kind of thing. This is the nature of the world. You should pay more attention in the future. I will not stop you from doing this kind of thing, but you should pay attention to your own safety. Snapped. At this moment, Tsunayashiro Tokihira struck out with his sword, directly smashing the wooden shackles into pieces. Can I not wear this thing? Matsumoto Rangiku was slightly surprised. Tsunayashiro Tokihira nodded slightly. It doesn't matter, as long as Rangiku you stay here quietly. Well, I understand. Room 46 only gave me 20 minutes to visit the prison. It will be here soon. Here are these dried persimmons for you. You can eat them slowly. After saying that, Tsunayashiro Tokihira turned around and left slowly. On the back of his feather fabric, there is a big cross printed on it. About 10 minutes later, Tsunayashiro Tokihira stepped out of the door of Mao's underground prison. His expression returned to its normal state. How was your conversation with her? The words came from the shadow not far away. Shi Xian chuckled and said lightly, "Thank you, Great Elder, I owe you a favor this time." Chapter 41. Mole City Xuanzhai disappeared, and the conference room fell into a long silence. What should we do now, old man Shan? Kurako Shunsui was the first to break the silence. Let's not talk about Mole City Xuanzhai's strength. With Yulu Jaliu's ability alone, we are completely helpless. For now, the only way Kurako Shunsui can think of to defeat Yulu Jaliu is to activate the Bankai residual fire sword and destroy the entire Siraidii by Yamamoto Genri Yusai. But this is obviously impossible. Captain Yamamoto also fell silent. Yulu Jaliu, this Zanpakutet's ability is really extraordinary. Godi 13 he roughly knows the Zanpakut abilities of all the captains, vice captains, and chief officers, but none of them can pose a threat to Yulu Jaliu. Is it really necessary to use Regen Jaka to destroy the entire Siraidii? Tread. Tread. Tap. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and Tsunayashiro Tokihira walked in slowly. Just leave Mole Chengshuang to me. Shi Xian said calmly. Oh? Captain Tsunayashiro has returned from the present world. Ichimaru-jin chuckled. Without a chance, Ichimaru-jin, Tsunayashiro Tokihira looked at Yamamoto Genri Yusai, and at the same time used the attribute I to observe his basic abilities. Target, Yamamoto Genri Yusai. Attack power, 100. Defense, 100. Mobility, 100. Reaction, 100. Kid 100. Ryotsu 100. Intelligence, 100. Physical strength, 60. Total score, 760. Rating, Super Captain level. It's such an extremely luxurious panel. Is there a Super Captain level above the Peak Captain level? Shixian thought secretly in his heart. With a panel of this level, even if Tsunayashiro Tokihira is now in Hagyaku's first fusion state, he can only stay away if he encounters it. No match at all. Although in the plot, Aizen keeps saying that he is the pinnacle of Shinigami and needs to use Hagyaku to surpass the limit. But in Tsunayashiro Tokihira's view, there is only one true peak of Shinigami, and that is Yamamoto Shigekuni 1,000 years ago. Shinigami has all 8 of its most basic values, without any weaknesses or shortcomings. Zanpakut has the strongest attack power and has the power to destroy the world. However, as time goes by, Yamamoto Genri Yusai is now old and physically unable to meet his expectations. Hey? Are you sure you can deal with him? Yamamoto asked. It is not that simple to deal with Mole City. Otherwise, 250 years ago, Team Zero would not have been dispatched. I probably already understand the ability of Yulu Jaliu. Tsunayashiro Tokihira said, in my opinion, there are only 2 people in the entire Soul Society who can defeat Mole City, the captain, you, and me. The captain's meeting ended, and Tsunayashiro Tokihira returned to the team building of the 10th Division. The vice-captain and the third officer were all imprisoned in the Zhenyang prison, and it was particularly quiet today. Just thinking about the opponent he accepted this time, he couldn't help but get a headache. Mole City Xuanzai is indeed a difficult enemy. Especially his Zanpakuto, which currently seems to be among the top 3 most exaggerated and unsolvable Zanpakuto abilities in Shinigami's entire series. Although Yamamoto Genryusai can defeat Bankai by destroying Seiridai with the residual fire sword. But unlike Yamamoto, who is top-notch in every aspect, Mole City relied solely on Unohana to achieve an almost unsolvable level, so much so that Aizen said there was nothing he could do. However, Unohana also has many weaknesses. There are 2 biggest weaknesses. First, when Mole City fuses with non-living things, if the spirit component of the material it is fused with is destroyed, Mole City will also be harmed. Second, when the creature fused with Mole City is sucked away by Ryutsu, Mole City's soul will be damaged dozens of times. Therefore, things that can absorb Ryutsu, such as Ayasukawa Yumishika's Zanpakuto glass-colored peacock, such as Jaishur Yukate's Zanpakuto's Gyo no Kotori, and Zaraki Kenpei's Ryutsu devouring eye patch, can be said to be Mole City's biggest nemesis. This is very interesting. Meanwhile, somewhere in Seiridai, the remains of an old execution ground. There is an abyss crack here that once you fall down, you will never be able to climb back up. As a Shinigami, it can float in the air using spirit seeds as footpads without special restraints. However, the cracks in this abyss are filled with dense murderous stones, which will hinder the condensation of spirit suns. This was once a gladiatorial arena for executions and martial arts, representing the dark side of Soul Society. At this moment, Mole Chengshuang stood quietly on the edge of the abyss crack, not knowing what he was thinking. Execution and martial arts were probably a pain that he would never be able to erase for the rest of his life. Although such customs have long been banned in today's Soul Society, here, he seemed to have penetrated space and time and saw many Shinigami and nobles becoming hollow prey in this cave. However, at this moment, 2 figures walked towards here from different directions at the same time, and saw Mole Chengshuanzai standing here quietly. We meet again, Captain Jushiro. As for the 5th seat of Ayase River, this is our first meeting. Please give me your advice. These 2 figures are none other than Jaishur Yukatake, captain of the 13th Division, and Ayasukawa Yumichika, 5th seat of the 11th Division. After finishing speaking, Mole City looked at the arena where the martial arts was being performed again, staring expressionlessly for a long time. What a hateful and stupid act this is. Shinigami, whose goal is to destroy hollows, uses hollows as a tool for display. How ironic! The so-called Shinigami should be existences whose sole purpose is to destroy hollows, just like the guards of hell who punish sinners. Jaishur Yukatake didn't reply, just stared at Mole City Shuya quietly. He was thinking, what is the purpose of the latter appearing here? Jushiro and Mole City are old acquaintances, so they know the latter's character very well and know that this is a person who will never do anything unnecessary. Mole City is here, as if it is waiting for him. Is it for him, Jaishur Yukatake, or for the Soul King's right hand? I don't agree with your statement. I can't feel the existence of beauty in this mechanical life. Ayasukawa Yumichika suddenly said. Hearing this, Mole City shook his head gently. Beauty and ugliness are unnecessary feelings. Well, it seems that our opinions are completely different, or our thoughts have no intersection at all. Yumichika shook his head slightly, but he did not remain silent. Instead, he spoke with a slightly murderous tone. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you deliberately waited for me here. But you are wearing the robe belonging to the captain of the 11th Squadron, and you have become my enemy. Ayasukawa Yumichika's eyes were like lightning, staring closely at the mysterious man in front of him, Captain Hayori of the 11th Squadron. The next moment, he pulled out the zanpakut from his waist and swung it towards the opponent fiercely. However, he did not have the feeling of cutting flesh and blood. The zanpakut in Yumishika's hand cut through the opponent's body as if tearing apart clouds, without feeling any lag. It's useless, Ayase River 5 seats, this is not an opponent you can defeat. Find an opportunity to escape quickly. Jaishur Yukatake pulled out zanpakut and stared closely at Kenpeki, the mole city not far away. Even the captain-level Shinigami is no match for Mole City. A mere 5-seat player might not even be able to catch one of his moves. However, Ayasukawa Yumichika slowly shook his head. If you feel that I have insulted Squad 11, then I am willing to apologize for this misunderstanding. Mole Chengshuang also walked over slowly and said calmly. However, in order to prevent unnecessary misunderstandings among you members of the 11th Division, I'd better tell you. The most orthodox successor of Captain Hayori is not Zaraki Kenpeki, but me, Mole City Kenpeki. Chapter 42. What do you mean? Ayasukawa Yumichika asked coldly. Isn't it obvious that Zaraki doesn't deserve the name Kenpeki because he never killed the real Kenpeki? Mole City Kenpeki spoke calmly, stating this cold fact with a calm expression. Bloom, Vine Peacock. Hearing these words, Ayasukawa Yumichika directly liberated Zanpakut, and the peacock-shaped bifurcated blade with beautiful curves was immediately divided into 4 and quickly opened. Brush. The blade cut across the opponent's body again, but what happened next was exactly the same as before. It's useless, Ayase River 5 seats. With Mole City's ability, this kind of direct attack ability will not work. While saying this, Jaishur Yukatake pulled out Zanpakut from his waist. All the waves, become my shield, all the lightning, become my sword, Zgyo no Kotori. As Jushiro recited the liberation language, the Zanpakut in his hand was split into 2, and the back of the knife turned into a shark fin shape. The handles of the 2 knives were connected by a chain, and there were 5 brands on the chain. However, the next moment, before the 2 of them could do anything else, the ground beneath Jushiro and Yumichika suddenly collapsed, and their bodies quickly fell into the cracks in the abyss. They subconsciously condensed the souls in their bodies to pave the way under their feet as a foothold, but before they could gather them, the souls instantly dissipated without a trace under the influence of the murderous stone. The 2 wanted to use Zanpakut inserted into the wall as a fulcrum, but at this moment, the Death Ba costumes on their bodies were suddenly torn apart, and wrapped around their upper bodies as if they turned into snakes. This sudden attack left them no time to react. Their upper body was completely unable to move, even their fingers. It's impossible to restrain them like this just by wearing the Death Tyrant costume. The surrounding air also plays a role. The next moment, their Zanpakut seemed to be entangled with an invisible thread, and then was gently pulled upwards by a force. Jushiro's Pisces Carp and Yumishika's Vine Peacock were just taken away from their respective owners. The word rob may not be appropriate to describe this place. Because from the beginning to the end, Mole Shizhuang did not move at all, and there was no sign of even using Kid. Putting away the 2 Zanpakut that had been released from Shikai and returned to the sealed state, Mole City said. Ayasukawa Yumichika, I have a question for you. What is the problem? Why are you so obsessed with hiding your true ability, which is the existence of the glazed peacock, from your colleagues in Squad 11? Ayasukawa Yumichika, his Zanpakut's real name is not the Vine Peacock he has always called, but the glazed peacock. And the reason why he keeps calling him Fuji Peacock is because he wants to hide his true ability of Zanpakut. Its real ability is to plunder the opponent's spiritual power. And the current Team 11 has always looked down upon the Zanpakut ability of the Kid system. Therefore, Yumichika will not use his true power in front of everyone even if his life is in danger during battle. I probably know the reason why you did this, but I don't think Zaraki or Madarame Ikeku will look down on you because of the Kid-type Zanpakut you use. There was no emotion in Mole City's tone. Everyone could tell that he didn't mean to provoke at all, but was just seriously seeking answers. Haha, who can say for sure about this kind of thing? Besides, I don't think you really understand the captain in Ikeku. Even though his whole body was restrained and he couldn't even move a finger, Yumichika still sneered, and then a proud smile appeared on his face. I know the character of Captain in Ikeku better than you do. I know they won't look down on me, but I will never allow myself to slander the reserve of Squad 11 in front of everyone. Seoul Society. Southeast of Siraidai. This is a commercial area. After Siraidai was attacked by the giant Minos Grande, just a few days later, everything calmed down and the place became lively again, as if nothing happened. Near the center of the business district, there is an optical shop called Silver Dragonfly Eyewear. This optical shop is very famous in Siraidai and even the entire Seoul society. A very important reason is because of the boss. The owner of this optical shop is named Jinjiro, and he is no ordinary person. If you have to say it, he can be regarded as the predecessor of Abarai Renji, the current vice-captain of Division 6. Of course, the X is not the X, and this X is serious. Jinjiro was once the vice-captain of Division 6. When Tsunayashiro Tokihira just became the vice-captain of the 4th Division, Jinjiro was already the vice-captain of the 6th Division. The two also worked together for decades at Godai 13. Until 20 years ago, Jinjiro's family opened this optical shop. Unexpectedly, it made unexpected money. In just 1 year, the optical shop made enough money for Jinjiro to make 10 years in Godai 13. In addition, Abarai Renji had grown up by that time, so Jinjiro directly resigned from Shinigami, returned Zanpakuto, and concentrated on the optical shop business. Tsunayashiro Tokihira slowly walked into the optical shop. He is a regular customer of this store. This optical shop follows the same path as modern luxury jewelry, which is typical of high quality and even better prices. The profit-making side of the optical shop is vividly displayed. How high is his price? Let's put it this way, ordinary Rukonga civilians cannot afford it even if they pack up their entire family and sell it. Only Tsunayashiro Tokijin doesn't feel distressed every time he comes. Old Yin, are there any glasses suitable for my prescription? Shixian walked into the optical shop and asked directly. What prescription is suitable for you? As a guy wearing flat glasses, what is not suitable for you? The old man in the optical shop, Jinjiro, picked up the glasses that Tsunayashiro Tokihira put on the counter, looked at them for a moment, and couldn't help but said in surprise. Ah, my special glasses are so damaged. What kind of enemy is this that can fight you so fiercely? Tsunayashiro Tokihira smiled softly, well. Don't worry about it. It's just a lunatic who is intoxicated with death. Chapter 43. But after 10 minutes. Snapped. After changing the glasses, Jinjiro placed them directly in front of Tsunayashiro Tokijin and said at the same time, 50,000 taels, thank you for your patronage. Cash or card? Haha, when did you ever see me pay? Tsunayashiro Tokihira chuckled, picked up his glasses and prepared to leave. He hasn't paid anything at this optical shop in more than 20 years. But at this moment, when did the Tsunayashiro clan get into the habit of not giving money when buying things? A voice that sounded like an injustice suddenly sounded, but its tone was unexpectedly calm. After the words fell, a figure wearing Captain Yuri slowly walked into the optical shop. In this situation, Jinjiro was a little confused. Godai 13, since when did we have such a captain? However, the next moment, he suddenly discovered that this person was actually wearing the clothes of Hayori, the captain of the 11th Division. Who are you? He had seen this face before. Captain of Mole City. Jinjiro is considered the old man in Godai 13. Although he officially retired more than 20 years ago, based on the time he joined the team, even Shihaura and Yuruaki and Urahara Kisuke are his juniors. Therefore, he can also know some secrets that ordinary people cannot know. However, At this time Jinjiro also doubted his own judgment. Logically speaking, Mole City should be imprisoned in the large prison Wujian at this time, and there are still people who have served more than 19,000 years of imprisonment. Why does he appear in front of him now? You're welcome, I'm no longer the captain. As he spoke, Mole City placed a money bag on the counter in front of Jinjiro. 250 years ago, because of my abruptness, which frightened you, I paid you the consolation money and interest to your family. Well, and that guy, so far, the cost of wearing glasses from you 21 times has been paid here. At this moment, Jinjiro finally confirmed that the person in front of him was the 8th generation Kenpeki, Mole City Suya. I'm so sorry. I didn't have to pay in the first place. Tsunayashiro Tokihira said without surprise, speaking of which, Lao Jin, can you return the money to me? Hearing this, Jinjiro's expression froze. But then, he was filled with doubts. Mole City Xuanja, why is he so clear about Tsunayashiro Tokihira having to wear glasses several times? Of course Jinjiro knew very well that the number given by Mole City was completely correct and he had kept accounts. Even the first 12 times, it was on credit from his father. Could it be said that Tsunayashiro Tokihira and Mole Shizuang also colluded? It's not necessary. In Tsunaya's position as Tokihira, he would be crazy to collude with Mole Joshuya, a heinous criminal. Mole Chengshuang did not answer the call, but simply said, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, I'll wait for you outside. After saying that, he turned around and left the optical shop. On the edge of this business district, in a shopping mall, Mole City came here and saw a lowly girl with long blonde hair, blue eyes, a baby face, and a height of less than 1.5 meters. You are Omadaho. Molejo, who had long become one with Siraidii, recognized the identity of the girl in front of him at a glance. Although the appearance is completely different, and the appearance does not have the characteristics of Omada at all. But this girl is indeed the youngest daughter of the Omada family, Omadaho. The Omada family, from Sui Feng's vice-captain Marekio, to Marekio's father and former Yoryuki's vice-captain Nozomi Jin. Then to Marekio's mother Nozomi, sister Nozomi, and brother Kijiro Saburo, they all have facial features carved from the same mold. Only the younger sister Ho can make Mendel's coffin unbearable. Era? Ah, yes, yes. Hearing the cold tone of the other party, Ho subconsciously stood up straight and responded respectfully. Hearing these words, Mole Chang showed a slightly unhappy look and said, in the Omada family, which is full of trash and waste, you are the only one who is better. What? Omada was a little confused. For a moment, she couldn't understand what the other party said. But then, Mole City spoke again. If you don't want your life to be wasted, leave that home full of losers as soon as possible. Continuing to be involved with your father and brother will do you no good at all. Besides, if you don't want to go astray, don't have anything to do with guys like Tsunayashiro Tokihira. There was no mockery or provocation in his words, just a cold tone, as if he was stating a fact. Allah, I heard you talking bad about me as soon as I got here, Captain Mole City, this is not in line with your style. At this moment, Tsunayashiro Tokihira appeared here as Shunpo and teased with a chuckle. Hi day, why are you here? It's very dangerous here. Go home quickly. When Tokihira saw Ho's figure, he immediately took a step forward and vaguely blocked her behind him. Brother Tokihira. Ho looked excited at first, and then said, you have to educate this guy well. Even though he said that, kindness went to Ho, but he still didn't tell all of Mole City's rudeness just now. Yet, don't worry, I will do it. You go home first. Shixian touched her head and urged. Even a shameless person like you has a little bit of shame? I see, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Because he is completely integrated with Siraidii, every move of everyone inside cannot escape his eyes. Therefore, Mole City knew very well what kind of person Tsunayashiro Tokihira was. It's a good thing to have a sense of shame, but Shinigami doesn't need that kind of thing. There's nothing she can't know about what we're going to do next. Era? Brother Shixian, are you going to do something? Haide was also puzzled. Have these two people made an agreement? But, what exactly are they going to do? Well, it's up to you. Anyway, there's really nothing I can't let her know. But I don't remember that I promised you anything. Chapter 44. I don't remember what I promised you. It doesn't matter, you will agree in the end anyway. Mole Cheng said. If you can't rely on words, then you have to use force. Based on the strength shown in Tsunayashiro Tokihira's previous duel with Hitsuga Ichware and Sail Aporo, Mole Joshuang was absolutely sure to capture them alive. So what do you want to do when you come to me this time? Shixian asked. I'm here to invite you to change the world. Wow! Brother Shixian is really powerful, he can actually do such a thing. Ho couldn't help being shocked after hearing this. Mole City. This little girl seems to have made a mistake. You must have heard what I said in the first team meeting room before. Mole City asked. Hearing this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira nodded slightly. Then I can save a lot of explanation time. I will use the power of Yulu Jalayu to completely remove the degenerate emotions in the hearts of people in this world. But there are too many people in the world. I needed to rely on the power of the King's Seal before, but now, your Engo Tsuyu seems to be able to do the same thing. Your Zanpakut and Mikazuha, in addition to swallowing spiritual beings, should also have the ability to release spiritual beings. As long as I have this ability, I can continuously fuse and expand to control all the spiritual beings and weapons in the world. As long as I fuse enough spirits and artifacts, I can quickly complete a large-scale transformation on a large scale. By then, all humans can be transformed within a year. I see, your idea is quite feasible. Tsunayashiro Tokihira nodded lightly. But at this moment, Ho hurriedly interrupted, No, no. Brother Tokistring, you must not do this. Haha, he is indeed a brat. Did he come to this conclusion due to the influence of other emotions? Regarding Ho's words, Mole City gave a definition in an understatement. No, I didn't. In order to prove that he was not affected by emotions, Ho's mind changed quickly and he hurriedly said, I mean, that's right. Su must be purified and cannot be forcibly eliminated, otherwise the world will collapse. She had read through her brother's textbook at Zhenyang Spiritual Arts Academy, which clearly recorded this incident. So 200 years ago, the Godi I-13 launched a war of annihilation against the Quincy in the world. This is irrefutable. But the next moment, before Mole City could speak, Shi Xian shook his head and said in denial, No. What? Hearing this, Omida looked at Tokihira in surprise. If Su is forcibly eliminated, it will have side effects on the world, but in the final analysis, this matter is caused by the insufficient number of zhong. Tokisien explained, in other words, if hollow is not produced at all and exists in the form of a wandering soul, it will not have any side effects on the world. But the number of souls in Hueco Mundo and Soul Society must be balanced. If the number of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society is insufficient, won't Soul Society also be destroyed? Ho retorted. This statement is correct. This so-called world is, in the final analysis, a huge balance. The souls of Hueco Mundo and Soul Society are the weights at both ends of the balance. As the head of Tsunayashiro, Tokihira is very aware of the nature of this world. In the plot of the Thousand-Year Blood War, because the Quincy of the Invisible Empire hunted a large number of hollows in Hueco Mundo, Kuratsuka Mayuri killed more than 40,000 Rukanga in Rukanga to maintain the balance of the world. This world itself is built on sin. If the weights representing Hueco Mundo become lighter and the scales cannot remain balanced, the world will be destroyed, but if the weights representing Soul Society also become lighter, then there will be no problem. There are many ways to do this, such as increasing the number of souls reincarnated into the present world, and Shinigami no longer extraditing the souls in the present world. It's all very simple. Not only that. At this time, Mole City also spoke again. As long as a soul reaches the third level of spiritual power or above, its spiritual power will not return to the world due to death, but will fall into hell. The weight on the soul society's side can continue to be reduced, and the balance will not be unbalanced. Now that we've reached this point, then, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, it's time to give me your answer, yes or no. Mole City said this, and the air in the entire Shirai became sticky. Ho on the side was also very nervous and looked at Tokihira with a worried look on his face. The corner of Tsunayashiro Tokihira's mouth curved slightly, and then he said, "Do you still need to say such a thing?" "Of course I refused." "Is that really the case?" Shi Xian's answer was within Mole City's expectations. Since words don't work, the next step is to resort to force. Mole City was mentally prepared for this kind of thing before it appeared. "Captain Mole City, what are you going to do after I refuse?" "Well, don't say it clearly yet, let me guess." Tsunayashiro Tokijin said with great interest, "At noon yesterday, I heard reports from the captain of the 13th Division and the 5th seat of the 11th Division, saying that you robbed their Zanpakuto. Now that you appear in front of me and convince me with words that there is only one way, and the other way, do you want to also snatch my Zanpakuto?" Mole Chengshuang also remained silent. "Haha, it seems I guessed it right." Tsunayashiro Tokihira smiled softly and continued, "Captain Jushiro's Pisces Carp, and Ayase River's 5-seat glazed peacock, both of their Zanpakuto have the ability to absorb spiritual energy. And my Anomizuha, to some extent, has a stronger ability to absorb spiritual energy than the Zanpakuto of these two. You cannot remain indifferent. Just let me guess, it's not a coincidence that you specifically snatched Zanpakuto who has the ability to absorb. Is it to achieve your own purpose? Or is this your weakness?" Boom! Hearing this, Mole City Xuanja's body couldn't help but trembled, and along with it, Shirai, who was completely integrated with him, shook violently for a moment. "Haha, it seems I guessed it right again." Shi Xian smiled softly. As for Mole Chinchuanzhai, his face couldn't help but become serious. "Tsunayashiro Tokihira, you are indeed a troublesome man." Chapter 45. Tsunayashiro Tokihira, you are indeed a troublesome man. After saying that, Mole Chengshuang also stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In an instant, the air, land, and buildings around Shixian all turned into strong chains, binding him from top to bottom. Immediately afterwards, his Zanpakuto seemed to be entangled with an invisible thread, and then was gently pulled upwards by a force. It was exactly the same as Jaishur Yukatake and Ayasukawa Yumichika. Anamizuha. But at this moment, Tokihira used Shikai directly. The hazy shadow of the knife slowly emerged. The knife was nearly 2 meters long and cast a long shadow under the sunlight. Immediately afterwards, thick darkness rolled out of Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body and Zanpakuto. Whether it was buildings, land, or air, they all quickly collapsed under this darkness, disintegrating into the purest spirit, and then being swallowed by the darkness. Swallowing spirit children is an Mitsuyu's most basic ability. At the moment when the spirit child was swallowed, Mole City felt an indescribable pain, which made a trace of blood appear at the corner of his mouth. This is one of the side effects of Yulu Jalayu. When Mole City merges with non-living things, if the spirit component of the fused material is destroyed, Mole City himself will also be harmed. Although I had expected this scene for a long time, I couldn't help but be surprised when it actually happened. Mole Chengshuang also said calmly, "This Zanpakuto named Dark Mitsuha has absolutely no similarities with my Yulu Jalayu. Unlike the Pisces carp and the glazed peacock that absorb spiritual power, and Mitsuyu can swallow spiritual children, which has a completely different meaning." Unyujinyu is simply the natural enemy of Yulujalayu. Mole City integrates the entire Siraidii, and every time an Mitsuha swallows the spirit of a building, it is equivalent to cutting the Mole City itself with a knife. Of course, it was just a slash. For an average captain-level Shinigami, this kind of injury is nothing at all. But Mole City is different. Since he has maintained his Bankai state for hundreds of years, he has not exercised his body for hundreds of years, and Mole City's body is as weak as Rukonga's ordinary soul. I'm sorry, but for my goal, I must use all my strength to eliminate you now. The next moment, Mole City waved his hand, opened a dark transmission channel, and slowly walked in. Come in, our battlefield is here. For Shi Xian, seeing such a space passage, he couldn't help but shake his head and said, Yeah, this space channel is really rough. It can be said to be black. Logically speaking, Shinigami's common method in Soul Society and the real world is to use the gate through the world. Ensu or iron car opens the black cavity. In fact, from a principal point of view, there is essentially no difference between black cavity and boundary crossing gate, except that one is more disordered and focuses more on brute force development, while the other is more orderly and technical. Mole City wants to move the battlefield. After all, he has become one with the Siraidii now. If Tsunayashiro Tokihira spreads the darkness over a wide area and uses the ability to swallow souls, the battle may end in an instant. And Tsunayashiro Tokijin also didn't want to start a war with Moljo Shuya here. Apart from anything else, Hidoko was right next to him. In this case, he has no confidence that it will not affect the former. Thinking of this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira also walked into this space passage. Among the boundaries, Tsunayashiro Tokihira and Moljisuo also stood opposite each other, standing on the Ryutsu mass composed of their respective Ryutsu. The terrifying Ryutsu surged out of their bodies like a volcanic eruption. Within the entire broken world, the spirit gradually boiled. Mole Chengshuang also closed his eyes, then slowly opened his mouth and began to chant Kid in a thin voice. Scattered animal bones, spires, red crystals, steel wheels. Hearing this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira frowned slightly. Mole City, is he planning to use Kid? The mantra chanted in this section is Fiery Lightning Howl. When it moves, it becomes wind, when it stops, it becomes empty. O King, the mask of the named flesh, O form, O one who spreads wings. While Mole City was chanting, white shadows suddenly appeared at Tsunayashiro Tokihira's feet. Something seems wrong. The heat and strife are turning southward across the sea, moving forward. Truth and temperance only stand with their claws on the wall of dreams that know no sin. The clang of spears filled the virtual city. The wall of blue fire is engraved with two lotuses, and the distant sky is waiting for the abyss of fire. Scattered animal bones, spires, red crystals, steel wheels. Chant, cast Kid's incantation as a Shinigami. Judging from the spell, Mole City should have cast just a normal Kid. But among the words he spat out one after another, other spells were unknowingly mixed in. The red fire cannon was mixed with Fiery Lightning Howl, and the Fiery Lightning Howl was mixed with the double lotus blue fire pendant. Immediately afterwards, Fiery Lightning Howl's second round of chanting came from another direction. The abyss of fire waiting in the distance. Wall of iron sand, tower in the shape of a monk. Scattered animal bones, spires, red crystals, steel wheels. When it moves, it becomes wind, when it stops, it becomes empty. The turbid coat of arms is faintly revealed, and the unruly and arrogant talent. Destroy yourself, black dog of Rondonini. A succession of chanting words came to his ears, and Tokisien said solemnly, Is this, multiple chants? There are actually had above number 90. The number of overlapping sounds gradually increases over time. Unknowingly, Tsunayashiro Tokihira found himself surrounded by a crowd of chanting voices. The next moment, he couldn't help but look around, pondering for a long time, and was surprised by the unusual scene in front of him. Later, Tsunayashiro Tokihira was surprised to find that in this broken world, in the passage dedicated to Godei 13 Shinigami, the walls, floors, and ceilings all had plant-like mouths. They chanted the kid incantation in unison and revealed their palms with seals. Seeing such a scene, Shi Xian couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine, and his body couldn't help but tremble for a moment. This guy, Mole City Shuang, shouldn't let all the righteous bones in the Technology Development Bureau are assimilated into this space? Chapter 46. At the same time, in this world, Karakura Town. Karakura Town General Hospital. I don't remember giving you permission to enter my office, Quincy. In the dean's office, Ishida Longxian, who was working with his head down, suddenly spoke. His tone was cold and there was no emotion at all. Ishida Ryusetsu, the son of Ishida Sosen, the only remaining pure-blood Quincy in the world. The voice of the visitor was as cold as ever. I came here specially to take your life. This attitude is really irritating, but in this way, I seem to understand why that guy left that place back then. A rare trace of nostalgia appeared in Ishida Longxian's eyes. The guy he was talking about refers to his father Ishida Sojin, the person who taught him the power of the Quincy. And that place was where the Quincy had been hiding before that, the Invisible Empire. The Ishida family is a Quincy family that has been passed down from generation to generation for 1,000 years. Originally, the Ishida family, together with the Quincy of the Knights of the Star Cross, were hiding in the huge shadow realm of the Invisible Empire. Until a few decades ago, Ishida Munegzuan, together with several Quincy families such as Kurosaki and Nangong, resolutely left that place and settled in the present world. Your opinion is irrelevant now. As long as you suffer death, there is no other way for the traitor of the Invisible Empire except death. But before you die, I have something to ask you. Where is your son Ishida Yuri? Speaking normally, the person slowly stretched out his hand, took out a huge sniper from the cloak behind him, and pointed the black muzzle at Ishida Ryujin, who was still sitting in the chair. Now let me show you my annihilation spirit bow, Tia Grant. Following the words of the visitor, the entire Karakura town could not help but shake at this moment. Is the target Yuri? Ishida Ryujin finally raised his head and looked at the Quincy who appeared in front of him. The most obvious features of the visitor are the short white hair and black skin. In addition to this, he has black crosshairs over his left eye, which is closed. At this time, his right eye looked at Ishida Ryujin without any emotion, and the spear in his hand exuded an astonishing aura. Bang! The visitor pulled the trigger on his fingertip, and a light blue spirit bullet shot towards Longxian. Boom! The next moment, the ceiling was punched through, revealing a small hole. At this moment, Ishida Longxian had already appeared in front of the visitor using his flying feet, holding a short spiritual bow in his hand. Just now, the moment the person pulled the trigger, he also released a sacred destroying arrow. The holy Miya caused the spirit bullet to deviate from its trajectory and shoot into the sky. This office is located on the top floor of the building. If we attack it upwards now, it won't have much impact. It will just leave a hole in the roof. His Majesty asked me to go out personally, and it was indeed right. Ishida Longxian, you are very strong and qualified to know my name. My name is Lijbaro, a member of the Knights of the Invisible Empire Star Cross, and the captain of His Majesty Waiwaka's personal guard. At this time, Li Ji's expression was no longer the contemptuous one before, but he now looked at his opponent squarely. Even in the entire Star Cross Knights, few people in the entire Star Cross Knights can match this level of Fei Lianjiao and Holy Miyi. If it were an ordinary Quincy, or even an ordinary member of the Star Cross Knights, he might not be able to defeat the Ishida Ryusetsu in front of him. And Ishida Longxian also cheered up in an instant, his face extremely solemn. What kind of monster is this guy? It was actually possible to condense such a huge spirit into such a small bullet, and to control the power after it was shot out, leaving only a small hole in the ceiling. This kind of spirit control ability is simply incredible to Ishidarius. I really didn't expect that I had left the Invisible Empire long ago and could reach such a level by relying only on such backward skills. Even Li Jibaro couldn't help but admire Ishidarius' talent. With your talent and strength, if you receive the holy words given by His Majesty, you can immediately become a member of the Star-Crossed Knights. After decades of practice, you can even become a member of the Divine Pardon Guards. In this case, not only you, but also Brush. Before Jibaro could finish speaking, a sacred arrow of destruction flew past his ear. I see, is this your answer? It seems I don't need to waste any more time. Rumble, rumble. The next moment, with a violent explosion, the top floor of Karakura General Hospital completely disappeared in an instant. The figures of Ishidarius and Ritsuabaro appeared in an open space on the edge of Karakura town in an instant. That is. A deafening explosion sounded, and the sky was dyed red with fire. The entire Karakura town residents felt the shock at that moment. At the Urahara store half a city away, Urahara Kisuk sensed two huge waves of Ryutsu at the moment of the explosion. One of them reached the level of captain, whom he had met before, and was Ishidariuchen. And who is the other one? From the perspective of Ryutsu, it is obviously above Ishida Dragon String. By the time Urahara Kisuk arrived on the battlefield, the battle between the two men was over. At this time, Ishidariuchen was half kneeling on the ground, with blood flowing from several wounds on his chest, and he was breathing heavily. Opposite him, Jibaro just stood quietly, not to mention injuries, not even dust on his body. However, he looked at Ishidariuchen with a bit of unconcealed admiration. Obviously there is no holy text, but just relying on these basic abilities can make me open my eyes once in battle. Ishidarius, you are strong. But because of this, you must die. Chapter 47. As the captain of the personal guard, Li Jibaluo's strength is enough to maintain a competitive position among the entire Invisible Empire. However, in normal times, he would not use all his power, or in other words, he would deliberately seal it. After all, it would be unfair for him, who calls himself the messenger of God, to use his true power from the beginning. Li Ji can only use his true power when both eyes are open. But so far, among the enemies he has encountered, not even 3 have been able to force him to open his eyes. But it's a pity that your life has come to an end, Ishidarius. As he spoke, Jibaro pointed the muzzle of his sniper rifle at Ishidarius, and prepared to pull the trigger again. Boom! At this moment, a blood-red crescent-shaped slash shot from the side, disrupting Jibaro's attack. Urahara Kisuk, Shihaur and Yuruaki. Lja turned around and looked at the two figures walking slowly, saying coldly. Ignoring Lja, he walked up to Ishidarius and looked at the embarrassed former. Urahara Kisuk chuckled and said, "This is the first time I see you in such a mess, Mr. Ishida. Urahara, be careful. This Quincy's ability is very strange. My sacred destroying arrow just penetrated his body." Ishidariuchen warned. "Father." At this moment, a little boy about 10 years old ran towards Ishidariuchen with his feet in the air. "You have learned how to fly at such a young age, Ishida Yuri. I begin to understand why His Majesty chose you." Brush. In an instant, Lja used his flying kick, and his figure flashed to Ishida Yuri. As the darkness surged, the shadow completely swallowed the latter. Half of the mission is completed, but the next half seems to be difficult to complete. Urahara Kisuk, Shihaur and Yuruaki, and Ishidariuchen, you are all obstacles. The timing is right, I will erase you all here. Among the boundaries. In the passage dedicated to Shinigami, plant-like mouths all sprouted on the walls, floors, and ceilings. They chanted the kid mantra in unison, and even revealed their hand seals. Seeing such a scene, Shi Xian couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine, and his body couldn't help but tremble for a moment. This guy, shouldn't he let all the righteous bones in the Technology Development Bureau be assimilated into this space? The so-called righteous bones are the bodies that the Shinigami of Godei 13 use to carry their souls when they are active in this world. Not only these, in the warehouse of the Technology Development Bureau, there are also many spiritual skeletons used for soul transformation experiments. Including the previously discarded ones, hundreds or even thousands of corpses were all gathered in this broken world at this moment. Mole City used the power of Yolo Jalayu, and these righteous skeletons seemed to be at his mercy, chanting Kid together for him. There is a faint hint of the turbid coat of arms, the unruly and arrogant talent. The end of Senju, the noble hand that cannot touch the darkness, the archer of the sky that cannot be reflected. Surge negation paralysis for a moment, hindering eternal sleep. The road of radiance spreads, fanning the wind of fire. There is no need to be confused when we gather together, just follow my instructions. The crawling iron princess, the clay doll that keeps mutilating itself. Light bullet 8 bodies 9 strips Tianjing Ji Bao big wheel, great turret. Combined, rebounded, extended to the ground, know your own powerlessness. Lead the bow into the distance and dissipate brightly. Although the Kenpeki of the past generations have very different personalities, they all have one thing in common, which is their overwhelming strength that ignores the laws of all things in the world. The same goes for Mole City Kenpeki. Along with the continuous chanting, mantras overlapped one after another, turning into a loud and continuous sound like the roar of the earth, which instantly flooded the entire world. Many kid chants have been completed before, but none of them have been released. All their power is accumulated in the surrounding space, as if they are waiting for all the mantras to be chanted. In just 1 minute, all the runes were finally chanted. The complex intertwined waves of Ryutsu composed of Had and Bakud suddenly began to surge, as if they were about to break through the barrier around the barrier. Hundreds of extremely bright kid with tyrannical power attacked Tsunayashiro Tokihira in the middle at the same time. Among them, had ranked No 90's Black Coffin and No 91's Senju Kyuten Teipeo, which were executed in a chorus of more than 50 steps and attacked in one breath. The extremely powerful attack completely submerged Tsunayashiro Tokihira in an instant, and the aftermath alone was enough to turn into an extremely arrogant and turbulent flow of spiritual beings. After a while, the turbulent flow of souls turned into a hurricane of souls. The pass through the boundary was finally unable to withstand it, and it broke through the exit to Soul Society, overflowing with a large amount of storms of souls. In the plot, Aizen, who planned to defect from the Soul Society, only used an abandoned chant, Black Coffin, which was only 1/3 of its original power, and instantly killed Komamura Seijin, the captain of the 7th Division. In terms of strength, there is no doubt that Mole City Shuang is not as good as Aizen. But the former is Kenpeki after all, representing the glory of the strongest swordsman in Soul Society, and is powerful enough. In addition, he has already fully chanted it, and the power of his hat is no weaker than what Aizen used. What's more, he used a total of 50 black coffins, as well as 50 Senju Jingtian Teipeo, which was more powerful than Black Coffin. Finished. Although he didn't see Tsunayashiro Tokihira with his own eyes, in Moljosuya's opinion, it was impossible for Tokihira to survive under such an attack that was beyond a natural disaster and was enough to destroy Shirai. Being able to defeat Tsunayashiro Tokihira was within Mole Castle's expectation. Only, if you still want to achieve your goal, you can only seize the royal seal. Everything seems to be back to the starting point. Thinking of this, Mole Chengshuang also turned around and left in the direction of Karakura town in the present world. But he didn't know that shortly after he left, Tsunayashiro Tokihira's figure slowly walked out of the darkness. Yeah, things are getting into trouble now. Chapter 48. Hey, are you going to run away, Mole Chengshuanjai? In Karakura town in the present world, Tsunayashiro Tokihira stood at the exit of the broken world and stopped Mole Castle who wanted to leave. Are you still alive? Although the expression on his face remained unchanged from 10,000 years, Mole City already had an emotion called surprise in his heart. Ah! Hey! I barely managed to escape. Tsunayashiro Tokihira gasped. Hide away. Hearing this, Mole Chang frowned slightly, feeling very puzzled. How did you escape that situation? If you have such a method, just show it to me again. Buzz. 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 Following Moljo's words, the ground suddenly shook, and then something appeared that made Tsunayashiro Tokihira stunned. There were more than 1,000 tanks, armored vehicles, howitzers, and rocket vehicles on the ground, and countless bombers, helicopters, and fighter jets appeared in the sky. Machine guns, cannons, rockets, bombs. All the most powerful weapons representing mankind were aimed at Tsunayashiro Tokihira at this moment. Boom! Boom! Boom boom! They were launched simultaneously at the next moment, and a hail of bullets instantly enveloped Shixian's figure. If it were weapons and ammunition made up of ordinary weapons in this world, let alone injuring Tsunayashiro Tokihira, it would not even be possible to break through the Ryotsu defense that his body unconsciously emitted. But among these weapons and ammunition, the Ryotsu of Mole City is integrated, and each shell becomes a unique existence. In an instant, the semi-spiritual cannonball easily penetrated the turbulent flow of spirit beings, carrying an astonishing murderous aura, and pointed directly at the figure in the broken world. The densely packed shells seemed to pour down, and at the same time set off a wave of fierce explosions in the black cavity. Lingzi and Lingzi are constantly colliding with each other, entangled with each other as if they are eager to gnaw at each other. The final outcome is that the shock wave set off by the shell turns into a storm, sweeping and engulfing everything around it. In order to confirm the fate of Shixian, Mole City returned to the broken world again. On the outskirts of the northeastern part of Karakura town, there is a military base of the Neon Self-Defense Force. He used Yulu Jaliu's ability to invade the base, borrowed some efficient weapons and modified them. From now on, it seems that the power is pretty good. It's just that he is hesitating whether to use the weapon called the nuclear bomb that is humanity's trump card. Drinking from the four seas, occupying the ends of the world, everything is covered, overwriting, and cutting. Yan Luo Jing Dian. Tsunayashiro Tokihira didn't dare to be careless in the slightest and directly pulled out Yan Luo Jing Dian. Dance like crazy, Lekin. Swallow everything in one piece, Anu Jinyu. Inra Nori simulated two Zanpakuts, Reikura and Anomizuha, at the same time. Reiku, the Zanpakut of the 7th Inaba Kage Rozo in the 12th Division, possesses very rare space-based abilities. With the ability of Anmitsuha, he can freely open the door to another space. Underworld, Zanjihupo. A waning moon-shaped slash as dark as ink shot out, and the next moment, it suddenly exploded and turned into a dark space channel, completely swallowing up the spirit cannonballs in an instant. This is... At this moment, even Mole Chengshuang couldn't help but change his expression. I see. Did you rely on this ability to avoid my multiple chance kid before? The requirement of dodge doesn't seem to be accurate. It should be that you used your own moves to devour my moves. It's really an amazing ability. Then, I will make it impossible for you to dodge my next attack. After the words fell, Mole City waved his hand gently, and the righteous skeletons that had been integrated into the broken world separated from the surrounding space and became independent individuals. Invisible Empire, Palace of Ice. Ishida Yuri slowly opened his eyes and saw the majestic figure on the throne in the distance. The battle in Karakura town has ended. Ishida Ryusei had more than a dozen big holes in his body and was seriously injured and was dying. Yura Harakisuk and Shihao and Yuryuaki tried their best, but they couldn't keep Li Ji. However, in order not to alert Soul Society too much, Lja only captured Ishida Uryu, and Kurosaki Ichigo had no choice but to give up. Ishida Uryu, are you awake? Who are you? I am the undead wandering between life and death, the ancestor of all Quincy, my name is Waiwak. Yoha, Bak. Ishida Yuri, my child, now I will give you new power. As he spoke, Waiwak picked up his Quincy cross, held it in his palm, and then exerted slight force. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Drops of blood fell and spilled into the wine glass on the table. As a rare incomplete man encountered in a century, the son of the Spirit King and the ancestor of the Quincy, Waiwak was born with the ability to give and predate. Waiwak can directly split his soul fragments and send them into other people's bodies. This is only the most basic application of his ability. In layman's terms, it's a loan sharking of the soul. It's just that this method can get very little interest. Nowadays, Yuhabok doesn't use this method very much. After thousands of years of slumber, experiencing the cycle of life and death, coupled with the recent launch of the Holy Spirit to plunder the power of all hybrid Quincy, now Waiwak can use more advanced methods. He can mix his own blood with strong liquor and enter it into other people's bodies. Using this method, he can directly imprint his own power into the depths of the other person's soul, forming the so-called holy text. Those who are engraved with holy words by Waiwak will not only gain greater power, but also gain all kinds of strange special abilities. Not only that, when these people fight, no matter who they kill or themselves die in battle, they can eventually become Waiwak's strength. If Yuhabok himself is willing, they can be devoured by Yuhabok directly through holiness. Chapter 49. The fighting group under Waiwak is called the Knights of the Star Cross. Every member inside has been given a holy text by Waiwak, and each one of them is a strong man at the captain level. It's hard to say about the other knights, but it's not impossible that every member of the Divine Absolution Guards is at the peak captain level, or even beyond the captain level. Everyone in the Knights of the Star Cross has taken the blood of Waiwak, and they can share their strength and even their lives with each other. As long as Waiwak is willing, he can use one person's life to save another person at any time. Either distribute the power of a strong person to a weak person, or use the weak person to complete the strong person and make him stronger. My child, when the enemy appears, do you lament your weakness? When your loved ones are dying, do you hate your own powerlessness? If you had power, everything would be different, so what is your choice? Escape? Or drink this glass of blood wine with the blood of God? As if the devil's whisper was echoing in his ears, Yulong suddenly calmed down at this moment. I understand, Your Majesty, if I want to gain strength now, it doesn't matter even if I give up my body and my soul. Having said that, Ishida Yuryu took the bowl of blood wine in his hand, and then drink it all in one gulp. Suddenly, there was a tearing pain in every cell. Ishida Yuryu covered his heart, feeling as if there was a flame burning his soul. This kind of severe pain that touched his soul made him sweat profusely and he couldn't help but scream. After all, he was too young, his soul and body were too fragile, and he accepted His Majesty's power rashly. It is only natural that he would have such a reaction. Hasward said calmly. As the son of the Soul King, Waiwak is a natural transcendent. His power, even in the entire three realms, can only be matched by the leader of the Zero Squadron in the Soul King's palace. The reason why he lost to Yamamoto Shigakuni 1,000 years ago was because his power was sealed by the Soul King's left hand. And now, he is stronger than he was 1,000 years ago. Such Waiwak, even just a drop of blood, is definitely not something Ishida Yuri can bear. In this way, your power will soon awaken. Next, I will give you holy words, the same holy words as mine. A. Bang. 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 Among the boundaries. Mole Castle Kenpeka controlled the righteous skeletons and launched an attack on Tsunayashiro Tokihira. These prosthetic skeletons not only include the ordinary human body that Shinigami uses to carry his own soul, but also some modified souls that simulate the captains of Godei 13. Although the strength of these soul-changing souls is not as good as the original body, they are still at the true captain level. Brush. With one blow of his sword, Kurako Shunsui's spiritual body was driven back. Tsunayashiro Tokihira retreated violently, and then stood there breathing heavily. What's wrong? Your movements have become a lot slower. Have you reached your limit? Mole City walked over and said calmly. Well, it seems so. I have reached my limit as a Shinigami. What does this mean? Mole Chang frowned slightly. At this moment, the Death Overlord costume in front of Tsunayashiro Tokijin slowly fell off. On his chest, a gem that seemed to be able to distort sight and space was fitting there quietly, as if it had completely grown with him. The soul is reorganizing. An imperceptible change was quietly acting on Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body under the power of Hagyaku. Every cell in the body seems to be disintegrating and reorganizing, and the form of life seems to have undergone some changes. His eyes suddenly lowered, and Shixian looked at his chest. There, the blue-purple mysterious vein-like lines began to spread faintly, gradually spreading all over the body. What follows is that you can clearly feel that all-round improvements in strength, speed, defense, endurance, ryutsu, and more. Finally, has Hagyaku-s will begun to obey me. Tokixian's mouth curved slightly. Are you talking in your sleep? Is it difficult to understand? I'm saying that Hagyaku has a will of his own. I still think you're talking in your sleep. Mole City stepped forward and said coldly. However, he was very puzzled as to why Tsunayashiro Tokihira also had Hagyaku. Because of his complete fusion with the Siraidii, Mole City knew clearly that both Aizen-suk and Urahara-kisuk had created Hagyaku. But he didn't know that Tsunayashiro Tokijin also had Hagyaku. No wonder you can't understand. It was only after I became Hagyaku's master that I realized that Hagyaku has a will of his own. Let me ask you, Mole Josuya, what do you think Hagyaku's true ability is? However, before Mole Shizuang could answer, Tsunayashiro Tokihira spoke again. Is it to dominate two opposite things and break the boundaries between Shinigami and Hollow? No. Hagyaku's true ability is to occupy the hearts of those around him and turn their thoughts into reality. Urahara Kisuk and Aizen-suk mistakenly believed that Hagyaku's ability was to break the boundary between Shinigami and Hollow, so this became a reality. However, Aizen should have noticed by now. 100 years ago, he conducted experiments on Hirako Shinji and others not only during the Hollow period, but also as an experiment to confirm Hagyaku's true ability. The experiment was successful. Aizen confirmed Hagyaku's true ability through Urahara Kisuk, and Hirako Shinji and the others also evolved into the real Masked Legion. Hagyaku has this incredible power. Of course, Hagyaku's ability is also limited. It can make the wishes of objects around it come true. However, if the object itself does not have the ability to make wishes come true, it will not be possible. In this sense, Hagyaku has the power to guide in the desired direction. However, things like living things are really unbelievable. What a little heart expects can actually become a reality like this. Buzz. The moment Tokihira finished speaking, the Hagyaku on his chest released 6 or 7 drums like tentacles, and the white sticky unknown substance kept dancing. Immediately afterwards, these white tentacles extended backwards, like ribbons, completely wrapping Shixian's upper body. Mole Cheng Xuanjai couldn't help but look extremely solemn. Really? Tsunayashiro Tokijin's mouth curved slightly, and he sneered, the name Hagyaku is really a portent. This is the power that will completely destroy the horizon where gods and non-gods will never meet. Chapter 50. Invisible Empire, Palace of Ice. Ishida Yuri, I grant you the same sacred text as me, and also appoint you as my successor, the second emperor of the Invisible Empire. As if shocked, the faces of the senior officials of the Invisible Empire standing in the Ice Palace changed greatly, and then they all looked at Hasward at the front. Because before, he was the successor of the Invisible Empire and the second emperor of the Invisible Empire. But at this moment, Hasward's face was as calm as ever, and no one knew what he was thinking. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty, I have. Busby wanted to say something, but was stopped by Hasward. Whack continued to speak as if he had not seen this scene. No need to object, no need to be confused, this person's power will be personally experienced by everyone here in the future battle. The above is over. Among the boundaries, Tsunayashiro Tokihira's changes continued. Those white spirit colloids continuously poured out from Hagyaku, eventually covering his whole body and forming a white robe. You made such a big fuss, and it just ended up looking like this weird. Mole Chengshuang also said lightly. Although Ryutsu has indeed been strengthened a lot, it is not to the point where it cannot be dealt with. Everything is ugly in the process of evolution. Shixian said lightly. No one said you were ugly. Mole City was silent for a moment, and then said, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, you have merged with Hagyaku. It's not fusion, it's me who tamed Hagyaku. Tokisien said. This kind of thing is okay no matter what, but Tsunayashiro Tokihira, you are indeed a troublesome man. This extremely huge Ryutsu made Mole City not far away from him breathless. At this moment, a decisive blow must be used. Immediately afterwards, under the control of Mole City Xuanzhai, the Yi skeletons formed seals with their hands and began to chant. O King! The mask of flesh and blood, the myriad things, the one who flutters high and takes the name of man. The wall of blue fire is engraved with 2 lotuses, and the distant sky is waiting for the abyss of fire. Had S77, double lotus blue fire pendant. Why am I the second emperor? In a dormitory in the Ice Palace, Ishida Yuryu asked the question that had been pressing in her heart for a long time. Do you have any doubts in your mind? Yohabok said calmly. To name me as the second emperor who suddenly appeared in that way, I think it will only cause dissatisfaction within the Invisible Empire. Although Ishida Yuri is still young, he is quite wise. It's great that you are not the kind of ignorant person who just obeys orders. However, the thinking is not comprehensive yet. Yuri, let me ask you, why are you still alive? Or maybe it's not accurate to say alive. Yuri, why do you still have the power of a Quincy? Hearing this, Ishida Yuri seemed to have thought of something, and his expression immediately changed drastically. Haha, it seems that you have realized it. Whack chuckled and said, 3 months ago, I robbed the power of all the mixed blood Quincy's through sanctification. Now there are no mixed blood Quincy's in the world, except for you. There is something in your body that is above my holiness. This is the reason why I chose you. For things that are beyond his control, Yohabok can only truly feel at ease when he puts them by his side. What's more, there is more than one heir to the Emperor of the Invisible Empire. Moreover, heirs are only heirs after all. Yuri, you do have great potential, but potential is just potential after all. Before it is transformed into strength, it is just Kaika Suijutsu. Whether it's an ordinary Quincy, the Knights of the Star Cross, or Ishida Yuri, they just take the identity of the second emperor too seriously. Ishida Yuri still looked confused. Understand it by yourself, Mr. Yulong. There is no need to have doubts or panic for no reason. No matter what happens, just follow me. There is no enemy ahead of us. Had S77, double lotus blue fire pendant. Hundreds of Yi skeletons, after chanting completely, used the double lotus blue fire pendant at the same time, and the pale explosive flames filled the entire world. However, the target of these double lotus blue fire pendants is not Tsunayashiro Tokihira, but the righteous skeletons themselves. Not long after, the explosive flames of the double lotus Kanghuo pendant slowly disappeared, and the surroundings were filled with the smell of burning objects, but Shi Xian showed a puzzled expression and frowned slightly. You guy! At this time, Tsunayashiro Tokihira was not harmed at all. What are you trying to do by doing this inexplicable trick? The ferocious flames have burned all the corpses in the broken world into charcoal. Shi Xian couldn't figure out what the purpose of Mole City was. Let me show my respect to you first, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, you are very strong, extraordinarily strong. If it were me 250 years ago, I would probably not be your opponent. Hey? What do you mean, delaying time? Shi Xian said lightly. What I mean is that if I had the same strength as you, I might be able to achieve my goal in a more efficient way. Mole City spoke slowly and directly expressed his truest feelings. However, these contents are not important to Shixian at all. At this time, Mole City said again, but it's just respect. I won't envy a person who is about to disappear. Shi Xian's guess was correct. Mole City just now was indeed delaying time. He wanted to let the remaining fire from the Twin Lotus King fire burn away the righteous remains after merging with the soul as soon as possible. Following his cold words, Mole City lowered his gaze slightly, letting the charred skeletons float, one by one, around Shixian's body, and began to rotate slowly. Could it be that? As if he thought of something, Tsunayashiro Tokihira's color changed in an instant. Mole Chengshuang also controls this group of blackened corpses, spinning around Shixian like a merry-go-round, spinning faster and faster. In the end, due to the high-speed rotation of these artificial bones, they actually produced afterimages, which stretched into a huge black hemisphere. As you guessed, there are a total of 512 prosthetic skeletons here. Now the bodies have all been burned, plus part of my soul as a sacrifice. Farewell, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Chapter 51. Farewell, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. The next moment, this group of charred corpses began to chanting the incantation about giving everything to themselves in exchange for the end of all things. Immediately afterwards, large pieces of charred bodies trembled, their mouths clicked and made incomprehensible noises, and the sounds they spat out formed a horrifying and beautiful chorus. Had S96, cremation with one sword. Boom. The next moment, with Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body as the center, a huge pillar of fire that was reminiscent of the end of the world was ignited. The disconnected space was completely shattered at this moment. Karakura Town. After 3 days and 3 nights, Ishida finally woke up. After knowing that his son was taken away by Raijbaro, he had no choice but to tell Urahara Kisuke and others the identity of the invader and the information about the Invisible Empire. Knowing that the legendary Quincy King had revived and was still hiding in Siraidi's shadow, even Urahara Kisuke couldn't help but be shocked. This news is too shocking. But Urahara Kisuke didn't understand why Urahara would risk being exposed to snatch Ishida Yuri. Is there anything special about that child? But this matter must be sent to Godai 13. Then, Urahara Kisuke looked at Shihoran Yuryuaki. As one of the 4 great nobles, the former head of the Shihoran family must have had the means to contact the Soul Society even if he had defected. Hearing this, Shihoran Yuryuaki also nodded slightly. Ah! Just leave this matter to me. At this time, the space door that Mole Chengshuangjai had opened before had been closed, but these explosive flames once again opened some cracks leading to the real world, and continued to ablate these space barriers without giving up. The space barrier between the boundary and reality was ablated with several cracks, and some flames penetrated into the sky above Karakura Town. Just these few wisps of flames caused the temperature around Karakura Town to rise by about 10 degrees in a few seconds. Had S96 one sword cremation. This kid is not only a super high level had, but also a rare sacrifice had. Among all had, the power is enough to stand out from all sides. Burning a part of itself into charcoal as a sacrifice, it releases a blade-like high-temperature explosion that burns everything around it. Currently, this had is classified as a taboo technique. In the plot, during the Battle of Karakura Town, Yamamoto Genri Yusai used a knife to cremate Aizen. Mole City's one-shot cremation, although the power of a single shot is not as powerful as Yamamoto Genri Yusai. However, he used his ability to perform multiple chants in conjunction with Yaisuke, causing hundreds of one-sword cremations to attack Tsunayashiro Tokihira at the same time. What's more important is that all these corpses surround Shixian's body, making it impossible for the latter to eliminate it with the underworld's Zangetsu break. Boom! The next moment, the turbulent flow of spiritual beings permeating the broken world was all burning in the fire. Under the agitation, a knife-shaped flame tornado actually rolled up. Hey, hey, hey! Not far away, Mole City was half kneeling on the ground, breathing heavily. In just an instant, he lost a large amount of the spirit bones that had been fused with him, and also sacrificed part of his soul. It was still a considerable burden for him. Immediately afterwards, Mole City stood up slowly, clenched his sweaty fists, and stared at the flames quietly. At this moment, he clearly felt that in this pillar of fire that continued to burn, Tsunayashiro Tokihira's Ryotsu disappeared. It's over. Mole City once again regained his calm expression and spoke calmly. Tsunayashiro Tokijin had no bones left, and then only the royal seal remained. Ryotsu, who confirmed that he could not sense Tsunayashiro Tokihira, turned around and prepared to leave. Next, he is going to Soul Society to snatch the king's seal. Are you going to run away? However, at this moment, Shi Xian's words came from the pillar of fire, and Mole City froze instantly. At this point, for some reason, a warning signal sounded in his heart. His Ryotsu has indeed disappeared and he should be dead. Mole City tried to convince himself over and over in his mind, but he couldn't take his eyes away from the pillar of fire in front of him. However, at this moment, an incredible black shadow appeared in the depths of the pillar of fire. I saw the black shadow moving forward slowly, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, gradually walking out of the pillar of fire amidst the ferocious kid flames like a volcanic eruption. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's figure finally appeared in front of Mole City. At this time, his whole body, including his head, was wrapped in a milky white entity called Ryotsu, similar to the pupa of an insect during its evolution. The eyes showed a strange blue color, with Hagyaku on the chest as the center, and a huge blue cross appeared on the body. It feels like I can destroy everything at will. Is this the fusion state of Beng-er, the pupa stage? Tsunayashiro Tokihira smiled softly, then slowly walked to the opposite side of Mole City and said calmly. My body feels a little warmer. Thank you, Mole City. Okay, let's continue the previous battle. The moment Tsunayashiro Tokihira spoke, Mole Shiro's whole body couldn't help but tremble. This so-called whole body is not the humanoid appearance that is embodied in front of Shixian in the broken world at this moment, but everything that is integrated with him. That is, the entire Siraidii trembled momentarily at this moment. People living in Siraidii, if anyone has Ryotsu's keen detection ability, may feel the abnormal vibration in the air. But only a few people can notice that this is the change in Mole City's mood. Siraidii, the 5th Division team building. Izensuk, who was handling matters in the captain's room, suddenly raised his head, with a sarcastic smile on his face. Judging from the surrounding air, do you feel fear? Mole City Shia. But it's really surprising that you can actually force Mole City Kenpeki to this extent. Tsunayashiro Tokihira, you are indeed a troublesome man. Chapter 52. Why, you should be dead. In Mole City at this moment, Tsunayashiro Tokihira's Ryotsu cannot be felt at all. If he closes his eyes, he will feel that there is nothing in front of him. Does this guy really exist? At this moment, Mole City felt a long-lost yet familiar feeling. This feeling was exactly the same as when he and his sister were thrown into the execution ground when he was a child and faced the giant Minos Grande. This emotion is called fear. Accompanied by screams that seemed to be heartbreaking, Mole City's figure immediately disappeared into the air and disappeared without a trace. Instead, a large number of foreign objects continued to pour in from the broken space door connecting the real world. Among these foreign objects, including hundreds of intercontinental missiles, combat effectiveness, howitzers, machine guns, etc., while his emotions were swaying, they all attacked Tsunayashiro Tokihira at the same time. Did you run away? There is really no way. Tsunayashiro Tokihira held the zanpakut slightly, and swung it down suddenly at the foreign object that was as huge as a small mountain in front of him. Boom! A sword pressure of blue-purple light, with an unimaginable shock wave, directly annihilated these weapons in an instant, and hit the space door with unabated force. Bang! A deafening explosion suddenly sounded, and the space passage was not blocked for even a moment before it was directly shattered by this blue-purple light. Sword pressure, just like that, entered the real world. The next moment, a terrible explosion began to erupt, the ground was directly shattered, and all the big trees along the way collapsed. Even the entire mountain along the way was slashed by the sword, suddenly cut off in the middle, and divided into two parts. All the animals on the mountain screamed and fled in terror. The surrounding creatures stared at this doomsday-like scene in fear. The humans in the surrounding cities all noticed the movement here, and looked in horror as the clearly visible mountain peak suddenly broke apart. Spectacular and shocking. After the sword strike, the shaking between heaven and earth could not subside for a long time, and the entire sky was filled with a layer of dust and mist. Is this my sword pressure in the Bang-er fusion state? Tsunayashiro Tokihira looked at this scene with slight surprise. The sword he just struck was just a casual slash. He completely used his own physical abilities. He did not attach any Ryutsu of his own, nor did he use Hagyaku's power. It's completely just the power of his body swiping Zanpakut once and swiping out the Ryutsu on Zanpakut. It's actually terrifying to this extent. Tsunayashiro Tokihira stood there quietly, looking around, not sensing Ryutsu from Mole City. This guy, actually escaped. Although he is a man who has earned the name Kenpeki, his will to fight is so weak. What a boring battle! Wow! The next moment, the spirit sun masses covering Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body quickly shattered and then fell one after another. He also returned to his previous appearance. Immediately afterwards, he walked out of the broken passage and returned to Soul Society. As expected, are you still chasing me, Tsunayashiro Tokihira? Rukonga District 78, Inuyazuri. Mole Shiro also stood quietly on the street, waiting for the arrival of Tsunayashiro Tokihira. The Technology Development Bureau is sometimes useful, Shixian said. Kuratsuka Mayuri is indeed a talented scientist. But in just 3 days, he was able to accurately capture the Ryutsu of Mole City Shuya. It's clear that the winner has been decided between us. Do you still want to continue fighting? I don't remember the winner between us. Shixian said. No, they have been separated. I have exhausted all possible methods, but you only used your Ryutsu to block all my attacks. After saying that, Mole Chengshuang suddenly felt lonely. Sure enough. I haven't changed much all this time. I've always been so powerless. Whether it's in that martial arts arena or here. It has never changed. I said why do you always think you are weak? What? The expression on Mole City's face changed slightly. In the previous battle, every move you made was the way of fighting someone who thinks he is weak. Tokihira said. The truth is, I'm just weaker than you, and that's the result. Wrong. Before Molejo could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Tsunayashiro Tokihira. The way you fight is to make yourself look like you are not a weakling. It's just like how you yell loudly when you can't beat someone else's dog. Hearing this, Mole Chengshuang was also silent. Although it's hard to hear, what Shi Xian said is true. From the moment he was sent to the martial arts arena and saw his sister's tragic death, he couldn't think of himself as strong from the bottom of his heart. Why do you do such a meaningless thing? You are obviously so strong, but you use this power to bluff. What a pity. You said, I'm strong. That's right. Tsunayashiro Tokihira nodded solemnly, I can guarantee that you are very strong. So show your true ability. Silence. Mole City closed his eyes tightly and fell into silence for a long time. He suddenly remembered what Kurashiki Kenpeki said before his death. My junior, don't be like me. If someone challenges you one day, you must use your identity as Kenpeki, and fight with your opponent with all your strength. Give it a try. At this moment, Mole City suddenly opened his eyes, adjusted his breathing, became aware, and softly called a name. Rain and Dew Pomegranate. Change back to Shikai state. The next moment, a woman appeared next to Mole City. The woman covered her eyes with a black belt and wore a sexy fur-sleeved dress, looking very charming. Haha. Haha. Are you crazy? Do you know what this sentence means? If you want to return to the world, your soul will be separated from everything you integrated in Soul Society. It will take more than a year to reintegrate to achieve the current results. No, it may take longer. What's worse is, what kind of precautions will the people in the Technology Development Bureau take against you? It may be impossible to achieve the current results. Hurry up and change back to Shikai. Mole City said with unprecedented firmness. Then, Jalaiyu showed a gentle smile that she had never seen before, and spoke. Don't die, it starts with a sword. Chapter 53. Don't die, it starts with a sword. With these words, Jalaiyu released the fusion, and Siridi's temperature instantly rose 3 degrees. The next moment, Jalaiyu, who had returned to the Shikai state, appeared in the hands of Mole City. Its shape is like an ordinary samurai sword, with no unnecessary decoration at all. However, Tsunayashiro Tokihira did not dare to have the slightest contempt. He immediately noticed the abnormality of this sword. This blade, which is like a sealed state, condenses and compresses all the Ryutsu in Mole City, as well as his original spirit son that was fused with Siridii. After returning to Shikai from Bankai, Mole City lost the strongest shield fused with Siridii, but gained the strongest blade. Are you ready to use your strongest blow? Feeling waves of fluctuations coming from Jalaiu's blade, Shixian guessed that the density of spirit particles inside was actually more than 10 times higher than bipolar. Shixian didn't dare to be careless, and with a thought, he returned to the state of collapse and 2 fusions, wrapped in white spirit seeds all over his body, like an insect chrysalis. Mole City held Zanpakuto tightly, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and announced his name, Captain of the 11th Squadron, Siege Sword. Tsunayashiro Tokihira smiled lightly and said calmly, Captain of the 10th Division, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Boom! The 2's Ryutsu hit each other like 2 huge waves. Compared to Molejo's desperate approach of pouring all his strength into it, Tsunayashiro Tokijin held a sword in both hands and used a standard kendo slash. Bang! The next moment, the 2 Zanpakuto hit each other hard. I'm afraid no one would have thought that the final decisive blow in the confrontation between 2 strong men who could destroy Siridii would be so simple and unpretentious. In an instant, a huge spiritual storm suddenly set off, and Siridii shook violently at this moment. The flow of souls in the entire Soul Society was also greatly affected at this moment. Siridii, home of Omida. At this time, Ho, the youngest daughter of the Omida family, was watering the flowers in the courtyard when she suddenly felt a strong smell of blood coming from around her. She turned around and saw a man covered in blood standing next to her. Ho just screamed, but then he remembered that this man was the man who appeared with Tokaizuru's brother a few days ago, DBDD, Mole City Kenpeki. Omida Hide, I have something to tell you. I take back what I said before about the Omida family being just losers. I'm really sorry. After saying that, Mole City was about to turn around and leave. There is no point in continuing to stay here. Atto. Please wait. Hearing this rather serious call, Mole City paused for a moment. The next moment, he suddenly felt that his body was wrapped in light green light, this was a kid often used by the 4th Division for healing purposes, named Kide. What are you doing? Your injuries are too serious. If not treated in time, your life will be in danger. It's been so long, I think you already know who I am. With the ability of the Omida family, they must have figured out their identity. It's just that Mole City doesn't understand why this girl wants to go out of her way to heal the wounds of the rebellious criminals who escaped from the prison. At this moment, Ho showed a rather serious expression and said, "What I'm doing now has nothing to do with those things. I can't leave you seriously injured because you are a good person. I heard that you are a very powerful Shinigami, but you didn't treat your father and brother swing your sword and choose to avoid the end of the battle. If you are really a heinous villain, you will definitely kill them. In this way, the Shinigami will not know about your escape." Hearing this, Mole City smiled helplessly in his heart. "For me, being found jailbroken has never been a problem, otherwise, I wouldn't be in front of you." Just when he was hesitating whether to tell this fact to the girl in front of him, the latter bowed to him while continuing to heal Mole City. "Really, thank you very much." In these eyes, Mole City read sincere gratitude. Omidaho, her eyes always have a gentle light, just like her own sister. That's it. It turns out that Yolo Jalia's sarcasm towards me was absolutely right. I'm fine now. Thank you very much for treating my deafness." After saying that, Mole City's body slowly became transparent and disappeared into the air. However, he still left a few words for this girl with a pure and flawless heart. "If you or your family members are unnecessarily slandered in the future, I can at least help you prove that you are an honest person." "Why?" After the words fell, Mole City's figure completely disappeared into the air and disappeared with the wind. However, at this moment, Kurako Shunsui stood in front of Omida's house and said to the gust of wind blowing around him, Hey, he is obviously a big sinner in Guanwujian Song, but he wants to help others prove his honest character. The result will probably only deepen the negative impression of others. Please don't worry, this is just my way of covering up my shame." Mole City appeared and said, "Oh? Are you actually ashamed?" Kurako Shunsui said, "Shouldn't this be the first thing you throw away as a meaningless emotion? If you want to ridicule what I did 250 years ago, I can only say sorry." Mole City said. 250 years ago, when he was fighting against Kenpei Kakashi Yashiki, to a certain extent, he had a sneak attack. Suddenly, Kurako Shunsui seemed to have discovered something. "It seems that you have released the fusion, and the air in Siraidai is different." Of course, Kurako Shunsui also knows that Mole City only released the fusion with Siraidai, but he did not lose Bankai's ability. From this perspective, the power of Mole City has not changed at all. Chapter 54. Although Mole City has released the fusion with Siraidai, this does not mean that he has lost Bankai. His strength has not changed. However, that weird and unpredictable method was much weaker after all. Today, all Mole City can do is merge with part of the air and move. If you are a person with outstanding Ryutsu perception ability, you can easily find his traces. And Kurako Shunsui is exactly this kind of person. Well, enough of the meaningless words, then, what are you going to do next? Gently holding the bamboo hat, Kurako Shunsui asked Mole City. Although at this moment, Kurako Shunsui's whole body exudes the aura of laziness and salty fish. But Mole City knew that if his answer did not satisfy him, he could turn the smile on his face into a fierce murderous intention in an instant. "I will return to prison, which is the final destination for sinners like me. Please convey it to the captain like this." After the words fell, Mole City disappeared into the air again. At the same time, his voice echoed around him. "If you want to worship him at his tomb, please offer him a jug of wine on my behalf." Along with a gust of wind, the Ryutsu of Mole City disappeared without a trace, and even Kurako Shunsui could not sense it. At this moment, Jingle discovered that there was an extra money bag in his hand. Weighing the weight of the purse, I found that there was about as much gold in it as a pot of wine. After confirming that this point was correct, Kiryu did not pursue him again. He just looked up at the sky and murmured to himself. Yet, it feels completely different from before. It's like a different person. My dear friend Kashi Yashiki. It seems that your successor has been liberated from the shackles of the name Kenpei. First Team, Conference Room. Yamamoto Genri Yusai looked at Tsunayashiro Tokihira, who came to report, and narrowed his eyes slightly. So Mole City returned to the big prison Wujian by himself. The air in Siridi is indeed a little different. Before going to jail, he went to Omada's house to apologize to Ho for his previous remarks. He is a very interesting guy. Tsunayashiro Tokihira remembered the battle with Mole City. The so-called first-class master can read the other person's heart through the moment when the swords meet. In the heart of Mole City, there is only endless loneliness and the lingering nightmare of the past. Captain Yamamoto. Actually, you and I both know that Mole City has never committed any crimes from beginning to end. Even if we want to seize the King's Seal and transform all human beings in this world, we haven't had time to implement it yet. His obsession is ultimately the result of soul society being made in Japan. Bang! Before Tokihira could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Captain Yamamoto. He hit the ground hard with his cane and said, Captain Tsunayashiro, what do you want to say? Is it really impossible to commute Mole City's sentence? Based on his crime, it is far less than the sentence of 10,000 years. Unlike Matsumoto Rangiku, a dispensable little character, Mole Jasia not only has paranoid thoughts, but also has very dangerous abilities. If he wanted to commute his sentence, even Tokihira, the head of Tsunayashiro's family, couldn't do it. In the entire Soul Society, only Yamamoto Genri Yusai can do this. Hearing this, Yamamoto was silent. For a long time. Under the gaze of Tsunayashiro Tokihira, Captain Yamamoto said, it seems that you like him quite a lot. Well, I don't hate this guy because of the misfortunes he suffered in his childhood. Instead, he loves the world deeply and faithfully fulfills his duties as a Shinigami. That's it, Captain Yamamoto nodded lightly. I can only say to give it a try, but I'm not sure whether Room 46 will approve it. Thank you very much, Captain. Tsunayashiro Tokihira chuckled lightly and bowed to Yamamoto Genri Yusai. Returning to the team building of the 10th Division, Tsunayashiro Tokihira saw Matsumoto Rangiku. She was released as early as 3 days ago, but this guy has been lazy and drinking, like a salted fish every day. Rangiku, come with me. Tokihira said. What's the matter, Captain Tokistring? Now is the time for me to help you fill in the missing parts of your soul. Hearing this, Rangiku was shocked. She looked at Shisen nervously, with a hint of expectation in her eyes. Complete my soul, what does this mean? In fact, Rangiku has already discussed this issue with Shisen once. Please give me flowers. Only then did she realize that her soul was actually incomplete. The incomplete part was taken away by a mysterious person when I was young. It is impossible for such an incomplete soul to control Bankai. It is precisely because of this that after Matsumoto Rangiku called Hanko's name and mastered Shikai, he clearly had a good relationship with his Zanpakut, but he was unable to communicate more deeply. This also makes it impossible for her to acquire Bankai at all. It means literally. I should have made a promise to you before, and now is the time to fulfill my promise. After this, as long as you practice hard, you will probably be able to learn Bankai soon. Are you serious? In excitement, Rangiku directly grabbed Shixian's palm, which was cold and trembling. She's scared. Of course it's true. What's the point of lying to you here? Tsunayashiro Tokihira also grabbed her hand, exerting a little force and smiling gently. This smile is so warm. At least that's what he thinks. After hearing this, Matsumoto Rangiku suddenly lay on the ground. Bring it on. Tsunayashiro Tokihira? When I type a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, it's that you have a problem. I just want to help you complete your soul. Why do you act like you are letting everyone take your pick? Come on, I won't resist. Ju urged. This incomprehensible BD, doesn't he know that it's terrible for women not to be satisfied? Forward. In order to prevent Rangiku from saying any more sarcastic words, Tsunayashiro Tokihira grabbed her wrist directly, then took out a potion and injected it directly into her body. Hand. Chapter 55. What is this? Rangiku asked curiously as he felt the liquid entering his body instantly. Can one's soul be completely restored with just one potion? Soul Society probably doesn't have such technology yet. Otherwise, Byakuya Kokaki would not have taken his wife around to seek medical treatment. Don't move, this is just the first step. Next, I will inject my own Ryotsuo into your body. Use my Ryotsuo as a catalyst to completely integrate these potions with your spirit body, so that your soul can be completed. Tsunayashiro Tokijin explained this way. Then, he raised his hand and touched Rangiku's forehead. The essence of this potion is Hagyaku's power factor. The power of Hagyaku is to turn people's inner desires into reality. Of course, as far as the current Shishigo-san is concerned, it faithfully realizes the wishes of Namiyo Tokizuru as its master. Without Tokistring's Ryotsu, these Hagyaku power factors would not be able to function and could never be transformed into the ability to grant wishes. Surprisingly, is this still necessary? Rangiku's face was complicated, and his eyes looked at Shixian inexplicably. Now, there was no need for Tokihira to specifically explain, she could clearly feel that a massive amount of Ryotsu was being consumed in Tokohan's body. In just a few seconds, Tsunayo Tokizuru consumed nearly 50 times her Ryotsu. And all this is to complete her soul. Don't move. Feeling the trembling of Rangiku's body, Tsunayashiro Tokizuru said softly. At the same time, he still maintains Ryotsu's output. Frankly speaking, Rangiku is already on his way to being able to survive until now. In Aizen's Hollow experiment 100 years ago, all the people he selected as targets ended up dead, except for the Masked Legion and Matsumoto Rangiku. But the Masked Legion survived because of Urahara Kisuke's rescue and Hagyaku's power. Matsumoto Rangiku, on the other hand, relies entirely on himself. What Aizen absorbed was only the fingertips of the Spirit King in her body and part of his soul, and a part of his soul remained. What Tsunayashiro Tokizuru has to do now is to complete this part of his soul and rely on Hagyaku's power zone. And the price paid was just some of his Ryotsu. This Ryotsu is nothing to today's Tokistring. After the battle with Moljosuya, he has been firmly in the Hanji fusion state, and the Ryotsu in his body has surpassed that of an ordinary captain by a whole dimension. These people couldn't even sense his existence. The Ryotsu he owns is conservatively estimated to cost several thousand cars. Moreover, the amount of Ryotsu consumed for Rangiku this time was not too much, less than Tachikengzi. Tokizuru has already felt that the Hagyaku in his chest has stopped burning his own Ryotsu as the price of fulfilling his wish. In other words, this represents the soul of Matsumoto Rangiku, which has been completely completed. Thinking of this, Tokisien let go of Rangiku and took his hand back. Is this the end? Matsumoto Rangiku asked. At this time, she felt very comfortable, and she had undergone earth-shaking changes from the inside out. Seem. It is my soul that has become perfect. Ah! It's over. Your soul is complete. Although he couldn't sense it with his spiritual sense, Shixian was very sure. That's great. Hearing this, Matsumoto Rangiku jumped up with excitement, and then she hugged Tokizuru directly and clamped his head. Being attacked suddenly, the double peaks below the ears were filled with warm and fragrant soft jade. Let go. Let me go quickly. Shi Xian took a breath of cold air, picked her up and pulled her down. Are you trying to suffocate me to death? No, I'll just let you pick me up for a while, and I'll take it as a thank you, Captain Shixian. Rangiku drawled in a long tone, acting coquettishly. Idiot, this isn't gratitude, it's murder. Let go quickly, I can't breathe. Shixian struggled. Stop talking about what you mean, you heartless person. That's not what you said last time. But wasn't it true that I was choked to death by you last time? Say it again. If you want to express your gratitude, I will teach you, well, just stay still. After saying that, Tsunayashiro Tokihira pressed forward directly. Outside Siraidai, Rukonga. A mansion of the Shihaoran family. Today, Shihaoran Yoshiro, the contemporary head of the Shihaoran family among the four nobles, came to visit Captain Yamamoto and said that he had something very important to report. Later, the two came here. And Yoshiro's first words made Yamamoto unable to help being shocked. Waiwak is still alive and with his men, hiding in the shadow of Siraidai. Are you sure? Yoshiro nodded and explained the battle that took place in Karakura town. After confirming the fact that Waiwak had revived and was hiding in Siraidai's shadow, Yamamoto Genryusai's heart became extremely solemn. As a rival from thousands of years ago, Yamamoto is well aware of the power of Waiwak. The reason why he led first-generation Godei 13 to victory in the war 1,000 years ago is because, to a large extent, it was due to Ichibe Hisabe's foreshadowing, Chijurse Sakib's sneak attack, and his own unscrupulous tactics. But now, everything is different. Even he himself was not sure whether he could defeat Waiwak again. Ah! This is the information sent by my sister in this world. It is absolutely not wrong. Yamamoto was silent. In this case, there must be nothing wrong. It's not that Yamamoto believes in Shihaoran Yuryuaki, but that he believes in the man named Urahara Kisuke. In the shadow of Siraidai. Yamamoto has a headache. 5.3. If it were him outside, even if he tried his best to use Bankai to destroy Siraidai, he would still kill Waiwak. But in the shadow, he was a little helpless. As a member of the Choppers, Yamamoto had a hard time dealing with all the bells and whistles. But he is not good at it, but some people are good at it. So Yamamoto turned around and said, Kojiro, go to the Technology Development Bureau and call Captain Nirvana, and tell me that I have something important to tell you. Chapter 56. After unspoken rules for Rangiku, he ordered his subordinates to let the former move into Tsunayashiro's house, and Tokihira started wandering around Siraidai aimlessly. During this period, too many things have happened, and too many powerful enemies have appeared. Likewise, both my life and my strength have undergone earth-shaking changes. He thought of Tsunayashiro Tokihira. After becoming the head of Tsunayashiro, he still planned to find time to deal with Tokihira, but now it seems that it is no longer necessary. As for the reason, it is very simple. No giant dragon would deliberately care about an ant. The difference in strength is too big, and any conspiracy and plot will be meaningless. In the plot, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, even if she immediately falls in love with Kage Nori, is only as powerful as Kurako Shunsui. At the beginning, although Tokihira's panel was slightly inferior, with his Zanpakuto ability, he was on par with Kurako Shunsui. Later, he obtained the hands of Yan Luo Jingdian and Soul King, and experienced two evolutions of Hagyaku. The strength gap between Shixian and Shiden is even greater than that between the giant dragon and the ants. While walking, Tsunayashiro Tokihira's progress suddenly stopped, and he stopped at a deserted house. The house occupies a large area, with a pond not far away and a two-story building in front of 31, with many carefully pruned trees planted there. Tsunayashiro Tokihira narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the double-story building, feeling a strange feeling in his heart. This feeling is like there is something inside, attracting me to it. But, what is it? Captain Tsunayashiro. A magnetic voice sounded from behind. Shi Xian was startled and turned around hurriedly. Captain Aizen, why are you here? In Tokaizura's sight, Aizen was wearing white Captain Hayori, standing quietly on the cobblestone path. I saw a slight smile on his face, wearing black frames, and his whole person was full of intimacy. Hearing Shixian's words, Aizen just reached out and pushed the frame of the mirror, a smile flashed in his brown eyes and he said. I should be asking you this, right? This is my residence, why are you here, Captain Tsunayashiro? I'm really sorry, Captain Aizen, I came in here unknowingly this time and disturbed you. Aizen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and said, you're welcome. Now that you're here, would you like a cup of black tea? Is there any sugar and milk? Add more, I like it. What a coincidence, I like it too. Aizen is always so approachable, no matter what he says or what he does. No wonder he was able to fool the people of Godii 13 later on. Haha, that's great. Tsunayashiro Tokijin smiled softly on his face, but he couldn't help but be confused in his heart. Something is wrong. Something is so wrong. If he went to someone else's yard unknowingly, it could be chalked up to coincidence. But if Aizen is involved, it's definitely not a coincidence. According to Tsunayashiro Tokizuru's guess, there must be something hidden in this small building that attracted him to come here. And he probably had a guess as to what this item was. It's just that what he's not sure about is Aizen's attitude. Did he take the initiative to attract me through that thing, or was it an accident caused by what he was doing? Now Shi Xian has as many problems as a mountain, and he doesn't know which one he should think about first. Most people can't guess what Aizen is thinking. Most people would not do things that harm others without any benefit, but Aizen will. Because he would find it interesting. Like the birth of Kurosaki Ichigo. Captain Tsunayashiro, please go sit in the southeast corridor first, and I'll make tea right away. Aizen said. Tsunayashiro Tokistring nodded slightly. At this point, we can only act according to the situation. No matter what, it is definitely a bad idea to leave here rashly. Following Aizen's guidance, Shixian came to the southeast corridor and sat down, looking at it for a moment. Here, it seems to be a little garden. There is a pond not far away, with a zigzag bridge on it, rockeries, lotus flowers, and several koi carps wandering there leisurely. Unknown objects made of bamboo tubes were filled with water and gently tapped on the stones, making a crisp sound, and then the water flowed along the bamboo tips and merged into the pond. Tsunayashiro Tokijin put his shoes on the corridor and sat quietly in the shadow-covered corridor, leaning against the pillars and admiring the scenery in front of him. As the head of Tsunayashiro's family, Tokaizuru has seen many larger and more luxurious gardens than this one, so he should not be surprised. But for some reason, his eyes were gradually attracted by the scenery in front of him and his mood gradually became calmer. At this moment, Aizen slowly walked over with a saucer, placed it on a small table not far away, and sat on his knees in the corridor. Captain Tsunayashiro, what do you think of the scenery in front of you? Although it is simple, it is beautiful. Shixian said truthfully. As he spoke, he used his attribute eyes again and again to explore Aizen's panel. Target, Aizensuk. I-100. 5:90. Mobility, 90. Reaction, 100. Kid 100. Ryutsu 100. 100. Physical strength, 80. Total score 760. Rating Super Captain level. It is actually the same total score of 760 as Yamamoto 040 Genri Yusai, and the same Super Captain level. At this moment, even Tsunayashiro Tokaizuru was shocked by Aizen's talent. Yamamoto Genri Yusai, who is over 5,000 years old, represents the history of Soul Society. The reason why he has such strength is because of the long accumulation of time. Even a dog would become a barking dog after 5,000 years, let alone a Shinigami. But Aizen is different. How old is Aizen? He is obviously younger than Hirako Shinji, Torabashi RJR, and Maguruma Kensei, and he looks like he is 300 or 400 years old. He is only 300 or 400 years old, but he has strength that is not inferior to Yamamoto Genryusai. For thousands of 10,000 years, except for Kurosaki Ichigo, the son of destiny, no one can match Aizen in terms of talent. Chapter 57. In the official formula book, Aizen during the Shinigami period has exactly the same numerical value as Yamamoto. In other words, if the two do not liberate Zanpakuto, their strength should be exactly the same. And in the plot, Aizen admits that Yamamoto's Rijinjaka is the Zanpakuto with the strongest attack power, and his frontal combat ability is superior to his own. In order to deal with Aizen's Kaika Suijutsu, Yamamoto pulled in half of the Godei 13 captains, including himself, and prepared to die with him. The official novel The Four Nobles also said that both Rijinjaka and Kaika Suijutsu are enough to change the occupation. A Zanpakuto whose abilities exceed specifications. The strength of these two people is probably not much different even if they use Zanpakuto. It's very beautiful, this scenery. After recovering from the exclamation, Tsunayashiro Tokihira replied. I didn't expect Aizen to have such skills. This is the meaning of Zen described by a religion in my current world, and I arranged it with my own hands. Aizen said, Captain Tsunayashiro, do you know Buddhism? I'm not sure. Shixian shook his head slightly, then picked up the teapot, poured Aizen a cup of black tea, and poured himself a cup. Captain Tsunayashiro, if you have time, you can go find out. Some Buddhist ideas are really interesting. For example, they believe that soul society was not created by the Spirit King, but was created by the combination of the four elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. As he spoke, Aizen added a spoonful of sugar to Tsunayashiro Tokizuru's tea and continued. Later, this idea was regarded as heresy by the 46 chambers. They banned monks from building temples in Rukanga, and all those monks became slaves of the nobles. Captain Tsunayashiro, you are the head of one of the four nobles, so you should know some of these things. Tsunayashiro Tokistring just shook his head slightly. No, I don't know. That's really a pity. I have some classics about Buddhism here. Captain Tsunayashiro, would you like to learn about them? Aizen said. Hearing this, Tsunayashiro Tokijin hurriedly shook his head again and said sincerely, no need, I have never been interested in reading. Captain Aizen, I have never been interested in books. That's not possible, Captain Tsunayashiro, you can only understand the world better by reading more books. Aizen exhorted in a gentle tone, it felt like an elder admonishing a younger one. Oh, okay. Shi Xian was perfunctory like a junior perfunctory to an elder. But what no one expected was that Aizen didn't care about his perfunctory behavior at all, and continued to discuss various philosophies of life with him with an enthusiastic expression. To be precise, Aizen kept talking and Xian just listened quietly. I have to say that Aizen is really well-read and knowledgeable. He talks endlessly, covering all philosophies from absolutism to absurdism to altruism. All Tsunayashiro Tokizuru knew was a few words of chicken soup for the soul, but even so, when he said them, Aizen was able to find the corresponding theory. This is outrageous. As the conversation progressed, Aizen's theories became more and more profound, and now Shi Xian couldn't even hold back a sentence of chicken soup for the soul. At this time, he was confused by the special words for various doctrines and the long names coming out of Aizen's mouth. Who can tell him why there are a lot of Latin and English works in Soul Society? What is going on in this world? But in desperation, one drank tea to cover up his ignorance. After repeating this process several times, Tsunayashiro Tokizuru had finished 4 or 5 cups of black tea, while Aizen opposite him was still talking about philosophical life topics. These words seemed to make sense, and even he couldn't help but nod his head from time to time. However, at this moment, Tsunayashiro Tokinata was suddenly startled, and then a strong feeling of fear emerged. When did it start? Since when did Aizen's words start to sound like an idea that he could recognize, instead of boring philosophical theories? Since when did I unconsciously agree with his words and the views contained in his words? At this moment, Yao Tokizuru's heart was filled with turmoil. What he didn't understand was that there was no doubt that he had been deceived. Shixian originally thought that if he didn't listen to Aizen's words and didn't believe his opinions, everything would be fine. But what he never expected was that just listening to Aizen's words represented a great danger. Aizen-suk, this man is more dangerous than anyone could imagine. I can't stay here any longer. So, Tokisien drank all the black tea in the cup. When the cup was empty, he said, "Sorry, Captain Aizen, there are still many things to deal with in the 10th Division. I must go back quickly." "I see, it's such a pity. We can only wait until Captain Tsunayashiro comes next time and we can continue chatting." Surprisingly, Aizen did not stay. I saw a slight smile on his face and invited Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Aizen's strength is not only his strength, but also his knowledge. He has been familiar with various micro-expression psychology and likes to observe every 10 Shinigami he sees on the road. He observes the subject, covering all aspects, from clothing to behavior, to the subconscious movements of each of his muscles, to determine what psychological state a person is in. As long as you give him enough time, he can take off the mask everyone wears. By taking off a person's mask, you can grasp his true character and thoughts, and when that person encounters something, he can naturally deduce it. No one can escape Aizen's observation, not even Urahara Kisuke. Even in this conversation, Tsunayashiro Tokizuru was cautious enough and perfunctory enough, but he still allowed Aizen to infer what kind of character he was and what kind of thoughts he had. Of course, in the final analysis, this is just a method and is not universal. There are also things he can't guess. For example, what method will Ichimaru-jin use to kill himself, and what secrets are hidden behind Tsunayashiro Tokizuru? Haha, it's so interesting. Tsunayashiro Tokijin left with Shunpo for a long time, and Aizen was still sitting where he was, admiring the scenery in front of him with a calm expression, and slowly tasting the black tea in the cup. It wasn't until all the black tea in the teapot was drunk that he slowly stood up, calmly packed up the tea sets, and returned to the building. "Haha, that's really interesting, Captain Tsunayashiro." Suddenly, Aizen chuckled and seemed to be talking to himself. "You don't know this is my residence, but you still barge in. Is it a coincidence? Or is he doing it on purpose?" Entering the hall, Aizen came to the bookshelves filled with esoteric books on philosophy, history, etc., and his eyes gradually became cold. Whether it was coincidence or necessity, he couldn't decide for a while. In other words, he would never conclude that something was a coincidence without sufficient confirmation. Aizen is more willing to believe that everything Tsunaya did on behalf of Tokihira was premeditated. So the question is, if it is true, what is his purpose? Is it for something in this building? This is his residence. There are many daily necessities and books. These should be excluded. In addition, there is a secret underground laboratory about 200 meters underground here, which contains a lot of information about his research. For example, information about Persona and Arankar. There is also an unfinished Hagyaku made by him. Is the target Hagyaku? Aizen pondered. Strong people can sense each other. These days, he can clearly feel that Tsunayashiro Tokistring's strength has increased and has reached the peak of Shinigami. In other words, does he also want to use Hagyaku to push Shinigami's limits? Hehe. Tsunayashiro Tokihira, what an interesting man. Chapter 58. Siraidai. Zymen by Daemon. Tsunayashiro Tokizuru moved forward slowly, aiming for Rukonga outside Siraidai. A month has passed since that war. Early this morning, he received an order from Captain Yamamoto to go to Rukonga District 80 Zaraki to capture the criminals. Acting with him is Aizen-suk, the captain of the 5th Division. Shi Xian got a headache as soon as he heard this. Today, his hard power is not inferior to Aizen, but the so-called power is not just hard power. Tsunayashiro Tokihira was thinking like this as he moved forward, and soon he arrived in front of the White Road Gate. Aizen has been here a long time ago and has been waiting quietly. At this moment, he suddenly turned around and chuckled, "We meet again, Captain Tsunagi." "Yes, we meet again, Captain Aizen, you still haven't changed." Tsunayashiro Tokihira also smiled, "Please give me your advice on this mission. Guidance is out of the question. We still need to rely more on Captain Tsunayashiro. But who are we going to capture this time?" First Generation Division 6 Captain Sato is immortal. According to the information given by Captain Yamamoto, she possesses the rare time system Zanpakuto. "I see." Hearing this, Aizen just smiled lightly, but in the depths of his brown pupils, a flash of doubt flashed. Obviously the Technology Development Bureau was helpless about Sato's immortality yesterday, but they found traces of her today? When did that mad scientist Kuratsuka Mayuri become so powerful? As a member of the scientists, Aizen was very confused. At the same time, this kind of incident that went against common sense made him feel a little hopeful. Tsunayashiro Tokihira turned his head and said, "Let's go." Aizen nodded slightly, and a Shunpo man landed on the roof in the distance. "It's a long way from Rukonga District 80, so we have to speed up." Both of them were using Shunpo to get on their way. Aizen was surprised to find that Shixian's Shunpo attainments were not inferior to his own at all. Although surprised, it is not unacceptable. Tsunayashiro Tokihira is engaged to Shihaoran Yuryuaki, who is known as Flash Goddess, and has had many contacts. It is natural that Shunpo has high attainments. Hey! However, at this moment in 643, Aizen seemed to sense something and stopped Tsunayashiro Tokihira. The two of them looked at each other and looked at the Ryotsu wave in the east. The two of them rushed there at the same time. After a few Shunpo's time, the two came to a mountain forest, where the trees were densely packed, there was no noise of animals, and it was quiet. "Come out!" Aizen drank lightly. Isn't this blatant exposure of Ryotsu just to lure us here? The next moment, a man with yellow eyes, a black and white mask, and a haircut like scissors slowly walked out. "Captain Nirvana!" Aizen said calmly. Ryotsu, who deliberately released himself, led me here. "What do you want to do?" He was confused. "Have you been exposed?" Aizen quietly used Kaika Suijutsu. The next moment, I saw Kuratsuka Mayuri saying to the phantom opposite Aizen, "This mission is not to capture Sato immortality, it is just an excuse for you to leave Shirai." Tsunayashiro Tokihira frowned slightly and asked, "Why do you want to leave the writing?" Yeah, the idiot's breath is really disgusting. If you think about it carefully, the reason for this must be to avoid the enemy's surveillance. Kuratsuka Mayuri said in a tone of explanation. "For an idiot, I'll tell you, there is a Quincy hiding in the shadow of Shirai, secretly watching us. The source of this information is Ishida Ryusei, the son of Ishida Munisuru, who was originally a member of the Invisible Empire. Then he went to Shihaoran Yoshiro through Shihaoran Yuryuaki, and then reported to Captain Yamamoto from Shihaoran Yoshiro. Captain Yamamoto ordered Kuratsuka Mayuri, the director of the Technology Development Bureau, to find a way to enter the shadow space. After a month, Kuratsuka Mayuri finally completed it. After hundreds or thousands of experiments, I found out that there is a huge spiritual subspace in the shadow of Shirai. The scale is probably no less than that of Shirai." After finishing speaking, Kuratsuka Mayuri looked at the two of them, expecting to see their shocked expressions. I just didn't expect that these two guys were actually very calm. After confirming that he was not exposed, Aizen dismissed Kaika Suijutsu and said calmly, "Then what are we going to do?" Tsunayashiro Tokihira didn't speak, just fell into deep thought. Seoul society actually discovered the existence of the Invisible Empire so early. Now, the plot is really changed beyond recognition. However, it doesn't matter anymore. Frankly speaking, it is a good opportunity to attack the Invisible Empire now. Although Waiwak has awakened, his power is no different from 1,000 years ago. He has not awakened the skill of capture the altar, and has not developed the star metal to capture Bankai. If Bankai is not taken away, it is not certain who will win between Yamamoto Genryusai and Waiwak. It has been determined that those hiding in the shadows are the remnants of the Quincy from 1,000 years ago. However, the number and strength are unknown. We must investigate first before we can make decisive battle arrangements. Kuratsuka Mayuri said. This war is inevitable. According to the order of the Commander-in-Chief, the two of you are tasked with sneaking into the spirit space in the shadow and spreading the surveillance bacteria I invented into it to clarify the enemy's strength. As he spoke, Kuratsuka Mayuri took out 2 bottles from his sleeves, which were bright red in color. I don't know how many bacteria there are here to make it so obvious. Tsunayashiro Tokihira took one and asked, are we just the 2 of us? You 2 are the first batch to go in, and there will be another batch after that. Your mission is not to fight, but to explore. For exploration alone, Godai 13 dispatched 2 captains, and this lineup was enough. This is probably Yamamoto Genryusai's decision. It can't be said wrong, but it greatly underestimated the enemy's strength. Even if Waiwak has not fully recovered, I am afraid that only if everyone in Godai 13 joins together can we defeat the Invisible Empire. Invisible Empire. That was the last kingdom of the Quincy, where all the elite Quincy and all the pure-blood Quincy gathered for thousands of years. The more outstanding pure-blood Quincy formed the Knights of the Star Cross, including nearly 30 Quincy who were stronger than or similar to the captain-level Shinigami. And Waiwak, who is above everyone else, is now guaranteed to have a 3-level collapse, and may even have a 4-level collapse. Speaking honestly, Tokaizuru and Aizen are already the 2 strongest people in Godai 13, but it is not easy to escape from the Invisible Empire. Waiwak is an insurmountable peak for Godai 13. As far as the current 3 realms are concerned, except for Ichibe Hisub of the Zero Division, no one is his opponent. Yamamoto Genryusai's Bankai residual fire sword is comparable to the temperature of the core of the sun, and has the power to destroy the world. It is indeed a terrifying skill. But in the plot, only 1 star medal was plundered by Waiwak, and then Waiwak killed Yamamoto with a single sword. The supplementary formula book clearly states that the Quincy star is just a lower-level skill for usurping the altar. Also, DBCF, fortunately, Waiwak has only just woken up. Otherwise Godai 13 has no chance of winning. So Captain Nirvana, how do we enter the spirit space in the shadow? Aizen asked. Tsunayashiro Tokaizuru was also a little curious. He got the Sun Key from Ishidarius, which allowed him to freely enter and leave Yinjia City. He was thinking of going to the Invisible Empire sometime. I didn't expect that the Quincy's lair would be discovered by Seoul society so quickly. Since the enemy is hiding in the shadow, let's invade from the shadow. Kuratsuka Mayuri took out 2 black balls and said, you can crush them to activate space teleportation. Tsunayashiro Tokihira asked, if we complete the mission, how should we come back? All the spirit children in the Invisible Empire are under the control of Waiwak. Shixian is not sure whether he can open the ghost door there. Captain Tsunayashiro, as the captain of Godai 13, he should be willing to sacrifice for the Godai. Kuratsuka Mayuri said impatiently. A real Godai should die on his own, instead of advising others to die. Captain Nirvana, you should know that. Tsunayashiro Tokistring sneered. Snort? Kuratsuka Mayuri snorted coldly and said, your mission is to collect intelligence. When the intelligence is enough, you can hide yourself. Captain Yamamoto will attack the shadow space at that time. If you win, you can naturally come out. Of course, everyone is happy if they win, but what will happen if they lose, Kurotsuka Mayuri did not say. However, both of them knew what was going on. The winner lives, the loser dies. War is always like this. No matter Siraidii or Godii 13, they will never allow an unknown enemy to exist in their shadow. Moreover, this enemy is the old enemy of Shinigami thousands of years ago. They will never withdraw their troops before these Quincy are completely eliminated. This is an all-out war between the Shinigami and the power of the Quincy. However, unlike the thousand-year bloody battle, this time the Shinigami side had the upper hand. But I'm afraid no one knows what the outcome of the war will be. At this time, Tsunayashiro Tokihira asked again, what if we are discovered? It may not be possible to hide it from ordinary Quincy, but it is not easy to hide it from Wiwak. If you are discovered, it means that the war will break out in advance. Then you can do whatever you want, whether you fight or run away, but whether you can survive until we arrive depends on your strength. Kurotsuka Mayuri said, of course, it's best to hide your Ryutsu. At this time, Tsunayashiro Tokihira suddenly asked, Captain Nirvana, have you developed the kind of item that can completely hide Ryutsu? Idiot, how could there be such a convenient prop? Kurotsuka Mayuri said angrily. Hey! Hey! You are a scientist, how can you say no? You are indeed an idiot. Let me tell you, science is not a delusion, everything must be based on evidence. When it comes to topics related to science, Kurotsuka Mayuri becomes very debating. Smaller. The layout is too small. Professor Nai. You can't even drink Urahara Kisuk's foot-washing water. That guy developed a black cloak that could completely isolate Ryutsu 100 years ago, but now Kurotsuka Mayuri doesn't even have this direction. The talent gap between the two was now clear. Tsunayashiro Tokihira didn't want to waste any more time with Kurotsuka Mayuri, so he turned his head and said, Captain Aizen, let's go. Aizen nodded slightly. There is no way to make a cup of black tea here. The next moment, the two of them crushed the ball in their hands together, and a large shadow poured out from the void, covering both of them. The body is completely wrapped. A feeling of space being torn apart spreads all over the body in an instant. Shixian understood that he was about to enter another space. However, at this moment, Kurotsuka Mayuri's voice came over. By the way, I forgot to tell you. Because of time constraints, the props I made are not perfect yet. You may be separated after teleportation. Be careful. After being covered in darkness, Kurotsuka Mayuri's words suddenly stopped, but Yao Tokihira's mood also became complicated. Although there are some pitfalls, Kurotsuka Mayuri's move is probably in line with Toki String and Aizen's wishes. Both of them have secrets that they cannot reveal. Going it alone is the best option. Before Tsunayashiro Tokihira had time to think carefully about anything, he felt himself being swallowed by darkness. The next moment, the darkness in the sky faded away, and light reappeared in front of his eyes. He looked around and saw that Aizen was nowhere to be seen. But when he saw the buildings around him that were completely different from Siraidii, Tokian understood that he had arrived in the Invisible Empire. Chapter 59. The architectural style of Siraidii is ancient neon, while the Invisible Empire is more inclined to the architectural style of Western Europe. Each of the buildings here is made of stone, and the glass shows colorful Madara colors. Tsunayashiro Tokihira looked out of the window. The first thing he saw was a spacious street, and then he could see a series of spears with no less than 30 spears. After being transported by the shadow, he landed in a room on the edge of the spirit space. The room was spacious, with a bed in the middle and no furniture, much like Aizen's room. For the Invisible Empire, these buildings on the outskirts of Yinjia City are not inhabited at all. Their purpose is only to serve as a resting place for the holy soldiers during patrols. At this time, Tsunayashiro Tokihira closed his eyes tightly and began to explore the Quincy's spiritual connections. However, within just a few seconds, he opened his eyes again, with a frightened expression on his face. In his perception, the white spiritual channels belonging to the Quincy were densely packed and gathered from all directions, like huge white waves, which made people feel frightened. After feeling lingering fears, Tsunayashiro Tokihira couldn't help but be surprised. It's actually white? It is common sense in soul society that only human souls are white. In other words, these Quincy are humans? Is that a lie? Not to mention the others, Hasward and Busby are both over 1,000 years old. This is simply not the lifespan a human being can have. It's so strange. If it is a human being, even if it possesses spiritual power, it will age and die. The most intuitive example is those who practice perfection. Is this space special? After all, Ishida Sojuru, who previously belonged to the Invisible Empire, will age normally in this world. Tsunayashiro Tokihira thought this in his mind, but did not reach out to grab the spiritual connection to explore anything. Ryotsu is different from Ryotsu. From the spiritual sense, there is no difference at all. From Shixian's point of view, it is impossible to tell which ones are members of the Star-Crossed Knights and which ones are ordinary soldiers. I can't even tell which one is Waiwaka's spiritual network. In this case, there is no need to alert the enemy. Instead, it may be revealed that Quincy is not above Shinigami when it comes to Ryotsu detection. Shixian's best concealment now is the enemy's careless mentality. After all, the Quincy have been hiding in Siraidi's shadow for thousands of years without anyone noticing. Everyone in the Quincy has lost their vigilance towards the inside. The most direct evidence is the continuous flow of spiritual connections. Sure enough. Aizen, this guy, can't find his spiritual connection at all. This guy is probably up to some conspiracy. After getting ready, Tsunayashiro Tokihira opened the door to the room, walked down the corridor, and came to the castle hall, which was completely empty. Immediately afterwards, he left the castle and came to the street outside. Looking up, the sky was covered with pure white air. Yeah, it's really high. Tsunayashiro Tokihira looked into the distance and saw a huge castle standing an unknown distance away from here. Around the castle, there are densely packed castles dotted around it, as if they are about to pierce the sky. Is that Silver Shelf City? It makes no sense. This huge castle is the base camp of the Invisible Empire Yinjia City. Both the Knights of the Star Cross and Waiwak should be there. In the past, fixation would have been dangerous. But if you don't go through with it, it will seem too fishy. What a headache! There was no other way. Tsunayashiro Tokihira could only carefully hide his figure and wander around the outskirts of Jinjia City. While wandering around, he casually sprayed the surveillance bacteria given to him by Kurotsuka Mayuri. Of course, he also put on a prop purchased from Urahara Kisuk that completely hides Ryotsu's black cloak. In the previous battle with the Masked Legion, although Tsunayashiro Tokihira was willing to stop in the end, it did not mean that he did nothing. In exchange for sparing the lives of these people, Urahara Kisuk gave away a large number of props, including this black cloak. On the way, he encountered groups of holy soldiers, seemingly doing ordinary exercises. Euro. Suddenly, there was a loud noise in the sky and heavy rain poured down. But this downpour is not water droplets, but ice crystals. Siraidi is somewhere deep in the mountains. Nyan Men hollowed out a hill with his bare hands, dug out a cave about the size of a football field, and placed several instruments inside. Please give me flowers. Kurotsuka Mayuri sat cross-legged on the ground, staring closely at the screen in front of him. Then he took out 2 glass bottles from his sleeves, which contained symbiotic bacteria that monitor bacteria. Immediately afterwards, he inserted the bottles of symbiotic bacteria upside down into the circular socket, and the bacterial spirits slowly squirmed and slid along the transparent pipe to the other end. The next moment, a picture appeared on the screen, which was the Invisible Empire intelligence sent by Shixian and Aizen. Oh! The airflow in the sky is white. Is it a flow? Spirits of different attributes collide in the air and turn into broken ice. The broken ice is pressed down and turns into cold air. Kurotsuka Mayuri looked enthusiastic. It's interesting that spirit particles can actually operate in this way. It's so interesting. It seems that the rules of that spirit space are very different from our soul society. 0. However, at this moment, Kurotsuka Mayuri suddenly snorted in displeasure and noticed several annoying Ryotsuo approaching. 2nd Division Captain Sui Feng, 3rd Division Captain Ichimaru Jin, 6th Division Captain Byakuya Kokaki, 7th Division Captain Komamura Seijin, 11th Division Captain Zaraki Kenpeki. Of course, there is also the Ryotsuo who is so hot that it makes his head hurt. Godai 13 Captain and 1st Team Captain, Yamamoto Genri Yusai Shigakuni. These people are the second batch of candidates to enter the shadow space. When it comes to the Quincy from thousands of years ago, no one dares to be careless. Yamamoto even dispatched more than half of Godai 13's captains. Captain Nai, how's it going? After a while, Yamamoto walked in slowly and asked. It's a very interesting world. Judging from the stability of the spirit and space, this space has been opened up for more than 1,000 years. The captain should be very clear about what this means. Kurotsuka Mayuri said with a sneer. Hearing this, Yamamoto just remained silent. Yes, he knew it very well. This means that the Quincy has been hiding in the Siridi's shadow, monitoring Godai 13 for over a millennium. 1000. Chapter 60. After wandering for a long time, Tsunayashiro Tokihira finally arrived at Yinjia City. To be honest, the guards in Yinjia City are not very strict, and can even be said to be lax, but Shixian still dare not be careless. All because of Waiwak. If Waiwak hadn't awakened yet, he would have killed many people in the Invisible Empire. To Tsunayashiro Tokijin, who is in the second fusion state of Hgyaku, the entire Invisible Empire, except for Waiwak, is a piece of shit. In the Battle of Soul King Palace in the plot, the bodyguards before the Holy Order were killed by Nigia Oyuetsu with 1 penetration and 4 blasts, Hathward was single-handedly killed by Kirin Temple, and Ishida Yuri was defeated by Kai Shaomaru. Tsunayashiro Tokaizuru, who had already collapsed, didn't take them seriously at all. The only thing to worry about is their king. Without Waiwak, the Invisible Empire would not be qualified to compete. Godai 13. Infiltration successful. Landing softly on the roof of 147 Ginkgo City, Tsunayashiro Tokaizuru smiled softly and prepared a glass bottle to sprinkle with surveillance bacteria. But at this moment... That's it, Shinigami. A young man with short black hair, slender phoenix eyes, and a scar on his left lip stood in front of Shixian. Oh! My Ryotsu was completely covered and I was careful to hide my figure. How did you find me? The direction of the air has changed. I see. Knights of the Star Cross-Eye, Kangdu. The young man said, I don't know how you sneaked in here, Shinigami, but this is your last journey. Snake Claws. I saw Aedo clenching his hands into fists and placing them in front of his chest, accumulating a large amount of Ryotsu, and used a giant snake-shaped Ryotsu ball towards Tsunayashiro Tokaizuru. The harsh sound of breaking wind suddenly sounded, and Shi Xian retreated violently. However, at this moment, Kangdu appeared in front of Shixian in an instant, the claw blade on his wrist shot out like lightning, and the sharp blade instantly pierced the latter's heart. At the same time, a huge group of spirit children wrapped around Shixian's body. Everything seems to have been decided. Haha, is this the only level? However, Tsunayashiro Tokistring smiled coldly, and his body turned into a pool of black mist and instantly collapsed. The next moment, Shi Xian's figure appeared behind Kangdu. I saw Zanpakut waving in his hand, and there was still blood dripping from the sword. In Kangdu behind him, a huge crack appeared on the Quincy spirit equipment. The sound of tearing cloth and the sound of flesh and blood merging, spewing out a gorgeous bloodline like a flower. How can it be? His eyes lost focus in an instant, and Kangdu fell to the ground and fainted. The surrounding spirit subgroups are also slowly disintegrating. Unknown Mr. Quincy, your perception is indeed very keen, but your strength is too weak. Soto's strength is worse than Hitsugaichware, and he is almost the weakest among the Knights of the Star Cross. Such a guy can't last even 1 second under the Shixian knife. After confirming that Kangdu's aura was still there, Tsunayashiro Tokihira breathed a sigh of relief. As Aizen said, if you want to step over ants without killing them, it is difficult to control the strength. The members of the Knights of the Star Cross cannot be killed yet. To put it bluntly, the Knights of the Star Cross are the food of Waiwak. If they are killed, the power returns to Waiwak and is noticed by him. If that were the case, things would be really troublesome. Darkness surged, completely swallowing up Kangdu's figure. Immediately afterwards, Tsunayashiro's figure flashed and disappeared. On the other side, Yinjia City Center. Knights of the Star Cross T, Gaddy's catnip is very angry now. As for the reason for being angry, it can be different every day. You will get angry if your well-groomed hair is messed up, you will get angry if your carefully prepared clothes are wrinkled, you will get angry when you see someone you dislike, and you will get angry when you hear disgusting words. The reason why he was angry today was that her plan to launch an attack on Soul Society was rejected by His Majesty. The sealed Quincy King took 900 years to regain his heartbeat, 90 years to regain his consciousness, 9 years to regain his power, and 9 days to regain the world. In Waiwaka's view, the 9 years of power have just begun, and his power has not yet fully recovered, so it is not the best time to attack Soul Society. It's so infuriating. In the Invisible Empire, no one can disobey Waiwak, and Jadis is no exception. Although she was very angry in her heart, she could only be furious and kicked the wall with her feet, her white boots making a thumping sound on the wall. Crackling. The irritable Jadis was dancing with blue electric arcs, like an electric rat with explosive hair, ready to release 100,000 volts at any time. The next moment, the electric light disappeared, and Jadi's light green eyes glanced not far away, where a holy soldier was patrolling on a daily basis. The holy soldiers have a nice name, but to put it bluntly, they are the minions at the bottom of the Invisible Empire. Even Bambi will not kill them to vent his emotions. This was not the first time she saw holy soldiers patrolling this place. But for some reason, only at this moment, when she looked at this holy soldier, she felt inexplicably unhappy. This feeling is like being spied on by others. Jadis frowned slightly, walked forward and shouted loudly, "That holy soldier, what's your name?" Hearing these words, the holy soldier hurriedly turned around, saw it was Jadis, and immediately stood up straight nervously. Facing the members of the Knights of the Star Cross, he did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly replied loudly, "My name is James Bryant, and I joined the holy soldiers 3 days ago." Jadis did not speak, but stared closely at the holy soldier, not knowing what she was thinking. And James looked at the pretty face that kept coming closer to him, and couldn't help but take a step back, his face under the mask turned red. In this invisible empire, the Star Cross Knights are the absolute elite and possess a superb status. In the Knights of the Star Cross, the vast majority of members are men. Jadis is one of the few women. What's more important is that she has fair skin, good looks, and long legs. Not to mention in the Invisible Empire, even in Soul Society, in this world, she is a top 5.3 beauty. She has long grass-green hair parted to the side, her delicate facial features are fascinating, her waist is as slender as a willow leaf, and she can hold it in her hands, and her smooth skin makes people wonder if it was mixed with milk. The most important thing is that this woman is really very open in her dressing, very, very open. Openness in a physical sense. Chapter 61. Knights of the Star Cross T, Gaddis Kutnib. I don't know if it's due to her personality, but this woman's dress is very, very open. The sleeveless top made up of 2 small pieces of white cloth could only cover the symbol of maternal love that was about to come out. The short shorts were not even 10 centimeters long and could just cover the leather drum. It shows that she is truly loyal to Waiwak, saving so much fabric for the invisible empire. If there were less fabric, it would almost look like a bikini. The back, waist, and front neckline are all exposed. Others can easily appreciate the symbol of maternal love from the front and side. A white military cap and long gloves, paired with the same white long boots. No matter where he is, no matter who he is, when he sees the man of Jati's, he can't help but feel a burning feeling in his heart. You, take off your clothes quickly. Ah! Such a bold statement directly stunned the holy soldier named James, causing him to stutter. IN31.IN.IN, here. Take it off quickly, don't wait any longer. Jati's urged irritably. But this is the hall. James thought so. However, such an opportunity is rare in a century. Let alone a hall, even in a square full of people, he will definitely flock to it. So, James took off his shirt as fast as he could in his life, threw it on the ground, and then prepared to take off his pants. Seeing this situation, Jati's anger flared up again. I saw her roaring loudly, "You idiot, who told you to take it off? She is not Baichi like Bambi, so why would she let a man touch her casually? Only these fools with dirty ideas in their heads could be tricked into entering Nansen. It's really frustrating." Thinking of this, Jati slowly stretched out her right hand, and the dazzling lightning quickly condensed, and then she threw it directly towards the white coat on the ground. Boom! The lightning bolt, which was about as thick as a bucket, instantly submerged the piece of clothing, and the white coat instantly turned into ashes. At the same time, the strange feeling of irritability disappeared instantly, and Jati's mood became happy again. Just say that I took your clothes away, and you go to Robert to get another one. Jati's turned around directly, without even looking at him, she just waved casually and said, "Keep working hard." After saying that, she left here directly and walked towards Lito Tuo's residence. Let's go eat some sweets first. Jati's thought so. But she didn't expect that not long after the two left, the darkness where the ashes were suddenly surged and gathered together. Immediately, a figure slowly walked from the depths of darkness. It's none other than Tsunayashiro Tokihira. In Yenjia City. In a rather spacious room, 4 members of the Star-Crossed Knights gathered. Minina Makalone, Litato Lampedo, Giselle Jules, and Jati's Kutnip, who was still angry just now. Including Bambietta Basta's marriage, which is not here, most of the new forces in the Star-Crossed Knights are here. It is precisely because of this that the relationship between them has become closer than others. In addition, another reason is that they are one of the few female Quincy in the Star-Crossed Knights, and together they are called the Female Knights. Of course, there is a transvestite among the female knights. Where's little Bumpy? Why didn't she show up at this party? Star-Crossed Knight Z, Giselle Jewel asked. Among the female knights, his favorite was Bambi. That guy is probably killing some idiot again. Jati said. Every time Bambietta was unhappy, she would trick the handsome Quincy into her room, ravage him and then kill him. Several people have become accustomed to it. In fact, in the Invisible Empire, there are rules that prohibit killing your companions. Even if Bambi is a member of the Knights of the Star Cross, he cannot blatantly kill an ordinary holy soldier. As long as those guys don't break into Bambi's room so stupidly, their lives can be guaranteed in the public area outside. But those fools with sperm in their brains, one after another, were killed by Bambi one by one. In this way, even if she faces Hasward's accusation, she only needs to say that the other party has evil intentions, and everything will be reasonable. This kind of thing can be fooled out once or twice at first, but as time goes by, Bambi does this kind of thing more and more, and everyone knows what is going on. But what is surprising is that this rule has not been changed in any way. In other words, both Waiwak and Hasward, to some extent, acquiesced in what Bambi did. However, at this moment, Star-Crossed Knights G, Li Tuochuo suddenly said, "Ti, have you done anything unusual recently?" No. Upon hearing this, Jadis shook her head slightly, except for the unreasonable irritability before, there is nothing abnormal. What's wrong? You smell like Shinigami. The holy text that Waiwak gave Li 900 totos is G, glutton, the glutton with the ability to eat everything. Because of this ability, her sense of smell is also extremely sensitive. Impossible, I have never come into contact with Shinigami. Jadis retorted directly. She has never seen Shinigami in her life, how could it taste like Shinigami? But this smell is real. When I was monitoring Siritii a while ago, I remembered this guy's smell and also his abilities. I'm afraid this guy is using his ability to hide in the dark, and you don't even notice when he comes into contact with you. As she spoke, Li Tochuo took a deep breath, and then her expression suddenly changed. So that's it? Not only did you contact Jadis, but you also followed her all the way here and have been secretly spying on us. Hurry up and show up, Captain of Godii 13 Division 10, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. As Li Toto's words fell, darkness surged and Shixian's figure slowly emerged. The faces of the female knights all became solemn. Chapter 62. Tsunayashiro Tokihira walked over slowly. Hey, I really can't underestimate you, Knights of the Star Cross. He had obviously tried his best to hide himself, but was discovered by the Quincy twice in a row. People like the Star Cross Knights are indeed not simple. Who is this guy? Giselle Jewel said, as a Shinigami, he actually broke into the Quincy's base camp. Tsunayashiro Tokihira, captain of the Godii 13 Division 10, is one of the special combat forces whom His Majesty announced not long ago to require special attention when attacking Soul Society. Lidato said this, his Zanpakuchi Chikai is named Dark Mitsuha, and his known ability is to swallow spirit children. Whether with Sail Aporo or with Moljosuya, Tsunayashiro Tokihira and their battles either took place in the Black Cavity or in the Broken World. The battle with the Masked Legion took place in this world. In other words, they don't know about Enmi Jinyu's other abilities or Yan Luo Jingdian's abilities. However, to be cautious, Shixian still observed the basic panels of the three of them. Target, Jadis Kutnip. Attack power 80. Defense, 80. Mobility, 80. Reaction, 80. Spirit Sun affiliation, 90. Ryutsu 60. 70. Physical strength, 80. Total score 620. Rating intermediate captain. Target, Minina Mac alone. Attack power 70. Defense, 80. Mobility, 60. Reaction 70. Spirit Sun affiliation, 80. Ryutsu 70. Intelligence 70. Physical strength, 100. Total score 600. Rating intermediate captain. Target Giselle Jules. 9:60. Defense, 40. Mobility, 70. Reaction, 80. Spirit Sun affiliation, 80. Ryutsu 60. 80. Stamina 70. 540. Rating junior captain. Target, Lidato Lampedo. Attack power 80. Defense, 80. Mobility, 80. Reaction, 80. Spirit Sun affiliation, 80. Ryutsu 80. 100. Stamina 70. Total score 650. Rating, Senior Captain. 1 Junior Captain, 2 Intermediate Captains, and 1 Senior Captain? It's not as strong as expected. You don't even need Tsunayashiro Tokihira, a guy of this caliber, a Kurako Shunsui can probably be used alone. However, for those guys from the Knights of the Star Cross, the strength cannot be determined based on the basic panel alone. The most important thing is their sacred text. The person who impressed Shi Xian the most was Gremi Tomu, the dreamer of Knights of the Star Cross V. Gremi's body is a brain, and he has never displayed the Quincy's skills such as holy destruction, dynamic and static blood equipment, and flying low kicks. The panel is not even comparable to an ordinary pure-blood Quincy. But no matter what he calls himself or what others say, Gremi is the strongest in the Knights of the Star Cross. Seeing Tsunayashiro Tokihiru's figure, the familiar feeling of irritability welled up in Jodi's heart again. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and shouted directly. "It's you, the guy who's been spying on me just now." "Miss, to say peeping is a bit too much. I think the word surveillance is more appropriate. I don't care about you." Gadis shouted loudly and used her flying feet to instantly arrive in front of Tsunayashiro Tokihiru. She condensed crackling lightning in her right hand and threw it at the latter. Bang! But in this flash of lightning, Tsunayashiro Tokihiru grabbed Cadis's wrist, turned around, and exerted great force. It actually flew her away. Bang! Bang! The solid wall was shattered in an instant, and Jodi's figure remained unabated, breaking a spire in the distance. Boom! The powerful Ryotsuo exploded, the room was instantly destroyed, and Tsunayashiro Tokihiru's figure slowly rose into the air. Now that it has been exposed, it will be gone if you continue to hide it. Just let go and do something big. But before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Minina Makalone, Giselle Jules, and Lidato Lampedo attacked at the same time. Minina Makaran used her fists, Giselle Jules used her feet, and Lito Lampedo stretched her mouth to look like a monster with a big mouth. The speed of the three of them is quite good, coupled with decades of tacit cooperation. Ordinary enemies cannot escape their encirclement and suppression. But unfortunately, she is not an ordinary enemy. He could be seen either dodging sideways or retreating, dodging the attacks of the three female knights. Bang! Suddenly, Tsunayashiro Tokihiru couldn't dodge, and Lidato's big mouth directly bit his Haori, stopping his body. Era! Shi Xian was slightly surprised. Brush! Brush! Taking advantage of this opportunity, Minina and Giselle rushed up immediately, preparing to attack Shixian. Bang! 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 Tsunayashiro Tokihiru struck out like lightning, hitting three people in the chest 3 times in a row, and the 3 of them were instantly knocked away. His fist hit her chest. Minina was soft, while Lidato was so hard that it hurt her hands. As for Giselle, he just kicked with his feet. Boom! 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 3 more minarets were broken in half, and all 3 people lay in the ruins. What the hell is going on with that guy? Giselle Jules said in disbelief with blood on her face. Are we careless? Minina Macron asked. No, it's not careless, or in other words, this is the most normal result. Lidato Lampedo took back the big-mouthed monster and said. After all, he is the top of the special combat powers listed by His Majesty, Tsunayashiro Tokihiru. Boom! As Li Toto's words fell, a bright thunder exploded and shot straight into the sky. A hole. There were blue electric arcs, Li Zhao, beating constantly on her body, and Jodi's was like an electric rat with explosive hair, ready to release 100,000 volts at any time. But now her body was covered in dust, and her carefully taken care of hair was messed up. At this moment, Jodi's was like a powder keg that was about to explode. She walked forward step by step and said angrily. Special combat power? Tsunayashiro Toki string? So what? I don't care who you are, but I will never forgive you for making me look like this. Do you know how long it takes me to get up earlier than others every day to fix my hair so that I can look like this? Chapter 63. I don't care who you are, but I will never forgive you for making me look dirty like this. Do you know how long it takes me to get up earlier than others every day to fix my hair to dress like this? Jodi's whole body was covered with bright lightning as she walked step by step. Allah Allah, Giatti is angry. An angry Gatti is scary. Isn't it weird to just be angry? The other 3 members of the female knights couldn't help but complain. Giatti snorted coldly, patted the heart-shaped box on her belt, and a folding short bow with a lightning-shaped bow body and a heart-shaped emblem jumped out. She grabbed it, opened her bow and knocked an arrow, and a divine destruction flashing with lightning took shape in an instant, and the next moment, it shot towards Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Cannon shockwave. Boom! Along with Giatti's roar, the holy destruction exploded, and the sky was filled with thunder and smoke, and Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body was instantly swallowed up. Be reduced to ashes under 5 billion joules of energy, BD. The battle between Tsunayashiro Tokijin and the female knights shocked the entire Invisible Empire. Ice Palace. Your Majesty. Hasward looked at Waiwak. Ah! It's Tsunayashiro Toki string. After observing Siritii in the shadow space for a long time, Waiwak has 053 learned the information about all the captains of Siritii. Combined with the results of the Invisible Empire's observations over the past millennium, he identified the candidates among them who were a threat to him. However, to everyone's surprise, the one who topped the list was not Yamamoto Genryusai, who defeated Waiwak 1,000 years ago, but Tsunayashiro Tokirun. The 4 of them will not beat Tsunayashiro Tokihira's opponents. Rija, I'll leave it to you. Yes, Your Majesty. Not far away, Aljabaro walked slowly, knelt down on one knee and saluted Waiwak, and then disappeared into the shadow. Hasward. Yes. Hasward knelt down on one knee and said respectfully. Since Tsunayashiro Tokihira has appeared, there must be other members of the Godii 13 hiding in Ginkgo Castle, so all members of the Star-Crossed Knights must be dispatched to search for the hidden Shinigami. Waiwak said coldly, if you encounter me, shoot to death. His expression was extremely cold. Until now, Waiwak still doesn't understand that the Shinigami in Siritii have discovered something wrong with the shadows and noticed the existence of the Invisible Empire. Also, send someone to release Gremi. Are you going to release that troublesome guy, DBCF? Hasward was slightly startled. Oh? Do you also find it troublesome? Yohabok asked with interest. No, it's very simple to kill him. It's just that it would be very troublesome to use his abilities. It's not conducive to stability and concealment, and it's also difficult to manage. That's why I locked him in prison. There is no need to hide now, prepare for an all-out war with the Shinigami, Hasward. Yes, Your Majesty. Be reduced to ashes under the energy of 5 billion joules, BD. Giatti said coldly. Idiot. How can a man of that level be killed by 1 or 2 rounds of divine destruction? Following Lighto's words, Tsunayashiro Tokihira slowly walked out of the lightning. Look, I said yes. Bang! 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 At the same time, Lighto Lampedo, Minina Macalone, and Giselle Jules patted the heart-shaped box on their waists at the same time and took out their own Quincy bows. Giatti's and the 3 of them condensed the divine destruction. Brush! 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 4 sacred destruction lasers, with the harsh sound of breaking wind, were fired at Tsunayashiro Toki string. Tsunayashiro Tokihira stretched out his hand and pointed lightly, and a completely transparent shield like glass appeared in front of him. Single shield. A skill that can only be used after entering the first fusion stage of Hgyaku. Its composition principle is to release the Ryutsu in the body to the outside of the body to form a glass-like transparent shield. The original single shield could only defend against captain-level slashes. However, with the continuous evolution of Tsunayashiro Tokihira, the defensive power of the single shield has also been improved dimensionally, and it easily blocked 4 sacred destructions. Immediately afterwards, Shixian punched 4 more times, knocking the 4 female knights away. It actually blocked all our attacks. You are so strong, it makes people angry. Damn guy! Today we have a rare agreement. A spiritual light cone that was huge enough to rival the surrounding spires appeared, and Jadis walked out of it. At this time, an arc-like pentagram appeared above her head, and multiple light cyan lightning wings appeared behind her. The holy body, the thunder of God. He actually used the Quincy complete holy body, and Jyati became serious. What do you say, Gigi? It's too tiring to use that thing, I don't want it. So be it. The three of them just communicated with each other. Jadis also heard it and immediately said loudly, "It's up to you, just leave this guy to me." After saying that, she rushed straight towards Shi Xian, pulled out 2 lightning bolts from the lightning wings on her back, condensed them into her hands, and slashed down diagonally at the latter. Clang! Shi Xian held the knife in place, and then hit Jadis in the stomach with his right elbow. Boom! Under that huge force, all the gastric juices in Jadis were knocked out, and her body flew out again, collapsing a steeple. Hey, he can't even finish the holy body? He's even stronger than what was recorded in the intelligence. What should we do? I have no choice but to do it. Boom! 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 The next moment, the three of them activated their abilities at the same time. Holy Clerk! Raise the spiritual clustering to the limit and reach the realm of absolute subordination of the spiritual beings. I saw that the surrounding buildings all turned into the purest spirit seeds, which were sent into the bodies of the 3 people. Death of God! Giselle was the first to enter the holy body, with dark blue wings composed of skeletons appearing on her back, and a dark blue 5-pointed star above her head. Power of God! A pink 5-pointed star appears above Menina's head. Stretching out from the back are the wings of the spirit child made of multiple school wheels. God's hunger! A light yellow pentagram appeared on Li Tochuo's head, and jagged spiritual wings stretched out from her back. All 4 members of the female knights have entered the Quincy's holy body. Chapter 64. Dumbbell Cleaner. Menina was the first to attack, holding 2 pink dumbbells in her hands and sweeping them across. Seeing this situation, Tsunayashiro's figure retreated violently. Menina chased after her directly, "Dumbbell Cleaner, baton!" Spokes. Li Toto stretched out her hands, and the huge saw gears shot out towards Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Along the way, Inlo was directly selected. Dancing Dead Boys Club. Giselle summoned 4 skeletons from behind the quilt and rushed towards Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Yet, I'm so sorry, I don't have any time to waste here anymore. Easily dodging the attacks of several people, Shi Xian smiled softly and spoke slowly. After all, this is the base camp of the Invisible Empire. If we continue to delay, I'm afraid it will be very troublesome. It doesn't matter that the Knights of the Star Cross are here. If Waiwak comes in person, he will probably be left in the cold. Thinking of this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira directly pulled out Yan Luo Jingdian and activated his ability. The 4 people's attacks continued, and Tsunayashiro couldn't help but dodge. However, at this moment, Shixian's figure suddenly appeared in front of Li Toto. How is it possible? This guy is obviously next to Gigi. Li Tochuo's pupils shrank. The figure of Tsunayashiro Tokihira in the distance is slowly disappearing. What ability is this? Hee. Tsunayashiro Tokihira sneered, slowly raised his right hand, and the dark Ryotsu condensed in his heart. Had no 90, black coffin. Before Li Tochuo could react, a coffin-like black rectangular body enveloped her. Tsunayashiro Tokihira turned around slowly. The next moment, black coffin shattered. The violent flow of gravity that can shatter the space is accompanied by dense shadows. Puff! As the blood spurted out, Li Toto's bruised figure was revealed, and then he fell down helplessly. I know you have some strength, but there is still a huge gap between you and me. You should probably understand it now, Knights of the Star Cross G, Litato Lampedo. Li Toto, who had lost consciousness, slowly fell from mid-air. What I said just now also applies to the three of you, Knights of the Star-Crossed T. Gaddy's Catnip, P. Minina Makaran, and Giselle Ronal. After the words fell, darkness surged around Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body, condensing into three figures, and rushed towards the other three female knights respectively. Had S91, Senjuj Yaotian Te Peo. The dense cones of light produced a huge explosion, and the entire spirit space shook. Had S96, cremation with one sword. Long knife-shaped explosions of flame rose into the sky. The entire spirit space felt the blazing high temperature. The surrounding spirits were boiling even more intensely. Had S97, Ming Yu Lei. At the same time, extremely bright thunder pillars fell from the sky, bombarded the square, and turned into a silver-white sea of thunder. Under the combination of thunder and fire, even the nearly regular white airflow in the sky could not help but dim for a moment. After a long time, the thunder and fire dissipated. The dark, charred bodies of Jadis, Minina, and Giselle were revealed. They have also lost consciousness. Hee. Tsunayashiro Tokihira smiled softly, and as he slowly stepped forward, darkness could not help but surge. The next moment, the darkness swallowed up both Jadis and Minina. These two are both good maids. On the other side of Silver Shelf City, Aizen also met members of the Knights of the Star Cross. Knights of the Star Cross F, Ace Knot, please give me your advice. As he spoke, Ace Knot waved his hand gently, and his body was surrounded by dense cones of spiritual light. A Quincy. Aizen's mouth curved slightly. He is always very interested in unknown things. 3 years ago, when he was in the Great Spirit Book Corridor, Aizen looked up relevant information about Waiwak and the Quincy, and gained a practical understanding of the war 1,000 years ago. At the same time, he also developed a great interest in Waiwak. The son of. Why does he have such a name? Is Waiwak really the son of the Soul King? Or is he just a part of the Soul King like Matsumoto Rangiku? Haha, it's so interesting. Please give me flowers. Brush. 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 The next moment, dense cones of light came toward the sky and covered the earth, drowning Aizen's body in an instant. Ace Knot, a rare member of the Knights of the Star Cross who has such a thing as a brain. A long time ago, he memorized the information about all the captains and vice-captains of Godai 13. So Ace Knot knew that the man in front of him was named Aizen Suk, and he was the captain of the 5th division of Godai 13. As for his abilities, Bankai is unknown, but the Shikai's name is Kaika Suijutsu, and the Zanpakuto of the flowing water system can use random reflections of water and air to make enemies kill each other. Although this guy has some strength, he is by no means his opponent. He just saw clearly that Aizen's body had been pierced by his fear. Haha, is this the only level? However, at this moment, Aizen suddenly sneered. How is it possible? Ace Knot was shocked. Nothing is impossible. After patting away the ink-black liquid on his Captain Yuri, Aizen said calmly. Are you afraid? It's indeed a very interesting ability, but it's a pity that it's useless to me. Regardless of Shinigami, Hollow, or Quincy, their battle is Ryotsu's battle. With your level of ability, my Ryotsu can completely suppress it. The next moment, Aizen used Shunpo, and his figure appeared behind Ace Knot. I saw Zanpakuto waving in his hand, and there was still blood dripping from the sword. The sound of tearing cloth and the sound of flesh and blood merging, spewing out a gorgeous bloodline like a flower. How can it be? His eyes lost focus in an instant, and Ace Knot fell to the ground and fainted. Yet, it's such a boring battle. A&D. Chapter 65. Beheading Operation. In the Cave of Soul Society, Captain Yamamoto told everyone about his plan. Through the information sent back by Tokizuru and Aizen, Captain Yamamoto also roughly understood the strength of the enemy. The enemy is called the Invisible Empire, which is the remnant of the Quincy that was defeated by first-generation Godai 13 1,000 years ago. Led by Waiwak, he led the Knights of the Star Cross, as well as the Pure-Blood Quincy and the Holy Soldier Legion. Such strength is comparable to Godai 13. In order to avoid losses to the greatest extent, a beheading plan was thought of. After thousands of years, although Yamamoto Genryusai's panel strength has declined, Zanpakute's ability has become more and more handy. Especially the Bankai residual fire sword, has become completely different. The residual fire sword from thousands of years ago is a sword of great fire that can rewrite the terrain of 130 with one swing. Thousands of years later, the residual fire sword no longer focuses on the destructive power of changing the terrain, but focuses on the lethality of a single person. Such power is enough to completely kill Waiwak. Then, everyone sets off and sneaks into the spirit space. The meeting point is the location number 1 marked by the captain of the 10th Division. Bang! 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 Following Captain Yamamoto's words, all the captains present crushed the black balls in their hands at the same time. In an instant, shadows surged and teleported everyone together. Such a spirit sun's nature and such a spirit sun's order are really interesting. Tsunayashiro is hiding in Ginkaku Castle, observing the intelligence of the Invisible Empire. Unexpectedly, he found that this spiritual space was completely different from the space of the 3 realms. This is very interesting. The outside world, whether Soul Society, the present world, or Hueco Mundo, although located in different spaces, is essentially the same world. If any one of them is destroyed, the other 2 will not be spared. In other words, these 3 worlds are inherently unstable. They can remain as they are now because there is a powerful enough stabilizing wedge, that is, the Spirit King. Frankly speaking, Tsunayashiro Tokihira has had a very uneasy feeling since he traveled here 100 years ago. According to the second law of thermodynamics, the entropy of the world, that is, the disordered state, is increasing. It may take a long time, but the final outcome of the 3 realms must be a return to the original chaos, because this world is really too fragile. But this space is different. Maybe it's been reinforced for thousands of years, maybe it's small enough, even without any wedges, it's still quite stable. What Tsunayashiro Tokihira has always pursued is a world that is stable and will not be destroyed casually. In the spirit space, the thick white airflow still filled the entire sky, and the cold icy rain poured down. Towering buildings are lined up one after another. In between, a figure flies past the spire, as fast as the wind, as nimble as a cat, fast and silent. In this way, he ran fast all the way. It wasn't until he reached a steeple that the man finally stopped. The outermost layer of the captain's haori was fluttering in the wind, and a dark number, 3, was revealed behind it. Captain of the 3rd Division, Ichimaru-jin. Ichimaru-jin opened the door and walked in, walking slowly along the stairs and road. There were no windows or electric lights in this room, it was just pitch black and no one could see what was going on inside. Ichimaru-jin slowly pulled out his Zanpakute's and held it tightly to prevent himself from being attacked. Don't be nervous, Captain Ichimaru, that's how it is in this space. Day and night come suddenly. Yamamoto Genryusai walked up slowly and said calmly. Era, is that so? That's really scary. Hearing this, Ichimaru-jin lifted the shikai, put the sword back into its sheath, with a smile on his face. Even in the darkness where no one can see his face, Ichimaru-jin is used to wearing a smiling mask. I saw him walking forward slowly and then closing the door. The next moment, Yamamoto Genryusai waved his hand gently, and the weak candle light rose from the darkness, forming a circle of light in the empty room, allowing them to see each other clearly. The others were fine, but Zaraki Kenpaki's face, illuminated by candlelight, looked like an evil ghost, looking even more terrifying. However, at this moment, Kuzujishi Yachiru with pink hair suddenly appeared, with an innocent smile on his little face and said, Xiao Yin, you are the last, Xiaojian and I are the first. Her tone focused on the words first place. This is also natural. At this time, Yachiru showed the way for the first time in her life without getting lost, and she was the first to get here. It was hard for her not to be proud. Ichimaru-jin walked forward slowly, finally sat down on a chair, and said with a smile, "Yachin-ryu is so awesome." "You're too hard, Ichimaru-jin." Zaraki Kenpeicha complained unhappily. The enemy was the Quincy Legion that put first-generation Godi I-13 into a bitter battle. He was originally looking forward to this battle. No matter how ignorant Zaraki Kenpeicha is, he has still heard of the reputation of first-generation Godi I-13. Captain Yamamoto, Unohana Yazinryu, and the two Shinigami he most admires are among them. Thinking that this enemy had the strength to fight these two and escape unscathed, Zaraki Kenpeicha couldn't help but feel intense excitement in his heart. It is precisely because of this that he seemed to have all the people in the world on his way to get here first, just to fight as quickly as possible. But it was already dark now, so we could only spend one more night. I had terrible luck today. I was teleported to a member of the Knights of the Star Cross and had a battle with him. I finally defeated him. Ichimaru-jin spoke in a rare defensive tone. Have you met a member of the Knights of the Star Cross? What is his strength? Byakuya Kokiki asked. The member of the Knights of the Star Cross I met is named Mas 4.6 Do masculine. The holy text is S. He can gain strength through solidarity. Ichimaru-jin's face became unusually serious. Originally, Masko was not very strong and he easily knocked him down, but the former could recover from his injuries and increase his strength through support. Ichimaru-jin used his trump card, the poison that was enough to dissolve cells after Bankai, to kill him with one blow. Chapter 66. Next, let me explain the next action plan. Yamamoto Genryusai personally served as the commander-in-chief of this beheading operation. However, when it comes to explaining the battle plan and assigning tasks to several people, Byakuya Kokiki can do the talking for him. Our goal is Waiwak, which is located on the top floor of the central castle. We just want to get there, because the souls near the castle are controlled by the Quincy, so it is impossible to do it from the air. In other words, they can only climb the castle level by level, and only when they reach the top can they see Yohabak. The central castle is 126 meters high, in the shape of a regular cylinder with a radius of 1000 meters, and has 3 floors. According to the information provided by Urahara Kisuk, the first floor of the castle is guarded by the Holy Soldier Legion and Pure Blood Quincy, the second floor is guarded by ordinary members of the Star Cross Knights, and the third floor is guarded by the Divine Guards. Perhaps because he was really angry that his son was kidnapped, Ishida Ryuuchen told Urahara Kisuk all the information he knew about the Invisible Empire. Naturally, all this is known to Soul Society. By breaking through these 3 layers of defense, you can reach the Ice Palace where Waiwak is located. However, there is another trouble. There will be the leader of the Knights of the Star Cross and the assistant of the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, Hugalen Hasward. We know nothing about the layout inside the central castle, so I suggest dividing them into 2 groups. One group will create chaos to attract the enemy's attention, and the other group will hide and enter the Ice Palace. I have the chance to kill Waiwak. After finishing speaking, Byakuya Kokiki looked at Yamamoto Genryusai. Although I was very reluctant, I had to admit that among everyone present, the only one who was qualified to fight Waiwak and defeat him was Yamamoto Genryusai. Yamamoto nodded slightly and agreed to Byakuya's plan. This is indeed the best way at present. That's okay with me too. At this moment, Zaraki Kenpeicha said, I am not interested in the past of Shinigami and Quincy. I just want to know who is the strongest guy among the Star Cross Knights. This question stumped Byakuya. In fact, Urahara Kisuk also asked Ishida-san this question, but Ishida-san was also vague. According to the intelligence, the strongest among the Knights of the Star Cross is either the leader, Hasward, or the Divine Guards, but why is it dreamy? Endless darkness enveloped the entire world. The sky was simply pitch black, without the moon or stars, and it was so monotonous that it felt boring. Hasward stood up slowly. As the half-body of Waiwak, he is the master of the invisible empire at night when Waiwak sleeps. Even so, he is indifferent to many people. Take, for example, Bambietta's murderous act. Many people thought he acquiesced, but in fact, there was nothing he could do. Because this is the rule established by Yohabak. After finishing the complicated affairs, there is still an hour before the sun rises. Lord Hasward, your breakfast has arrived. A female Quincy stood outside the door and knocked gently, her tone neither flattering nor alienated. Hasward steeled himself and washed himself. Afterwards, he grabbed the hanging white cloak and put it on gracefully. The falling cloak covered the zanpakut hanging around his waist. Outside the room is a spacious hall. There is not much furniture and decoration here, only a table and chairs. In terms of pleasure, he does not have much desire. Between a house full of treasures and an empty house like this, he would choose the latter. Because the latter is practical. The stool is comfortable to sit on, but the treasure is not comfortable to sit on, that's all. The female Quincy walked in slowly and said, "Good morning, Hasward celestial being. Today's dishes are Marseille fish soup, chicken chop sandwich, camembert cheese, fruit toast pudding, Provence steak, paired with a cup of hot coffee." "Ah! I know." Hasward nodded lightly. He didn't understand why he had to make such a solemn introduction every time he ate. Will a dish taste delicious if you know its name? However, this is a tolerable minor annoyance. Being able to taste delicious food slowly is a rare happy time in Hasward. After swallowing the last mouthful of cheese, he grabbed the cup and drank the coffee inside. Very bitter. But he likes it. At this time, the female Quincy handed over a white napkin and said at the same time, "Lord Hasward, here is a duel request from Lord Busby. He wants to duel with you. Don't worry about him." Hasward said calmly. "I have received countless applications of this kind." But without exception, he refused. He didn't want to fight Busby. He has never forgotten the friendship he had when he was a boy. But the strength of the two is not in the same dimension. Busby is just an ordinary member of the Knights of the Star Cross, with ordinary strength, ordinary abilities, and nothing extraordinary. But Hasward is the commander of the Knights of the Star Cross, the assistant of the Emperor of the Invisible Empire, and the half-body of Waiwak. The ability can control concepts, and Li Huang stands at the pinnacle of the Quincy. He doesn't want to hurt the opponent's self-confidence. The female adjutant wanted to say something else, but at this moment, a holy soldier suddenly appeared and knelt down on one knee in front of Hasward. "Lord Hasward, your Majesty summons you." In the Ice Palace, Waiwak opened his eyes again. "Oh, 337? Is this, an old friend coming? It might be a bit difficult if it were this world, but this castle has a radius of 1 kilometer, and all the spirits are under the control of Waiwak. So even though the Shinigami were hiding, he still clearly sensed Yamamoto's Ryutsu. Northeast of the central castle. Hasward. The 7 captains in the Soul Society have invaded Silver Shelf City and are attacking the Ice Palace. They all have considerable strength and have sent the Knights of the Star Cross to attack. Yohabak said calmly, his face couldn't help but become solemn. The way things are developing seems different from the future he saw more than 1,000 years ago. Send half of the holy soldiers to attack Soul Society's strategic location and contain Siridi's combat power. In addition, there is no need to stop the man in the northeast, just let him come directly to the Ice Palace. Chapter 67. All along, everyone in the Invisible Empire has followed the law of the jungle where the weak eat the strong. From Waiwak and below, there will be a specific assessment every year. If you fail, you will be eliminated. Those who are eliminated will only die. But under such rules, 2 people do not need to participate in the annual assessment. One is Knights of the Star Cross B, Legion Commander Hasward. Because he is the half-body of Wywak, he became the second emperor. Before Wywak awakened, he was the ruler of the Invisible Empire. The other one is Knights of the Star Cross V, Dreamer Gremmy. Because his abilities are too dangerous and his personality is too arbitrary, he cannot participate in the assessment. The basement level of Yunjia City is the prison. This prison was built for Gremmy alone from the beginning. For hundreds of years, Gremmy was the only prisoner here. After all, unlike the Siraidii, the Invisible Empire would not keep prisoners overnight in prison without any special reason, and would usually execute them directly. It's been so many years since I've been here. Don't those idiots from the Holy Soldiers know how to clean up? Li Toto said complaining words. But without stopping, he walked along the stairs of Yunjia City until he reached an iron door deep in the prison. The door was engraved with the pattern of the Cross of Annihilation. Hasward followed him. He knew what Yohabok meant. Gremmy is not only powerful, but also has a perverse personality. If there is a big fuss in Yunjia City, I am afraid that Yohabok will have a big headache. It's just that he didn't know that with Litotuo around, Gremmy wouldn't cause trouble. Green-white hands covered the pattern, and the surrounding spirits poured in. The Cross of Annihilation slowly lit up. Kaha! With a crisp sound, the iron door automatically opened to both sides. The cold air hit her face, making her shiver. Li Toto wore over-the-knee boots and a button-down dress. The skirt below only went over her hips, and a section of her calf was completely exposed to the air. Really? Ryotsuya burst out to disperse the cold air, and she walked straight in. This room was like an ice cellar, filled with cold air and filled with water. On the central high platform, there is another square culture tank filled with purple liquid and containing a brain wrapped in a semicircular protective cover. So, what's the use of those liquids? Li Toto complained, walked over, kicked the culture tank, and shouted in a rude tone that was different from his appearance, "Hey, wake up, Gremmy, you pighead!" Bang! The next moment, the culture tank shattered and purple liquid flowed downwards. A person walked over slowly. The man looked like a young man, wearing a pure white button-down hooded coat, with blonde hair and black eyes, his hands in his pockets, and a slightly lazy expression. Li Toto, you are still the same as before. What a waste of time! Li Toto replied angrily. However, she subconsciously stroked her hand with short blonde hair covering her ears, showing her inner joy. Gremmy seemed to be used to this, so he didn't pay much attention to it. He just said, "That hat is very inconvenient for me to touch." Idiot! I wore the hat just to prevent you from touching it. I'm not a kid. Due to her appearance, Li Toto is often mistaken for a 6th grade elementary school student. So she hates having her head touched. Even Gremmy is the same. Enough with the boring nonsense. At this time, Hasward came up and explained the current situation to him. Knights of the Star Cross v Gremmy Tomu, His Majesty orders you to participate in the war with Soul Society. But what he didn't expect was that Gremmy didn't answer, but laughed. Haha, it turns out that your Majesty also made a miscalculation one day, and the hymn was indeed made up. Idiot, please change your speech. Li Tuochuo said hurriedly, besides, don't wait here and go on your mission. You don't want to be locked up by Hasward anymore. Litoto didn't have much loyalty to either Wywak or Hasward, but she didn't want Gremmy to be locked up. Gremmy frowned slightly, then relaxed and returned to his usual casual tone, Litoto, I think you made a mistake. It was not that I was locked up by Hasward, but that I was tired of this boring life, so I wanted to sleep. I am the strongest in the Star-Cross Knights. In the entire 3 realms, except for your Majesty, no one is stronger than me. Hasward is not qualified to imprison me. As soon as he finished speaking, Gremmy stretched out his hand and pointed at the ground, and a dark shadow suddenly appeared on the ground. This is the realm of shadows? Impossible. You should not have been granted the authority to open the realm of shadows. Li Tuo's eyes widened. Who do you think created this space? Gremi said calmly, it's me. When His Majesty was defeated, I used my imagination to create a spiritual subspace of the same size in the shadow of Siridii, so that Hasward and the others could enter. Later, after a long period of time, the spirit space was slowly fixed, and today's invisible empire was formed. More than 1,000 years ago, their opponent was the strongest first-generation Godii 13. They search for the remnants of the Quincy, and they may be less careful about the Siridii, but they will never let up. The reason why it was not discovered is because the shadow space formed too quickly. The Quincy indeed has the ability to inject spiritual particles into shadows and create a spiritual particle space. But even for a few hundred cubic meters of space, the Quincy of the Knights of the Star Cross would need half an hour. How long does it take to build an invisible empire? 1 second. Imagination is the most terrifying weapon in the world. No matter what their orders are, just follow me. Go to the present world first. The food there is the best. We will come back when we are full and full. Gremi said this. No matter what, it's always okay to paddle first. Then I will say that you forced me to go. Li Tuo was very moved. Haha, I didn't ask any questions. Gremi chuckled, his mind moved, and the shadow surged rapidly, enveloping the two of them in the next moment. But at this moment, the surging shadows were strangely still, and there was unconcealable anger on Gremi's face, and he said coldly, Li Tuo, you are injured, whose is it? It's me. Tsunayashiro Tokihira walked over slowly. Hey, I didn't expect to meet you, Gremi. Chapter 68. Are you looking for death? Gremi became slightly interested. As unruly as he is, he never takes anyone seriously. No one has ever dared to draw a sword in front of him. Looking at your outfit, you must be Siridii's Shinigami. Gremi. Lito was a little worried. Immediately, she told all the information about Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Oh? The captain of Godii 13? It's so interesting to sneak into the invisible empire alone. Gremi seemed to open his eyes and put one hand on the ground. Suddenly, the walls in the prison collapsed, and the ground suddenly rose upwards. The sound of rumbling attracted the attention of everyone in Yinjia City. For a moment, people's hearts were filled with only shock. Because at this moment, the entire invisible empire was shaking violently. Amidst the loud noise, with Tsunayashiro Tokihira and Gremi as the center, the ground with a radius of 10 kilometers was suddenly separated from other places. On that divided land, everyone else, including Li Tuo, were all transferred to the ground by an invisible force. But in an instant, an almost exaggeratedly huge island straddled the sky above the invisible empire. In a blink of an eye, blocking out the sky and the sunday. Hey! What the hell is going on? In Yinjia City, all the Quincy were shocked. It's Gremi. That monster 237 has really been released. Even the Knights of the Star Cross and even the members of the Divine Absolution Guards had solemn expressions on their faces. A monster who is powerful and acts unscrupulously will be feared by everyone. Well, the stage is ready. After all, you are the captain of Godii 13. It would be rude not to greet you with a gorgeous stage. What is this? Witchcraft. Shi Xian frowned. Not witchcraft, not hallucination, but living reality. The blonde boy smiled slightly, raised his head and introduced himself. My holy word is visionary, and I am the dreamer Gremi Tomu who can transform imagination into reality. Gremi nodded, and then chuckled, it's an honor for you to fight with me, because I think the strongest one in the Star Cross Knights is me. Really? That's really interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Shi Xian drew his sword and struck suddenly. Bang! But the blade was blocked by Gremmy's skin, leaving not even a trace. I'll say it again, I will turn my imagination into reality. Gremmy's expression was still casual. The strongest ability in the world is imagination, and it is still the same now. You see. I just imagine that my body is as hard as steel, and there's nothing you can do about it. Haha. Hearing this, Yao sneered. Compared to the hardness of steel, is that all? Brush. The next moment, the light of the sword flashed again, and the defense of the static blood suit had no effect at all. The blade instantly cut open the flesh and blood, cutting off Gremmy's left shoulder and left arm. If it's just steel, I can do it. Therefore, he has always been puzzled about the meaning of the Quincy named Kangdu's holy writing ability. Grammy fell to his knees, looking gloomy. Strangely, there was no blood on his broken arm. What's with that expression? Are you imagining that I can't cut it? Who do you think I am? Imagination is indeed a very powerful force. In the entire invisible empire, except for Wywak, you are probably the one with the strongest ability. But unfortunately, your strength is too weak. Ability without strength is just a castle in the air. As he spoke, Tsunayashiro opened Xiaolimi's attribute panel. Target, Grammy Thome. Attack power 80. Defense, 80. Mobility, 60. Reaction 70. Spirit Sun affiliation, 60. Ryutsu 70. 70. Stamina, 60. Total score 550. Rating Junior Captain. Although he has the strongest ability among the Knights of the Star Cross, he is still the most awkward person in the Knights of the Star Cross. When your imagination is developed to its limit, you can probably do whatever you say. But due to limited strength, DBBJ, Grammy is far from reaching this level. Shixian, who has watched the entire plot, naturally knows all of his weaknesses. First, when Grammy focuses too much on something, he will ignore what he has done before, and the imaginative effects previously applied to other objects will be interrupted. Secondly, if the enemy's attack speed is faster than your own reaction speed, you may be killed due to lack of reaction. Of course, the premise is to attack his brain. Third, if Grammy is afraid of the enemy's powerful strength, he may involuntarily imagine himself being defeated and killed, and thus be accidentally killed by his own imagined ability. Fourth, due to the limitations of one's own strength, some things cannot be created by one's own imagination. You must first create some clones and increase your imagination several times before you can create it. Fifth, if you use your imagination to give yourself more power than your body can bear, you will die. The most ridiculous thing is the fifth one. I just want to use my imagination to give myself power over Shikai Kenpeki. However, this level of power exceeded the limit of what his body could bear, and he was eventually killed by his own imagination. You must know that Shikai Kenpeki is not as strong as Shikai Yamamoto, and the upper limit is stuck. He couldn't bear this kind of power. Although both the Millennium Bloody War chapter and the Four Nobles chapter are set, Grammy is the strongest of the Knights of the Star Cross. But his performance is really difficult to match this setting. Defeat at the hands of Shikai Kenpeki, who didn't take off his blindfold, was a black spot that couldn't be washed away. You must know that Gerald Valkyrie of the God's Forgiveness Guards, single-handedly defeated Bankai Kenpeki, Cheating Bimax, and Zhen Sheng Ziobai. If it hadn't been for the Holy Spirit of Yohabak, this battle would probably have been Gerard's victory. Too weak? You are the first to say so. Grammy stood up. The next moment, the wounds on his body healed and his left arm grew back. High-speed regeneration. Shi Xian frowned slightly. It's not high-speed regeneration, I just imagined myself after being chopped and healed. Am I too weak? That's what you said, haha, I'm so arrogant that it makes people uncomfortable. Grammy opened his hands and said slowly. Come here, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, I won't say such contemptuous words that I can deal with you with one finger. I can kill you without even using a finger, just with my mind. Chapter 69. Is that okay, Your Majesty? In the Ice Palace, Hasward, standing behind the throne, asked Waiwak. Both Gremi and Tsunayashiro Tokihira have extraordinary strength. He didn't know much about Tsunayashiro Tokihira's abilities, but Gremi. Messy abilities, unscrupulous LUER. If he doesn't know how to restrain himself, the entire Yinjia city and even the entire invisible empire will be destroyed. It doesn't matter. Waiwak said calmly, let Gremi test it out, just how strong Tsunayashiro Tokihira is. In the eyes of Yuhabak, there are not many people in the current Soul Society that he can pay attention to. Yamamoto Genryusai is the first, Izensuk is the first, and Tsunakide Tokihira is the last one. It would be a good idea to use Gremi to test Tsunayashiro Tokihira. But Gremi's ability. Even as the commander of the Star-Crossed Knights, Hasward was still full of fear of Gremi. Thousands of years ago, he saw with his own eyes that Gremi created this shadow space in an instant. This kind of ability, even compared to his world reconciliation, is probably even better. Imagination is indeed a terrifying ability. Waiwak recalled the time when he met Gremi. Among the Quincy clan, a defective person will appear every 200 years. They cannot absorb spirit suns and convert them into their own power like other Quincy, they can only give power to those around them. Such is the case with Waiwak. But after the appearance of Waiwak and the 1,000 years before the appearance of Hasward, there was no imperfect person among the Quincy. Gremi was supposed to be an imperfect person, but in the end he failed to become an imperfect person. It was precisely like this that he gained such terrifying abilities. But, as I said before, Gremi is too arrogant. After wasting thousands of years, his strength can no longer keep up with the times. Now he is probably no match for even the guards. Ability without sufficient strength is just a castle in the air, Kaika Suijutsu. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's strength is still unknown, and even Waiwak doesn't know what level he has reached. But he estimated that he might not lose to the ordinary guards. Gremi, the odds are against him. Boom! Floating on Sky Island. Hot magma surged out from the ground, like a volcano erupting, carrying majestic power and completely covering Tsunayashiro Tokihira's body. You should know that this is real lava, but do you know where it came from? Gremi put his hands in his pockets, stood on top of the magma, and sneered, it came from my head. What a mess of abilities, Shixian suddenly waved his sword, but I don't hate unreasonable things. The sword pressure that can cut through mountains will instantly eliminate all the magma. Amazing power, it's just. Gremi chuckled. The next moment, the space around Shixian turned into water, and a huge crack appeared on the ground. You can't figure out the situation, right? When you jumped up, you were already in the water. If you hesitate for a moment in the water, you will fall into the prepared crack in the ground, and then, after the water ball wrapping Shixian fell into the crack was instantly closed, as if it had never appeared before. I don't think you will die if you get caught in the cracks in the ground like this, Tsunayashiro Tokihira, but if you sink in the water, everyone will die if you can't breathe. Wrapped in water and sinking into the soil, you can die slowly like that. No matter what kind of monster you are, 1 hour is enough. Boom! Before Gremi could finish his words, an extremely terrifying Ryutsua shot up into the sky, causing rubble to fly everywhere. Shixian walked out slowly. Is this the only level of your ability? This level can't teach imagination, it's just juggling at best. Juggling! Gremi spoke in a cold voice, and then the stone pillars behind him fell like spiritual snakes. Shixian just swung his sword, and all the stone pillars were cut in half. Aren't you the so-called strongest Quincy? Unfortunately, I am too. So, if you want to prove that you are the strongest, just try to defeat me. Shixian said coldly. Immediately, Gremi used his imagination to turn into strong winds, thunder, flames, tsunamis, and landslides. Please give me flowers. But just swinging the sword was enough to destroy them all. In the fusion state of Beng Er, he has the power to destroy heaven and earth just by swinging his sword. It's just that it's impossible to defeat me with this kind of juggling. Haha, you're talking about juggling again. Gremi sneered, and in the next moment, an identical figure appeared next to him. Then let you see my strongest power. Clone. Shixian frowned. It's not a clone, it's another me. Gremi said, I can create life with my imagination. Hearing this, Shixian thought of Gunnar, the V vanishing point, and Domino, the V life force, in the Knights of the Star Cross. 0.0. The next moment, the sword light in Shi Xian's hand flashed, and the two of them were instantly cut in half. Haha, it's useless. Gremi chuckled, the clone is immortal like me. You can't be killed no matter what, and your imagination is directly doubled. As soon as he finished speaking, the clouds above the two figures were suddenly blasted open, and a huge meteorite descended rapidly, dragging the light of fire. What is that? Shi Xian murmured softly. It's a meteorite. Gremi said in an understatement, the meteorite is large enough to cover the entire Yinjia city, and it also carries terrifying kinetic energy. Once it lands, the entire invisible empire will be destroyed. It's certain that you will die, but I will be safe and sound and watch your death carefully. Ignoring Gremi's words, Tsunayashiro Tokihira raised his head and glanced at the huge meteorite that covered the sky without making any movement. Meteorite. Shi Xian said calmly, his tone still as calm as before. He has long been tired of playing with this kind of thing. Chapter 70. Hey. What is going on? What good thing did that guy Gremi do? The entire invisible empire was boiling at this moment. Even members of the Star-Crossed Knights are the same. It's really nerve-wracking that something like this still happens. That guy is really crazy, so I say, he should never be released. Knights of the Star-Crossed Yacian couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The entire Yinjia city, and even the Quincy throughout the invisible empire, fell into panic. They wanted to save themselves, but in the end they found in despair that even the elites of the Star-Crossed Knights seemed to be helpless. He could only run away in embarrassment. Protect your majesty quickly. Seeing such a huge meteorite, Hasward couldn't help but change his expression. Ersin and Yuhabok just stood there quietly, looking out the window, speechless for a long time. Gremi looked at Shi Xian, who did not make any movement, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. Hypothesis, yes, it is a hypothesis, it is not an imagination, it is just a hypothesis. Assuming you can kill me right away, it doesn't make any sense. The existence of meteorites is an established fact and will not disappear. A huge meteorite fell here. Everyone will disappear. I am the only one alive. Just like I imagined, there is nothing I can do. This is the situation, Namade Tokaizuru. Gremi showed a ferocious smile, as if he was sure of victory. There is nothing you can do. Shi Xian sneered, you are so ignorant and arrogant, Gremi. Then, let me show you what real power is. Anamizuha. Toki Xian uses Yan Luo Jingdian to simulate an Mitsuha's abilities. At the moment of liberation, an extremely terrifying devouring force suddenly appeared. All buildings within a radius of 10 kilometers were turned into the purest spiritual beings, and were swallowed up by an Mijinyu's blade. At this moment, Shi Xian's Zanpakut turned into the purest spirit child mass, which was extremely terrifying. Region Jaka. An extremely domineering Ryotsu keeps rising. Accompanying Ryotsu is a high temperature that exceeds the surface temperature of the sun. Originally, Region Jaka in the Shikai state was only as hot as the sun, but Tsunayashiro Tokaizuru actually swallowed the spirits within a 10-kilometer radius. He also injected his huge second-level Ryotsuo into it, and the temperature of Yan Luo Jingdian's flames has exceeded 10,000 degrees. Under the high temperature, the floating sky island straddling the sky above Yinjia city did not even have a chance to become magma. After vaporizing, it was instantly broken down into the tiniest molecules. And Yinjia city below, if it were not for the protection of Yuhabak, I am afraid it would also be evaporated in an instant. At this moment, the people of the Invisible Empire saw a star like a supernova rising slowly. The next second, the rising sun suddenly collapsed and contracted, emitting a temperature that was enough to evaporate everything. Finally, suddenly disappeared. A wisp of green smoke rose from the burnt yellow blade like dead wood. At this time, the floating sky island has been evaporated. The two used spirit seeds to pave the way and stood opposite each other in mid-air. Crescent Moon Celestial. Boom! The huge crescent slash, entwined with nearly 10,000 degrees of flame, soared into the sky and instantly submerged the entire meteorite. Then it evaporates instantly. According to Yamamoto's plan, all Shinigami are divided into two groups, each performing their own tasks. That's Captain Tsunayashiro. In the group responsible for attracting attention, Abarai Renji looked at the floating sky island in the distance and couldn't help but screamed in horror. But then, he couldn't help but fell silent. Captains, are they all such monsters? Renji couldn't help but look at Byakuya Kukiki on the side. This person is the person I have always wanted to surpass. If he also has this kind of strength, how can he surpass it? Ha ha ha, interesting, so interesting. Seeing the scene that looked like a natural disaster, Zaraki Kenpeki couldn't help but laugh wildly. The blindfold on his left eye has been taken off. In the previous battle, he defeated two members of the Knights of the Star Cross one after another and enjoyed a pleasure he had never experienced in hundreds of years. Everyone, speed up and rush to the battle location of Captain Tsunayashiro. Byakuya Kukiki looked solemn and said immediately. At this time, there was no room for further delay. That guy Gremi has gone too far. Not far from the battlefield between the two, Li Tuochuo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as she looked at the huge meteorite that was evaporated in an instant. If this meteorite really falls, this spiritual space will be destroyed. Just, what to do now? It is a good thing that the meteorite is evaporated, but it also means that the enemy's strength is beyond imagination. Is that guy Gremi really okay? Should she go to His Majesty for help? Ice Palace. Yohabok stood quietly in front of the window, watching the battle, always calm and calm. The moment the meteorite was evaporated, his expression finally changed. Tsunayashiro Tokihira's Yamizuha and Yamamoto Genryusai's Rijinjaka are obviously a Zanpakut sword, but they use two Zanpakut abilities at the same time. Haha, this Zanpakut. Is it the Yenra Kadenori of the Tsunayashiro family? Wak smiled lightly. As the son of the Spirit King, he knows many secrets of the three realms. Shinigami's Zanpakut has always been created by Team Zero member Nakia Oue. But there are a few knives that were born when the three realms were opened, with 4.2 incredible power. For example, Ichibe Hisubes Ikimonji, the 8 mirror swords passed down from generation to generation in the ISE family, and the Yanara mirror sword in the hand of Namiyoto Kaizuru. Not only that, there is also the Spirit King's aura in his body. Are the fragments of the Spirit King collected by the Tsunayashiro family in the body of the Perfectionist? Or does he himself carry a part of the Spirit King? Haha, it's interesting, it's so interesting, Tsunayashiro Tokaizuru. Chapter 71. The meteorite, actually disappeared in an instant, you monster! Gremi yelled in a rare lapse of composure. It's so noisy. Shi Xian said lightly, this is easy to understand, because I am very strong. That's it. It's indeed easy to understand. After the words fell, a dense number of Gremi's figures appeared next to Shixian, surrounding him. Creating life again? Just increasing the number of people is meaningless at all. You should know this very well after fighting with me so far. Of course it makes sense. You are indeed very strong. Any tangible object will be destroyed by you, so I will kill you with an invisible object. In an instant, all the figures of Gremmy's hands melted, and a mass of darkness covered the time string. Wrap yourself in the universe and die. Tsunayashiro Tokihira. In space, body fluids will be forcibly evaporated from the eyeballs and oral mucosa, and exposure to wounds will cause the blood to boil. If you try to breathe, your lungs will be destroyed, your body's tissues will collapse, and you will slowly meet your death. But, this is assuming that consciousness can be maintained until then. What will happen to you? Just as Grammy finished speaking, a sword light flashed through, and all 31 figures around him were cut in half. This sword light has almost reached the limits of Shinigami and Quincy. The Quincy's of the Invisible Empire seemed to have their souls trembling. Under this sword light, the spirit space vibrated slightly, and a vague crack appeared. The universe created by Grammy was instantly annihilated without a trace. You monster! It was the second time that Grammy said such words. Immediately, those Grammy who were cut in half grabbed Tsunayashiro Tokihira, and the Ryotsuo in his body boiled instantly. Boom! An astonishing explosion resounded, and a huge mushroom cloud appeared in the sky. The entire invisible empire shook violently at this moment. Ho ho! Continuously create life, and use the two ultimate moves of meteorite and space. Even Grammy was a little overwhelmed. He had no choice but to fall to the ground, breathing heavily. However, when the smoke cleared and he saw Shi Xian's unharmed figure, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. What the hell? You're such a monster! Grammy repeated this sentence for the third time. I know, I just need to make myself a monster like you, and use my imagination to make me stronger than you. As he spoke, veins sprouted out of Grammy's body, and the Ryotsuo in his body seemed to turn into substance, and his whole body became taller and stronger. Bang! But at this moment, Shi Xian's figure appeared in front of Grammy, and the dark blade pierced Grammy's shoulder. This change stopped abruptly in an instant. Siritai. Extraordinarily peaceful today. Everyone thought it would be a peaceful and uneventful day just like yesterday. However, Captain Kurako Shunsui of the 8th Division could not help but feel solemn. Old Man Shan is really fooling around. He actually took people to the Quincy's lair by himself. In order to prevent Siritai from being attacked by surprise, a small number of the captains were left behind and he took charge of the battle. Hope nothing happens. However, at this moment, shadows appeared in Siritai, and densely packed figures of Quincy in white spiritual clothes appeared, and began to kill indiscriminately. Hey, 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 are you finally here? Kurako Shunsui sighed softly and ordered, Nanao-chan, send someone to inform the captains to meet the enemy. The war has begun. In the Invisible Empire, Shi Xian's figure appeared in front of Grammy, and the dark blade pierced Grammy's shoulder. This change stopped abruptly in an instant. What's going on? Grammy was shocked. His ability has completely failed. He obviously imagined creating more lives, but the reality has not changed at all. What exactly is going on? This is my Zanpakut, the ability of Yamitsuyu. Anyone who is touched by my blade, whether Shinigami, Minos Grande, Quincy, or Perfectionist, will have their abilities sealed. Of course, this ability also has certain limitations. It was you who lost, Grammy. Shi Xian said calmly. Ah! Grammy looked downcast, that's true. I lost to you, this monster. However, my defeat to you was not because of my lack of imagination, but because of my body. As he spoke, Xiaolami's body began to slowly dissipate. I said I can kill you without even using a finger. I was just stating the facts, because this body is a product of my imagination. Now that the ability is sealed, this body will naturally collapse. Ah! Ah! My imagination has probably reached its limit. I'm really unwilling to accept it. If I go to that world, I will be lonely. Bang! After saying that, a brain just fell to the ground. Bang bang! However, at this moment, there was a faint gunshot. A sharp pain came, and Tsunayashiro Tokihira lowered his head and saw 2 more round holes in his chest. 567 blood. Pouring out. Hey! Hey! You're lying, that monster was actually defeated. At this moment, the members of the Knights of the Star Cross suddenly felt a storm in their hearts. Grimy is a recognized monster in the Invisible Empire, but such a monster was defeated by a Shinigami. Who is this guy? Hasward, he will be a good opponent for you. Sensing that Yamamoto was getting closer, Ryotsu said calmly. For the Godai 13 captains who arrived, Waiwak had not even arranged an opponent for them. Yamamoto Genryusai is naturally his opponent, and Tsunayashiro Tokihira's opponent is Hasward. This war is getting more and more interesting. Chapter 72. According to Yamamoto's plan, all Shinigami were divided into 2 groups. The first group is used to attract the attention of others, including Zaraki Kenpeki, Byakuya Kokaki, Sui Feng, Komamura Seijin, and the vice-captain they brought with them. The 2 people moved forward quickly, following the marks Tokihira left before, and after about an hour, they saw the figure of Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Seeing the Godai 13 people, Tsunayashiro Tokihira hurriedly shouted, "Everyone, be careful, there is a very powerful guy hiding in the dark and launching attacks, it is very dangerous." He had been stabbed through the chest before, but luckily Hyaku's regenerative ability worked. Otherwise, it will really capsize in the gutter. Bang! Just as he finished speaking, a big hole appeared in Tetsuzamon's chest at the shooting range and he fell into a pool of blood. Bang! Omida jumped off the street. Bang! Sui Feng rushed to the street. Bang! Komamura Seijin hits the street. In just a few seconds, both captains and vice-captains were defeated. Damn it, the Ryotsu is gradually decreasing. Byakuya Kokaki frowned and said, "It's really tricky. I don't know where the enemy is coming from, but if he stops, he will play into his own hands. You must be scared." Hidden in the dark, Aljibaro held Tiagrain in his hand. It's no wonder that the attack from nowhere made the companions disappear one by one, and no one was afraid. But, no matter what, Tsunayashiro Tokihira said with a solemn expression, "We have sacrificed so much and still don't know the details of the enemy at all, which means we have to use the next countermeasure." He instantly pulled out Zanpakut, freed Yen Luo Jingdian, and then turned around sharply. "Idiot, didn't you say that if you stop, you will play into the enemy's hands?" Byakuya Kokaki shouted. Tsunayashiro Tokihira paused for a moment. "I finally found you." Bang! The next moment, Yashiro Tokihira was hit in the chest. Li Jibaro, who was hiding in the dark, just smiled coldly when he saw this. No matter how disciplined the team is, if the leader is stupid, it will collapse instantly. I have seen this kind of thing too many times. I'm really disappointed. I was hoping that you, Shinigami, wouldn't be that kind of team. But just as he finished speaking, a murmur suddenly sounded in his ears. "No. Tumbler, sir. Collapsed. Brush." The light of the knife flashed. Aljibaro retreated violently, but in the end it was a step too late. The barrel of the Spirit Sun sniper rifle Tia Granton was cut in half. "It's a pretty good hiding, and it's really fast, but..." Tsunayashiro Tokihira said coldly, "This time I took your weapon, but next time it will be your life." What happened? Although his expression remained unchanged, Aljibaro was extremely shocked. From a distance of more than 2 kilometers to behind me, how did he approach me instantly without being noticed? Ah! Didn't I just say that the roly-poly doctor fell down? Immediately afterwards, Tsunayashiro Tokijin said in surprise, haven't you ever played the game Tumble Down? What is that? Li Ji asked. Ah, you really don't have it. Tsunayashiro Tokijin gently scratched his chin, no way, it seems that the Quincy and ours are completely different cultures. Then, he turned to look at Byakuya Kokaki and others who came quickly, and said calmly, you go first, leave this place to me. No way. Tsunayashiro Tokijin recognized the identity of the Quincy in front of him. Knights of the Star Cross X, Ljabero. The captain of the Waiwak Guards, in the entire Invisible Empire, is strong enough to maintain the existence of the four conflicts. With Byakuya Kokaki and Zaraki Kenpeikin now, they are absolutely no match for him. Have you finished what you need to say? Holding Tyagolan, who had returned to its original state, Lja said calmly, although I don't know what kind of ability you used, but it doesn't matter. At this moment, Tsunayashiro Tokaizuru interrupted Tokichi's words. The ability I am using now is to turn children's games into reality. To play games, both parties must know the rules. This is a must for Kaiten Kaikotsu. That's right, what Tsunayashiro Tokihira used to simulate was the ability of Kurako Shunsui's Zanpakut, Kaiten Kaikotsu. Tsunayashiro Toki String was also helpless. To play this game, first someone has to be a ghost and cover his eyes while counting down. If he moves after counting, he will be caught. The game has 3 rules. First, the ghost must stand in a place where everyone can see it. Second, if the ghost catches the moving person when he turns back, that person is out. Third, if someone encounters the ghost before being caught, the player wins. Lja nodded slightly, I understand, isn't this just a wooden man? Ah, do you have something similar? I'm just superfluous. Tsunayashiro Tokaizuru chuckled. Li Ji frowned slightly and thought for a moment. So when you start the game, everything is visible, and in order to ensure that you can contact the ghost before it sees it, use me to leave a trail of spirit particles to teleport over. At the same time, I saw a phantom of you who was dead. That's what it is. It does seem to be a rule that is very beneficial to you. But if you're seen moving, you lose. If you notice it's a phantom and find you, you'll die. The corner of Shi Xian's mouth curved slightly, it's amazing. I understand it so quickly. It's really a big help. Did you help me a lot? Tell me the rules were your fault. This game no longer works for me. Lja said. That's not the case, Shi Xian chuckled, both parties know the rules, this is called a game. By the way, there is something wrong with what you just said. The me you saw stopped just now is not a phantom. You are actually looking at me using your sense of Ryutsu, which is called spiritual awareness or Ryutsu awareness. Everyone who uses Ryutsu to fight will subconsciously use their vision and spiritual sense to see things at the same time. The more concentrated you are during battle, the proportion of your spiritual sense will increase dramatically. In other words, the good one will subconsciously ignore it. And I just need to hold Ryutsu there so you think it's me. Tsunayashiro Toki String chuckled, as if he was saying something very light. Impossible, Li Ji immediately denied, how could I be wrong? How could it be possible? Of course it's possible. Who do you think I am? The terrifying Ryutsu exploded instantly, and Tokihira said coldly, I am Tsunayashiro's boss, Tsunayashiro Tokihira. Chapter 73. The battle between Tsunayashiro Tokihira and Ritsuabaro is still going on. Just like the battle between Kurako Shunsui and Espadano.1 Star K, relying on his superb Shunpo attainments, Tokyo Raku Shunsui continued to dodge Ritsu's attacks. But Lja's attack is completely different from Star Case. Star Case 0, honestly speaking, is nothing more than that. Even though Chun Shui was hit by a sneak attack, Chun Shui was still unscathed and lay leisurely on the ground pretending to be dead. Shunsui is like this, and Tokaizuru, whose strength is superior to him, Probably Zero can't break his Ryutsu defense. But Lja's ability to connect everything is completely different. That is the true equality of all things. No matter who is hit, a hole will be made. I told you, this game doesn't work anymore. Bang! Li Ji shot Shi Xian through the chest. But this time, it was still a phantom. The real Tsunayashiro Toki string was beside the phantom, with the tip of the sword in his right hand pointing to the ground, and then stabbed fiercely. At the same time, Lja soared. The next moment, the shadow blade stabbed on the ground. Hide beautifully. Tsunayashiro Tokijin couldn't help but admire, you are the first one to escape the shadow demon the first time. I remember I said it before, Lja 147 said calmly, I have your ability information. Although this ability is not yours, I can still react. And now, I roughly know what your abilities are. Bang! Shixian's foot was shot through with blood. Yeah, this battle is very unfair. Tsunayashiro Tokihira said. I don't intend to fight a fair fight, and I don't think it's fair to say so, but it doesn't hurt to tell you. Knights of the Star Cross. In this, the concept of avoidance has no room at all. The so-called penetration of everything does not mean shooting a bullet. Lja's ability is more conceptual and will penetrate everything pointed by the muzzle in an instant. This is the ability of the rules system, and defense has no meaning at all. Bang! Tsunayashiro Tokistring's body was penetrated again. But the next moment, he appeared behind Li Ji. Lja was shocked. Did you see the phantom again? Tsunayashiro chuckled, with an expression on his face that he wanted to ask me how I avoided it. But don't worry, as I just said, I didn't dodge, but you hit the afterimage. This is called afterimage. After staring hard at the shadow, the afterimage is reflected to other places. If you stare with such a strong spiritual sense, the afterimage will naturally be very strong. It's a child's game. The scary thing is that you don't know when to start the game. No matter how uninterested you are, as long as your hand is held, it will be endless and you will be asked to accompany it until death. You have been held by the hand, let us play until we die. Holy Clerk. Complete the steps of the Holy Body God. On the other side, Byakuya Kokaki and Knights of the Star Cross and Robert Agitron fought together. As a Quincy who survived the war 1,000 years ago, he has a slightly old appearance, with short white hair, square-rimmed glasses, and a flower. Whitebeard has a very unique personality, like an upside-down broom head. Robert has extremely rich combat experience and knows well that a lion must use all his strength to fight a rabbit. So from the beginning, facing this opponent who was more than 1,000 years younger than him, he used his strongest trump card. Faced with such overwhelming speed, even though Byakuya Kokaki was good at Shunpo, he was still beaten. Bankai, Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Byakuya Kokaki directly used Bankai, and billions of pink blades transformed into the Sakura Sea of Flowers. While carrying deadly lethality, it also carries a breathtaking beauty. Kage? Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi. Then, Byakuya directly used Bankai's second phase. The Sea of Sakura Flowers releases a dazzling light. Robert was just about to leave here with his flying feet, but the next moment, he felt his eyes go dark, and the space suddenly went black. Pink blades were arranged around him. What exactly is going on? Robert couldn't help but be surprised. He was completely unaware of when Byakuya Kokaki used this move. Could it be that the opponent's shooting speed is faster than his divine pace? Don't panic, just rest assured. The 1,000 blades transformed by Senbonzakura Kage Yoshi will not attack you all at once. I will kill you myself. Byakuya Kokaki gently raised his right hand, and a pink blade arranged in the palm fell into his palm, forming a Zanpakutte. As the captain of Godi I-13 and the head of Kokaki, I will definitely kill you here. Really, this spirit space is in complete chaos. D of the Knights of the Star Cross, Yuskin Nakroval stood on the top of a castle, looking at the battles one after another in the distance, and couldn't help but sigh. Obviously that's not what the hymn says. His Majesty obviously said that we will only attack Soul Society next. Unexpectedly, Shinigami actually attacked our hometown. Even I don't know what to say. That Ryutsu over there who is so hot that it makes my head hurt, should be Yamamoto Shigekuni, the captain of Godi I-13. His target should be His Majesty Waiwak in the Ice Palace. Then guess which one of them will be the final winner in the battle. Ah! Captain of the 3rd Division Ichimaru Jin. Yasukin turned around and saw that Ichimaru Jin was already lying on the ground, unconscious like a carpet. Is it finally here, Yamamoto Shigekuni? In the Ice Palace, Waiwak stood up from the throne, rarely full of fighting spirit. In that battle 1,000 years ago, honestly speaking, he lost very unacceptably. Yamamoto's unscrupulous attitude of sacrificing his subordinates at will is still vivid in his mind. The most important thing is that the Sasuke guy pretended to be dead and used Bankai to sneak up on him with a crucial knife in the back. But this time it's different. He wants to have a showdown with Yamamoto Shigekuni in an upright manner.